Schwerer, I have delightful news to share with you, Gu-sun exclaimed, his handsome face flushed with excitement as he grasped the delicate hand of his classmate and girlfriend. You, Schwerer, leaning in for a kiss. However, Schwerer abruptly withdrew her hand, her expression as frigid as ice. Gu-sun, let's break up. It felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. Gu-sun stood there, mouth agape, unable to process her words. You cannot provide the life I desire, and my family disapproves of our relationship. Gu-sun, you are a good person, but we simply do not suit each other. A mere card of goodwill brought an end to their year-long romance. Gu-sun yearned to plead his case. After all, he had just activated his system and received a beginner's gift worth 10 million T. That moment, a luxury car screeched to a halt beside him. The door swung open, and a man emerged, holding an extravagant bouquet of roses. Schwerer, the banquet is about to commence. Let us depart. My dear, you have arrived. The once frigid Schwerer instantly transformed, nestling into the man's embrace with a seductive shyness. Gu-sun recognized him as Wang Jun, his classmate and a notorious wealthy playboy from Donghai University. Indeed, Schwerer had an extraordinary knack for poor judgment. Gu-sun clenched his jaw and turned to leave. Yet Wang Jun, with Schwerer in his arms, called out to him. Gu-sun, would you care to join us for some fun? Gu-sun turned, offering a sly chuckle, his expression brimming with insolence. Not particularly interested after a year, I've grown quite weary of it. His words carried a pointed implication. Schwerer's expression shifted to one of panic, her voice rising in pitch. Gu-sun, what nonsense are you spouting? Gu-sun directed a disbelieving gaze at Wang Jun. Jun, surely you haven't experienced it yet? Wang Jun's face turned a shade of green. Gu-sun shot him a look that conveyed sympathy, then sauntered away. If you wish to unsettle me, do not expect to find comfort yourselves. Despite having engaged in all the necessary actions, the ache of their dissolved relationship lingered painfully in Gu-sun's heart. He retrieved his phone and sent a message to their group chat. I've been cheated on, let's go for drinks. Leader, no return until intoxicated. Remember to settle the bill first. Second, 3, you've finally been cheated on. I've known all along that Schwerer is nothing but a flirt. Fourth, I haven't finished my calculus exam, count me out. Second, for the calculus student, you owe the entire dorm a month of laundry. Leader, agreed. Gu-sun agreed. In a nearby restaurant, the 4 young men were flushed with drink, having embarked on a roasting session. Damn it, I swear off love from now on. Women are like non-human entities with bizarre thought processes. My ex-girlfriend broke up with me because of my foot odor. Who plays basketball without stinking? That's nothing. The girl I once liked cut ties with me because she couldn't pass an exam. Can you believe that stupidity? The leader, Li Feng, tilted his head back, downing another glass of beer, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Guetian stretched out his hand, saying, Brother, please commence your performance. Li Feng glanced at him, and after a long pause, finally managed to utter, I have never been in love. Uffed. Ha, boss, so your eloquent discussions during our nightly meetings are merely flights of fancy? Li Feng replied, I assumed you all were too, considering I've only seen females lingering around Gu Senator. His words struck a chord. Damn. The insult was sharp yet not lethal. Ding. A sign-in scenario has been detected. Would you like to sign in? The mechanical voice interrupted Gu-sun's foolish grin. He momentarily froze, silently chanting sign in. Sign-in successful. Rewards, 1,000 cups of inebriation, ownership of shop number 145 on Nanhong Street, and 1 chance to draw a lottery. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? Wait, isn't Nanhong Street the very street I am currently on? It is the most bustling commercial street outside Donghai University, lacking high-end luxury stores but bustling with crowds, ensuring rental demand and soaring property prices. Gu-sun's muddled mind suddenly cleared, invigorated by the 1,000 cups of inebriation skill. Draw ding, reward, a 10 discount shopping voucher, valid for 3 days, with a spending limit of 100 million. 100 million? That means he can purchase items worth 100 million with a new product package. How delightful. Point 3. Although you become the green-haired turtle, take it easy if you miss this. There are plenty of girls waiting for you. Seeing Gu-sun's somewhat eerie smile, the 3 friends offered their reassurances that Gu-sun was now wholly unconcerned about Schweer's departure. He aspired to become an invincible man ruling the world. Women would only slow his draw. Mother is video calling. Mother is video calling. A peculiar ringtone suddenly blared. Gu-sun panicked, clutching his phone as he dashed outside. Mom, what do you need? It's 9 o'clock. Still not back at the dorm? Is this a small grove or a playground? Are you with your girlfriend? Mother, what exactly is the matter? Gu-sun was drenched in cold sweat. The peculiar gazes of those around him made him wish to vanish into the ground. The elegant and dignified woman in the video quickly regained her composure. Your Aunt Ouyang's daughter has been accepted into your university. She has applied for military training exemption and will report tomorrow. You're to pick her up, and you will be fully responsible for her affairs. Should there be any deviation, I expect your head. Aunt Ouyang? Gu-sun vividly recalled this aunt, the origin of certain formative experiences during his adolescence. Her beauty was beyond description, enchanting enough to captivate nations. Though he had never met her daughter, Gu-sun was convinced she would be a captivating enchantress as well. While a girlfriend could be troublesome, who could resist the allure of a stunning fairy? Not a problem, I assure you, I will fulfill this task. The following day, the mathematics professor's roll call compelled the three hungover individuals to stumble into the classroom, with Gu-sun feeling remarkably refreshed as he followed closely behind. Sanner, why aren't you suffering from a headache? Guetian lamented as he stuffed a bun into his mouth. I possess a unique skill that allows me to expel alcohol from my fingertips. Would you care to learn? Gu-sun replied mysteriously. Guetian was left speechless. Sanner, do you think I'm a fool? With a burst of laughter, Gu-sun felt an extraordinary sense of joy. A familiar fragrance wafted through the air, and a shadow suddenly loomed before him. Looking up, Gu-sun found Yu Schwerer glaring at him with palpable resentment. Gu-sun, I never expected you to be so shameless. After our breakup, couldn't you at least wish me well? Do you truly take pleasure in my misfortune? Do you harbor such hatred for me? The surrounding crowd turned their attention towards them. Had the golden couple fallen apart? I saw Wang Jun and the campus beauty playing quite intimately on the old playground yesterday. Really? That sounds scandalous. Even more scandalous. The car was shaking for quite a while, and the campus beauty was eventually thrown out. Impressive. I'm in awe of Wang Xiao. He treats the campus beauty so casually. Yu Schwerer gritted her teeth in frustration. Having finally resolved to abandon love in pursuit of a better life, she felt Gu-sun had ruined her plans, if that were the case. Gu-sun, I take back my words about breaking up. You're still my boyfriend. Right now, I want bubble tea, so go buy me some. Why? Yu Schwerer declared with an air of entitlement. Gu-sun was left dumbfounded. This woman must have a serious delusion. Noticing Gu-sun's inaction, Yu Schwerer stamped her foot in anger. Gu-sun, I'm offering you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. Gu-sun nearly slapped her. Dear lady, what has led you to such a grand misunderstanding? Did Wang Xiao's antics knock some sense out of you? Instead of becoming angry, Yu Schwerer laughed. Gu-sun, why are you jealous? I've already agreed to continue being your girlfriend. What more could you possibly want? Seeing Wang Jun approaching the doorway, Gu-sun suddenly turned to Yu Schwerer and smiled gently. Schwerer, your sudden change in demeanor frightens me. Why did you return to me after your escapades with Wang Xiao? Is it that he is lacking in certain areas? Yu Schwerer, aware of a man's vanity, immediately responded, yes, he is indeed lacking. The crowd erupted in laughter. Oh, that's why Wang Xiao threw the campus beauty out of the car yesterday. Amidst the uproarious laughter, Wang Jun angrily grabbed Yu Schwerer by her hair and hurled her to the ground. Vile woman, get lost, or I'll post your kneeling pictures from yesterday all over the campus forum. Yu Schwen's face flushed crimson, yet unwilling to concede. She shouted at Gu-sun, they'll be waiting for you at noon, before hastily fleeing. Wang Jun spat in disgust and slammed his hand on Gu-sun's desk. Kid, are you brave enough to challenge me to a basketball match? I'm too busy, Gu-sun replied dismissively, while Wang Jun's sycophants surrounded their group of four. This matter is not up to you. Wang Jun's smile was dark and foreboding. At that moment, the calculus teacher entered. What are you all huddled together for? Return to your seats, it's time for roll call. Wang Jun, displeased, gestured dismissively towards Gu-sun, then turned around to sit nearby, clearly intending to pursue the matter further. Guetian's legs felt weak. Sanner, Wang Jun is the captain of the school basketball team. We can't stand against him. What should we do? Should we sneak away? Wouldn't that be even more humiliating? Gu-sun shot him a glare. Physically, he felt confident if necessary. He could face Wang Jun in an unknown match. He doubted he would lose to someone who indulged excessively. 2 periods of calculus came to an end precisely at 10 o'clock. Gusun accepted the challenge, drawing a crowd of onlookers to the basketball court. Upon hearing the news, Yushwer bashfully informed others that the 2 campus heartthrobs were dueling for her, inciting envy among her roommates who eagerly urged her to support. As Gusun arrived at the basketball court, he triggered a sign-in task, his heart swelling with delight as it felt like a fortuitous coincidence. Sign-in. Sign-in successful. Rewards. Divine blocking technique, 103-point accuracy, and a Pagani Huayra, to be delivered within 24 hours. Wow, invincible. The Pagani Huayra, the car of his dreams. As Gusun rubbed his hands together and gazed at Wang Jun, his eyes gleamed with ambition. Wang Jun was no fool. He called over 2 members of the basketball team, insisting on a 3-on-3 match. Li Feng and Guo Tian were dragged onto the court, their faces reflecting despair. Sanner, my legs are trembling. Guo Tian felt like crying. Gu Sun patted him on the back. Let's play half-court. We won't move, we'll just defend under the basket. Huh, not moving? The ball will just come to us? Li Feng looked bewildered. Gusun offered no explanation. The game commenced. Li Feng and Guo Tian hurried to defend, yet they were utterly ineffective. Wang Jun executed a soaring dunk, a proud grin plastered across his face. Smack! A resounding block left him questioning his life choices. Yet, this was merely the beginning. For the duration of the game, the court echoed with the sound of slapping palms. It was both humiliating and absurd. Damn, how are we supposed to play against this? The basketball team had brought the captain and vice-captain, and they cast resentful glances at Wang Jun. Wang Jun, panting heavily, pointed at Gusun. 3-on-3 is boring, let's go onion on. Are you up for it? Gusun lifted his t-shirt to wipe the sweat from his brow, inadvertently revealing his chiseled abs, which elicited shrieks from the surrounding girls. Big brother, I love you. I want to have your children. Big brother, I want to nuzzle against your abs. Please say yes. Big brother, I'm fair-skinned, beautiful, and tall. I'm flirtatious and approachable. Amidst the crowd, Yu Schwerer stood proudly, declaring, You can only dream he's my boyfriend. She strode arrogantly towards Gusun, reaching out to embrace him. Gusun, startled, quickly evaded her grasp. Yu Schwerer, caught off guard by his avoidance, stumbled and nearly fell in an embarrassing heap. Laughter erupted around them. My goodness, that woman has no shame, claiming to be the young man's girlfriend while he completely ignores her. Don't you recognize her? That's Yu Schwerer, one of the 4 campus flowers of Donghai. She appears aloof, but in reality, she's just a promiscuous flirt, caught in a car with someone else while still having a boyfriend. Truly shameless. Why Yu Schwerer, unable to maintain her composure, shouted angrily, Gusun, come help me. Gusun looked utterly speechless. Dear lady, the infirmary is over there, do as you wish. Huh, is the young man implying that woman is unwell? And the so-called aloof campus flower? More like a withered chrysanthemum. Wow, your description is brilliant. Unable to hold back any longer, Yu Schwerer cried out, Gusun, one day you will beg to reconcile with me. With that, she covered her face and ran away. Gu Sun, ignoring her completely, accepted Wang Jun's challenge once more. In an onion-on match, the basketball team captain volunteered to redeem himself. To his surprise, Gusun offered no defense for every 2-point shot Wang Jun made. Gusun responded with a 3-pointer, always leading by 1 point. Wang Jun erupted in frustration. I refuse to believe you can hit every shot. 10 minutes later, dude, your skills are impressive with some training. You could excel as a guard and deliver a decisive blow in the game. Interested in joining us? Wang Jun gazed at Gusun, surrounded by a throng of admirers, nearly choking on his disbelief. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Gusun merely stated he would consider it, and with his roommates, he escaped amidst the screams of the girls. Sanner, you leave and drag us along? A girl was just about to add me on WeChat, and I didn't have time to scan, right? A girl just brushed against my arm and was so soft. Li Feng and Guo Tian wore expressions of delight. The 4th member adjusted his glasses, staring intently at his phone. Peering over, Guo Tian discovered he was selling Gusun's WeChat ID on the campus network 10 yuan for each scan. The trio simultaneously gave him a thumbs up. You are a genius. Suddenly, Gusun's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Curious, he answered, and a soft, adorable voice emerged. Gusun Gij, him at the school gate. Oh my, that sweet voice was off the charts. "He'll be right there," Gusun replied, clearing his throat and responding in a deep, alluring tone. After hanging up, he declared, "Let's go, we'll show you what a stunning beauty truly looks like." 5 minutes later, at the entrance of Donghai University, the sight of one girl and four boys left them exchanging puzzled glances. A stunning beauty. What a joke. This resembles a sprout that has yet to fully mature, akin to an undeveloped middle school student. Chapter 3. The broken leg of Su. The atmosphere was unusually heavy. After confirming multiple times that the bean sprout before him was indeed Aunt Ouyang's biological daughter, Li Chuncheng, Gusun felt a profound sadness. "Brother Gusun, my luggage," Li Chuncheng said, her thick glasses perched on her nose, her bangs obscuring her forehead. Her small face, no larger than a palm, was fair and delicate, lacking any trace of beauty. Yet, a charming little Loli could still be acceptable. However, who could truly embrace a Loli who spoke in a flat, soft tone devoid of expression? It was quite unsettling. Gusun managed an awkward smile as he single-handedly maneuvered the oversized suitcase toward the girls' dormitory. "I will first help you with your accommodation, and then I shall guide you around. If you encounter any issues at school, feel free to seek me out, though it's best if there are none." Gusun muttered to himself, attempting to evade the melancholy of shattered dreams. "I'm hungry. Let's eat first." All right. It was lunchtime, and Gusun led his three roommates and the bean sprout to the third cafeteria. Here, one could order freely, making it a somewhat upscale venue on campus. Although he struggled to accept the transformation of a stunning beauty into a bean sprout, a welcoming ceremony was still in order. After all, if the bean sprout chose to report him, he would be in deep trouble. "Bean sprout, oh no, I mean, Li Chuncheng, what would you like to eat?" Li Chuncheng gazed at Gusun for a moment before her rosy lips uttered a single word: meat. This skinny little frame craved meat? He scoffed internally while resignedly heading to get the food. Guotian and Li Feng followed suit, leaving behind the least physically fit, the fourth roommate. The fourth roommate, feeling bored, began to tackle advanced calculus problems. The answer is, her soft voice bore no hint of emotion. The fourth roommate was taken aback. "YUVE studied calculus? Advanced mathematics is still mathematics. It's not difficult." Li Chunxing adjusted her glasses and regarded the eager fourth roommate. "Do you wish to learn?" Yes. It will be 1,000 yuan per hour, payment in advance." The fourth roommate exclaimed, "You must be a fraud." Fortunately, Gusun returned with the food, allowing the fourth roommate to awkwardly shift the topic. Li Chuncheng, however, was captivated by the meat before her. After politely inquiring, she began to eat. Despite her small stature and petite mouth, her dining manner was exceedingly elegant, yet remarkably swift. Gusun suspected that she did not have teeth, but rather serrated edges. As everyone enjoyed their meal, a sudden exclamation shattered the ambience. Gusun's reflexes were quick, but he could only shield Li Chuncheng as the dishes on the table were utterly ruined. "Gusun, how dare you betray my goddess Shuer? You truly live impatiently." Gusun was at a loss for words. What girl didn't he have an infatuated admirer, especially when she was the campus beauty? The imposing figure before them was Hu Kuei, the most ardent admirer of Yu Shuer. Just as Gusun was contemplating a retaliatory action, Li Chuncheng in his arms suddenly spoke, her voice icy. "You've sullied my meat." Hu Kuei glanced at the diminutive Li Chuncheng. "Gusun, are you blind? Did I forsake my goddess Shuer for this withered vegetable?" Although Hu Kuei's description was not entirely inaccurate, Gusun felt a surge of displeasure. What an adorable sprout. Must personal attacks be employed? His words remained unbroken this time, not by sound, but by action. Li Chuncheng, with her delicate arms, swung the stool beneath her and hurled it towards Hu Kuei with precision and force. One strike, two strikes. The impact was both accurate and fierce. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Guotian could scarcely articulate his feelings, his vocabulary seemingly inadequate to express the moment's intensity. Li Feng stood in stupefaction. The fourth member of their group discreetly retrieved his phone to check his balance. Truth be told, $1,000 an hour was hardly exorbitant. Gusun's heart raced uncontrollably. "Ah, the little violent enchantress, how I cherish you," he mused. Was it merely a matter of a smaller chest and a flatter backside? A little more meat and papaya would surely help her blossom. "Sister, dear aunt, little ancestor, I concede, is that not enough? Please, stop hitting me." What manner of assault was this? Inflicting pain to the very bone without drawing blood. He could not withstand it any longer. Hu Kuei pleaded for mercy, and Li Chunxin ceased her onslaught, gesturing towards the identical dishes on the table. Go buy them. Hu Kuei, without daring to utter a word of dissent, obediently fetched the food, yet lingered nearby, his gaze fixed on Li Qinshan, imbued with equal parts shyness and admiration. What was this, a budding affection amidst the conflict? Gusen was not pleased. Why are you still here? Do you wish to practice? And no, I wish to be your apprentice, Hu Kuei stammered, rubbing his hands together. His face flushed, earnestly looking at Li Qinshan. Once she swallowed the morsel in her mouth, she lifted her head. 10,000, and I will grant you the secret. Hu Kuei's joy was palpable as he promptly transferred 10,000 to Li Qinshan. She took his phone, fiddled with it for a moment, and pointed to an image beneath the search engine. Acupuncture points diagram, memorize this, and you shall graduate. Huffed, the fourth member could not suppress a chuckle. Quickly lowering his head under Li Qinshan's gaze, adjusting his phone to silent mode, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Yet, Hu Kuei departed, overflowing with gratitude. Gusen inquired, are you in dire need of money? Did Aunt Ouyang fail to provide you with living expenses? My mother says that since I turned 18, I must be self-sufficient. So can I dine with you from now on? Gusen glanced at the 10,000 that had just been credited to her account, his lips twitching. No problem. He smiled widely, a sincere grin that bore an uncanny resemblance to the cunning wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood. With the system at hand, the world was his for the taking. A mere sprout, he would undoubtedly nurture her into a plump beauty. After arranging Li Qinshan's accommodation, Gusen exited the school gates, intending to visit the shops on Nanhong Street. As he approached the entrance, a thunderous sound erupted, igniting his blood with fervor. His Pagani had arrived. A man clad in a black suit stepped out of the vehicle, quickly confirming Gusen's identity and completing the handover. After the college entrance examination, Gusen had obtained his driver's license, but this marked his inaugural experience driving independently. Ding! It has been detected that the host's driving skills are lacking, hindering the system's rewards from reaching their fullest potential. An additional reward of divine driving skills has been granted, along with a supplementary task. Proceed to number 23, South Rainbow Street, to stabilize the tenant and ensure continued profits. In an instant, countless driving techniques were etched into Gusen's mind. He did not rush to complete the task. Instead, he drove at high speed along the Ring Mountain Road. How exhilarating! It felt as though he was living a real-life version of Fast and Furious. The only thing missing was a beautiful companion in the passenger seat. After indulging in the thrill for a while, Gusen leisurely made his way to South Rainbow Street. The roar of the engine caused quite a commotion. What man does not love cars? Soon, someone recognized the emblem. Wow, a Pagani Huayra. That must be worth millions. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see this is a limited edition? There are only 3 in the world, each valued at over 100 million. A wealthy tycoon, indeed. But I wonder if the driver is handsome. Who cares if he is handsome? With that kind of wealth, any man is appealing. Several young women were eager to approach. When Gusen stepped out of the car, his striking features, combined with the Pagani behind him, were simply breathtaking. Chapter 4. He truly came for me, ah. The young man is so handsome. Is he still in school? Wow, he could be faking it. Perhaps that car is rented. Renting a Pagani? Please, who would rent such a car? News of a mysterious wealthy individual on South Rainbow Street spread quickly. Gusen managed to shake off a few women seeking his WeChat ID and hastily walked towards number 23. He had wandered this street countless times with Yushware, but had never taken note of which shop offered what. Upon arrival, he was pleasantly surprised to find that no. 23 was his favorite rice noodle shop. At that moment, a few unsavory-looking thugs were loitering outside, and the shop was devoid of customers. Just as Gusen attempted to enter, he was blocked. We're not open today. Why not? The door is wide open. When I say we're not open, we're not open. Now scram. One of the thugs shoved Gusen. He calmly seized the thug's wrist and smiled. But I really want to eat here tonight. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. Are you looking for trouble? Do you believe I won't? Suddenly, Gusen released the thug's hand, leaning against the wall. I have a heart condition. Please don't touch me. Help me in. I need to rest. What? Oh, okay. The thug assisted Gusen as he sat down. Just as a cacophony erupted from the kitchen. If you don't vacate the premises, I'll send people here daily until you give in. Sir, this is our only source of income. You're driving us to despair. I don't care. My son has taken a liking to your shop. You can stay and work, but he will be the boss, and I'll pay you to ensure you won't starve. Gusen grasped the situation after hearing just a few sentences. The owner of the rice noodle shop ventured into the workforce. pooling all savings with his wife to lease this establishment. Just as they began to turn a profit after 3 years, his elder brother, driven by envy, pressured them to transfer ownership without offering any compensation, essentially resorting to coercion. The system's mandate is to protect tenants and ensure revenue, which clearly necessitates retaining the original owner. Given the exquisite taste of the noodles. System, where is the deed for the South Rainbow Street shop? The host's phone gallery contained photos and an electronic copy of the contract. Goosen quickly located it, and, in a sudden outburst, slammed a chair onto the table with a resounding thud, startling the nearby ruffians. Take it easy, brother. If I have a heart attack, it's on you. The commotion promptly drew the attention of everyone in the kitchen. This student seems somewhat familiar to you. Your boss might want to leave quickly. One of them attempted to intervene, but Gu-san interrupted. What do you mean? When I first rented this place, I saw you were low on funds yet sincere, which is why I granted you a 6-month grace period. Yet here we are, 2 years later, and you still haven't paid. If you don't settle the outstanding rent of 150,000 for the last 6 months today, we shall meet in court. Boss, wait for what? Are you deliberately gathering a bunch of thugs outside to intimidate me? Let me remind you, we live in a society governed by law. Be cautious, or I will call the police. The landlord's elder brother looked perplexed. You're the landlord? Gu-san handed him a photo of the property deed and suddenly became overly courteous. Are you interested in leasing? The annual rent is 400,000. This area has high foot traffic. I assure you, you will recoup your investment. 400,000. Wasn't it 300,000? Prices have risen. Look at this location and the foot traffic. I only raised it by 100,000 over a year. Does that seem excessive? So what do you say? Shall we sign a contract? Once you sign, I'll leave and make sure they are evicted. I'll sign your mother. The landlord's elder brother turned pale with rage. The rice noodle shop barely profits 150,000 to 200,000 a year. Adding another 100,000 in rent leaves little room for operation. Hey, don't go. I assure you, it's not a loss. If you find 400,000 too steep, how about paying monthly with a deposit? The elder brother seemed to be fleeing from an unseen specter. Young man, you truly are the landlord? The rice noodle shop owner looked astonished. Is what you mentioned about the overdue rent and the increase genuine? Dad, he is a classmate from our school. He was just acting to help you. A strikingly beautiful young woman emerged from the adjacent lounge, her expression displeased as she glanced at Goose Senator. Thank you for today. But your reckless behavior will only exacerbate the situation. And don't think that such tactics will bring us closer. I won't date anyone before graduation. Gu-san recognized her as Lung Ruoxue, one of the 4 campus beauties from Donghai University, a sophomore in the music department. Indeed, she was quite attractive and had an appealing figure. Yet why was this woman making such a fuss? Whether or not you seek a boyfriend has nothing to do with me, he thought, dismissing her and presenting the property deed on his phone to Lung Jun for confirmation. Your actions have disrupted other tenants' clientele. I have every right to reclaim the premises. Mr. Gu, this matter is indeed our fault. Please do not be upset with the couple. Lung Ruoxue's face flushed with embarrassment. Is he truly the landlord? Gu-san pondered for a moment and remarked, I genuinely enjoy the rice noodles you prepare. You may continue your business, but we need to renegotiate the contract. Renegotiate? Is it regarding the rent? Mr. Lung inquired, his expression grave. Mr. Gu, we are a small business. 400,000 a year is simply excessive. Lung Jun's demeanor darkened. In a surge of frustration, Lung Ruoxue confronted Gu-san directly. You are being heartless. The tenants barely make a profit. Lung Jun hastily pulled her away. Mr. Gu, could you possibly reduce the rent a little? Allow us to earn something. Otherwise, we truly cannot afford it. Gu-san replied. The rent increase was intended to intimidate that individual. But if he inquires with the other tenants, it would surely backfire, and he will undoubtedly cause a scene again. Let us sign a business transfer agreement. The rent shall be waived, and I will receive a fixed dividend of 300,000. Fong Jun quickly grasped the situation, overwhelmed with gratitude. The electronic contract was swiftly prepared, and Gu-san intended to send it to Fong Jun for printing. Fong Jun, citing his lack of proficiency, requested Lung Ruoxue to handle it, while he and his wife retreated to the kitchen to prepare rice noodles for Gu Senator reluctantly. Lung Ruoxue added Gu-san as a friend. Mr. Gu, have you achieved your objective? Just then, the system's voice chimed, to which Gu-san casually responded with a non-committal hum. Lung Ruoxue, irritated, stomped her foot. This man was indeed pursuing her, subtly adding her on WeChat, and would surely harass her in the future. She hesitated, contemplating whether to block him. Gu-sun was engrossed in receiving system rewards and had no time to attend to her. Having completed a random task, he was granted top-tier culinary skills. Gu-sun waited, somewhat discontented. Was that all? Just one divine culinary talent? He pursed his lips in displeasure, yet it was better than nothing. As Lung Ruoxue wrestled with her thoughts, she caught sight of Gu-sun swallowing hard and licking his lips while gazing at their WeChat chat window, causing her cheeks to flush. You lecher. How shameless. I warn you not to harbor any inappropriate thoughts about me. Chapter 5. She craves my body. Gu-sun nearly spat blood. What had he done? He hadn't even spoken a word to her. Had this woman lost her mind? To him, her silence appeared as tacit approval. Although we have added each other on WeChat, it is strictly for business matters concerning the rice noodle shop. Please refrain from sending me any personal messages. Her fury abruptly ceased as she witnessed Gu-sun block her. Lung Jun emerged with steaming rice noodles, cheerfully greeting Gu Senator Ruoxue. Since you are alumni, you should communicate more in the future. Mr. Gu has greatly assisted our family. Lung Ruoxue stomped her foot in frustration and turned to retreat to the lounge. Lung Jun awkwardly smiled, but had no words to say. He had visited the rice noodle shop numerous times without ever seeing Lung Ruoxue lend a hand. Just moments ago, when Lung Jun was bullied, she had not stepped forward to share the burden. Now, she pretended to be high and mighty. Gu-sun, having relished his bowl of rice noodles, resolutely settled the bill and departed. Surrounding the Pagani were throngs of onlookers. Among them a female internet celebrity who boldly perched herself atop the vehicle, animatedly presenting it to her audience. This is the car my father just gifted me. Worth merely a few tens of millions. My family is well aware of it. I engage in live streaming purely out of interest. Oh, thank you to the top supporter for your generous contribution. I truly adore you. Gu-sun donned his mask, wishing to evade the prying eyes of the online crowd. With a roar, the Pagani roared to life, causing the influencer to tumble to the ground in fright. The live stream erupted in chaos. Are you getting in, darling? Take us for a spin. I want to see the interior of the Pagani. Upon noticing Gu-sun approaching with the keys, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she promptly ended her broadcast. Hey, is this car yours? Please take me for a joyride. I'm open to any pose. Her voice was sweetly alluring. Her arms pressed tightly against her chest, her waist twisting almost impossibly. The onlookers snickered. Didn't you just say your dad bought it for you? The influencer quickly shifted her tune, addressing Gu-sun as daddy. Gu-sun, taken aback, could only exclaim about the blinding spectacle before him. He swiftly entered the car, executing a suave getaway. However, this incident made him acutely aware of a pressing concern. The Pagani's ostentation would undoubtedly stir a commotion at school. All he desired was to be a quietly charming young man. Where should I stop? Gu-sun suddenly recalled that he still had a discount coupon to redeem. Then I shall purchase an utterly unremarkable house. He searched for an address on his phone and promptly arrived at the Ningshan Group sales office. It appeared that a majestic building worth $1 billion was located here. The appearance of the Pagani immediately captured the attention of many. Although Gu-sun appeared youthful, none dared to underestimate him. A plump manager approached enthusiastically, ready to inquire, but Gu-sun spoke first. Has the building been sold? No, sir. Are you interested in the building? This way please, this way. A notification chimed, indicating a check-in opportunity. Gu-sun's eyes lit up. Check-in. Check-in successful. Reward, 20 shares of Ningshan Group, 10 points of physical fitness, and the ability of iron teeth and copper teeth. Ningshan Group encompasses 2 subsidiaries, Ningshan Real Estate and Ningshan Entertainment, with a total asset value reaching billions. He understood the enhancement of physical fitness. But what was this iron teeth and copper teeth? Did it mean he could consume meat more swiftly? Gu-sun inexplicably thought of Li Qinshan. Lost in thought, the majestic building arrived. It boasted an excellent location and view, over 500 square meters, and, most importantly, 6 garages. As a young man, who would complain about having too many cars? I'll take this one, Gu-sun declared, just as a perplexed voice interrupted him. Gu-sun, is it really you? Gu-sun was momentarily stunned, turning to gaze at the approaching striking woman, momentarily at a loss for words. Who might you be? It's really you. I'm Su Lily, your deskmate from high school. Gu-sun stood there, dumbfounded. In just a year, had this woman transformed herself into such an unrecognizable figure? My goodness. Your bosom seems ready to burst. How much silicone have you had? How rude. Where are you looking? Su Lili playfully pouted, stamping her foot. Gu Sun broke into a cold sweat. The most astonishing thing was that despite her grand gestures, her assets appeared to remain perfectly still. Was this even scientifically possible? Was she a wealthy heiress? Surely, a slap in the face was imminent. Gu Sun scanned his surroundings, anticipating a rotund, balding benefactor to arrive, wrap his arms around Su Lili's waist, and scorn him as a pitiful pauper, ordering him to keep his distance from his woman. Then, he would expect a deed to a luxurious property to be thrown in his face. Yes, that was the scenario. Su Lili, enveloped in a cloud of potent perfume, fixed her gaze intently on Gu Senatoro. Silly boy, you're still as clueless as ever. Are you working part-time here? Security or property management? I live in building 6 over there. Would you like to come over for a visit? Gu Sun found the unfolding situation puzzling. The plump manager, unable to discern their relationship, dared not speak further. Gu Sun waved his hands repeatedly. No trouble. I have other matters to attend to. What could you possibly have to do? This part-time gig isn't worth it. I'm now an internet celebrity with over 5 million fans. I can earn tens of thousands from a single live stream. I'll take care of you from now on. Su Lili had developed feelings for Gu Sun. Her youthful infatuation had morphed into a desire for his physique. As she spoke, her gaze lingered suggestively on Gu Sun's waist, almost daring to touch. Gu Sun felt a shiver run down his spine and grabbed the plump manager to leave. Su Lili, exasperated, attempted to chase after him, but her high heels hindered her. Reluctantly, she called out, I'm in room 302 of building 6. Come find me if you change your mind. Gu Sun wiped the sweat from his brow and said earnestly, Manager, we can ensure the privacy of the homeowners, correct? Of course. Then let us proceed with the contract. Bang. Congratulations, Mr. Gu Sun, on acquiring the penthouse for $99,999,000. The announcement resonated 6 times throughout the residential and villa area. Gu Sun thought to himself, what happened to the promised privacy? Just as Su Lili was about to open the door, she exclaimed, Gu Sun? The penthouse? As a thought crossed her mind, she glanced down at her chest and immediately covered her face in embarrassment. You naughty boy, must one really pounce on me? He has a preference for the ample. Should I consider enhancing myself further? After finalizing the contract and parking his car, Gu Sun departed. Upon returning to school, he received a WeChat message from Li Chunxin, simply stating, I'm hungry. Gu Sun thought, all right, she is still growing. 10 minutes later, he descended. Li Chunxin was still clad in her matching loose-fitting sports attire, her long hair flowing, revealing a fair, youthful face as she approached Gu Sun with an expressionless demeanor. Brother, let us eat meat. The damned voice, the ambiguous words. Gu Sun involuntarily drifted towards her flat chest. Is there flesh? Let us go. Gu Sun led Li Chunxin towards the dining hall, just as the afternoon military training concluded. A group of dashing figures in camouflage sauntered by, and someone with keen eyes recognized Gu Senator, that incredibly handsome guy with 8-pack abs who plays basketball. A few bold individuals approached him directly. Senior, which restaurant serves the best food? Could you recommend one? Gu Sun retorted, why ask me? Why grab my arm? Be careful, or my bean sprout will teach you a lesson. Chapter 6. He swore it was just a trivial matter. Gu Sun pondered too much. His bean sprout had been pushed to the periphery, expressionlessly observing the scene with her hands in her pockets. She neither erupted in anger nor exhibited jealousy for attention. She possessed a serene demeanor, as if silently watching him show off. Gu Sun suspected that the severely underdeveloped bean sprout might have an emotional quotient of 0. Hu Kuei, accompanied by a group of followers, approached, glanced at Gu Sun, then at Li Chunxin, before bowing respectfully to Li Chunxin. Master, I invite you to feast on meat. Li Chunxin assessed the situation. It seemed Gu Sun would take quite a while. After all, his father was entangled with his mother, and each time, it took over 2 hours for him to reappear. Meanwhile, Gu Sun was surrounded by 10 people. By this rate, they would have to wait until tomorrow to enjoy meat. Unable to wait, Li Chunxin decisively followed Hu Kuei. Gu Sun exclaimed, am I dead? Is it so effortless to dig my grave? Bean sprout, are you really giving your food to him? Being sold out is unlikely. You're not worth much by the pound. Gu Sun swiftly extricated himself from the group of admirers and finally sat beside Li Chunxin before the meal. Li Chunxin raised her hand to check her watch. Casting a peculiar glance at Gu Senator, what's wrong? Did I disturb your meal? You dare say you've disturbed me? I'll never let you eat meat again. You seem a bit weak. Eat more. Time is too short. Li Chunxin served Gu Sun a chicken leg. Hukua's cow-like eyes silently scrutinized Gu's son below the waist, filled with sympathy. Get lost, I'm doing just fine. 15 minutes is considered fine? Li Qinshan questioned. Bewildered, Gu's son nearly choked. Hukue and the others scrutinized Gu's son, as if they had spoken volumes, yet conveyed nothing. The meal concluded in an odd atmosphere, and Gu's son, teeth clenched, took Li Qinshan to the renowned grove found in various universities. You think I'm incapable? Where do you see that? Gu's son pressed her against the chair, glaring fiercely. This is a matter of dignity. 10 people, and you took 15 minutes. That's an average of 1.5 minutes per person. Gu's son covered Li Qinshan's mouth. Who taught you this? My parents provided the data. I derived the results. Although the number of participants in the social survey is limited and cannot entirely substantiate this conclusion, I have perused a book wherein Li Qinshan appears quite earnest, while Gu's son seems utterly indifferent. And Ouyang, so open-minded? As night falls, a cacophony of sounds unexpectedly erupts from the small grove. Li Qinshan turns her head in confusion to investigate, only to have Gu's son cover her ears. It is then that he realizes her face is surprisingly smaller than his palm, and her skin is remarkably soft, almost delightfully squeezable. As she slightly tilts her head, exposing her delicate neck, she looks rather inviting. Li Qinshan finds this scene somewhat familiar. It seems her father often pinches her mother's face in a similar manner, followed by a gentle kiss from her sweet, rosy lips, leaving a fragrant impression on Gu's mouth. This is not his first kiss, yet his heart races uncontrollably. What are you doing? Li Qinshan blinks her large eyes behind her glasses. Didn't you just touch my face because you wanted me to kiss you? That's what my mother said. Gu's son, bewildered, wonders what Aunt Ouyang has been teaching. Fortunately, it's him. If it were another man, this fragile girl would surely be taken advantage of. Little girl, kisses should not be given casually. They are reserved for those you truly like. Understood? Yes, understood. If you promise to feed me meat in the future, then I like you, she replies earnestly, nodding her head. She then recalls the broader implications of the word like. Under Gu's astonished gaze, she takes his hand and presses it against her chest. What is this operation? Gu's thinks, flabbergasted. Is this scientific? Is this reality? Unable to resist, he squeezes slightly. Beastly indeed. Gu's, take your hand away quickly, she mentally screams. Yet, he shamelessly squeezes a few more times. Ahem, little girl. From now on, only I can do this. If anyone else touches you, immediately retaliate, understood? Li Qinshan nods again. All right. Oh dear, how obedient. My youthful heart cannot be contained. Gu's refrains from being too boastful, rubbing her cheek a few more times before escorting her back to the dormitory. With a triumphant air, he returns to his dormitory, joining a group playing video games, reveling in the activity until 2:30 before finally falling asleep. Just as he drifts into slumber, a deafening ringtone jolts him awake. Damn, who the hell is calling this little bean sprout? Frowning, Gu's answers the call. And moments later, his face darkens to a shade of charcoal. He rushes out of the dormitory to the infirmary. The doctor on night duty, yawning and bemused, remarks, In my 6 years as the school doctor, you are the first boyfriend whose girlfriend has fallen from her bed and nearly broken her arm. Gu's feels mortified. In a 4-person dormitory, with desks below and upper bunks for sleeping, is it truly conceivable that an 18-year-old adult fell? Unbelievable. In the hospital room, Li Qinshan hung her head low, her long hair tousled from sleep, appearing somewhat embarrassed as she clutched the hem of her nightgown, feeling a bit at a loss. During my first stay at school, my bed at home was spacious, with a carpet underneath. Gu's reached out and gently ruffled her hair. It's all right. I used to fall asleep like this too. Really? Li Qinshan's eyes sparkled with delight. This was the first time Gu's had seen her without her glasses, and his heart was struck. How could someone's eyes be so beautiful? Her originally innocent and charming face was transformed by those captivating eyes, adding an irresistible allure that left one spellbound. Gu's felt parched and awkwardly turned his gaze away while nodding earnestly. Does your arm still hurt? Not too bad. Just sleepy. I'm afraid to sleep. This bed is rather small. Her voice carried a hint of grievance, her enchanting eyes misted with unshed tears. Gu's heart softened unbearably, and he blurted out, If I hold you while sleeping, you won't fall. Thank you, Li Qinshan replied without hesitation, curling up like a caterpillar and falling asleep instantly. Hey, I'm in on the bed, not sitting on the chair. Don't you feel embarrassed in that position? The warmth of her breath brushed against his neck, causing Gu's to feel a slight flush. He vowed it was only a minor reaction. unable to resist. He reached out to touch Li Qinshin's delicate face, unable to suppress a smile. The night passed in silence. The next morning, at 7 o'clock, a doctor preparing to leave called them awake. Gu-san, understanding the unspoken words in the doctor's gaze, quickly took the sleep-dazed Li Qinshin out of the room. "Can you hold me while I sleep tonight?" Outside the girls' dormitory, Li Qinshin hid her injured arm within the folds of her oversized nightgown, tilting her face upward with eyes full of yearning. Gu-san recalled the villa he had just purchased and mentally chastised himself. How could he bring himself to hurt someone so innocent and trusting? "From now on, I will hold you. Whoever is speaking, it certainly isn't me." Chapter 7. Thank you for your patronage. Li Qinshin accepted the promise and walked away with an expressionless face. Gu-san stretched his sore arm and turned to find Yu Shui'er standing nearby, her eyes red with anger. Her expression was one of someone caught in the act, waiting for an explanation, leaving Gu-san speechless. He turned and walked away. Yu Shui'er hurried after him, hands on her hips, fuming as she glared at Gu Sr. Her ample chest was almost visible, a sight Gu-san once appreciated but now found repulsive. "Gu-san, I cheated on you, and you cheated on me. We're even now. I forgive you. Now, I allow you to hold me." "You're insane." Gu-san attempted to sidestep her, but Yu Shui'er grabbed hold of his arm. "Gu-san, you cannot treat me this way. I gave you my all for the first time. I am yours for life. I merely made a mistake that all women are prone to. Why can't you forgive me?" Gu-san was uncertain whether her claim of a first time held any truth. Nevertheless, he had indeed once contemplated marrying her, envisioning a future of growing old together. "Are you done? If you are, let go. I must buy breakfast for my girlfriend," Gu-san replied, his expression indifferent. Yu Shui'er found this difficult to accept. Memories of Gu-san's past care and tenderness flooded her mind. How could she bear the thought of being replaced by another? "I want to let go. You are mine, and I refuse to release you." She twisted her body to embrace Gu-san, only to be forcefully pushed away. Watching his retreating figure, her eyes brimmed with unshed tears of grievance. "Shui'er, what are you doing here?" Yu Shui'er's friend, Yu Ran, approached with an excited expression. There's new information about the wealthy individual who appeared on Nanhong Street a few days ago. It's confirmed that he is from our school. It seems to be Liang Chun, the heartthrob of the junior finance department. Yu Shui'er's earlier despondency vanished, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Are you certain?" "It's highly likely. Hasn't he always shown you affection?" "Shui'er, this time you are truly on the verge of soaring to great heights." A shy smile crept onto Yu Shui'er's face as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "You Ran, don't say such things. We are merely ordinary friends. He gifted me a diamond necklace worth hundreds of thousands for my birthday, but that's nothing significant. Oh my gosh, I envy you. He's the kind of big shot who drives a Pagani Huayra. Shui'er, you mustn't be too reserved. What kind of woman hasn't he seen? What if he gets snatched away?" Yu Shui'er felt a pang of anxiety at that thought. Gu-san was indeed a good man, handsome and caring, but he lacked wealth. As this realization struck her, she half-heartedly followed Yu Ran to the finance department. Meanwhile, Gu-san had changed his clothes and bought breakfast. After delivering it to Li Qinshin, he intended to check the villa for any missing items. As he settled into a taxi, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Mr. Gu-san? I am Liang Yuanqi, the executive president of Ningxian Group." After a brief conversation, the call ended. Gu-san instructed the driver to change direction, quickly arriving at the Ningxian Group's office building. A curvaceous secretary awaited him in the lobby, visibly astonished upon seeing him. "Is this the mysterious second shareholder, who is so young?" "Hello, Mr. Gu. My name is Mary, the chief secretary. It's a pleasure to meet you." Gu-san glanced at her briefly and extended his hand. "President Liang is already waiting for you in the conference room. Please follow me." The two took the executive elevator straight to the top floor. Ding. Check-in scene detected. "Would you like to check in?" Gu-san paused, taken aback. Having already acquired 20% of Ningxian Group's shares, he wondered what further rewards awaited him upon check-in. Was it the entirety of the shares? "Host, what are you thinking? Would you like to check in?" Gu-san successfully checked in, earning the reward of a divine analytical eye and a chance to enter a lottery. "Oh dear, the luxury car is on its way," he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Thank you for your patronage," he reiterated, albeit with a hint of sarcasm. Gu-san nearly stumbled, caught off guard. "Mr. Gu, are you all right?" Mary inquired, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. Gu-san waved her off, assuring her of his well-being. Why do others' extravagant systems shower them with lavish gifts while he is merely met with platitudes of gratitude? The lottery, a matter of chance, was beyond the system's control, leaving Goosen speechless. Soon, they arrived at the conference room, where the presence of the newly appointed second shareholder stirred a blend of curiosity and skepticism among the attendees. Upon entering, Goosen, a strikingly young gentleman, attracted the attention of several seasoned veterans who seemed eager to undermine him. Company policy permitted the second shareholder to assume the role of vice president, creating a scenario where one person's advancement necessitated another's departure. Liang Yuanqi greeted him with enthusiasm. Acquiring 20% of the Ningshan Group at such a tender age was indeed formidable. After a handshake, Goosen took a seat beside Liang Yuanqi. The agenda, work reports, project proposals, was deliberately tossed into Goosen's lap. With his newly acquired divine analytical eye, he effortlessly grasped the essence of the complex documents before him. After a few rounds of discussion, no one dared to underestimate his capabilities any longer. When Liang Yuanqi inquired about his intentions regarding the vice presidency, the expression of the current vice president soured. Having held his position for merely a year, the prospect of being usurped by Goosen threatened to diminish his status and income. Goosen, however, flatly declined the offer. "I am merely an investor, not seeking a position," he stated, which eased the tension in the room, though it soon gave rise to incredulity. Was it truly a casual investment that secured 20% of a $100 billion conglomerate? Goosen showed little interest in the corporate intrigue, engaging in a brief private conversation with Liang Yuanqi before taking his leave. As he exited the corporate gates, his bank card buzzed with incoming transfer notifications. The rent for his property on Nanhong Street had been processed. Looking at the modest sum in his account, he felt a surge of excitement. How much meat could this buy? As thoughts of meat crossed his mind, he recalled the unfortunate incident that nearly resulted in a broken arm. He headed to his newly purchased villa, Nanlin Garden, and called upon manager Pang to procure some new furniture. Standing in the pleasantly decorated second-floor room, Goosen felt a peculiar sense of paternal affection. "Old Lin, let's go. I'll treat you to a meal," he announced. Manager Pang, visibly excited, rubbed his hands together. Having learned of Goosen's status as the second-largest shareholder, he now spoke to him with a hint of trepidation, hesitant to share a meal. "Mr. Gu, I cannot leave the office during work hours. But should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to call on me, Old Lin. I will ensure it is executed splendidly." He nodded and hurriedly wiped his sweat before leaving. Goosen was perplexed. How could he, being so approachable, provoke such a reaction? "Goosen, Goosen," a sultry voice called out. Instinctively, Goosen felt an ominous premonition. Turning around, he indeed saw Su Lili, clad provocatively, rushing towards him. "Oh my, Old Lin, protect me." After being repeatedly warned by the property management, Su Lili left in embarrassment. Goosen concluded that hiring a couple of bodyguards was imperative. Chapter 8. Just end my suffering. After the evening study session, Goosen informed Guitian and the others before preparing to take Li Chunqing back to Nanlin Garden. Passing by the playground, he observed someone confessing their love amidst a sea of roses, surrounded by a cheering crowd. Get together, get together." Goosen felt little interest and quickly took Li Chunqing's hand, leading her away. Today, a new dormitory supervisor was on duty, guarding against boys as if they were thieves. Despite Goosen's attempts at persuasion, he was denied access to the upper floor. Li Chunqing remained expressionless as she ascended to pack her belongings. Goosen waited by the flower bed in front of the dormitory. The group chat was currently abuzz. "Old Air, your ex-girlfriend has cheated on you again. Old Da, post a picture. Old Air, come to the basketball court. I'll record a video for you. Old Da, you Schwer is indeed wild. She found a new suitor so quickly. Old Da, who is that guy? He looks familiar. Old Air, he asked Liang Chun from the finance department. Old Da Sai? Just like Old San, can't they see clearly? After all, Yu Schwer was the campus beauty. It was natural for men to be swayed by appearances. Old Si, women are like calculus problems, and men are like algebraic equations. The process matters immensely. Old Da, Si, I suspect you're driving recklessly. Old Air, I have evidence. Goosen chimed in, I've seen it. Old Air, are you alright? Do you want a drink? Old Da, Erguota 1 tea do, but beer is fine. Old Si, call Xiao Xiao and 2 Tuesday. Old Air, you're not normal. Old Da 1. Goosen felt a bit embarrassed, replying, tonight. I'll be cuddling with my Xiao Xiao 2 too, so please do not disturb me. Old Da Beast. Old Air Beast. Old Si, you're truly brave. Olda, please maintain formation. Goosen couldn't help but laugh. Isn't it enjoyable to boast with a few friends as a wealthy patron? He checked the time and felt a twinge of concern. Just as he was about to call and inquire, he contemplated rushing in with his physique. That supervisor wouldn't catch up to him. Goosun, what are you doing here? Are you waiting for Yushware? It was their class leader, Yang Li Juan, who spoke. No, I'm waiting for my girlfriend. Isn't your girlfriend Yushware? Goosun's lips twitched. Class leader, that's my ex-girlfriend. Have you found someone new so quickly? Goosun thought to himself, how dare you offend me? It was true that Yushware had also moved on, and they indeed seemed a fitting pair. Goosun felt speechless. Do you need something? There's no need to linger. You should hurry back. It is rather eerie in the darkness, Yang Li Juan said with a slight gasp. By the way, there is indeed something important, the freshman gala. Our department is scheduled to perform. You should participate. I won't go. The instructor has already signed you up. Goosun felt a surge of frustration. However, considering he would eventually need the instructor's endorsement for future accommodations, he relented. Ding. A random task has been triggered. Complete a performance at the freshman gala. Reward unknown. Unknown reward? Surely it won't just be a mere token of appreciation? Goosun grimaced, but chose not to dwell on it. He would have to participate regardless. After receiving confirmation, Yang Li Juan added Goosun on WeChat and subsequently included him in a large group chat titled Freshman Gala Work Group. A warm welcome flooded in. Welcome to the forest. The administrator urged everyone to promptly update their nicknames. Just as Goosun changed his name, he heard the sound of a suitcase being dragged. He quickly shoved his phone into his pocket and strode over. I'm here. With one hand grasping the suitcase and the other leading Li Chunxing away from Yang Li Juan, he departed. Yang Li Juan noted the change in Goosen's demeanor. Recognizing that he was indeed flustered, he had chosen a rather diminutive companion. She shook her head in mild regret and glanced at her phone, observing the lively discussions erupting in the group chat due to Goosen's presence. Suppressing a chuckle, she quietly typed, "Please don't bully Goosun. He truly is quite pitiable." This prompted a flurry of gossip until the administrator silenced them. Unaware of the commotion, Goosun was engulfed in anxiety. His palms were clammy. The young girl leaned her head against his shoulder, exuding an aura of delightful innocence. Goosun found himself ensnared in a web of conflicting emotions. Should he go all the way tonight? Would it be too soon? Yet, this girl had initiated kisses, encouraged his touch, professed her affection, and now sought to cohabit with him. Surely, that signified consent. Yes, it must be consent. Perhaps Aunt Ouyang had shown her his handsome photographs, and she had fallen for him at first sight. An image of a little girl surfaced in his mind, diligently studying, all in pursuit of her heart's desire. At last, they met at the same university. Their emotions were taut, ready to ignite. Goosen's thoughts drifted far and wide. Goosen Gij, we've arrived. Huh. Oh, we're here. Goosun, brimming with excitement, led Li Chunxing into Villa number 1 of Namlin Garden. Goosun Gij, I adore this room. The bed is enormous. Goosun chuckled softly. I specifically chose it to be spacious. No matter the position, one shall never fall off. That way, I won't tumble while sleeping. And you won't need to bother holding me. No need to hold you. A thunderous realization struck Goosun, leaving him flustered. Old Lin, come. Get rid of this extravagant bed. I desire a single bed, the smaller the better. Goosun sat despondently on the sofa for over half an hour. Li Chunxin seemed to be conducting a live lesson, her cold voice leaking from the doorway. After finishing, she took her nightgown and headed for the shower. Subsequently, she settled beside Goosun, a delicate fragrance wafting through the air. Goosun swallowed hard, then stiffly turned his head to look. Li Chunxin was not clad in a cute little dress, but rather a black silk camisole nightgown that accentuated her luminous skin. She had a petite frame, appearing pleasantly plump rather than thin, with her bosom subtly revealed. Brother Goosun, she said, raising her soft, fair hand towards him. Goosen's heart screamed in response. Here it comes, I knew it. You have a nosebleed, she remarked. Damn. Goosun raised his hand to wipe his nose, grabbing Li Chunxin's shoulder and pressing her down. Li Chunxin offered no resistance, as pliant as a kitten. Goosun felt himself on the brink of losing control. Just as their lips were about to meet, Li Chunxin innocently said, Brother Goosun, I'm hungry. Ah, just in my misery, Goosun thought, nearly losing his mind. He collapsed onto the carpet in despair. You are truly my ancestor. Li Chunxin pondered for a moment, then corrected him. My mother calls me Enin. That is my nickname. You can call me that too. Inin? Yes. Li Qinshan thought Gu San's pronunciation was delightful, even more so than her mother's. Gu San gazed into her eyes, which were both captivating and remarkably clear, before resignedly rising to head to the kitchen. You can't have meat tonight. I'll prepare something for you. Li Qinshan followed him like a little tail, encouragingly chiming in. Brother Gu San, it must be delicious. Gu San turned to look at her, smiling like a lone wolf starved in the desert. If you like it, eat plenty. Li Qinshan, utterly oblivious, nodded foolishly. Chapter 9. The temptation at hand. Gu San tossed and turned half the night before finally falling asleep. When he awoke the next morning, he discovered Li Qinshan in the living room, engrossed in a book. The hefty volume, thicker than her face, had already been turned a third of the way. Upon seeing Gu San emerge, she rushed towards him. Brother Gu San, I'm hungry. Gu San felt like a mere caretaker. And this creature was a Persian cat, capable of being seen, touched, and cuddled, but not eaten. Steak and freshly squeezed juice, or milk and fried eggs? He casually inquired. I want both. Li Qinshan exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Brother Gu San's cooking is simply divine. I want to eat and eat. He marveled at how such a small person could consume so much. My mother says I need to be kneaded to grow. I didn't understand. Does that mean kneading my head? Gu San's gaze deepened. Inin, would you like to try? Yes, I want to grow taller. It makes it easier to deal with people. A hint of ambiguity dissipated in an instant. On this Saturday, after a meal, two individuals nestled on the sofa. One engrossed in a video game, while the other perused a book. Just as Gu San was reveling in the game, a flurry of group messages erupted. Damn it. I've died again, Gu San cursed, rolling up his sleeves to discern which group had the audacity to disturb his peace on a Saturday. The new student party work group announced. All members, gather at the auditorium at 9 for rehearsal. Gu San recalled that he was indeed scheduled to perform. What are we performing? Singing? He waited for the administrator's response. Damn, waiting for what? Gu San retreated to his room to change into casual attire. Standing at an impressive height of 182 meters, exuding a sunny charm. Inin, come on, I'll take you to see the show. Li Qinshan looked up, asking, will there be food? Gu San harbored serious doubts about Aunt Ouyang's treatment of Li Qinshan, noticing how famished the girl appeared. I'll take care of you for life. Suddenly, Gu San supported himself on the sofa, his gaze electrifying. Li Qinshan looked up, her delicate face unobscured by glasses, appearing exceptionally inviting. Okay, she leaned in, giving Gu San a soft peck, her lips reminiscent of cotton candy. Brother Gu San, you taste so good. What does good even mean? He wondered, but dismissed it. The delightful sweetness was too tempting to ignore. Without hesitation, Gu San clasped Li Qinshan's small head and kissed her deeply, initially intending to keep it light. He found himself utterly unable to restrain his desires. Sensing the girl's awkwardness, he exhibited remarkable patience, savoring the moment, when suddenly, his phone rang incessantly. I'm going to kill him. No one stop me. Gu San angrily answered the call, his fury dissipating in an instant. Mom, is there something wrong? You little rascal. What mischief are you up to, sounding so guilty? Gu San retorted. I'm working hard for the future of the Gu family. Guilt? Nonsense. Mom, I'm practicing my voice for the new student party. Oh, my son is truly impressive. How is Inin? Is she adjusting well? Gu San found this peculiar. Shouldn't T and Ouyang be the one concerned about Li Qinshan? Yet, she hadn't sent a single message. She's quite easy to care for, Gu San replied. Glancing at the girl whose lips were flushed from the kisses, a playful smile dancing in his eyes. Easy to care for? What do you mean? Just so you know, don't bully Inin. She's still young. Gu San, with an untroubled heart, assured her before ending the call. Letting out a sigh, he settled back on the sofa, pulling Li Qinshan into his embrace. She covered her mouth, exclaiming, ouch. Her large eyes shimmered with a pitiful glimmer, utterly enchanting and yet oblivious to her allure. It was utterly maddening. Gu San dared not press too closely, quickly suppressing his emotions, asking, did your mother call you? Li Qinshan shook her head. Mom says I'm 18 now and need to be independent. Gu San was taken aback. Was Aunt Ouyang truly so unreliable? Never mind. After all, this girl was his own responsibility. If she wouldn't take care of herself, he would. He decided to change her clothes and take her out for some fun. Li Qinshan nodded and soon emerged wearing a short-sleeved hoodie dress, her slender, fair legs dazzling to the eye. Without her glasses, her exquisite face, combined with her figure, made her resemble a true goddess from the realm of anime. Are you really going out dressed like that? Gu Sun felt a surge of unease. Li Chunxin furrowed her brows slightly. Isn't it appropriate to wear something pretty when going out? Gu Sun found her reasoning sound, yet he remained displeased. After pondering for a moment, he decided not to intervene further, simply placing the glasses on her face, which he reluctantly accepted. The Pagani was brought back into action. With the luxury car and a beautiful girl, everything was in place. Gu Sun gallantly took Li Chunxin for a spin before leisurely returning to the school, parking the car outside the auditorium. Typically, this area was deserted when no events were scheduled. As Gu Sun held Li Chunxin's hand while descending, no one noticed them. Ding! A prompt appeared, detected a check-in location. Would you like to check in? Gu Sun was taken aback. Check-in. Check-in successful. Rewards. Divine vocal skills. Divine acting skills. Stamina 10, and 1 lottery draw. Would you like to draw? Draw. Congratulations, host. You have acquired divine martial arts. Gu Sun was elated. In an instant, countless images of combat filled his mind, and with the boost to his stamina, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Excitedly, he pulled Li Chunxin into his embrace. Oh dear, this little waist might just snap in my grasp. I need to feed you more. As they entered the auditorium, they immediately attracted a considerable amount of attention. Indeed, even with a pair of old glasses, he could not hide from the hungry gazes around him. Gu Sun, why are you only just arriving? We've been waiting for you. Yang Lijuan rushed over, casting a surprised glance at Li Chunxin. Has Gu Sun changed girlfriends again? It seems that handsome men are all bound to be scoundrels. Perhaps he was provoked by Yuxuer. How unfortunate. Gu Sun placed his backpack on Li Chunxin's lap, at least partially shielding her from the prying eyes. There's food here. Just wait patiently for me. I'll be back shortly. Li Chunxin nodded. Gu Sun followed Yang Lijuan to the stage. The evening's host was reviewing the script, and upon seeing Gu Sun approach, they all cast him a glance. Gu Sun was startled to discover that the female host was Lung Ruoshui. The male host, whom he recognized as Hu Qiming, was a third-year physics major and apparently the president of the student council, known alongside Liang Chun as one of the campus heartthrobs. Gu Sun, don't think that just because you received a recommendation from an instructor, you can disregard the rules. If there's essay next time, I'll have you expelled immediately. The authority of the student council president must not be undermined. Gu Sun scoffed. Then I shall take my leave. Gu Sun, it's clearly your fault for being late. What is wrong with the president calling you out? Lung Ruoshui's tone was far from friendly. Gu Sun cast a glance at her, stating, your penchant for flattery is your own affair, but I have no taste for it. Lung Ruoshui's face flushed with indignation. Yang Lijing quickly tugged at Gu Sun, offering a smile towards Hu Qiming. Chairman, the only standout in our computer science department is Gu Senator. If you drive him away, we shall have no choice but to withdraw from the performance. Chapter 10. A fist striking cotton. Hu Qiming refrained from further comment. It was only then that Gu Sun learned from Yang Lijing that he was to perform a solo. With a divine singing voice, this posed no challenge for him. However, before he could take the stage, Hu Qiming remarked that there were too many musical acts and instructed the computer science department to alter their program. Chairman, we have but one performance, while the finance department boasts 4, 3 of which are songs. If changes are to be made, they should fall upon the finance department. Yang Lijing protested vehemently. Yet, Hu Qiming coolly responded, they have already rehearsed, and their skill is beyond reproach. I see no grounds to reduce their numbers. Frustration welled within Yang Lijing. Gu Sun can sing without issue. Why not have everyone perform once, and let the least skilled adjust? That seems fair. Lung Ruoshui scoffed. Why should anyone else sing again, just to compare with Gu Sun? If he chooses to disregard the rules, he must accept the consequences. With no other recourse, Yang Lijing turned to Gu Sun for guidance. He shrugged nonchalantly, displaying indifference. The principal announced a welcoming event for the entire department. Since Chairman Hu believes I am inadequate, then so be it. As for the computer science department's absence from the welcome, that falls under Chairman Hu's purview. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Lung Ruoshui retorted, Gu Sun, you truly are insufferably arrogant. The computer science department is not solely comprised of you. We can easily bring someone else to fill a slot. Gu Sun chuckled derisively. So, it is acceptable to arrange someone at random, yet you can't first hear me sing before making a decision? Realizing her misstep, Lung Ruoshui bit her lip in silence, feigning a great injustice. Hu Qiming asserted dominantly, if I say it cannot be done, then it cannot. If you are willing to change, do so. If not, we shall find someone else. Qiming, why such fury? Liang Chun entered, accompanied by several individuals bearing boxes. I have brought the items sponsored by the finance department. They are all top-notch goods, procured from the Ningxian entertainment troupe. Hua Qiming's stern demeanor softened as he greeted them with a smile. Liang Chun, with the robust support from the finance department, this event is certain to be a resounding success. Yang Lijing stamped her foot in frustration. I always suspected something was amiss. Gu-san, what shall we do? We cannot compete with their financial backing. Gu-sen's lips curled into a cold smile. That may not be the case. With that, he quickly made his way to sit beside Li Chunsheng, playfully pinching her cheek before sending a message to Liang Yuanqi. Yang Lijing took it upon herself to contact their instructor for further discussion. Many onlookers were captivated by the unfolding drama. The announcement of Gu-san and Yu Xuerer's relationship had already stirred considerable excitement. Gu-san, a seemingly impoverished fellow, had won the affection of the enchanting Yu Xuerer, provoking envy among many male peers. Now that Yu Xuerer had cast him aside, public sentiment turned in favor of her. Just days post-breakup, Gu-san was rumored to be pursuing another girl, solidifying his reputation as a quintessential scoundrel. Initially, I believed it was Yu Xuerer who had wronged him, but upon further inquiry, I discovered that it was Gu-san who had strayed. The goddess Xuerer once contemplated reconciliation. However, she is now in a relationship with Liang Chun, who undoubtedly will not let Gu-san off the hook. Liang Chun and Hua Qiming were engaged in conversation, casting occasional glances toward Gu-senator after a while. Yang Lijuan hurried over. Gu-san, the instructor has requested your cooperation with the student council's arrangements. Gu-sen nodded with a nonchalant smile, replying, sure, I shall cooperate. Yang Lijuan sighed in relief and rushed off to discuss matters with Hua Qiming. They are bullying you, Li Chunshin suddenly interjected. Gu-san was taken aback and lifted her chin playfully. Oh really? How pitiable. Li Chunshin thrust a cup of milk tea into his hands. I will go teach them a lesson. Huffed. How can his little bean sprout be so adorable? Gu-san pulled the feisty girl back, disregarding the surroundings, and cupped her face, planting a big kiss on her cheek. Hearts shattered around them, igniting a blaze of fury. This scoundrel. We came to watch a show, not to consume dog food. Lung Ruoxue witnessed this scene, feeling an inexplicable pang of bitterness, and muttered under her breath, scumbag. Yu Xuerer had just finished her makeup and took out her phone, preparing to invite Liang Chun out. Suddenly, Yuran burst in excitedly. Xuerer, your Liang Chun has driven the Pagani to the auditorium. The auditorium? Yu Xuerer recalled Liang Chun mentioning he would go there to deliver something today. Her face lit up with delight as she feigned composure, saying, oh, Liang Chun said he would take me for a ride. I wasn't aware he was driving a Pagani. You are so fortunate. Please take me along to witness it. Yuran's eagerness filled Yu Xuerer with pride. She haughtily nodded in agreement. Seizing the opportunity while Yuran went to the restroom, she switched to a different account on the campus network and posted, Pagani boss makes a thrilling appearance at the auditorium. Rush to witness. Soon, a flurry of curious onlookers commented below, clamoring for photos and the truth. I'm near the auditorium. I'll go take pictures. Wait for me. OMG. It's really a Pagani. I'm in awe. Below was a picture. Hurry, go witness the master. Satisfied, Yu Xuerer logged off. Yuran rallied a group of nearby female students, and they all marched toward the auditorium in a grand procession. Yang Lijuan, parched from speaking, finally persuaded Hua Qiming to allow Gu-san to sing a song before making any decisions. Gu-san, upon hearing this, remained noncommittal, merely glancing at Li Chunshin. Shall I sing for you? Li Chunshin nodded. After you sing, can I go beat him up? She pointed at Hua Qiming. Rest assured, I will have him beg me to perform. Gu-san stole another kiss and sauntered lazily toward the stage, casually picking up a guitar and tuning it. With a rendition of Xiao Chou, accompanied by his heavenly voice, he transformed the auditorium into a realm of silence. What is this situation? Is it a dimensional strike? How is this even comparable? Yang Lijuan clapped her hands in excitement, tears welling in her eyes. Upon entering the auditorium, Yu Xuerer felt a bit dazed. She recalled the moment she first felt a spark for Gu-san, and it intertwined with the scene before her. A pang of bitterness surged within her. Yet, thinking of Pagani, she immediately regained her composure. She had done nothing wrong. Pursuing a higher quality of life at the peak of her youth was the path she ought to tread, rather than wasting her time on trivial matters like loitering on the streets or indulging in excessive noodle dishes. Liang Chun, Yu Xuerer intentionally called out loudly, then dashed forward like a swallow returning to its nest. As she passed Gu-san, she shot him a deliberate glare. only to find that he didn't even acknowledge her. Liang Chun had long harbored discontent over Gu Sun being with Yu Shuer, and now he seized the opportunity to display his affection. He immediately embraced Yu Shuer and gave her a passionate French kiss. The crowd erupted in cheers. Both Liang Chun and Yu Shuer turned to glance at Gu Sun, only to discover he was affectionately wiping the mouth of the girl beside him. It felt like hitting a cotton ball, utterly bland. Yang Lijuan had no desire to consume dog food, and, holding a megaphone, declared a challenge. The crowd fell silent once more. Liang Chun pretended to sigh in exasperation. Well, since Gu Sun has gone to such great lengths to perform, let our finance department yield a spot. Liang's generosity elicited immediate flattery from the crowd. Yu Shuer, linking arms with Liang Chun, felt a sense of triumph. Gu Sun, aren't you coming to thank us? No sooner had she spoken than the doors of the auditorium swung open again. Chapter 11. Utterly depraved 5 brightly dressed individuals strode in, led by the president of Donghai University, accompanied by a stunningly attractive woman. Sister Mary, what brings you here? Liang Chun exclaimed with delight as he walked over. Did my father send you to find me? It's just an ordinary freshman party. There's no need for such a grand affair. Though he spoke casually, the pride on his face was unmistakable. Yu Shuer, excited by his words, stepped forward to link her arm with Liang Chen's, her expression one of shyness. Darling, who is this? Why haven't you introduced us? Liang Chun affectionately wrapped his arm around Yu Shuer and announced loudly, Allow me to introduce everyone. This is the chief secretary of Ningxian Group, also my father's assistant. The chief secretary is his father's assistant? Then his father must be the president of Ningxian Group. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Many had long suspected Liang Chun's background was extraordinary, yet none had anticipated he was the scion of Ningxian Group. Heavens! What kind of divine wealthy figure is this? Ningxian Group, a giant worth billions. The president's expression also shifted to one of flattery. Liang Chun is a standout in our finance department at Donghai University. He is destined to inherit his father's legacy. The individuals following him echoed in agreement. Yu Shuer trembled with excitement, her heart racing. She had initially chosen to abandon Gu Sun in favor of Wang Jun solely because of Wang Jun's affluent background. After Gu Sun's interference, she felt despondent for quite some time. The rumors surrounding Liang Chun, the reputed owner of a Pagani Huayra, left her in a state of uncertainty. However, with Liang Chun's identity now revealed, a sense of relief washed over her. In that moment, she wished to attach herself to Liang Chun, and had the circumstances permitted, she would have eagerly thrown herself into his arms without hesitation. Liang Chun reveled in the attention from the crowd and the almost obsessive gaze of Yu Shuer. Hu Qiming and Leng Ruoxue swiftly approached, eager to assert their presence. Mary turned to the principal, remarking on the profound heritage of Donghai University. Our Ningxian Group's Ningxian Entertainment is poised to cultivate emerging talents. Might the principal be interested in a collaboration? The School of Arts at Donghai University invests considerable effort each year in nurturing a multitude of artistic students. Yet only a few attain prominence. A partnership with Ningxian Entertainment could immensely benefit the institution by leveraging its financial resources for student development. Certainly, I am interested. When might Mr. Liang be available for a detailed discussion? The principal inquired. Perhaps on the evening of the gala, Mary suggested, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Gu Sun, who was seated nearby, attending to a young girl. Beads of sweat nearly broke out on her forehead. Boss, I'm not adept at acting. I need some feedback here. Who was it that sang just now? Their performance was quite impressive, she inquired. Yang Lijuan promptly interjected, Principal, the singer is Gu Sun from our computer science department. As she spoke, she nudged Gu Sen's arm, urging him to come forward. However, he leisurely wiped the mouth of Li Chunsheng before finally rising to approach Mary and the others. I'm afraid I can't participate in the gala, Principal, he stated, leaving the principal bewildered. What an excellent opportunity to showcase oneself. Is this young man lacking sense? Gu Sun, undeterred, pointed at Hu Qiming. The chief director dislikes me, denying me the chance to perform. He suggested finding someone else to fill in, as it's merely a routine gala and not a matter of concern. Hu Qiming's face turned a shade of green. Have you no shame? Are you 3 years old, resorting to childish complaints? Mary's expression grew stern. Principal, if this is the attitude towards the gala, then, no, Miss Mary, you misunderstand. We at Donghai University approach every matter with utmost seriousness. Hu Qiming, provide an explanation. Hu Qiming's face flushed crimson. Leng Ruoxue interjected, Principal, Gu-sun is defiant in management, unworthy of participating in rehearsals. We are merely administering a minor reprimand. Gu-sun shrugged nonchalantly. I believe my abilities render rehearsals unnecessary. The crowd exchanged glances, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Mary cleared her throat. I concur with Mr. Gu. Given his caliber, it would indeed be a waste of time to engage in superfluous rehearsals. The crowd murmured in confusion. Who is Mr. Gu? Does good looks afford one special privileges? Mary, after finishing her words, disregarded everyone else and bowed to Gu. Senator Mr. Gu. President Liang asked me to convey his regards. He eagerly anticipates your performance. Gu-sun merely acknowledged with a nonchalant murmur, we'll see. The crowd fidgeted restlessly, nearly beside themselves with anxiety. Liang Chen's expression darkened considerably. Just moments ago, Mary had merely nodded at him, yet now she was bowing and scraping to Gu. Senator. Wasn't this a slap in his face? Mary, my father is extremely busy. He has no time to attend the evening gala. As for the collaboration, I will arrange for the principal to visit later. Mary glanced at Liang Chen. Second young master, this matter is a direct decision from President Liang. If you have objections, you may contact him. But please do so during his break. He detests interruptions while working. Her tone was entirely businesslike. Liang Chen felt somewhat humiliated. Mary again bowed to Gu. Senator Mr. Gu. I shall not disturb you further. Farewell. After saying this, she nodded to the principal and turned to leave. Liang Chen's hand, which had been raised, awkwardly hung in the air. Mary completely ignored him. The principal, pointing at Hua Qiming, whispered a reprimand. If you cannot handle this matter properly, you might as well resign from your position. With that, he hurried after her. Others began to discern the implications. It appeared that the heir of the Ningshan group was not in favor. Why was that beautiful secretary treating Gu-sun with such distinction? Was it because of his melodious singing, leading to his cultivation? The murmurs of the crowd deepened Liang Chen's frown. Gu-sun, what remarkable tactics you possess. Even my father's secretary is charmed by you. I have truly underestimated you. Gu-sun's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Acknowledging one's own blindness is indeed a sign of progress. Keep it up. What a wretch. A glance at you, Schwer, followed by a look of mock sympathy directed at him. What did that mean? Was it envy, jealousy, and hatred? Surely, they thought that singing well would elevate him to prominence in Ningshan Entertainment. Such daydreaming. When he begins his internship at Ningshan Entertainment, he would be the first to crush Gu Senator with this thought. Liang Chen felt slightly more at ease. Hua Qiming, always a standout among his peers, now found himself chastised by the principal, unable to maintain his composure. Yet, he dared not expel Gu-sun. He could only wear a cold, disdainful expression. Gu-sun, you need not attend rehearsals any longer. The principal values you, and you may take the stage directly. If you fail to perform well, do not blame me. Who said I would take the stage? Do I appear to be a coward who can only feign ignorance when bullied? Hua Qiming appeared somewhat flustered. Gu-sun, this is not merely a matter of your whim. It concerns the reputation of Donghai University and the future of the School of Arts. Many began to echo this sentiment, all condemning Gu-sun as if he were the most unforgivable of villains. Liang Chen's cold tone seemed to seal Gu-sun's fate. Gu-sun, before even achieving fame, has already begun to act pretentiously. Ningshan Entertainment would never welcome someone of your ilk. Chapter 12. His little bean sprout is still too young. Li Chunxin approached from her seat, her slender arms taut with tension. Gu-sun gently embraced the struggling little bean sprout, whispering soothing words. Be good, don't be upset. Yu Schwer observed this scene with a twinge of jealousy, but soon raised her head with a sense of triumph. After all, she was now the future matriarch of Ningshan Group, a pinnacle that Gu-sun could never hope to attain. Once Gu-sun had calmed the little bean sprout, he turned his attention back to Hua Qiming. There's no need to label me. First, the Saturday rehearsal should be communicated in advance to avoid scheduling conflicts. Secondly, once the program list is submitted, it should be organized and planned rather than changed arbitrarily on site. Lastly, the success of an event relies not on investment but on quality, rather than flattering capital. One should focus on performing their duties well. Hua Qiming, please commence your rebuttal. After Gu-sun spoke, the room fell into silence. Suddenly, someone murmured, I had originally planned to accompany my girlfriend today. This remark stirred a ripple of reactions. Everyone present was an adult, free-spirited souls in a university setting, who enjoys being summarily ordered about by a trivial student council. I can cooperate with your work, but do not presume to act as my superior. Hua Qiming gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tight. A sense of unprecedented humiliation ignited a fierce anger within him. Gusun delivered his final blow with indifference. Why would I take the stage in a setting that exists solely for the chairman's self-aggrandizement? With a bang. It was as if the hypocritical veil had been ripped away from Ho Chi-minh. Gusun had no intention of lingering further and grasped Li Chunshin's hand to depart. However, Li Chunshin suddenly turned to Ho Chi-minh, her voice sweet and soft. Senior, they say you are a genius in the physics department. The crowd collectively leaned in, intrigued. Oh dear, is Gusen's new girlfriend about to be stolen away? For reasons unknown, Ho Chi-minh extended his hand towards Li Chunshin. Hello. I am Ho Chi-minh from the third-year physics department, the reigning champion of the Donghai physics competition. Li Chunshin glanced at the outstretched hand and chose to ignore it. Senior, that's impressive. Ho Chi-minh instantly felt a surge of elation. Humph. Gusun, you may flaunt your accomplishments, but your woman has become my little admirer. My talent is not something that the halo of a student council president can overshadow. May I ask, what is the solution to the ion element in? Li Chunshan rambled on for nearly half a minute, then blinked her large eyes and inquired, Senior, how do you solve this problem? The crowd was bewildered. Each word was comprehensible, yet when pieced together, they appeared utterly foreign. The only certainty was that it was a physics problem. Ho Chi-minh was taken aback. He understood the matter more profoundly. It was a physics problem he could not solve. How could this be possible? Is this petite figure truly a graduate student in the field of physics? Li Chunshin appeared somewhat displeased after waiting for a moment. Doesn't the senior know? Aren't you a genius in physics? How foolish. Ho Chi-minh's complexion turned pale. This question is flawed. Do not assume that a mere acquaintance with physics grants you understanding. It derives from literature, coded as 3348710. Ho Chi-minh's face turned ashen. Literature, indeed, is something only graduate students would search for and read. Although he had come across it, the material was far too profound, and he had not read much of it. A sense of resentment brewed within him, coupled with disbelief. This senior sister. Is it amusing to feign youth and play the fool? He was certain that the other party was undoubtedly a graduate student or beyond. The crowd gasped in unison, glancing towards Li Chunshin's delicate and charming figure. Could she be an ageless goddess? Hello, I am Li Chunshin, a freshman majoring in foreign languages. Ho Chi-minh clutched his chest, nearly choking on his own shock. Damn, she's merely a freshman. Li Chunshin adjusted her glasses. Senior, knowledge knows no bounds. Keep up the good work. Gusun could no longer contain himself. How endearing his little bean sprout was. He felt an immediate urge to take her home and shower her with affection. You swear. Observing how Li Chunshin captivated everyone's attention, was unwilling to concede. Darling, weren't you supposed to take me for a drive? Let us go. Liang Chun, who had no plans of his own, nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to retrieve the keys to his brother's and used Porsche from his pocket, he was pulled away by Yushwer. Darling, they can hardly wait. Yu Ran instantly perked up, calling out to see the luxury car, encouraging others in the auditorium to join them outside. I assure you, the upcoming scene will undoubtedly dazzle your eyes. The reactions of the crowd left Liang Chun somewhat bewildered. However, he quickly rationalized the situation. So what if Gusun had a good singing voice and might be signed by Ningshan Entertainment? He was the heir of the Ningshan group. Although his status as an heir held little weight in the Liang family, outsiders were unaware of that fact. With an air of arrogance, he led Yushwer to the entrance, only to be halted by Yushwer's sharp command. Gusun, stop right there. Just as Gusun was about to open the car door, he was startled by the piercing tone. Are you insane, Yushwer? Gusun was utterly speechless. Yet, Yushwer had already rushed over. Gusun, isn't it you who's losing your mind? I know you've always dreamed of owning a Pagani. But what makes you think you're entitled to touch my boyfriend's car? What on earth? Gusun was bewildered. Just moments ago, Yushwer had been intertwined with Liang Chun inside, and now she sought to rekindle something with him? Damn it. This woman was ruthless. Was she not just inciting jealousy in his little bean sprout, leading to a potential explosive confrontation? He instinctively lowered his head to explain, but was met with the sight of the expressionless little bean sprout, diligently savoring a lollipop. Well, it seems he has misinterpreted his feelings. His little bean sprout is still too young to understand. Liang Chen quickly realized this, his face flushing crimson. Just as he was about to pull Yushwer over, he was interrupted by Yu Ran. Liang Xiao, there's no need to pretend. We all know you're the mysterious tycoon driving the Pagani Huayra. Liang Xiao is so handsome, I wish to be supported. Does Liang Xiao need an accessory for those strong thighs? I can be that. What nonsense are you thinking? You dare to covet the man of our goddess Shuer? Liang Xiao, I can be your third, fourth, fifth, or sixth mistress. Amidst the raucous laughter, Yu Shuer proudly lifted her chin. Gu-san, the car of your dreams now belongs to my boyfriend. You might as well plead with him. Perhaps he will soften and grant you a ride to fulfill your fantasy. Just moments ago, in the grand hall, Yu Shuer noticed Liang Qin's displeasure towards Gu Senator now that she had secured the strongest ally. She could not allow Gu-san to ruin it again. She needed to firmly place Gu-san beneath her feet in front of Liang Chun, ensuring his comfort. As long as Liang Chun was happy, her path to becoming a wealthy socialite would be unobstructed. Liang Chun initially intended to explain, but swallowed his words upon hearing this. The Pagani was neither his nor Gu-san's. First, he would use this car to deal a heavy blow to Gu-san, and then find an excuse to leave without the keys, an impeccable plan. Chapter 13. The inconvenience of wearing a skirt. Everything seemed meticulously calculated as Liang Qin confidently approached Yu Shuer, embracing her like a domineering CEO and planting a kiss on her. Darling, I originally intended to keep this as a surprise for your birthday, but you discovered it too soon. The crowd erupted in cheers. At this moment, Liang Chun appeared as the epitome of a perfect man to them, low-key yet deeply affectionate. And most importantly, he owned a Pagani Huayra. Which girl wouldn't want to sit in the passenger seat of a Pagani? Boss, please accept my admiration. Don't block the camera. I want to live stream this. Live streaming nonsense. Liang Xiao, can't you keep a low profile? Be careful. The tycoon might make you regret it. Exactly. When the boss gets angry, the heavens tremble. We mere mortals are unworthy. Yu Shuer, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced Liang Chun and showered him with kisses. Dear Liang Chun, I love you. I shall love you forever. From today onwards, I wish to call you husband. Will you accept? Liang Chun didn't expect such a delightful surprise and immediately kissed Yu Shuer fervently again. Wife, I love you too. I truly adore you. Oh, I'm going to die. What a divine romance. Yuran clutched her chest, pretending to faint. The crowd burst into laughter and agreement. Gu Xin stood with his hands in his pockets, coldly observing the scene. Li Chunchun, also with his hands in his pockets, watched expressionlessly. Finally, Yu Shuer had vented her inner excitement, feeling as though she stood upon a cloud. All past grievances ceased to exist. She possessed the world. Anyone foolish enough to disrupt her happiness would face the wrath of her formidable tycoon boyfriend. Honey, let us hasten to the car. I yearn to proudly announce to all at school that I am your Liang Chen's woman. Yu Shuer eagerly approached the Pagani, reaching for the car door, only to find it unyielding. She pulled again, yet it remained obstinate. Darling, you are so mischievous, teasing me. Please open it. I am so eager to get inside. Gu-sun nearly choked. Silently, he retreated with his little bean sprout in his arms, bending down to inhale a couple of breaths of the purified air. It was delightful, mingled with the sweet scent of orange-flavored lollipops, making him crave a taste. Liang Chun was horrified, his heart racing in fear. He quickly reached out to Yu Shuer. Are you out of your mind? That is the Pagani Huayra. What if something breaks? My father would surely be furious. Sweetheart, I don't have the keys today. Can we wait until next time? He said softly, hoping to distract Yu Shuer and explain the situation with the Pagani later, trusting that his beloved would not mind. Yu Shuer was momentarily bewildered. No keys? But didn't you say you would take me for a drive? I came in a Porsche. We should keep it low-key. Although the Porsche was impressive, having seen the Pagani, Yu Shuer was unwilling to settle for anything less. Yu ran, oblivious to their conversation, called out excitedly, young Master Liang. Let us hear the roar of the engine. I want to line up. After Shuer finishes her turn, I hope to ride too. Liang Chun was beginning to feel overwhelmed. At that moment, Li Chunxin had finished her lollipop and looked up at Gu Senator. I'm hungry. I want meat. Initially, Gu-sun considered letting the show-off enjoy a little longer, but upon hearing her, he quickly dismissed the thought. What nonsense. Feeding is essential for future happiness. This cannot be delayed. He promptly retrieved the keys. With the crowd urging him on, Liang Chun humbly interjected, I apologize. Today, I must deliver something. So I only brought the Porsche keys. Next time. Suddenly, the dormant beast roared to life. Yu Shuer was overjoyed. Darling, you are so naughty. You clearly have the keys, yet still tease me. She playfully punched Liang Chun in his embrace before turning to get into the car, only to see Gu-sun opening the passenger door. Gu-sun, Yu Shuer's voice faltered upon noticing the keys in his hand. Why does Liang Chen's Pagani key rest in your grasp? Something felt amiss. Gu-san hopped into the car and, with a swift press of the accelerator, vanished in the blink of an eye. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. So, this is the sensation of a Pagani starting. Haha, I suddenly feel hungry. Let us eat. After having consumed some spoiled dog food earlier, he felt a wave of nausea. Do refrain from vomiting. At least the performance was commendable, though lacking in character. The acting was a redeeming quality. Even without the Pagani, Goddess Schwerer remains blissful, someone mused, momentarily at a loss for words. The crowd gradually dispersed. Yu Schwerer remained in a state of shock, yet to regain her composure. She stared blankly at Liang Chun. Why is your key in Gu-sen's possession? At that moment, Liang Chun was far from being as composed as Schwerer. He found it hard to believe. Why would Gu-sun be driving a Pagani? Was it a vehicle provided by Ningxuan Entertainment? Such an explanation was something he could not even accept himself. Who on earth would allocate a Pagani to a newcomer? Not even his father could afford such a luxury. Suddenly, Schwerer became aware of a possibility. That Pagani belonged to Gu Senator in an instant. She became hysterical. Liang Chun, why did you deceive me into thinking you drive a Pagani? How could you treat me this way? Do you have any idea what you made me miss? Tears streamed down her face. Her exquisite makeup had all but faded, and her originally stunning appearance plummeted from a score of 95 to 85, continuing to decline. Liang Chen's heart, once filled with affection, suddenly turned cold. The woman before him was a far cry from the goddess he remembered, gracefully smiling in a white dress. In frustration, he grasped Schwerer's wrist tightly. Have you had enough of this? When did I ever claim to drive a Pagani? It was your own imagination. And you called a whole crowd to witness it. Schwerer had already spiraled into a corner, recklessly striking Liang Chun. In a fit of anger, he pushed her away, turned, and got into his car, leaving Schwerer despondently slumped on the ground. Gu-san, however, was not concerned with how the scene would unfold after his departure. He was currently pondering a significant life question. Which part of the cow is most beneficial for breast enhancement? While he contemplated such profound issues, Li Chunsheng had already ordered 6 meat dishes. The ambience of the upscale restaurant was delightful. The music was pleasant, the lighting was soft, and most importantly, the person seated before him was captivating. Innocent yet alluring, she supported him in every way, enveloping him in a profound sense of security. He felt an overwhelming desire to consume her whole. Ever since he had seen Li Chunsheng in a camisole, even if she draped herself in a burlap sack now, Gu-sen's gaze would still penetrate through. Li Chunsheng felt slightly uneasy under his burning stare, her mind racing to uncover the reason behind such intense scrutiny and how to respond. After a moment, she reached a conclusion and stood up, intending to straddle Gu-sen's lap, only to realize she was wearing a skirt. She frowned slightly, appearing displeased. What's wrong? Do you need to go to the restroom? I can accompany you. Li Chunsheng shook her head, her small brow still furrowed. I want to kiss you, but wearing a skirt is inconvenient. Let us wait until we're back. Bang! Her straightforward and fervent words struck Gu-sen's heart like a hammer. The delicate girl wanted to kiss him? She truly harbored deep feelings for him. She simply lacked the ability to express herself, her emotional intelligence still in development. The reason she wanted to kiss him was that the skirt made it inconvenient. Gu-sun slammed the table in excitement. Waiter, book me the most expensive private room. Chapter 14. The host is contemplating food. Gu-sun was brimming with confidence. The waiter, witnessing his ostentatious display, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Youngsters like him would say anything to impress a girl. After finishing this Western meal, he would likely be eating nothing but dirt for the next month. He replied with a feigned politeness, I am terribly sorry, sir, but the private rooms are fully booked. Gu-sun instantly resembled a deflated balloon, glaring at Li Chunsheng as she chewed her food like a wolf. Why? What ill intentions could he possibly harbor? He merely craved a delightful experience. Why was it so difficult? After all, he was destined to be a future tycoon. Damn it, this was profoundly frustrating. Ding! A sign-in scene has been detected. Would you like to check in? Gu-sun was taken aback, his heart laughing uproariously. What a twist of fate. Sign in. Successful sign-in. Rewards. A pair of custom Patek Philippe couple watches, 30 equity in Jinghao International Hotel, and a fitness boost of 10. Why a hotel? He merely wished for a kiss. Not a home run, he swore it. Brother Gu-sun, what are you laughing at? Li Chunsheng asked, her expression one of bewilderment. She scrutinized Gu-sun for a full 20 seconds, yet could glean nothing from his expression except a sense of lewdness. Gu-sun regained his composure. Suppressing his overly excited emotions, and pushed the beef tenderloin closer to Li Qinshin. Eat more. You need strength to last. A middle-aged man at the adjacent table scoffed. You little brat, still dare to flaunt here? Waiter, isn't there a supreme private room that the manager always reserves? Open it for him. His name was Wu Fei, a regular at this restaurant who often brought women to bask in his perceived superiority. After all, a meal here could easily cost several thousand, and if one ordered wine, it could escalate into the tens of thousands. Without status or connections, one would hardly dare to dine here. He had successfully wooed several women in this establishment. The girl accompanying him today had already been charmed to a significant extent. However, Gu Sen's loud declaration had suddenly diverted her attention. How dare a mere child come here and act so brazenly? Clearly, he lacked any real-world experience. And that little girl, her skin looked so tender. One could almost squeeze water from it. Once that young punk was humiliated, he would extend a helping hand to the girl, opening his arms of affection. And perhaps tonight would culminate in a delightful escapade. His fantasies filled him with excitement. Sure enough, he heard the girl's resolute refusal. This only solidified his conviction that Gu Sun was nothing but a pretentious fool. What a joke. The system granted him a hotel, indicating that the likelihood of a home run tonight was exceedingly high. Who needed a private room? Surely, the grand waterbed in the presidential suite was far more enticing. Host, you are daydreaming again, the system interjected. Wu Fei's plan was unfolding splendidly. With a mocking laugh, he turned a benevolent gaze toward Li Qinshin. Little sister, when choosing a man, be sure to see clearly. Do not select one who merely boasts. Pay attention to true strength. He tapped the luxurious car key on the table, a surge of confidence washing over him. The girl across from him suddenly felt convinced, promptly averting her gaze from Gu Sun and attentively serving Li Fei some food. Wu Fei, increasingly pleased with himself, was about to push his advantage further when he noticed Gu Sun leisurely retrieving the Pagani key from his pocket and casually tossing it onto the table. Wu Fei nearly blinked in disbelief. Goodness, you flaunt your wealth and now you're showing off with a mere lighter? He reached out, intending to snatch it away for ridicule. But just as his fingertips grazed the plate of beef, a delicate hand seized his wrist, halting him. Before he could relish the softness of the contact, a sharp pain shot through him. He yelped, hopping on one foot. Let go, let go. Li Qinshin quickly released her grip, her small face serious as she remarked, this acupoint hurts like this. You must have kidney deficiency. Gu Sun nearly burst into laughter. What a foul-mouthed little vixen. Wu Fei's face turned a deep shade of crimson, and he raised his hand to strike. Gasps erupted from the crowd, unable to bear the sight of such a fragile girl being assaulted. Li Qinshin nimbly dodged, and before Wu Fei could retaliate, Gu Sun delivered a swift kick. How dare he disturb his little sprout? Wu Fei was sent sprawling, his face smeared with sauce, utterly humiliated. The girl across from him, repulsed, could no longer bear it, and, upon hearing the words kidney deficiency, swiftly grabbed her bag and fled. Wu Fei, utterly defeated, pointed at Gu Sun and shouted, You better watch out. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I'll change my surname. Gu Sun scoffed dismissively. I wouldn't want a son as ugly and weak as you. Meanwhile, Li Qinshin quietly continued eating, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. Wu Fei, cursing under his breath, fished out his phone to make a call for reinforcements. However, Gu Sun was preoccupied with feeding his little sprout, showing no intent to flee. Just as Wu Fei unlocked his phone, a call from his assistant came through. Annoyed, he answered, What is it? What? The hotel has a new owner? Does that mean my promotion is off the table? Find out where the new owner is right now. Quickly. At the Fight Western restaurant? ISNT that where I am. Wu Fei acknowledged and hung up hastily, summoning a waiter. Is there a Mr. Gu Sun dining here? Do you know which private room he is in? Both Gu Sun and Li Qinshin froze, their eyes locking, one imagining a series of humiliating scenarios, the other filled with confusion. The waiter, however, flatly refused. I'm sorry, sir, but we have regulations against disclosing guest information. Wu Fei muttered a curse, pulling out several bills from his wallet and slipping them into the waiter's hands. Just tell me, it's a matter of urgency. If you delay my business, I'll file a complaint. The waiter appeared torn, caught in a moral dilemma. Gu Sun suddenly recalled the scene on Nanhong Street, where a flamboyant internet celebrity had called him daddy. A premonition washed over him. If the individual before him recognized that he was the person they sought, they would undoubtedly kneel and exclaim Papa. The imagery was too enchanting for him to bear, thoroughly disrupting his desire to kiss the little bean sprout. Having satisfied her hunger, Li Qinshan wiped her mouth and gazed at Gu Sun with sparkling eyes. Gu Sun Gij, shall we head home? Her voice, crisp and delicate, drew the attention of several tables around them. Coupled with the recent antics between Wu Fei and the waiter, the narrative surrounding the term Gu Sun Gij became immediately vivid. Could it be? Had he inadvertently struck a blow to his own undercover visage? The thought brought him a peculiar delight. He awaited the moment when that individual would call him Papa. Alas, was the Fate Western restaurant not renowned for its romantic ambience? Why had it suddenly devolved into a father-son trope? Wu Fei turned to Li Qinshan. What did you just call him? Li Qinshan, with an impassive expression, parted her rosy lips. You just said to beat up Gu Sun until he was searching for his teeth, compelling him to call you daddy. Chapter 15. The perils of gluttony. Wu Fei felt as though he were on the brink of insanity. His already precarious worldview had utterly shattered. There were no tearful proclamations of daddy, nor any inquiries into Gu Sun's identity. He merely stood there, stupefied, watching Gu Sun depart, witnessing the ignition of a Pagani that had truly materialized before him. A single thought raced through his mind. We are doomed. No sooner had the thunderous roar of the Pagani faded than several individuals rushed into the restaurant, led by Wang Kun, the general manager of the Jinghao International Hotel. Wu Fei? Impressive. You arrived even earlier than I did. Where's the president? Wu Fei, trembling, whimpered. Wang, do you think I still need emergency assistance? Wang Kun looked bewildered. After hearing Wu Fei's account, he felt utterly despondent. He longed to give that rascal a sound thrashing, yet it was of no avail. Wu Fei realized he had made a grave mistake. I truly had no idea our new boss was so young. I thought he was just a Na'vi youth. Just a Na'vi youth, and you believed you could bully him? Do you think, because you possess a modicum of skill and wealth, you can elevate your arrogance to the heavens? Wang Kun was exasperated. If not for Wu Fei's undeniable capabilities, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved. Meanwhile, Gu Sun swiftly drove his little bean sprout back to the villa at Nanjing Garden No. 1. As soon as they entered the living room, he pressed her against the wall, finally accomplishing what had eluded him in the restaurant and on the way home. Half an hour later, Gu Sun sliced some fruit to appease her. Just as he settled down, Li Qinshan sprang up as if electrified, retreating 2 meters away. She had never realized that a kiss could provoke such a vigorous reaction. Although Gu Sun Gij was delightful, her life was paramount. Her mother had always warned her against gluttony, emphasizing the need for restraint. Gu Sun is hardly an innocent and naive young man. He chuckled at Li Qinshan, who was guarding him as if he were a wolf, finding her both adorable and somewhat foolish, deliberately ignoring her. He took a piece of watermelon and savored it with delight. So sweet. Would you like some, Yinin? Li Qinshan hesitated for a mere second before swiftly returning to him. Gu Sun couldn't help but laugh, pulling her into his embrace and tenderly feeding her. How endearing his little bean sprout was, so easily deceived. He resolved to keep a close watch on her, ensuring that no one else would have the chance to feed her. She was his, and his alone. His phone, carelessly discarded on the table, vibrated incessantly. Once he had finished feeding her, Gu Sun finally reached for the device. Several missed calls from the same number appeared. He surmised it was the manager of Jinghao Hotel calling and, after a moment of contemplation, decided to return the call. Sated and drowsy, Li Qinshan nestled against him like a contented kitten. Gu Sun held the phone in one hand while gently running his fingers through her hair with the other. Li Qinshan squinted her eyes in comfort, letting out a couple of soft hums before nuzzling closer to him. Just then, the call connected. Hello, this is Gu Sr. Who is this? Mr. Gu, this is Wang Kun, the general manager of Dihao Hotel. We are always ready for your inspection. Currently, I am quite busy. Please continue with your regular operations. A high-level meeting will be held next Monday after 10 in the morning. Yes, Mr. Gu. Wang Kun hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire about how to deal with Wu Fei, but the call suddenly disconnected. Wang Kun, what did Mr. Gu say? At that moment, Wu Fei was drenched in sweat, devoid of any arrogance. Mr. Gu did not mention anything, leaving him in suspense, only stating that the high-level meeting would take place next Monday. Why must we wait until next Monday? I cannot endure even a minute longer. 2 more days of waiting is more agonizing than being killed outright. Why not just resign? Wang Kun shot Wu Fei a sidelong glance. Wu Fei nearly burst into tears. He had worked hard to reach this position. Now, at middle age, resigning without a job lined up was out of the question. As the two speculated on Gu Sun's intentions, he merely sought to avoid wasting his weekend on trivial matters. After ending the call, he glanced down at Li Qinshan, who had fallen asleep on him. Her small face was slightly squished, her lips adorably parted, with a small puddle of drool forming. Gu-san averted his gaze, awkwardly placing a tissue beside her before shifting slightly to lean back on the sofa and opening a game, simultaneously connecting with the members of his group. Log in. Log in. However, the usually enthusiastic trio showed no response. After a considerable delay, the second member finally sent a message. Third, bro is busy with a bunch of girls adding him on WeChat. I feel like spring is coming for him. How could the boss have someone adding him? That's strange. Second brother, shall we duel? I passed by 16 beautiful young ladies in just 1 hour, all of them stunning. What do you think? The first one said I was 17. The second one exclaimed, I don't believe it. Show me a picture. The fourth one pondered. Is it possible they are inquiring about the contact information of Sango? The first, second, and fourth shared a price list. Gu-sen's WeChat QR code, 10 yuan. Gu-sen's dormitory number, 10 yuan. Gu-sen's class seating, 10 yuan. Gu-sen's schedule, 500 yuan. Gu-sen's phone number, starting bid 1,000 yuan, minimum bid 100 each time. Gu-sen questioned, what is all this? The fourth one replied, Sengo, do you not know that your WeChat has friend request restrictions? Gu-sen checked and indeed found it was true. Unless he actively added others, there was no way for anyone to reach him. The second one remarked, what is a woman? Do not hinder my speed in drawing my sword. The first and fourth reminded him, I've introduced clients to you. Remember to share the profits. Gu-sen responded, open your account. The fourth one called out to Xiao Xiao Tu Tu. I have 2 calculus problems I cannot comprehend. If you do not let her teach me, I will sell the underwear on your balcony. Gu-sen covered his face. He glanced at the peacefully sleeping Li Chun-chun and quietly took a photo to send. So tired, maybe next time. The second one retorted, you beast. The first one reminded him to wear protection. The fourth one joked, Sango, should your coffin be reserved in advance? You dare to touch the violent little Loli. I respect you as a man. The 4 of them bantered for a while before logging in to play games together. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Yu Shuer had lost track of how long she had been crying. She repeatedly recalled every moment spent with Gu's senator. The more she reminisced, the more convinced she became that Gu's son still loved her. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, tears streaming down her face, looking heartbreakingly beautiful. Gu's son, you are mine. No one can take you away from me. She washed her face, reapplied her exquisite makeup, and donned the dress that symbolized her love for Gu's son, charging down to the boys' dormitory like a warrior. Gu's son, I love you. She cupped her hands around her mouth like a trumpet and shouted fervently, Gu's son, I love you. I cannot live without you. Every moment we shared, I remember. I want to walk through life with you, growing old together. Her voice grew hoarse from the shouting. Gu's son, marry me. Chapter 16. Always adding this confession quickly ascended to the top of the campus forum, drawing countless spectators and comments. Liang Chun, who had just calmed down, having genuinely liked Yu Shuer, was about to call her to soothe her when he stumbled upon this trending post. Nearly spitting blood, he had just boldly pursued Yu Shuer, and this woman turned around to confess to Gu's son, treating him as if he were nothing. Wasn't this a slap in his face? Vile woman, vain and superficial, willing to cast aside her dignity for a luxury car. If you do not cherish yourself, do not blame me for being unkind. Unable to win your heart, I shall begin with your body. Yu Shuer remained entirely unfazed by the whispers of others and audaciously posted a personal narrative on the campus forum, detailing her unspeakable experiences with the enigmatic Pagani. She recounted every precious moment since her relationship with Gu's son began, yet left certain pivotal aspects shrouded in ambiguity, igniting an insatiable curiosity among readers. Her intentions were unmistakably clear, to create a wave of public pressure, compelling Gu's son to reconsider his choices, unless he wished for the entire school to hear of their intimate past. Gu's son, having played several rounds of games, felt invigorated and was ready to take a brief nap with his little bean sprout when he received a call from Yang Li Juan. Is the class monitor in need of something? He wondered. What do you mean by needing something? It's you who has a matter at hand. You're about to be stripped bare of your dignity. Yang Li Juan, known for her booming voice, chattered incessantly, rousing Li Chunching from her slumber. Half sprawled on Gu's son, she stretched languidly, her voice soft and dreamy as she nuzzled against his chin. Gu's son Gij, are you tired? Yang Li Juan was struck dumb. What had she just heard? Was Gu's son engaged in such activities with another? Her face flushed crimson, and stammering, she apologized. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but you should check the campus forum. It's causing quite a stir. Gu's son, perplexed and ready to seek clarification, found the call abruptly disconnected. With a furrowed brow, he logged into the campus network, and his expression darkened considerably. This Yushua heir truly was relentless. He cared little for the opinions of others. At 20, it was perfectly reasonable for him to have a girlfriend. He was no monk, and the natural progression of their relationship was to be expected, regardless of what others said. He would not deny it. Yet, Yushua heir's actions were utterly repugnant. What infuriated Gusen the most was that, under Yushua heir's deliberate instigation, some had begun investigating Li Qinqing's background. He released Yushua heir from his blacklist and sent a message, "Let us meet." Yushua heir replied almost instantly, "Darling, I knew you would come looking for me." Gusen scoffed, "Delete the forum posts and send me the address." Yushua heir felt a surge of triumph. She was confident of her impending success. Gu's son was hers, whether he was a broke version or a wealthy one. She knew that with a mere beckon, he would return to her side. "Tomorrow evening at 8, Jinghao Hotel, room 608. I'll be waiting," she added, punctuating her message with a kiss emoji. "Jinghao?" A cold glimmer of menace flickered in Gusen's eyes. Very well. Yushua heir could not contain her excitement. Pagani was destined to be hers. Gusan inhaled deeply several times to restrain his temper. Li Chuncheng emerged, her hands damp, and lethargically settled beside him. Resting her head on his shoulder like a clingy kitten, Gusan suppressed his fury, turning to her with softened tones. "Dinner time has passed. Do you wish to have a midnight snack?" Li Chunchen shook her head gently, her small hand rubbing her abdomen, her fair forehead slightly furrowed. It was then that Gusan noticed her unusual pallor and immediately pulled her into his embrace. "Are you unwell?" Li Chunchen responded with a soft murmur. Nestling closer into Gusen's arms, the warmth of her skin radiating against him, Gusen was taken aback. "Do you have a fever?" He swiftly raised his hand to feel her forehead, then bent down to lift her, heading towards the door. "I will take you to the hospital." "No." Li Chunchen stubbornly pouted, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears due to her discomfort. Gusan felt a pang of sympathy mixed with helplessness, his tone slightly more forceful. "Be obedient. I can't rest easy without knowing the cause of your fever." Li Chunchen resolutely shook her head, her small face explaining. "I always have a high fever the day before my period, but it gets better the next day." Gusen abruptly halted his steps. He had just been contemplating whether she had caught a chill while sleeping. Now, hearing her words, he was left unsure of how to respond. "Is that really a reason? Then what can I do to make you feel better? My mother can comfort me." Gusen was perplexed, as he had no idea where Aunt Ouyang was or how to find her. "Then how about I hold you instead?" Li Chunchen, slightly dazed from her fever, nodded at once when Gusen ceased his insistence on taking her to the hospital. Commanding him to retrieve a thick book of literature, she nestled into his arms. Flipping through the pages obediently, Gusen stole a glance, feeling a strange sense of torment akin to a struggling student in class. Is that what people actually read? At 18 or 19, shouldn't one be dating and playing video games? Gusen considered himself devoid of grand ambitions. Life was meant to be lived joyfully, and as for everything else, he would leave it to those with dreams. He was content to be a sloth. "What do you wish to do in the future?" Gusen couldn't help but inquire. Li Qinchen's gaze remained fixed. "I want to be a diplomat." Gusen initially thought to assure her that he would fulfill whatever her desires might be. However, was he expected to become a king to make that happen? He looked down at Li Qinchen's porcelain-like face and suddenly felt that perhaps the future was not so unattainable after all. Their conversation meandered, with Gusen suddenly realizing that teasing a sweet, innocent girl was a delightful endeavor. Yet, teasing a girl with zero emotional intelligence felt rather lonely. Gusen shamelessly endured a night of solitude, only to find himself with dark circles under his eyes the next day as he ventured to the supermarket. Ding! A sign-in location has been detected. Would you like to sign in? Gusen yawned widely, accidentally knocking over half a shelf of sanitary pads. Sign in. Ding! Sign in successful. You have been awarded ownership of the Baida chain supermarket in one lottery draw. Would you like to draw? Draw ding. A reward experience card for stake sales has been issued, valid at the nearest Baida supermarket for a duration of 4 hours. Should the experience be cancelled, the reward will be rescinded. Gusen found himself frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, staring at the small wings on the shelf. What on earth is happening? Is this truly a reward? Are you perhaps misunderstanding the concept of a reward? The experience card will expire on the day of issuance. The host is urged to utilize it promptly. The ownership of the Baidu chain supermarket has been temporarily frozen due to the incomplete task associated with the experience card. Gu-san, exasperated, thought to himself, the soul of a worker is to toil for their own future supermarket. Earning money is nothing to be ashamed of. With tears of frustration, he handed a pile of snacks and small wings to Li Chunshun before hopping onto a shared bicycle to return to Baidu supermarket. Chapter 17. Experiencing life. Yu Shuer was browsing through a mall, selecting alluring lingerie in preparation for her evening rendezvous. The mere thought of what the night held filled her with an exhilarating excitement. Once she reconciled with Gu-san, she envisioned him driving a Pagani, circling the school 100 times, leaving those women who once deemed her unworthy utterly defeated. Madam, this garment is a custom piece from Via. As it is a personal item, we cannot allow touching or trying on. I apologize. The salesperson politely blocked Yu Shuer's outstretched hand. Two affluent ladies, also perusing clothing, cast disdainful glances in her direction. What a world, allowing anyone to shop at Via. She looks like a pathetic, desperate vixen. One must spend lavishly to ensnare a man. Women living off their youth are all the same, utterly shameless. Yu Shuer glanced at the two, feeling no anger. Their entire fortune wouldn't suffice to purchase even a single wheel of a Pagani. Their pride was utterly misplaced. Wrap this one up for me, she declared, raising her chin with regal confidence. The salesperson, elated, promptly began packaging the item. The total comes to 176,800. Please swipe your card, madam. Yu Shuer was taken aback. She had assumed the price would only be in the tens of thousands. Though her card had sufficient funds, she was astonished to find the cost approaching 200,000. Is this madness? For just a few pieces of fabric? The salesperson and the two affluent ladies were watching her intently, tension mounting. If she refrained from purchasing, she would be the subject of ridicule. Realizing that her future with Gu-san would likely involve frequent visits to upscale venues, she recognized this could become an indelible stain on her reputation. No, this simply wouldn't do. Yu Shuer smiled lightly. Let me select another item to purchase together. One of the wealthy women burst into laughter. Oh my heavens, this is the most amusing thing I've seen today. Let us not expose her. Let us see how she tries to impress us. Yu Shuer's face flushed crimson, and she retorted angrily. Do you have any idea who my husband is? He drives a Pagani. Do you really think I can't afford such a trivial amount? One of the affluent ladies replied, You're scaring me. Then go ahead and pay. Upon a sudden impulse, Yu Shuer contemplated calling Gu-san, yet upon reflection, she realized that they had yet to reconcile. If she jeopardized the evening's events, it would undoubtedly result in a regrettable loss. I have an inkling that my husband disapproves of this dress, and since I cannot try it on, I shall forego the purchase. The wealthy woman burst into laughter. Yu Shuer, feeling a mix of shame and anger, covered her face and fled. You all shall await your reckoning. After tonight, I demand that you kneel before me and serve my needs, she declared through gritted teeth. Suddenly, her phone vibrated incessantly. Expecting it to be Gu-san, she was taken aback to find it was Liang Chun. Shuer, I apologize for my harshness. I endured a night of distress and consumed copious amounts of alcohol, only now waking up. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? I have procured a gift for you, which I intended to present yesterday, but it was ruined by Gu-senator. Attached was an image of a diamond ring. Yu Shuer gazed at it, her heart racing. The ring was at least 5 carats, an exquisite piece of jewelry. She found herself wavering once more. Liang Chun, I am in a state of inner turmoil. Might you grant me a little time? She sent a look of pitiful entreaty. Liang Chun's expression darkened with resentment. That wretched woman, after all she has done, still pretends to be oblivious and toys with him. How detestable. Very well, I shall wait for you indefinitely. My father has suggested that I begin an internship at Ningxian Entertainment early. For your sake, I shall work diligently and aspire to be like him. The Ningxian Group is worth hundreds of billions. Yu Shuer's heart was tumultuously swayed, yet she ultimately refrained from yielding. She needed to ascertain the reason behind Gu-sen's possession of a Pagani. If his family's wealth surpassed the hundreds of billions, why then would she choose Liang Chun? Resolute in her decision, she later spent 60,000 at another boutique on a set of alluring lingerie before departing. Concerned that Li Chunxin might go hungry, Gu-san made a special call to old Lin, instructing him to order a meal for her. Li Chunxin sent a video, her face still slightly pale. Cheeks puffed as she ate with grace and charm, looking exceptionally adorable. Gu-sen felt satisfied. I have matters to attend to this evening and will return later. Old Lin will deliver your meal. Do not open the door to anyone else. Understood. Li Chunshin swallowed her mouthful and glanced at the camera. What will you be doing tonight? Gu-san pondered briefly before responding. I am going to dig for treasures. Li Chunshan was bewildered but refrained from questioning further, nodding earnestly. Be safe. When detonating, find a protective barrier. Do not assume a 50-50 chance with the red and blue wires. That is the difference between 0 and 100%. Her soft voice was melodious, her incessant chatter imbued with warmth. Gu-san interrupted. Li Chunshin, are you worried about me? Li Chunshin paused, her gaze fixed on the camera, her beautiful eyes reflecting a dance of light. Yes, I am concerned. If you were to die, no one would be there to tend to my meat. Gu-san, previously moved by her words, nearly choked at her bluntness. Had he been able to reach her, he would have kissed her until tears streamed down her face. After hanging up the phone, Gu-san tucked his mobile device into the front pocket of his black apron, adorned with a charming smile. Don't miss out on the newly butchered calves, featuring brain, tenderloin, and ribs. Steaks, cartilage, and oxtails are all available. His voice resonated playfully, coaxing a giggle from a young girl passing by. Mister, your voice is delightful, she remarked, her cheeks flushing as she shyly purchased 2 pounds of ribs. Following the grand opening, everything proceeded smoothly, and soon Gu-san's stall was bustling with customers. Yu Ran, who was selecting snacks with her roommate, turned to see Gu-san deftly choosing cuts of meat amidst the crowd. She immediately rushed over, hoping for a serendipitous encounter, only to notice the apron he wore. Could it be? Gu-san is working part-time at the supermarket? Isn't he the one who drives a Pagani? Perhaps that car isn't truly his. I recall he used to take the bus when dating Yu Shui-er, and the gifts he presented were rather modest. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed, prompting her to snap a picture and send it to Yu Shui-er. Yu Shui-er, deeply engrossed in her makeup, felt as though struck by lightning upon seeing the photo. After confirming the location, she hurried over. Watching Gu-san passionately selling his wares nearly drove her to madness. No, he must be merely experiencing life. Surely. She waited in a corner for a full 3 hours, her legs growing numb, until Gu-san finally concluded his sales. Spotting him receiving 180 yuan from the meat department manager before cycling away on a shared bike to purchase a pancake roll left her in shock. What about the Pagani? At that moment, Gu-san was blissfully enjoying his meal, completely oblivious to Yu Shui-er's presence. After finishing, he texted Li Feng and the others, suggesting they meet at a shabby barbecue stall. As they settled down, Yu Shui-er came charging in like a cannonball. Chapter 18, Intelligence Upgrade to Excellence. Gu-san froze, as did Li Feng and the others, all experiencing the awkwardness of being caught in a ruse. Gu-san, where's your Pagani? Li Feng inquired. You own a Pagani? Questioned Guitian. What game features a Pagani? Asked Lao Si. Have you been tinkering with the vehicles at the modification studio again? Is it the Pagani? Have you lost your mind? What modification studio? Li Feng asked. Oh, the one where you're working part-time? That studio has a Pagani? Incredible, a super rich second generation. Lao Si exclaimed. You'd better return it soon, if discovered. You'd be unable to repay even a fraction of the wheel. At this point, Yu Shui-er began to piece things together. Gu-san had a penchant for motorcycles, sports cars, and everything car-related. To indulge this passion, he had taken a part-time job at a modification shop owned by a wealthy heir. She was aware of the matter. Feeling embarrassed, she had never attended. Little did she expect Gu-san to flaunt his wealth by driving a client's car in front of her. Gu-san, how utterly repugnant you are. Lacking money is one thing, but pretending to be a tycoon while driving a Pagani, do you truly think you are worthy of such a fate? Gu-san gazed at Yu Shui-er with a mournful expression. Shui-er, did you not profess your love for me in the boys' dormitory? Who on earth would love someone as impoverished as you? Yu Shui-er recalled the humiliation she endured at the Via Boutique, wishing she could strike Gu-san dead with a single slap. Gu-san, filled with sorrow and indignation, asked, were your declarations of love mere fabrications? What about our intimate moments? Gu-san, I warn you, I have never had any relationship with you. If you dare to spread such falsehoods, I will not let you off lightly. Yu Shui-er stormed away in anger. Gu-san's demeanor instantly shifted to one of cynical amusement as he reveled in the video he had just recorded, eagerly anticipating the moment when he could serve her a dish of retribution. Guitian rubbed his arms, unable to contain himself. Damn, this woman is truly disgusting. I almost vomited just now. Sanner, what were you thinking back then? Gu-san sighed. When hormones surge, one must unleash their primal instincts. Li Feng nearly spat out his drink in response. Damn it. Sanner, your description is utterly unbearable. Lao Si was diligently fiddling with his phone. Guetian, curious, inquired. Lao Si, what are you selling this time? Without lifting his head, Lao Si replied, I'm reporting the situation to Xiao Xiao 2 Tuesday. Gu Sun choked and coughed. He leaned over to see Lao Si's WeChat chat window, which showed him engaged in a one-sided conversation with Li Chunshun, who was only responding with half-hearted hums. It resembled a futile endeavor akin to playing music to a cow. Gu Sun smacked Lao Si's head. Damn it, do not corrupt my little bean sprout. Have you completed your tasks? Lao Si finished typing his last word before finally putting his phone away. The post on the forum has been deleted, but I have preserved it. I also recorded the video of you Schwerer confessing in the dormitory. And I spent 5,000 on the footage of her and Wang Jun in the car. Lao Si counted on his fingers with utmost seriousness. Gu Sun nodded in satisfaction and transferred 10,000 to Lao Si. Lao Si adjusted his glasses. The boss is magnanimous. The boss is formidable. The boss is forever invincible. Guetian and Li Feng chimed in. Why do we feel like abandoned eggs, filled with sorrow? Sanner, have you not noticed any of my virtues? Guetian leaned in closer. Gu Sun scrutinized him for a full minute. None. Uffed. Guetian clutched his chest, feigning a dramatic faint. Love is lost, completely lost. Brother, do not pull me back. I must immediately escape from this heartless and cruel man. Li Feng silently held out his hands, dramatically sipping from his glass. Guetian and Gu Sun could not help but burst into laughter as the phone on the table suddenly rang. It was Wang Kun. Mr. Gu, everything has been arranged. You can head directly to the monitoring room. All right, thank you for your hard work. Gu Sun spoke in a nonchalant tone, while Wang Kun's voice trembled with apprehension. Mr. Gu, may I inquire if you are acquainted with Wang Jun from Donghai University? Gu Sun was taken aback. Wang Jun, Wang Kun, could they possibly be related? If Manager Wang has something to say, please speak plainly. Gu Sun, shrouded in mystery, refrained from revealing his familiarity. Wang Kun, perceptive as he was, quickly grasped the situation and dared not conceal the truth. Mr. Gu, Wang Jun is my nephew. My elder brother indulges him greatly. If he has offended you in any way, please inform me directly, and I shall deal with him. Gu Sun was utterly perplexed. What connection did today's events have with Wang Jun? Upon realizing there seemed to be a misunderstanding, Wang Kun clarified. The room 608 that you had us monitor has been under Wang Jun's long-term reservation. Are you not intending to confront him? Gu Sun was taken aback. What does this mean? Did you Schwerer intend to meet him using the room card reserved by Wang Jun? What was her motive? Gu Sun glanced at the time. It was nearly 8 o'clock. Wang Kun, please check if there is anyone in the room. Understood, Mr. Gu. Please hold on. Wang Kun entered the monitoring room and glanced at a separate computer, unable to suppress an expletive. Why was there a strange man in his nephew's room? Could it be that Wang Jun was promiscuous? Mr. Gu, there is a man present. Gu Sun instantly perked up. Convey this to Wang Jun, huh? Wang Kun had contemplated this, but Gu Sun's instruction felt somewhat odd. After hanging up, Gu Sun rushed to the monitoring room at Jinghao Hotel, accompanied by Guetian and the others, and instructed someone to procure popcorn and soft drinks. Wow, third brother, you even have connections in a 5-star hotel? You can access the backstage? Guetian was exceedingly excited. Gu Sun chuckled. Brother is an invincible presence. Enough chatter. Let us enjoy the show and start a thread with live pictures. The fourth brother raised his phone. Third brother, steady. Gu Sun took a sip of soda and sat down in front of the computer. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. Sign-in scene detected. Would you like to sign in? Gu Sun felt a surge of joy. This was an unexpected gain. Sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, top-tier hacking skills. Intelligence 10. Congratulations, host. You have entered the superior intelligence category. Although Gu Sun's mind suddenly became remarkably sharp, he felt a strange sense of insult. Had he truly spent 20 years merely achieving average intelligence? However, recalling the book that Li Chunshun was reading, he soon found peace with the situation. Average is just fine. After all, his wife was exceptional. A balance was necessary. Thinking of Li Chunshun, he decided to initiate a WeChat video call, intending to gaze at her for a moment to prepare himself for the potentially eye-watering scenes ahead. The other party had rejected the call. What the heck? Gu Sun exclaimed. Was this rejection serious? I miss you so much, and yet you choose to decline? Is this appropriate? As Gu Sun hurriedly entered the chat interface, he noticed a message from Li Chunshun. I'm discussing the topic. Seeing his diligent friend, He couldn't help but feel a pang of inadequacy. Just as he was lost in thought, someone gave his arm a sharp slap. Third brother, we have a major situation. Chapter 19. Come to my room to see Gu-sun quickly snapped back to reality. Laosi immediately handed over his phone. Third brother, we haven't even started. And there's already a live video stream. Gu-sun looked and indeed found that someone on the campus forum had initiated a thread for a live broadcast, showcasing the scene in room 608 of the Jinghao Hotel at that very moment. This brother is impressive. Now you swear can't wash your hands of this. Third brother. In comparison, you haven't been ruthless enough. Guatian remarked with interest. Li Feng pointed at Liang Chun in the video. Third brother. I suspect this live stream post was orchestrated by this guy. Upon realizing that Gu-sun's car belonged to someone else, Yu Shui'er promptly arranged to meet Liang Chun, donning a revealing outfit in hopes of winning him over. However, just as she entered the room, before she could receive the engagement ring, Liang Chun confronted her with screenshots from her previous post. After much coaxing, flattery, and declarations of love, she finally managed to placate Liang Chun. Soon, the delightful events were set to unfold. The comments beneath the post were sharply divided. Some lauded Yu Shui'er for her bold pursuit of love, while others accused her of being fickle and shameless. Guatian anxiously exclaimed, Third brother, our voices are being suppressed. We need to present evidence. Laosi calmly adjusted his glasses. Not yet. Yu Shui'er has already claimed that confessing to third brother was merely a ploy to mock him. Other evidence would be futile. I'll release the video from Wang Jun's car. Li Feng stroked his chin. It would be ideal if Wang Jun could testify on the spot. Suddenly, Guatian shouted, Damn, brother, has your mouth been blessed? In the surveillance video, Liang Chun was seen pushing Yu Shui'er onto the bed while simultaneously shutting off the live stream on his phone. Whether to humiliate Gu-sun or punish Yu Shui'er, his objectives had been fulfilled. He had even forgiven Yu Shui'er in his heart. Just as his hand reached out, the door burst open. Wang Jun stormed in, dragging Liang Chun and delivering a flurry of punches. After dealing with him, he turned his ire towards Yu Shui'er, berating her. You dare to bring strange men with my room card. You have some nerve. Liang Chun's secondary account was unable to shut down the stream in time, and the chat room erupted. Adulterers, caught in the act. The finance department's heartthrob and the arts department's belle. How thrilling. Gu-sun lamented. I shouldn't have followed the crowd to insult you. Yu Shui'er isn't worth it. Gu-sun found himself in a dire situation. Laosi glanced at Gu-sun. Third brother, it seems we are no longer involved in this mess. Gu-sun was engrossed in his phone, swiftly uncovering Liang Chun's alternate account, hacking into the forum's backend, and pinning a post about Liang Chun's live stream confession at the top. The final bombshell detonated, obliterating everything in its wake. With a satisfied smile, Gu-sun shut his phone. Let's go, brothers. We need not dirty our hands with this work. Guatian, still longing for more, lamented. Wang Jun arrived at the most inopportune moment. If only we could play for another half hour, we would witness a complete home run. Gu-sun casually interjected. What are you talking about? Did you not see that Liang Chun's phone was hidden beneath the bed? He lunged over to end the live stream, nearly pressing his face against the camera. Suddenly, the fourth brother turned to Gu-senator. Third brother, you were the first to rendezvous with Yu Shui'er, weren't you? You even agreed, right? As he queried, his finger lingered on the phone screen. Just as Gu-sun was about to respond, he was abruptly taken aback. Leaning in for a closer look, he discovered that the screen indeed displayed an open chat with Li Qinshin. Damn it, this brotherly bond almost slipped. He wrapped his arm around the fourth brother's neck with a strained smile. Come, let me share some life wisdom with you. Saying this, he promptly turned off the fourth brother's phone. At that moment, Yu Shui'er was overwhelmed with despair. The reason she had risked coming to the Jinghao Hotel was to flaunt her distinguished lineage. Such upscale hotels were well within her reach. She was aware that Wang Jun was preoccupied with basketball matches and would not be visiting the hotel, which emboldened her to invite someone for a secret rendezvous. She could not fathom why Wang Jun had shown up. Liang Chun had already abandoned him and left. Wang Jun had forced her to pay for the room before departing. She collapsed onto the floor, tears streaming down her face. Attempting to find someone to confide in, she discovered that the entire forum was berating both her and Liang Chun. It dawned on her that Liang Chun had live-streamed her humiliation. All of them are bastards. All of them. She covered her face, weeping for what felt like an eternity, only to realize that Gu-sun was the most reliable of them all. Wiping her tears, she attempted to call Gu-sun, only to find herself blocked once more. When Gu-sun returned to Nanling Garden, it was already 10:30. Li Chunshan, a small figure curled up on the couch, was watching a movie. Upon hearing the door open, she immediately turned her gaze. "Brother Gu-sun, you're back." Gu-sun acknowledged her with a nod, washed his hands, and pinched her cheek. "Were you waiting for me? Not sleepy?" "I was afraid you might explode," Li Chunshan replied. Gu-sun froze for a moment before bursting into laughter, leaning closer with his handsome face. "Then tell me, have I lost a hair?" Li Chunshan pouted, pushing his face away in disdain. "This is quite childish." Gu-sun laughed heartily, feeling elated as he headed to the bathroom for a shower. Dressed in loungewear, he returned to Li Chunshan's side, pulling her into his embrace and savoring her delightful fragrance. "What are you watching?" "Star Wars," Gu-sun replied with a hum, settling down to watch alongside Li Chunshan. However, she soon grew uncomfortable and, not long after, became drowsy, tilting her head back to gaze at Gu-senator. "Will you still hold me while I sleep tonight?" She responded with the reassuring strength of Gu-sen's arms, enveloping her in a classic princess embrace. Though they could do little else, a tender hug and gentle kiss were certainly within reach. On Monday morning, with a grand parade scheduled, followed by a welcome party in the evening, the day promised no classes. Gu-sun awoke naturally, gazing down at the blushing face of the girl nestled in his arms, his heart brimming with joy. He planted a couple of soft kisses on her and carefully rose to prepare breakfast. His culinary skills were nothing short of divine, even impressing himself with the delightful aroma wafting through the air. Li Chunshan, drawn by the enticing scent, emerged in a daze, nuzzling into Gu-sen's embrace. With a smile full of affection, he spoke in a low, gentle voice. "After we wash up and have breakfast, I have an appointment at 10. Are you coming with me or heading back to school?" After some contemplation, Li Chunshan decided, the school library. "All right." Gu-sun ruffled her hair playfully, encouraging her to wash her face and brush her teeth. After they finished breakfast, Gu-sun drove Li Chunshan back to school before heading to the office building of Jinghao International Hotel. Dressed casually, he had initially intended to confront the front desk staff who had failed to recognize him. However, he was surprised to find Wang Kun had already gathered the higher-ups to receive him. The beautiful receptionist's eyes sparkled with admiration as she beheld Gu Sr. He genuinely wished to maintain a low profile, yet the circumstances simply would not permit it. As he entered the elevator amidst the throng of admirers, Gu-sun couldn't help but voice his exasperation. Meanwhile, Wu Fei, head bowed in embarrassment, wished he could hide his face. The meeting room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Gu-sun scrutinized the documents in his hands, and with his exceptional analytical skills, the fraudulent discrepancies became glaringly apparent. Setting the materials aside, he cast a glance at Wu Fei in the corner and offered a brief smile. Chapter 20. A Bad Mood. No appointments. Wu Fei immediately sensed Gu-sun's gaze, his body trembling in fear. Gu-sun coolly inquired, "Does anyone have any objections to Wu Fei's competence as vice president?" Wu Fei was on the verge of tears, quickly rising to his feet. "Gu, I realize my mistakes, and I apologize for my previous reckless behavior. I promise to change and will never again underestimate others. Please, grant me another opportunity." Gu-sun had just observed that while Wu Fei's character left much to be desired, his professional abilities were commendable. He required someone capable of generating revenue, and a minor reprimand would suffice. There was no need for total dismissal. There was indeed room for improvement. So he decided Wu Fei could remain in his position for another 6 months, with the possibility of promotion contingent on outstanding performance. Wu Fei was overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly kneeling on the spot. Having resolved Wu Fei's situation, Gu-sun's demeanor shifted, becoming suddenly stern. He dismissed several individuals involved in the deceitful practices and refined the regulations that had proven susceptible to loopholes. After an hour-long meeting, the collective anxiety and doubt dissipated among the attendees, bolstered by an enhanced bonus system that invigorated everyone with newfound determination. As Wang Kun accompanied Gu-sun on his departure, he remarked, "The headquarters of Jinghao Hotel is located in the capital, where the second-largest shareholder expressed a desire to meet with you. Considering that the capital is not far from Donghai, how about we schedule for the 11th, since you have time off?" "Very well, Mr. Gu," Wang Kun replied respectfully as he escorted Gu-sun to the Pagani. Just as Gu-sun was preparing to return to school, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Mr. Gu-sun?" "Yes, it is." "Greetings, Mr. Gu. I am the manager of the Patek Philippe store in Donghai. The couple's wristwatch you custom ordered has just arrived. Would you like delivery service?" A glimmer of joy crossed Gu Sen's face. Men either indulge in cars or watches. I am available now. Please provide me with the address, and I shall come to collect it. After obtaining the address, Gu Sen hung up and noticed several messages on WeChat. Reflecting on the evening's welcome party, he smirked and opened the freshman welcome party group chat, where he indeed found multiple messages from Ho Chi Minh. The tone had shifted from commanding to anxious, with a flurry of others criticizing Gu Sen for lacking a broader perspective. The latest message was Ho Chi Minh requesting Gu Sen to add him on WeChat for a private conversation. Gu Sen replied curtly, "I'm feeling unwell. I want tea meet." Ho Chi Minh, already stressed to the point of developing an ulcer, nearly choked on his frustration upon reading this response. He had assured the principal that Gu Sen would make an appearance. This matter was crucial for the welfare of all students in the School of Arts. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to publicly apologize in the group chat, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. After his apology, he lamented to those present for the rehearsal. Gu Sen is destined for stardom. Someone is backing him, and I cannot afford to offend him, so please be mindful. The crowd murmured in discontent. Gu Sen is being utterly unreasonable. Exactly, what is the big deal? It's not like he was discovered singing by the head of Ningshan Entertainment. As if he truly has a chance to debut. I heard his car doesn't he even belong to him. Could he be supported by a sugar mama? How disgusting. Ho Chi Minh chuckled coldly to himself, relishing the unfolding situation. Before long, Gu Sen arrived at the Patek Philippe boutique. As he parked, a red Ferrari suddenly zipped in front of him and halted. A handsome young man clad in a leather jacket stepped out. Nice driving skills, man. Gu Sen smiled casually. Throughout the journey, these two Ferraris had been vying with him. In a race, he could not afford to lose. You're pretty good too. I'm Chris. What's your name, brother? Gu Sen. Gu Sen, got it. There's a race on the mountain road tomorrow night. Are you in? I'll see if I can make it. Ding. A casual task was triggered. Participate in the mountain road race tomorrow night and secure the championship to receive a mystery box as a reward. A mystery box? What's that? Sounds a bit dubious. The system explained that the mystery box contained opportunities, equity, luxury cars, skills, real estate, and other items. That sounds intriguing, Gu Sen remarked. All right, see you tomorrow night. Chris smiled and waved his hand, yet the two individuals continued walking in the same direction. Are you also heading to Patek Philippe? Gu Sen nodded. Chris remarked, what a coincidence. My sister's birthday is in a couple of days, and she adores this brand of watches. As they chatted, they entered the boutique together. Chris quickly selected a women's watch priced over $3 million, and upon paying, he noticed Gu Sen was engrossed in his phone, not even glancing at the counter. Gu Sen, who are you buying for? May I assist you in choosing something? No need. I have a bespoke piece, Gu Sen replied. Chris was taken aback. He considered himself relatively affluent, but in comparison to Gu Sen, he felt insignificant. A custom Patek Philippe starts at a minimum of $10 million. At that moment, a staff member emerged, carrying a box and respectfully addressed Gu Sen. Mr. Gu, please inspect this. The attendant, wearing white gloves, carefully opened the box, revealing a magnificent diamond watch face. Chris instantly felt that the watch in his hand paled in comparison. Gu Sen tried on the men's version, nodded in satisfaction, and then stuffed the women's watch box into his pocket. I quite like it, he said before turning and walking away, leaving everyone astonished. Wow, the big shot is indeed a big shot, casually pocketing something worth tens of millions. Chris hurried after him, watching Gu Sen stylishly enter a Pagani, and discreetly pulled out his phone to send a message. Sis, I just saw a handsome guy who is absolutely worthy of you. Hu Miaojiao, busy retouching her makeup, responded with a speechless emoji. As a former child star who had struggled to reach her current level of fame, her standards had risen considerably. Her assistant, Hong Jie, entered the room. Miaojiao, Mr. Liang just called, inquiring if you are available tonight to attend a welcome party at your alma mater. Hu Miaojiao frowned. Do I need to perform on stage? No, Mr. Liang mentioned he wants to introduce you to the second shareholder, and he also said something about collaborating with Donghai University to launch a rising star incubation project. Hu Miaojiao understood. This was an opportunity for her to help select and nurture new talent while leveraging her own popularity. She despised such manipulative schemes. Yet since Ningshan Entertainment was her employer, she found it difficult to refuse as long as it didn't involve anything inappropriate. All right, I'll go after finishing my shoot. Hong Jie hurried out to reply to Liang Yuanqi. The door to the dressing room opened again, and a handsome man entered. Miaojiao, do you have any plans for your birthday the day after tomorrow? The newcomer, Li Hao, the male lead of the drama and a top-tier star from Shinkong Entertainment, had been subtly pursuing Hu Miaojiao. She smiled politely. I'll be spending it with my family. Li Hao joked, what a pity. I won't be able to visit your home. Hu Miaojiao remained silent. Li Hao continued, after the shoot tonight, I'd like to take you to a renowned soup restaurant. I'm sorry, I have an engagement tonight. At that moment, Hongjia entered, nodding at Li Hao. Miaoer, Liang said, returning to our alma mater is a personal affair. Casual attire will suffice. The more understated, the better. Chapter 21. Having the boss work for him, Li Hao's eyes brightened at her words, but he refrained from inquiring further, merely exchanging pleasantries before departing. Upon his exit, Hongjia closed the door once more. Miaoer, I strongly advise against becoming too close to Li Hao. Hu Miaoer waved dismissively. I have no interest in him. You needn't worry. As long as you are aware, Hongjia replied, not pressing the matter further. Gu-san, after purchasing a watch along with milk tea and papaya, finally returned to campus. He parked his Pagani in the faculty lot, simultaneously messaging Li Chunxun as he made his way to the library. Just around the corner, he nearly collided with someone. Apologies, he muttered without lifting his gaze, but was swiftly halted by a tight embrace around his waist. Startled, he jerked away, only to realize who it was, feeling utterly speechless. Gu-san, I truly acknowledge my mistake. Will you forgive me? Yu Shuier, clad in a white dress, appeared as pure as an angel, though her intentions were far from innocent. Gu-san bolted away, exclaiming inwardly that it was far too frightening. A young man must always safeguard himself in the outside world. Upon entering the library, Gu-san activated the check-in system, which offered a singular reward, an encyclopedia. He felt a surge of satisfaction as his enhanced intellect found a worthy application. In a quiet corner, Li Chunxun was immersed in her studies, dressed in a loose gray tracksuit that paired seamlessly with her black-framed glasses, eschewing any overtures of flirtation. Gu-sun was pleased, but before he could approach, another occupied the seat beside her, a frail bookworm resembling the fourth brother. Hello, I have a question to ask you. If that's all right. Li Chunxun lifted her gaze from her thick textbook, her eyes appearing adorably innocent behind her lenses. Before she could respond, a large hand pressed down between them. Gu-sun, grinning, addressed the bookworm. What do you intend to do with my wife? The bookworm froze, his face flushing crimson under Gu-sun's intense stare as he trembled while pointing at his notes. There, scribbled, was a physics problem directly from the very book Li Chunxun held. Gu-sun glanced at it, suddenly enlightened, finding it remarkably simple. He reached over, took the bookworm's pen, and swiftly penned his solution. The bookworm was left astonished, gazing at Gu-sun with profound admiration once he comprehended the explanation. Gu-sun, with earnest encouragement, patted his shoulder. Brother, keep striving. The pursuit of knowledge is endless. Motivated, the bookworm eagerly relinquished his seat. Gu-sun handed Li Chunxun her milk tea and offered her a piece of papaya. Make sure to eat this. It will help you grow. Li Chunxun obediently consumed it, then leaned closer to Gu-senator. Your problem-solving approach was quite intriguing. It was simpler and easier to understand than my own. You are remarkable. Gu-san inhaled the sweet fragrance that enveloped her, and his gaze darkened. Xiaoyin, I possess many remarkable things. Would you care to try them? Li Chunxun bit her lip, fixing her eyes on Gu-senator. Are you thinking of doing something tonight that should only be done at night? Gu-san nearly spluttered his milk tea across her face. Yet, Li Chunxun pressed on. Did you just call me your wife? Gu-sen's face flushed crimson. What I meant was, not just yet. Li Chunxun replied earnestly, perhaps in the future. Thus, Gu-sen found himself not only successful in his courtship, but also in his proposal. It seemed his dear bean sprout had been deeply infatuated with him for years. Unable to resist, Gu-san leaned in and planted a peck on her lips, savoring the moment. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly sweet until Yang Lijuan's call interrupted. Since he couldn't answer in the library, Gu-sen stealthily slipped outside. Class monitor, is something the matter? It's about the welcome party tonight. Didn't you see the messages in the group? I couldn't be bothered to look. Just inform the instructor that I will be participating. Yang Lijuan sighed with relief. All right. I'll wait for you backstage tonight. After hanging up, Gu-san noticed Li Chunxun emerging from inside. What's wrong? I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Gu-san couldn't help but smile. What do you want? Anything but meat. Li Chunxun's pickiness was rather severe. She would refuse to eat even half a green vegetable if meat was on the menu. Thankfully, she managed to keep up with her fruit intake. Otherwise, digestion would become problematic. The food here isn't tasty, Li Chunxun pouted, clearly displeased. Then shall we go buy ingredients, and I'll cook for you when we get home? Li Qingqing's eyes brightened. Would that be too much trouble for you? Gu Xin found her words somewhat peculiar, as though they were merely ordinary friends unfamiliar with one another. He pulled her into his embrace, leaning in closer. Little girl, who am I? Gu Sun Gij. No, Gu Sun. Incorrect. Li Qingqing was bewildered, her mind racing with the experiences of her parents. After a moment, her cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, husband. Gu Sun firmly grasped her neck and kissed her fervently, nearly bringing Li Qingqing to tears before releasing her. Remember this relationship. Anything Aunt Ouyang can do with your father, you may do with me. No need to say thank you. Li Qingqing suddenly felt as though a veil had been lifted, her small hands reaching up to pinch Gu Sen's face. I want to eat the dishes you make. Come, husband will surely feed you until you're full. Gu Sun, brimming with enthusiasm, drove straight to Baida supermarket. As they stepped out of the car, Gu Sen's phone rang. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Gu Sun? This is he. Gu Sen replied, holding Li Qingqing's hand as they walked inside. Hello, I am Chang Yuanshan, the East District Manager of Baida Chain Supermarket. May I ask when you might be available? Our district manager from Area 7 wishes to report to you. Baida Supermarket is a quintessential local enterprise in Donghai, boasting a remarkable 48 branches across 7 districts. Earning a high level of recognition among the locals, I find myself in the fresh produce section of the Baida Supermarket located on Xinglin Street in the East District. If you have a moment, we could meet. Otherwise, I shall await your call. I am en route. Gu Sun is currently selecting lobsters when a moderately stout middle-aged man approaches. Oh, isn't this little Gu? Out shopping with your girlfriend? The speaker, Zhang Tao, is the head of the fresh produce section, having previously assisted Gu Sun with his beef purchases. Indeed, Gu Sun chuckled casually. Zhang Tao held a favorable impression of Gu Sun, considering him a sales prodigy, and immediately began to persuade him to continue working part-time. The proposed wage was elevated from 20 per hour plus commission to 28 per hour plus commission. As he passionately made his case, the general manager hurried over, eagerly pushing Zhang Tao aside to warmly grasp Gu Sun's hand. Mr. Gu, welcome to the East District. Please feel free to suggest any modifications needed. Zhang Tao was left utterly bewildered. Mr. Chang, do you know little Gu? Chang Yuanshan shot him a reproachful glare. What little Gu? This is Mr. Gu Sun, the owner of Baida Supermarket. Zhang Tao was left in a state of disbelief, realizing the absurdity of his previous actions. Had he just attempted to recruit his own boss? Goodness, he must have been out of his mind. Chapter 22. My brother Gu must have a grand presence. Gu Sun did not linger for long. After a brief conversation with Chang Yuanshan, he gathered the ingredients and, accompanied by Li Qingqing, returned to Nanlin Garden. Li Qingqing, like a little tail, eagerly awaited at the kitchen door, nearly drooling with anticipation. Huo Kaiming, having received no response from Gu Sun, felt increasingly anxious. He tagged Gu Sun in the group chat twice more, yet his messages fell into silence. Panic set in. If Gu Sun chose not to attend, disregarding the opinions of others, how would he explain this to the principal? Would Ning Shan Entertainment withdraw from their collaboration as a result? Huo Kaiming's anxiety only intensified, causing his mouth to ache further. After satisfying Li Qingqing's hunger, Gu Sun eventually returned to school. In the afternoon, Li Qingqing was to gather with her class. Upon delivering her to the classroom and witnessing a sea of beautiful faces, Gu Sun felt an overwhelming sense of delight. Indeed, this was a foreign language department. Unlike the computer science department where one would struggle to find anyone remotely presentable. Just as Gu Sun exited the teaching building, he was intercepted by Huo Kaiming. Oh, the chairman is out for a stroll. Gu Sun's words nearly provoked Huo Kaiming to the point of apoplexy. He forcibly suppressed his emotions. Gu Sun, it's the final rehearsal, and we need to consider the lighting and positioning. I'm here to invite you to join us. He adopted a notably humble demeanor. Gu Sun, amused by the venomous glare directed at him, found it hard to stifle his laughter. He bore no significant grudge against Huo Kaiming. He simply found his air of superiority irksome. Since Huo Kaiming enjoyed flaunting his sense of superiority, Gu Sun decided to outdo him. There was a peculiar satisfaction in being the subject of others' envy while remaining untouchable. What time does it begin? Gu Sun cast a sidelong glance at him. Huo Qiming took a deep breath. 4 o'clock. All right, I understand. Gu Sun waved his hand dismissively, wearing an expression that suggested he was not to be disturbed. Nearly cracking Huo Qiming's elegant smile, he fixed his gaze on Gu Sun's retreating figure, gritting his teeth in frustration. Do not revel in your triumph. After tonight's performance mishap, you will comprehend that I have the power to elevate you to great heights or bring you crashing down. Upon returning to his academy, Gusun found young Li Juan preparing support items. Several class representatives were embroiled in a heated debate regarding the allocation of class funds. Use the best. My support banner must be the largest and brightest. Before Gusun could voice his thoughts, a voice emerged from behind him. Everyone, including Gusun, turned to see Wang Jun approaching with a grin. What is going on? A monumental reconciliation? Both of our class's male deities were deceived by that value Schwer, and now that the truth is revealed, their friendship is only natural. A smirk played on Gusen's lips. Wang Kun was still earning him money, and he could grant that favor. Although Wang Jun was a notorious flirt, he was also quite astute. Upon learning Gusen's true identity, he naturally ceased to oppose him. Brother Gu, let us not dwell on the past. If I have wronged you, feel free to speak up. I accept all criticisms. Gusun raised his hand to pat him. Have you retrieved the room card? Wang Jun nearly faltered. Damn, you're not holding back, are you? Can we not discuss that? Gusun was amused by his pitiful demeanor, and the two managed to bury the hatchet with a shared laugh. Gusun then sat beside Guetian, with Wang Jun immediately following suit. Brother Gu, are you interested in joining me for the car race tomorrow night? Gusun raised an eyebrow. Sure. Guetian leaned in and whispered, 3. Does this fellow have ulterior motives? Wang Jun slapped Guetian playfully on the back. Hey, I'm still here. Are you looking for a fight? Guetian pouted. Is Wang Xiao going to play basketball again? Wang Jun retorted. Can we not engage in playful banter? I have plenty of glorious tales. Why bring up embarrassing ones? Although Wang Jun was making an effort to befriend them, he did not force his way into Gusen's circle of 4. He understood that as long as he did not become an adversary, it sufficed. During the final rehearsal for the freshman gala, Gusen's performance was scheduled 6th, a primetime slot. Yang Lijuan was quite pleased with this arrangement. Gusun maintained an unusually steady demeanor. Hua Qiming took the initiative to applaud, his smile radiating warmth. Gusun, your performance is highly anticipated and widely connected. Thus, for a better stage presentation, there will be electronic fireworks before your act tonight. He pointed to the designated spot. The distance is somewhat close, but rest assured. The electronic fireworks produce no smoke and the sound is minimal. It should not pose a problem, right? Gusun nonchalantly nodded. It was already 5 o'clock. He needed to tend to the bean sprouts. With a few brief words, Gusun departed, oblivious to the venomous gaze of Hua Qiming. Upon reaching the corridor outside Li Qinshin's classroom, he was confronted by a throng of individuals encircling his beloved bean sprout, their demeanor menacing. His expression instantly darkened. On the very first day, they dared to bully someone, and worse yet, to target his dear bean sprout. This was intolerable. Gusun rolled up his sleeves and charged forward, only to hear Li Qinshin's distinctive voice steadily elucidating a problem. The corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Indeed, she had just emerged from the rigors of the college entrance examination, her fervor for learning undiminished. As he attempted to enter, a tall and handsome boy barred his path. What do you intend to do with our class treasure? Instantly, several eyes fixed on him, their expressions unfriendly. What on earth is a class treasure? I am her boyfriend. What do you think I am here for? Gusun gestured toward Li Qinshin within. The crowd regarded him with looks of utter disdain. Gusun felt a shiver run down his spine under their scrutiny. Hearing his voice, Li Qinshin immediately stood up. It's time for lunch. We'll continue this later, she declared. Striding toward Gusun, her grip on his hand firm yet warm, her voice transformed from its earlier chill to a soft, delicate tone. I'm hungry. I want to eat meat. Several boys feigned a heartthrob pose. Among the 4 classes in the foreign language department, who was unaware that Li Qinshin from class 1 had stood up to the physics department as genius, Hua Qiming. This had brought pride to their group of science students. Today, the counselor jokingly remarked that Li Qinshin was the class treasure. With her presence, all science departments dared not flaunt their superiority before them. Yet, this class treasure had been whisked away on the very first day. Gusun led Li Qinshin out of the classroom. I didn't realize you were so popular. Are you pleased? He inquired. Li Qinshin pondered seriously for a moment. It's acceptable, as long as they don't seek to provoke. Gusun chuckled heartily, cupping her smiling face and planting a kiss upon her lips. This scene did not go unnoticed by many. Gusun, tall and handsome, made Li Qinshin seem less remarkable in comparison. Several girls cast envious glances at Gusun, daydreaming about how wonderful it would be to be cherished and kissed by such a handsome boyfriend. Under Gu Sun's playful insistence, Li Qinshan was compelled to consume half a plate of broccoli. After finishing her meal, she pouted, clearly displeased. Observing the childlike demeanor of Li Qinshan, Gu Sun stifled a laugh, holding her hand as they meandered to the school's snack shop to purchase some treats and 2 bottles of yogurt. Tonight, I will be on stage. You wait for me patiently. In the dark, should anyone dare to take advantage, you must walk back fiercely, he instructed. Li Qinshan stuffed a lollipop into her mouth. Are you referring to yourself? Gu Sun, the kind of person he was? He was always so openly affectionate. Chapter 23. The frenzy of the scene as night descended upon Donghai University's auditorium. It glimmered brightly with lights. The venue, capable of accommodating thousands, was filled to capacity with first-year students, along with a few second years joining the fray, while third and fourth-year students were notably absent. Backstage, Yang Lijuan cast a disapproving glance at Gu Sun, who was dressed in casual attire. He was, after all, the star of the show. Should I fetch you a suit? She suggested. Gu Sun sighed. Class monitor, I'm merely here to sing. There's truly no need for such formality. Yang Lijuan did not press further. Offering a few last reminders before rushing out to arrange support materials for Gu Senator, many attendees, upon seeing the light sign, began inquiring about Gu Sen's identity. Soon, the entire freshman cohort was buzzing with the news of his name, along with various rumors. Meanwhile, the principal, accompanied by Liang Yuanqi, was surrounded by a throng as they entered the grand hall. Hu Miaowei, clad in white and tight jeans, resembled a nearly graduated university student, walking closely beside Liang Yuanqi. Even without makeup and sporting sunglasses, she managed to captivate the attention of numerous onlookers. Isn't that Hu Miaowei, the pop diva? No way can it be true. I'm a die-hard fan of Miaowei. I recognize her even in ashes. Heavens, it truly is Hu Miaowei. Our Tianhai is simply phenomenal. The entire hall erupted in excitement. On campus forums, several live streaming accounts had already disseminated the news. Students from the 2nd to 4th years, initially indifferent to the welcoming event, suddenly found their enthusiasm rekindled. However, the seating in the grand hall was insufficient, forcing many to stand. Liang Chun sat proudly beside Hu Miaowei, self-proclaimed as her protector. As Liang Yuanqi perused the program list, he brightened upon seeing Gu Sun's performance. His presence today was a gesture of support for Gu Sun, and he intended to discuss collaboration with Donghai, hoping to delegate some responsibilities to Gu Sun, given his status as the 2nd-largest shareholder of Ningxuan Group. At that moment, Liang Chun continued conversing with Hu Miaowei. Sister Miaowei, I plan to intern at the company early and strive to join Ningxuan Entertainment with my father's assistance. I'll rely on your help then. Hu Miaowei politely acknowledged his remark, though her enthusiasm was muted. Nonetheless, Liang Chun could feel the envious gazes surrounding him. His phone buzzed incessantly with requests for Hu Miaowei's autograph. He had already posted their photo together on social media, garnering a flurry of likes. Cold Ruoshui, who was preparing backstage, became increasingly agitated. Chairman Hua, Hu Miaowei is seated below. I'm feeling quite anxious. Hu Miaowei, that young diva? Hua Qiming also became excited. Although he had no interest in entering the entertainment industry, hosting the welcoming event and winning the favor of the young diva would be a tremendous honor. He suddenly hesitated. Contemplating whether to abandon his plans to reprimand Gu Senator, he gazed at Gu Sun, who was slouched in his chair like a languid celebrity, engrossed in a chat on his phone. Any hesitation, he felt, dissipated swiftly. With a renowned figure present, the event would undoubtedly be broadcast live on social media. He intended for Gu Sun to completely falter. Aspiring to enter the entertainment industry? Such a notion was laughable. At that moment, Gu Sun was engaged in conversation with Li Qinshan, who was finding the excited shrieks of surrounding girls rather bothersome. She could not comprehend the fervent obsession some had for another person, especially of the same gender. Such a dilemma was one she pondered alone. Gu Sun sent a selfie, the watch on his wrist gleaming conspicuously. Is it beautiful? Li Qinshan inquired. Is that your watch? Gu Sun chuckled. He appreciated Li Qinshan's straightforwardness and her calm demeanor towards any ostentatious adornments. She was as pure as a blank canvas. He relished this untainted relationship. This is a couple's watch, a gift for your evening, he replied. But I have no use for a watch, Li Qinshan stated. Isn't the crux of the matter that it's a couple's watch? Shouldn't I give it to someone else? Gu Sun teased. I want it, Li Qinshan insisted. Gu Sun burst into laughter again. His dear bean sprout was truly adorable. Hu Miaoyao was somewhat exasperated by Liang Chen's incessant teasing. As she turned her head away, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Gu-sen's large light board, and she paused momentarily. Gu-sun, is he also a star? I don't think I've heard of him. Perhaps he is an internet sensation? As she pondered this, the music began, and the gala commenced. Ho Chi-minh and Lung Ruoxue, both strikingly handsome and beautiful, took the stage with remarkable poise. Hu Miaoyao had ulterior motives for attending this event, so she scrutinized each performer closely. Her attention was immediately captured by Lung Ruoxue. The girl possessed a captivating voice, an elegant demeanor, and the potential for development. One after another, the performances unfolded, displaying a mix of quality. Soon, it was Gu-sen's turn to take the stage. Yang Li-juan, accompanied by the computer science students, brandished light boards and cheered. Hu Miaoyao instantly perked up. This internet celebrity's popularity was not to be underestimated. With a guitar in hand and a relaxed, charming presence, he sang a poignant melody to dispel sorrow. The moment Gu-sun began to sing, he captivated everyone's attention. Hu Miaoyao felt a surge of excitement. Initially, she thought him merely handsome with a fine stature. But at that moment, she felt she was witnessing the rise of a new star. Liang Chun, observing Hu Miaoyao's expression, felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. He deliberately clicked his tongue. What a promising talent, yet such a pity. His character is lacking. He flaunts his looks to toy with women at school. Should he enter the industry, the negative press alone could be his downfall. Hu Miaoyao frowned. She had a strong aversion to men with murky romantic entanglements, and her earlier delight diminished instantly. Liang Chun smirked inwardly. Gu-sun, no matter how high your singing may soar, what of it? I am the heir of Ningxuan. If you wish to debut, you might as well eat dirt. Ho Chi-minh stood at the backstage entrance, observing the frenzied screams of the girls below. His eyes filled with scorn. The chorus was approaching. Suddenly, the stage was illuminated by a burst of electronic fireworks, igniting the atmosphere to a fever pitch as the audience erupted in cheers. However, the sound of Gu-sen's guitar abruptly diminished, overshadowed by the comical electric music accompanying the fireworks, causing the ambience to stagnate. Gu-sun furrowed his brow. If he faltered now, his impromptu task would be a failure. Regardless of the rewards at stake, this was clearly a calculated scenario, and he refused to back down. With a voice of divine quality, what was there to fear? He relinquished his guitar, grasped the microphone with both hands, and, in harmony with the pulsating electronic waves, sang with fervor. The atmosphere reignited, and the crowd responded with exuberance. Hu Miaoyao's eyes sparkled anew, as this evidently self-composed melody blended seamlessly with the abrupt electronic sounds. The boy's musical prowess was truly extraordinary. As Gu-sun concluded his performance and made his exit, he passed by Ho Chi-minh and remarked coolly, "The fireworks prepared by the chairman are quite impressive." Ho Chi-minh's expression darkened. Despite his extensive efforts, he had inadvertently allowed Gu-sun to shine. Lung Ruoxue, a music student, gazed at Gu-sun in astonishment, unable to contain her curiosity. "Gu-sun, how did you achieve that vocal transition just now? Interested in learning?" Gu-sun raised an eyebrow, his charming demeanor causing Lung Ruoxue's heart to race. "Yes, could you teach me?" Chapter 24. A matter of legal consequences. Gu-sun smirked and leaned in closer. Lung Ruoxue caught a whiff of an enticing fragrance, her delicate face radiating allure. "Seeing you bothers me and puts me in a bad mood, so I won't teach you." His teasing, icy words froze all of Lung Ruoxue's excitement and shyness. "Gu-sun, you rogue." Gu-sun dismissed her, striding towards the audience. The show continued. He initially intended to find Li Chunchun, but as he exited the backstage, he was intercepted by Mary. "Mr. Gu, Mr. Liang has reserved a seat for you. Please follow me." Contemplating for a moment, Gu-sun sent a message to Li Chunchun and followed Mary to the front row. "Isn't that Gu-sun? What is he up to? I heard Ningxuan Entertainment wants to sign him." "Really? Isn't he a computer major? Does it matter? He possesses both charm and talent. Undoubtedly a star in the making. I'm so envious. If he joins Ningxuan Entertainment, wouldn't that mean I could see Miao Jiao every day? However, I heard he offended the young heir of the Ningxuan group. Whether he can succeed is still uncertain." "Look, the principal is shaking hands with Gu-senator Wow. He seems so humble. What's going on?" The principal is alongside the big boss of the Ningxuan group, and he is also shaking hands with Gu Senior. "Are you sure this is how a signed artist is treated?" Wow, he actually sat down. At that moment, Liang Chun was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was his father being so courteous to Gu-sun? Due to the sound effects, Liang Chun, seated on the edge, could not clearly hear what Liang Yuanqi had said. Only the principal at the scene had heard the second shareholder. He nearly stumbled to the ground. How astonishing it was that a prominent figure was hidden within his school, returning before graduation to support it. What a remarkable character. He was genuinely moved to tears. Hu Miaojiao had switched places with two school executives and found herself seated beside Gu's Senator Liang Yuanqi, took the opportunity to introduce her to Gu Sr. Gu San cast a casual glance, mentally acknowledging that this little diva was indeed deserving of her reputation, as she was strikingly beautiful. At that moment, Hu Miaojiao's perception of Gu San was completely transformed. She was quite taken by his recent performance on stage. When Liang Yuanqi suggested that Gu San take charge of the collaboration with Donghai University, Hu Miaojiao felt an unexpected surge of joy, a sensation she hadn't experienced in a long time. However, Gu San declined outright, stating that he still had school and lacked the time. Liang Yuanqi chuckled, suggesting it was merely a nominal position. Someone else would handle the work. And it wasn't as if he would need to be there every day, just an occasional visit would suffice. With this concession, Gu San agreed to check in from time to time. Hu Miaojiao was utterly astonished. Liang Yuanqi's attitude towards Gu San was excessively amiable. The group continued to watch the program when suddenly, a chime echoed in Gu San's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the random task. Reward, 60 equity in Donghai Bank. Absolute control. Gu San was taken aback. Donghai Bank. This colossal entity is worth trillions. It has become mine. Had he truly signed on to invincibility? Hu Miaojiao whispered several things, but Gu San remained in a daze, leaving her exasperated. Was he made of wood? Here she was, a stunning beauty beside him. And he didn't even glance in her direction? Gu San felt a surge of excitement, yet he struggled to find an outlet for it. So he sent a message to Li Qinshan. 2 minutes later, Li Qinshan stood before Gu San, her small figure frozen in shock as she stared at him across the table. What was she up to? Was she infatuated with him? Perhaps a fan? Hu Miaojiao sensed danger. Why did it seem like she was focused on Gu San, who had just sung? Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Gu San stood up and pulled Li Qinshan into his embrace. In the VIP section, with ample space, Li Qinshan settled comfortably in his arms. Gu San offered her a piece of fruit, which she accepted, her cheeks puffing adorably as she chewed. This sequence of events left everyone in awe. Liang Yuanqi turned to Li Qinshan, instantly transforming into a doting uncle. Gu, is this your sister? The little girl is truly adorable. Which high school does she attend? Gu San felt inexplicably offended. Under Liang Yuanqi's affectionate gaze, he turned Li Qinshan's face towards him and planted a kiss on her cheek. This is my wife. Liang Yuanqi's expression cracked as he leaned closer to Gu San and whispered, they're going to impose a sentence. Damn. Gu San was so furious he felt like cursing. What could he do about his wife looking so youthful? She was a freshman, just 18. Liang Yuanqi sighed in relief. Oh, there's really no need to rush. Old Liang, can we have a proper conversation? Liang Yuanqi burst into laughter. Gu San, annoyed by his antics, found that his excitement had dissipated. Nevertheless, cradling the delicate and soft bean sprout in his arms felt exceedingly pleasant. A plate of fruit had been devoured entirely by Li Qinshan. The principal and Liang Yuanqi silently passed their remaining fruit forward. Gu San glanced at Li Qinshan with a smirk. Do you still want to eat? Would it be inappropriate if I keep going? My mother always said that girls should be reserved in public. She didn't quite comprehend, so out of politeness, she asked directly. Gu San's face radiated affection. With me, you can do whatever you wish, without concern for anyone else. After pondering for a moment, Li Qinshan planted a quick kiss on Gu San and happily resumed her feast. Hu Miaojiao had been stealing glances for quite some time. The joy swelling within her was now palpable, tinged with bitterness. She recalled Liang Chen's words and couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Indeed, relationships between men and women were quite chaotic. Even in such circumstances, indulging in romantic pursuits seemed futile, regardless of being favored by Liang. The subsequent performances were a mix of highs and lows. Gu San, adhering to the principle of taking each day as it comes, selected several promising individuals for Liang Yuanqi. The principal suggested, why not hold a small competition in the arts department, with teachers recommending candidates to send a few to Ningxuan Entertainment for training? Liang Yuanqi did not respond, but looked directly at Gu. Senator Gu San found the idea feasible and nodded in agreement. Having eaten her fill and seen enough, Li Qinshan nestled into Gu Sen's embrace, drowsy. Gu San gently patted her, not letting it interfere with other matters at hand. once they finalized the number of participants. Hu Miaojiao remarked, "Mr. Liang, perhaps we should send 2 professional agents from the company as well." Gu Sun raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of disdain directed at him. That was fine. He was not keen on overseeing it anyway. The little diva certainly knew how to be considerate. It was settled. Hu Miaojiao shot Gu Sun a glare, which he found utterly bewildering. Liang Yuanqi did not wait for the curtain call and took Hu Miaojiao with him, prompting numerous students to rush outside for autographs, quickly reducing the audience in the auditorium by more than half. The financial department's closing acts performed to an empty hall, leaving Liang Chun seething with frustration. "Gu Sun, you won't be smug for long," he vowed silently, yet he refrained from confronting Gu Sun directly. What mattered most to him was Liang Yuanqi's attitude. He needed to ascertain the situation before teaching Gu Sun a stern lesson. Chapter 25. I am here to invest. Liang Yuanqi and Hu Miaojiao parted ways and entered his Rolls-Royce Phantom, swiftly departing from the campus. Hu Miaowei, accompanied by Hongjia, boarded a luxury RV for a private journey, attended only by 2 bodyguards. Upon their departure from the school gates, they were swiftly encircled by a throng of reporters, seemingly emerging from nowhere. Hongjia alighted to negotiate with the journalists, who relentlessly pressed for details concerning Hu Miaowei's romantic involvement with Li Hao. Hongjia was taken aback. Had Li Hao also enrolled at Donghai University? She had received no word of it. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted that Li Hao was exiting through the east gate. Hongjia's face turned a shade of green with anger. Surely, this was a deliberate provocation from Li Hao. Such blatant attempts at notoriety were unheard of. Confusion reigned supreme. Hu Miaowei, inside the vehicle, overheard the commotion, her face flushing with indignation. Just then, a roaring Pagani thundered past, momentarily disrupting the chaos. Gu Sun lowered the window, his expression icy as he declared, "You are obstructing my way." The crowd of reporters silently parted, recognizing the imposing presence of the Pagani. Yet, Gu Sun seemed oddly familiar. Was he not the captivating young man who had enthralled audiences with his singing in the video released by Donghai University that very evening? Moreover, he appeared to have been seated alongside Hu Miaowei. The flames of gossip ignited fervently. Gu Sun pressed the accelerator, departing with effortless grace. Hu Miaowei fumed. How can he be so inconsiderate? As a gentleman, shouldn't he extend a helping hand to a vulnerable woman surrounded by such a crowd? Li Chenchen, peering through the rearview mirror, questioned, "Are they about to engage in a fight? Shouldn't we assist them?" Gu Sun gently squeezed her petite hand. This is the daily life of a superstar. Being surrounded signifies her popularity. Our intervention might complicate matters for her. Li Chenchen, half comprehending, remained unperturbed. After enjoying a special soup prepared by Gu Sun that evening, she comfortably nestled into his embrace and drifted off to sleep. Ever since that day of illness when Gu Sun had held her throughout the night, she had not returned to her own room, much to Gu Sun's delight, as he relished the presence of an additional soft and warm pillow. Together, they slumbered peacefully. Meanwhile, the campus forum and entertainment circle erupted with fervor. News of Li Hao's suspected romance with Hu Miaowei captured everyone's attention. The students from the Arts Institute found themselves sleepless, fixated on the opportunity to secure a nomination, eagerly inquiring about possible avenues. This was a shortcut to success. Hu Miaowei's popularity could ignite anyone's career in an instant. Gu Sun held Li Chenchen as they slept until they naturally awoke. After a brief workout with the indoor gym equipment, he set about preparing breakfast, the enticing aroma successfully rousing Li Chenchen from her slumber. As Gu Sun coaxed her to freshen up, his phone rang, a call from an unfamiliar number. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to answer. A respectful male voice greeted him from the other end. "Hello, Mr. Gu. I am He Fong, a manager at Ningxian Entertainment, responsible for coordinating with your school's Arts Institute regarding the selection of trainees. I look forward to your guidance." Liang Yuanqi's efficiency is truly remarkable. By merely 9 o'clock, he had already arranged for personnel to head to the school. As an outsider, I am not privy to the specific operations. I suggest you communicate with the faculty at the academy. My only request is for authenticity and integrity. Indeed, as instructed by General Manager Liang, we shall endeavor not to disturb Mr. Gu, hence I shall refrain from constant updates. Mr. Gu is always welcome to inspect at his convenience. He Fong's attitude was exceptionally pleasant. After exchanging a few more words, the call concluded. At that moment, Li Chenchen emerged from the restroom, her freshly washed face appearing both delicate and youthful. Gu Sun promptly cast aside his phone and approached her. As a freshman with a fervent passion for learning, Li Chenshan was escorted to her classroom after breakfast. Just as he departed, a few audacious girls intercepted him, requesting to add him on WeChat. With a smile, Gu-sun waved his hand in refusal and returned to his class. Not a single person from the dormitory had shown up. Upon reviewing his schedule, he noted that there was only one major class in the morning and 2 English sessions in the afternoon. Feeling a sense of ennui, he decided to drive to the headquarters of Donghai Bank. Upon exiting the parking lot, he spotted a familiar face, Guetian's father, Gua Sihai. "Uncle, what a coincidence." Gu-sun greeted him warmly. Among his dormitory mates, only Guetian was a local, often bringing delectable treats from home. Last year, during Guetian's birthday, he had invited the dormitory residents over for a meal. Having grown comfortable, they would occasionally visit for a free meal. Gua Sihai and his wife were exceedingly hospitable, leaving Gu-sun with a favorable impression of them. However, Gua Sihai wore a troubled expression and managed a forced smile upon seeing Senator Young Gu. "Why aren't you in class? Out for some leisure?" Gu-sun offered a perfunctory response, just as he was about to inquire if something was amiss with Gua Sihai, when the latter's secretary hurriedly called him away. Both their expressions were rather grim. Gu-sun was not well acquainted with the Gua family's business, only aware that they operated a moderately sized construction company. He contemplated asking Guetian later if they were facing difficulties. Perhaps he could extend a helping hand. As he pondered about the Gua family's affairs, he briskly made his way into the lobby. "Sir, may I inquire what business you are here for? Do you have an appointment?" Gu-sun was stopped in the lobby. He had come on a whim, uncertain whether the system had already notified the president about the change in shareholder information. After a moment's thought, he replied, "I have some idle capital, and I wish to invest." Upon hearing this, the attendant's eyes brightened instantly. "May I ask if you have an appointed financial advisor? How much are you prepared to invest?" Gu-sun currently possessed only the rental income from the Nanhong Street property, amounting to less than 20 million, and the dividends from Ningxiang Group and Jinghao Hotel had yet to be received. Although he could withdraw from Baida Supermarket at any time, he had no intention of doing so for now. After a brief contemplation, Gu-sun stated, "Let us start with 10 million. If the returns prove satisfactory, I may consider further investments." 10 million. The attendant's demeanor shifted from cordiality to eager servility as he promptly escorted Gu-sun to the 9th floor. At the headquarters, from the 6th to the 12th floors, various levels of investment advisors operate, forming the most lucrative core of the entire bank. The starting investment on the 9th floor is 6 million. Given your investment amount, sir, you should ideally visit the 10th floor. However, since you mentioned this is your first investment, I believe a lower tier would suit you better. The advisor meticulously explained this to Gu Senator with his extraordinary analytical prowess. Coupled with intelligence and encyclopedic knowledge, the previously obscure professional terms became remarkably clear at this moment. Soon, the advisor led him to an office on the 6th floor. Behind the desk sat a capable and attractive woman, seemingly not yet 30, with an alluring figure. Gu-sun glanced at her nameplate, which read, Senior Investment Advisor Wang Nan. Director Wang, this is Mr. Gu's first investment, amounting to 10 million, the advisor announced. Wang Nan looked surprised, her gaze assessing Gu-sun with a piercing clarity. Her demeanor neither obsequious nor flattering. All right, I understand. You may leave now. As the office door closed, Wang Nan personally brewed coffee and handed it to Gu-sun, crossing her long, slender legs as she sat across from him. Mr. Gu, you possess quite the audacity. It's my first time encountering a newcomer willing to play with 10 million without a guide. Chapter 26. Is there meat for supper? Gu-sun took a sip of the coffee, his expression remarkably composed. One becomes familiar with the unfamiliar. It gets easier with time. Aren't you going to introduce the investment products? Wang Nan scrutinized Gu-sun, initially suspecting he had ulterior motives, yet saw no hint of interest in her appearance or figure in his eyes. Could it be he truly came solely for investment? Wang Nan steadied her thoughts, rising to lay out several investment options before Gu-sun, presenting them in the simplest terms. Though this was Gu-sun's first encounter with such matters, he listened with keen interest, occasionally posing insightful questions that astonished Wang Nan. This young gentleman appeared to possess an exceptional perspective. After a thorough discussion, Gu-sun selected 2 projects. Based on my analysis, the sustainability of these 2 projects is limited. I suggest you retract your client's resources. Wang Nan was utterly unconvinced. These projects had consistently performed well and yielded substantial profits, and she had intended to present them favorably to Gu's senator if Mr. Gu finds these 2 projects unsatisfactory. Perhaps consider the others. Having grasped the intricacies of the industry, Gu Xin's interest waned. Are these the only projects you have? Upon hearing this, Wang Nin crossed her arms, her expression turning frosty. Mr. Gu, you're not here to invest, are you? Gu San was taken aback, realizing her perceptive nature. Just as he was about to explain, Wang Nin scoffed. Mr. Gu, I must admit, your approach is quite peculiar, but I'm afraid I have no interest in you. If you do not wish to invest, feel free to leave. Gu San was momentarily speechless. All right then, I retract my previous assessment. Gu San extracted a bank card and handed it over, selecting one of the options. This investment promised modest returns, yet exhibited remarkable durability, and a significant fluctuation was anticipated soon. Let us proceed with this. 5 million, he declared. Wang Nan was taken aback, her gaze fixed on the project Gu San had chosen, which she had deemed least promising. Are you certain about this investment? She inquired. Absolutely. Please expedite the contract. I intend to explore the 10th floor, he replied. Wang Nan, slightly bewildered by his words, prepared the contract with a hint of skepticism. Only after the card was successfully processed did her expression begin to thaw. This indeed constituted a substantial client for her. She hesitated, contemplating whether to invite Gu San for a meal. However, Gu San had already exited, showing no inclination to engage further. Frustrated, Wang Nin stamped her foot, a blush gracing her cheeks, lending her a touch of allure. Upon reaching the 10th floor, Gu San was promptly guided into one of the offices, where, after a discussion, he invested 12 million and gained insights into the overall structure and operational model of the investment management department. Declining an invitation for dinner, Gu San was about to take the elevator to the top floor when his phone rang. He answered, "Hello, is this Mr. Gu San?" The familiar opening line led Gu San to deduce the caller's identity. "This is Gu Senator. Greetings, Mr. Gu. I am Fu Haitian, the president of Donghai Bank. May I come to find you on the 10th floor?" Gu San interjected, opting to take the elevator directly to the top floor. Fu Haitian awaited him respectfully outside the elevator, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Gu San's youthful visage. "Mr. Gu, you are truly impressive at such a young age." Gu San smiled, appraising the somewhat portly middle-aged man. "I have just assumed my role at Donghai Bank, and I shall rely on the president for guidance. Please feel free to share any directives. Your office is ready, and I have ensured that the relevant materials have been compiled and delivered. This way, please." Seated in the expansive office, Gu San surveyed the mountain of documents, his lips twitching slightly. He suddenly understood why domineering figures often maintained a stern demeanor. Who could possibly endure such a workload daily without feeling exasperated? On his inaugural day at work, certain matters could not be trifled with. Otherwise, subsequent complications would arise. Gu San texted Guetian, requesting him to take Li Chunshan out for lunch, before settling down to peruse the materials. This engagement consumed the entire afternoon, causing him to miss classes. Fortunately, he gleaned some valuable insights. Gu San relayed the necessary instructions to Fu Haitian, whose face was etched with astonishment. No longer did he dare to exhibit even a hint of disrespect towards this young man. By the time Gu San departed from Donghai Bank, dinner time had long passed. He called Li Chunshan, confirming that she had already dined, and then prepared to find something to eat for himself. Just as he parked in front of a noodle shop, he received a call from Chris. "Gu San, when will you arrive?" Gu San paused for a moment before recalling that there was a car race tonight, and the system task required him to secure the championship. "What time does it start?" he casually inquired while perusing the menu. "At 10:30. Gu San exclaimed, "What the hell? A race at 10:30, and you call me at 6 to hurry me up? I will arrive on time." After finishing his statement, Gu San prepared to hang up. But Chris interjected, "Aren't you going to come early to familiarize yourself with the venue?" "No need for that, boss. I'll have fried sea intestines noodles. And add 2 braised eggs." Chris mused. Is this the simple life of a true tycoon? After hanging up, Gu San opened the WeChat dialogue with Li Chunshan. "Inin, racing tonight. Care to join? Is there meat for supper?" Gu San sighed. "Not only is there meat, but there's also alcohol. Are you up for it? Barbecue?" The 2 words were accompanied by a drooling emoji. Gu San chuckled. "What time do you finish class? I'll come pick you up." 8:30. Gu San put down his phone, and the steaming plate of noodles was served, filling the air with a delightful aroma that was exceptionally comforting to his stomach. Though he had unlocked extraordinary culinary skills, Gu San was not picky. After devouring a plate of fried noodles, he felt invigorated. Standing at the bustling commercial street, he did not rush back to school, but searched for nearby shops with good reviews, intending to buy some snacks for Li Qinshan. He gathered a large bag of treats, including the girl's favorite pastries, dried fruits, freshly roasted chestnuts, and just-baked creamy bread. While queuing for milk tea, someone suddenly collided with him. Had it not been for his physical prowess, everything in his hands would have been knocked over. "Can't you watch where you're going?" Gu Sun retorted, pushing the person away as he checked if his items were damaged. The newcomer, however, grabbed his arm and sweetly said, "Darling, I want to eat chestnuts. Can you peel them for me?" Gu Sun yanked his arm back, looking at the masked girl as if she were insane. "What are you thinking?" The girl was taken aback, staring at Gu Sun in disbelief. A striking beauty was throwing herself at him, yet his reaction was utterly perplexing. Just as she was about to get angry, she noticed several bodyguards in black approaching. Frantically, she reached for Gu Sun again, but he deftly evaded her grasp. This woman must be out of her mind. Could she be trying to steal his food? Realizing she couldn't rely on Gu Sun, the girl quickly squeezed in front of him, attempting to feign queuing. Gu Sun suddenly tapped her shoulder. "How do you manage to shamelessly cut in line with such poor acting skills?" Upon hearing this, the people behind Gu Sun in line were displeased and urged the girl to step aside. Qin Xiaoxiao was on the verge of losing her mind. Initially, she thought Gu Sun looked decent and seemed easy to converse with, which is why she attempted to use him to escape her pursuers. Yet, this fellow not only refused to cooperate, but also caused quite a stir. The bodyguards were closing in, all calling out in unison, "Young lady." The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Gu Sun found the display of bravado quite appealing and resolved to emulate it next time. Meanwhile, others felt a twinge of trepidation, fearing that their recent actions might have offended the young lady. Qin Xiaoxiao removed her mask, revealing a charming visage, her expression a blend of pride and mockery. She then pointed a delicate finger at a couple queuing ahead of Gu Senator. 1,000 yuan. Relinquish your spot to me. The young couple, clearly students, appeared momentarily stunned, quickly replaced by astonishment. Earning 1,000 yuan for merely standing in line? What a delightful windfall. Gu Sun, feeling somewhat indignant, remarked coolly, after all that posturing. "You're only offering 1,000? How embarrassing. I'll give 2,000. Qin Xiaoxiao's face flushed with anger. "I'll bid 3,000. I'll go 4,000. I'll raise it to 5,000. The two engaged in a childish bidding war, leaving the couple in tears of frustration. "Do you even want to sell, or not?" "We're next." 11,200. Qin Xiaoxiao shouted, her voice strained. Gu Sun clapped his hands, sealing the deal. "Qin Xiaoxiao," he said with a grin. The heiress accompanied by bodyguards, "Please settle the payment." Fuming, Qin Xiaoxiao felt as if she might explode but refused to concede, promptly transferring the money. The young couple was elated, with the boy cleverly offering his unopened milk tea as a gesture. "My girlfriend doesn't tea like papaya, consider this a gift." With that, he and his girlfriend hastily retreated. Gu Sun glanced at the milk tea in his hand, suddenly realizing the virtuous joy of helping others. Qin Xiaoxiao, hands on her hips, gleefully declared, "I'll take care of the remaining milk tea." The staff at the tea shop perked up, bustling about to fulfill orders. Gu Sun gave Qin Xiaoxiao a thumbs up, and she felt an immediate lift in her spirits. "Now you know fear, don't you? Too late. With me around. This scoundrel will not procure a single cup of milk tea today." Holding the complimentary milk tea, Gu Sun kindly reminded her. This tea shop has 7 branches within a few streets. Based on regular supply, each location holds at least 10,000 cups, meaning you'll be surrounded by 70,000 cups shortly. Qin Xiaoxiao, grappling with her fear of crowded spaces, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Gu Sun, relieved, quipped, "My girlfriend's favorite is papaya. Thankfully, I have a cup. It feels wonderful to be a good person. Enjoy your drink, milk tea girl." With a casual wave, he sauntered away. Qin Xiaoxiao was practically seething. "You wretched scoundrel, I shall have my revenge." Attempting to pounce on Gu Sun, she was thwarted by several bodyguards. "Miss, the master is still awaiting your presence." Pouting, Qin Xiaoxiao suddenly squatted down, hugging her knees and bursting into tears. Her sobs were heart-wrenching, nearly startling Gu Sun, who was about to leave. The woman is indeed gravely ill. It is enough to frighten anyone to death. He hastily made his escape, grabbing his belongings. He dashed back to the nearby parking lot, pressing the accelerator, and the Pagani swiftly vanished into the flow of traffic. Inside the foreign language class 1 classroom, everyone was quietly engaged in self-study. The fresh students, still not fully emerged from the rigors of the college entrance examination, did not even dare to skip class. Gu Sun cast a knowing glance around the room. ultimately settling on Li Chunchun, who was tucked away in the corner, absorbed in her book. With long strides, he approached her directly. Li Chunchun exuded an aura of aloofness that kept others at bay. Even among her dorm mates, their exchanges were limited to mere nods of acknowledgement. In truth, aside from Gusun, she had little interest in conversing with anyone else. Xiaoyining, have you missed me? Gusun leaned in, his voice a low murmur that was exceptionally alluring. Li Chunxin tilted her head to look at him, her eyes behind the lenses sparkling with a hint of delight. I have. Oh dear, Gusun thought, unable to resist the urge to ruffle her hair at her endearing demeanor. However, recognizing the inappropriateness of the moment, he refrained. He adjusted the straw in the milk tea and offered it to her, then playfully popped a soft, sweet chestnut into her mouth. Li Chunxin savored it joyfully. Her small frame instinctively nudging closer to Gu's senator's self-study felt tedious, and the teacher's lectures were equally dull. She resolved not to attend class the following day. Gu-san, are you really skipping class? You'll lose credits. Li Chunxin paused, confused. Isn't credit based on final grades? Gu-san facepalmed. You have a misguided understanding of university life. Attendance is just as crucial as examinations here. Li Chunxin pondered seriously for a moment. I will persuade all the teachers to approve my absence. Gu-san scrutinized her for a moment before suddenly inquiring, did you ever skip classes in high school? Li Chunxin nodded with an expression of certainty. I was always first in my grade during monthly exams. That has never changed. Gu-san conceded that his understanding of true academic prodigies was rather superficial. However, he would not interfere with Li Chunxin's choice of lifestyle. After unlocking the system, his perspective on matters would shift significantly, and his time spent at school would dwindle. If Li Chunxin were exempt from attendance, could he not then carry her with him wherever he went? Gu-san was filled with anticipation for the life that lay ahead. Although their movements and voices were subdued, the delightful aromas of milk tea, chestnuts, and cream pastries wafted throughout the classroom. The classmates frequently cast sidelong glances, only to be overwhelmed by their envy. Fortunately, the evening study session concluded swiftly. Gu-san held Li Chunxin's small hand as they exited. Feeling somewhat unnerved by the envious gazes surrounding them, he remarked, rest assured, there will be many more such scenes in the future. You will grow accustomed to it. The others wondered, could they possibly kill him? It's utterly infuriating. Just as Gu-san stepped out of the teaching building, a stir arose among the group of four. The second one is on the line. In an unexpected encounter on the playground, the eldest brother is approached by the second, who expresses discontent. Hey, brother, that's not fair. Are there other girls? Add me to the list. The eldest, preoccupied with a social gathering, retorts, be quiet. The second brother, with a playful gesture, silences him. The fourth brother calls out to a friend. Hey, are you going live tonight? The reply comes, Gu-san has plans tonight, no broadcast. The second brother inquires, why haven't you returned home in the past few weeks? He explains, my parents have taken on a new project and are too busy to notice me. What's wrong? Missing my mother's cooking? Gu-san admits, yes, I do miss it. One day, when you have the time, I'll accompany you back. The second brother agrees, no problem. The fourth brother requests assistance with 3 challenging questions, sharing images. Gu-san glances casually at them and promptly articulates the solutions via voice message. The fourth brother is astonished. You actually know advanced mathematics? Were you just joking when you failed last time? Chapter 28. The life and death problem. Gu-san's face flushes as he discreetly glances at Li Chunxin, who is sweetly sipping her milk tea, allowing him to relax. He resolves to dispel the shadows of mediocrity from his academic history. From this moment forward, he shall be the strongest male figure on the surface. The fourth brother exclaims, you actually let little Tutu tutor you in this competitive environment. Gu-san retorts, can I succeed through self-study? The fourth brother counters, brother, you have a considerable misunderstanding about the nature of success. Gu-san dismisses him with a playful shove. Amidst their banter, they arrive at the parking lot. Gu-san excitedly retrieves all the snacks from the trunk, presenting them to Li Chunxin with a flourish. Her eyes sparkle with joy. You're so sweet, brother, she beams. Gu-san leans closer, just saying thank you isn't enough. Hurry, give me a kiss. Li Chunxin cups his face and pecks his lips. Just as she attempts to pull away, Gu-san pulls her back by the neck, deepening the kiss. She feels that one day, her fondness for food may lead her to surrender everything to Gu's senator struggling to regulate her breathing. She finds it hard to match his pace. At that moment, Gu-san, unsatisfied with merely kissing across the car seats, lifts Li Chunxin from the passenger side into his embrace, his hands instinctively seeking to comfort her. The Pagani trembles slightly in response. Just as Gu-sun becomes engrossed in their moment, blinding lights suddenly flash before them, illuminating the entire vehicle. He quickly lowers her dress, pulling her closer, his gaze turning cold as he starts the car, turning on the headlights to retaliate against the glare. The scene before them is suddenly illuminated. Yu Shweder stands in a white dress, holding a sign, with Yu Ran and another girl behind her, wielding powerful flashlights. Gu-sun, I love you. I know I'm not worthy of you now, but wait for me. I will strive to stand by your side. Gu-sun exclaims, damn it. Is this woman never going to quit? Li Chunxin, breathless, peeks out from his embrace, asking, is that girl confessing her feelings to you? Gu-sun, flustered, replies, how do I even explain this? Would the bean sprout girl misunderstand and become angry? Yet, the past is immutable. At this moment, Gu-sun's heart felt as though it were being slowly tortured alongside Shwer. Li Chinchon, using both hands and feet, extricated herself from Gu-sun's embrace, adjusted her attire in the passenger seat, opened the door, and stepped out. Gu-sun, feeling flustered, immediately followed her, wrapping his arms around her and softly coaxing. I no longer have feelings for her. All of Li Chinchon's movements came to a halt. Gu-sun, believing she had absorbed his words, spoke again in a gentler tone. I only wish to be with you. Li Chunxan remained silent, allowing Gu-sun to half-drag her back into the car. The Pagani roared away, completely ignoring Shwer, who, undeterred, shouted at the exhaust, I will never give up. This scene quickly made its way onto the campus forum, sparking a flurry of discussion. Not long after the car departed the campus, Gu-sun noticed something was amiss with Li Chunxin. She had not consumed a single morsel. Gu-sun parked the car by the roadside, unbuckled his seatbelt, and gently turned her face towards him. I didn't mention this to you because I felt embarrassed. For some reason, seeing the bean sprout girl upset tugs at my heart, causing both pain and discomfort. Previously, I had never experienced such a feeling. It is truly unbearable. Gu-sun briefly recounted his relationship with Shwer, realizing that after a year of romance, their story could be summarized in just a few sentences. Isn't it embarrassing? Now that you know, please don't sulk. Li Chunxan gazed at Gu-sun with intense focus, as if she were grappling with a complex physics problem. Gu-sun felt a shiver run down his spine under her scrutiny, unsure of how to respond. You said you no longer like her. Did you ever like her before? In that moment, Gu-sun comprehended the gravity of what others referred to as a perilous question, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. How on earth was he to answer that? Why would the bean sprout girl ask such a question? Had her emotional intelligence suddenly surged? She was launching lethal questions one after another. So, feelings can change, correct? Li Qinshan pressed on. Gu-sun found himself in a predicament, contemplating his response when Li Qinshan spoke again. My mother says she will always love my father. Can you also love me forever, without change? Gu-sun's emotions soared like a roller coaster, filled with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Li Qinshan raised her hand, her delicate fingertips brushing against Gu-sun's eyes, gently caressing them. I will love you, an unwavering love. You need not worry. Gu-sun felt a lump in his throat as he enveloped her in his arms. For the first time devoid of desire, simply wishing to hold her close, to merge her essence with his very being. Her Enin was not questioning him, nor was she presenting him with a perilous challenge. She felt a deep pang of compassion for him, concerned about the possibility of never being cherished, despite offering a promise of eternal affection. Merely because he had been betrayed by someone he loved, she sought to reassure him. How could such a remarkable Enin not be adored by Gu-sun? He was utterly enamored, longing to envelop her within his embrace, though he merely wished for a simple hug. Truly, his actions were but instinctive reactions, devoid of any ulterior motives. Having come to terms with the matters concerning Shwer, Li Chunsheng began to embody the essence of a playful little squirrel. The sound of her delicate nibbling filled Gu-sun with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. As the vehicle smoothly navigated the winding mountain road, he had just come to a halt when Chris approached him. Gu-sun, you. His words faltered upon seeing Li Chunsheng emerging from the passenger seat, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a full half-minute of astonishment, he raised his hand, a handsome face breaking into a stiff yet affectionate smile. Little sister, would you like to come out and play with your brother? After speaking, he turned to Gu Sr. Gu Xiao, this kind of sport is unsuitable for middle schoolers. You're leading the children astray. She is my wife, Gu-sun replied, utterly exasperated. Chris, my friend, that's a criminal offense. Get lost. Gu-sun felt a surge of anger, Just as another car approached, a sleek Mercedes sports car, Wang Jun stepped out, embracing a striking beauty from the passenger seat as he greeted Senator Gu Xiao. Gu Sun nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Jun then turned to Chris. Who can? Tonight I'll beat your Ferrari with my Mercedes. Do you believe it? I'm Chris. Chris erupted in anger, kicking towards Wang Jun. Wang Jun burst into laughter, dodging the attack with ease, their camaraderie evident. The beauty beside Wang Jun suddenly cast a disdainful glance at Li Chenchen. Gu Xiao's companion is quite adorable. Gu San's displeasure was palpable as he shot a cold glare in her direction. Li Chenchen mirrored his gaze, then raised her hand to push her thick, black-rimmed glasses atop her head. Her tousled hair cascaded down, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Chapter 29. Which dog is barking? The playful skirmish between Chris and Wang Jun came to an abrupt halt. What did they behold? The diminutive, unassuming girl had transformed into a striking beauty? Chris instantly felt that even his own sister paled in comparison to this flawless visage. Gu Sun was equally taken aback. Amidst their astonished stares, Li Chuncheng removed her sports jacket, discarding it atop the hood of the Pagani. The black tank top lightly draped over her delicate shoulders, showcasing her exquisitely sculpted collarbone and alluring black straps. The otherwise plain hem was casually lifted at one corner. Her petite, porcelain waist swayed enticingly like a captivating fairy. A bewitchingly beautiful little girl. Who could possibly resist such allure? Chris felt a sudden warmth in his nose, followed by two streams of crimson liquid. Wang Jun swallowed audibly, while Gu Sin snapped back to reality from his astonishment. He swiftly grabbed the coat that Li Chunxin had just removed and dressed her with lightning speed, zipping it up expertly. His fingers adjusted her glasses back onto her delicate face, and he ruffled her hair until it returned to its original state, satisfied with the outcome. Li Chunxin, puzzled, inquired, Brother Gu San, did I not look good just now? Gu Sin realized that his beloved bean sprout was utterly oblivious to her own beauty. Was this even a matter of looks? It was a privilege exclusive to him. How infuriating for the onlookers. He cast a fierce glare at Chris and Wang Jun, only to find them either wiping drool or tending to a nosebleed. Damn it. He felt an urge to lash out. Li Chunxin persistently tugged at Gu Sen's sleeve, gesturing towards the stunning woman Wang Jun had brought along. Should I dress like her? Gu San glanced at the woman, whose dress barely reached her thighs, and immediately grasped Li Chunxin's shoulders with earnest resolve. Sweetheart, you look best just as you are. We shan't imitate others by exposing skin. It's far too glaring. Li Chunxin nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is rather unattractive. The beautiful woman, nearly choking with rage, restrained herself out of respect for Wang Jun. Chris led Gu Sun over to register for the competition and to inquire about the rules, when a mocking male voice interrupted. Isn't that our generous Chris seeking defeat? Oh, and look, he's brought along a helper. What a fresh-faced middle school girl. Gu Sun shielded Li Chunxin protectively, casting a cold glare at the speaker. Chris, what breed of dog is this rabid barker? Who are you calling a dog? Wang Yangtian pointed at Gu Sun, ready to strike. Chris immediately positioned himself in front of Gu Sun and Li Chunxin. Wang Xiao, are you afraid of losing to us that you wish to resort to violence before the match? Wang Yangtian scoffed at this. Chris, have you ever bested me? I heard your sister bought you a Ferrari. Let us wager that today, shall we? Chris's face flushed with anger, yet he dared not take the bet. Gu San produced his keys and gestured towards the Pagani. The roar of the engine instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Wang Yangtian, driving a flashy blue Lamborghini that turned heads, was overshadowed by the exclusive Pagani. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized Gu San, realizing he had never encountered him in the elite circles of East C's wealthy youth. Kid, you seem quite affluent. Are you intending to compare that Pagani of yours with mine? Gu San chuckled lightly. No, that's merely the wager. I'll match my Ferrari against yours. If I lose, the Pagani is yours. If you lose, he paused, a chilling intent laced within his smile. You will kneel and bark like a dog for 10 minutes. Wang Yangtian was on the verge of exploding with fury. Gu San provocatively raised an eyebrow. What? Are you afraid? You were just boasting, and now you've turned timid? If you can't handle it, just stay at home to avoid embarrassing yourself. When had Wang Yangtian ever endured such humiliation? Fine, you've got guts. I'll compete with you. Just remember, when you lose, don't try to weasel out of it. Gu San gestured towards the registration desk. A death warrant. Do you dare to sign? Signing the death warrant meant that all accidents during the competition would be the individual's responsibility, and all bets must be honored. Wang Yangtian hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, a few people behind him approached and whispered a few words. Wang Yangtian's expression shifted from gloomy to bright. All right, if you sign, then so be it. Whoever doesn't sign is a coward. Chris felt a twinge of concern. Gu-san, I invited you here. I can't allow you to sign that death warrant. Gu-san waved his hand dismissively. You just defended me. I appreciate that. Don't worry, I won't lose. He pushed Chris aside and signed the death warrant. Wang Jun couldn't help but exclaim, Gu, you truly have guts. Although we've had our disagreements, today, I stand by you. I'll accompany you into the arena. Gu-san smiled. Great. After the match, I'll treat you all to skewers and drinks. He entrusted Li Chunshin to Chris's care, giving her a couple of affectionate kisses on her little mouth before leaving. He pointed at Chris and said, Ineen, if this rascal dares to take advantage of you, make sure to knock out his teeth. Chris replied, Gu, I'm still here. You just had a nosebleed. Gu-san shot him a cold glare. Chris, feeling embarrassed, nearly wished for a hole to hide in. Suddenly, Li Chunshin stepped forward and hugged Gu-san, her little face tilted up with a smile. Go, brother Gu-san. Gu-san indulgently ruffled her hair. All right. The competition was about to commence with 8 high-performance supercars lined up. The roar of engines erupted like thunder. Due to her height, Li Chunshan insisted on standing on the viewing platform, with Chris closely following her as her protector. He had clearly noticed how Gu-san cherished this little girl, and he was determined not to let anything slip. The racetrack resembled a reclined figure eight, demanding precise control of the car's balance, especially at the final bend, which posed a significant risk. The 8 luxury cars quickly distanced themselves from one another. Gu-san's Ferrari was in third place, while the Lamborghini took the lead. Chris felt a sense of urgency, but Li Chunshan remained calm, hands in her pockets, her expression neutral. This made Chris feel somewhat embarrassed to show too much excitement. As if he were inexperienced. The last bend was approaching rapidly. If they didn't overtake now, they would miss the opportunity. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. At this moment, Wang Yangtian wore a smug expression. The Pagani was his for the taking. The final bend was almost within reach. Suddenly, the Ferrari surged forward with ferocity, akin to a silver fish darting past the second-place contender, closing in on the Lamborghini. Wang Yang, basking in his triumph, caught sight of the rapidly approaching Ferrari from the corner of his eye and felt a momentary panic. Yet, a sinister glint flickered in his gaze. If you wish to overtake, do not blame me for sending you to your demise. He continued to navigate the turn at a steady pace. While all eyes were fixated on Gu-san's silver Ferrari, Chris suddenly shouted, Damn, is that car behind trying to throw away its life? Chapter 30. Strike back. The black sports car lunged toward the silver Ferrari like a reckless leopard. At such speed and angle, it was destined for severe injury, if not death. Chris was frantic. Gu-san had signed a waiver, absolving anyone of responsibility should an accident occur on the track. Who the hell is driving that car behind? Since the race began, he had been captivated by Gu-san and Wang Yang's vehicles, neglecting to notice the others on the track. Regret consumed him. Li Chunshan's heart raced as she gripped the railing tightly, her face devoid of color. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Gu-san's Ferrari suddenly soared, leveraging the slope of the turn. The roar of the engine thundered, and then, to everyone's astonishment, it landed perfectly in front of the Lamborghini. The cacophony of tires screeching echoed as the car's rear whipped out a cloud-like trail, hurtling toward the finish line. Chris was at a loss for how to react, his blood boiling with excitement. The arena erupted in deafening cheers. Victory was assured. Chris leapt about, shouting, and attempted to embrace Li Chunshan in a fit of exhilaration. Yet, upon reaching out, he abruptly halted and chastised himself with a slap. I'm too excited. No need for your hand. I'll handle it myself. Li Chunshan, feeling a bit weak in the knees, was focused on deep breaths to steady herself, ignoring Chris entirely. Gu-san exited the vehicle, and before he could remove his helmet, a woman rushed toward him, enveloped in a fragrant aura. Who can? Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to throw your life away? Hu Miaojiao, having learned of Hu Can's participation in the race, hurried over after her performance, just in time to witness the thrilling moment. Recognizing the Ferrari, her heart nearly leapt from her chest. After scolding him, she lunged to embrace Gu-senator startled. He took a couple of steps back and swiftly removed his helmet, revealing a handsome face and tousled hair that shimmered in the shifting light, exuding an irresistible allure. Hu Miaojiao was momentarily stunned. However, Gu-san had already waved his hand in the direction behind her and walked over briskly. Sister, what brings you here? Chris had just returned Li Chunchun to Gu-san when he looked up to see his older sister standing there, wide-eyed and adorably bewildered. Hu Miaojiao was at a loss for words. Gu-san bent down, leaning toward Li Chunchun, his smile radiant. I had assured you of my victory. Do not fret next time, but rather place your faith in me. Li Chunchun's delicate visage remained pallid, her lips devoid of color. She gazed intently at Gu-san, and after a brief pause, declared, next time, I shall accompany you. Gu-san had anticipated her to assert that there should not be a next time. Instead, she proposed to join him. He was momentarily taken aback, gently ruffling her hair before leaning in to kiss her lips, applying a slight pressure. Witnessing the color return to her pale lips brought him solace. He grasped Li Chunchun's cool hand and led her towards Wang Yantian, who had just disembarked from a Lamborghini. Young Master Wang, a bet is a bet. Let us commence, Gu-san stated. Wang Yangtian's countenance was exceptionally grim. A middle-aged man emerged from the black sports car, his stride steady as he approached. Young Master Wang, the task is complete. I require my payment. Wang Yangtian responded with a slap. Damn it. You failed to accomplish the task, yet still seek payment? Get lost. Wang Jun also exited the vehicle, exuberantly approaching Senator Gu Xiao. That was you racing just now, right? Incredible. I was nearly thrown off balance. He then turned to Wang Yangtian. Young Master Wang, are you attempting to hire a hitman? This cannot simply be brushed off with a death warrant. Wang Yangtian's expression darkened. Hire a hitman. You are overthinking this. It is merely our strategy. Wang Jun leaned in to quietly explain to Gu-san. If this escalates to the authorities, no one will intervene. We must simply accept it. Gu-san smiled warmly. This has no bearing on the outcome of the race. I have won, and young Master Wang must bark like a dog for 10 minutes. Hurry. I have skewers to enjoy. Wang Yangtian could not fathom the idea of barking like a dog. He turned to the middle-aged man. Make sure to incapacitate them. I will pay you. The man regarded Wang Yangtian with an impassive expression. You instructed me to recklessly collide with the silver Ferrari on the last bend. I executed the task. Your objective was not met due to your underestimation of others' capabilities. However, you must pay me. Wang Yangtian scoffed. I will not pay you. What can you do about it? You think a worthless life is worth $1 million? You, a soldier, wish to save your daughter with money. Then be obedient and act. The middle-aged man trembled with rage and suddenly delivered a punch to Wang Yangtian's face. Taken by surprise, Wang Yangtian bled from the impact, covering his face as he pointed at the man. Zhao, you dare strike me? Do you not believe I will send you to prison? Leaving your daughter to fend for herself, unclaimed even in death. All the fury in Zhao extinguished, his eyes ablaze with a deep crimson. He abruptly turned and approached Gu Senator just as everyone expected him to act violently. Zhao knelt before him. Young man, I have lived honorably. I had no intent to harm you. If the force and angle are properly calibrated, I could have cornered you at the bend, with a 70% chance of success. I need that money. I sincerely apologize. He knelt, but Gu-san swiftly supported him. I am aware that if you truly wish to take my life, the most opportune moment would be when I attempt to overtake you. I would offer you $1 million. Now rise and retaliate against me. Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Gu-san pointed at Wang Yangtian, declaring that in a life-or-death gamble, should the loser fail to uphold their promise, the victor may take measures to reclaim their spoils. I demand that you make him kneel and bark like a dog for 10 minutes. Tears suddenly welled in Zhao eyes. He had lost all hope and had committed an act against his conscience. Even if Gu-san accused him of murder, he would accept it. Yet, this young man had presented him with a new choice. Wiping away his tears, he turned and charged at Wang Yangtian, unleashing a flurry of blows. Wang Yangtian was genuinely intimidated. He had come to race, surrounded only by wealthy young men and beautiful women, without a bodyguard in sight. Having been in this circle for so long, he was accustomed to receiving a modicum of respect. He never anticipated being bested by a newcomer like Gu Sr. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. He endured the onslaught. Stop hitting me, I yield. Gu-san commanded Zhao to cease, then produced his phone. Wang Yangtian shouted in anger, no recording. Gu-san's smile grew increasingly congenial. If young Master Wang can block my phone, surely he can silence everyone else. Since you have lost, be magnanimous and call out your defeat. It befits your surname. Wang Yangtian was on the verge of spitting blood. With a bruised face, he begrudgingly cried out, his hands clenched tightly, wishing to execute Gu-san on the spot. However, Gu-san had no time to listen for 10 minutes. After putting away his phone, he rose, looking down upon Wang Yangtian. A wager is a wager, young Master Wang. You have shown commendable sportsmanship. Let us meet again next time. He waved his hand and, with a casual embrace of Li Chunchung's waist, departed elegantly. Chris and Wang Jun cheered and egged on the spectacle, and many followed suit, leaving behind Wang Yangtian and his companions, scattered and defeated on the ground. Chapter 31. She was simply curious. Zhao Heng stood beside Gu Sun in front of the Pagani. Gu Sun shot him a glance. Need money? Zhao Heng shook his head, thanking him for earlier. Wang Yangtian is a petty man. Crossing him is perilous. Aren't you afraid? Zhao Heng chuckled self-deprecatingly. There's nothing to fear. After my discharge, I worked as his bodyguard, but he never treated me as a person. Now that I've given him a beating, I feel quite pleased. Gu Sun took out his phone. Give me your account number. Zhao Heng hesitated, feeling unworthy to ask for such money. Gu Sun sighed. Seeing your skill, I shall provide funds to help your daughter. In return, will you serve as my bodyguard? Zhao Heng considered, and then replied, for now, 100,000 a month. We'll reassess based on your performance later. Do you agree? I'm in a hurry to dine. Agreed. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. As long as it's not illegal, if you command my death, I shall not object. Gu Sun transferred 1 million to him, and they exchanged contact information. After which Zhao Heng expressed his profound gratitude and departed, due to whom Yao Zhao's insistence on joining. The casual barbecue and drinks at the roadside stall transformed into a private dining room. Wang Jun's companion this time has learned her lesson, remaining silent throughout and obediently staying close to him, which greatly pleases him. Gu Sun quietly inquires about what Li Chunxian would like to eat, ensuring that the waiter first brings fresh fruit juice to moisten her lips. Hu Miao Zhao shoots Gu Sun a sour glance. How trivial. Just a cup of juice. And doesn't he even regard her as a woman? Gu Sun, are you aware of who Wang Yangtian is? Have you offended him and still have the leisure to dine here? Gu Sun pays no heed and waits until Li Chunxian has made her selections before turning his attention to Hu Miao Zhao. What is there to fear from a spoiled rich heir who bullies others? The Wang Corporation behind him is merely a lowly player among the Fortune 500. Hu Miao Zhao purses her lips. You speak as though you are formidable. Even General Liang of Ningxuan Group must show some deference when meeting Wang Yangtian's father. Gu Sun strokes his chin, feigning seriousness as he asks, then why didn't you all stop me when I just beat someone up? The group falls silent. Chris remarks, I have long found him displeasing. Better to beat him up first. Wang Jun chuckles. Gu Shao, Wang Yangtian wouldn't dare do anything to Chris and me. After all, dealing with us would require considerable effort, but you, a newcomer, would definitely be targeted by him. Chris slaps him playfully. Wang Jun, I knew you were unreliable. Always lacking in loyalty. Wang Jun retaliates with a slap. What? Do you really think Gu Shao is easy to bully? That Pagani of his is a globally limited edition. Do you think he would fear Wang Yangtian? Chris, thus, the fool is he. He is even too worried to enjoy the skewers. Waiter, bring back the menu. I wish to order more dishes. Gu Sun is indeed unafraid of Wang Yangtian. He has just checked the financial status of the Wang Corporation. They have borrowed 150 billion from Donghai Bank and recently submitted a real estate project to apply for new loans, and this document has yet to be signed by him. He sends a message to Fu Haitian. Just as he puts down his phone, a sound suddenly rings in his mind. Random task completed, blind box dispensing. Would you like to open it? Open. A virtual interface appears before Gu Senator. This has never occurred before. He can't help but feel exhilarated. A blue virtual box opens in the center of the interface, revealing a stream of text. Nanshan Ranch. Gu Sun quickly scans through and discovers it contains future predictions for 6 stocks. This is akin to receiving free money. With the colossal entity of Donghai Bank backing him, Gu Sun can now maintain his composure. The virtual interface vanishes, and the skewers begin to arrive. Li Chunxian finally perks up. Gu Sun takes several of her favorite dishes and places them in front of her. Eat slowly, it's a bit hot. Li Chunxian nods slightly, remaining silent. Wang Jun and Chris, both vivacious individuals, swiftly ignited the atmosphere with their raised glasses. Hu Miao Zhao occasionally cast furtive glances at Gu Sr. Wang Jun's earlier words were evidently laden with implication. She was aware of Wang Jun's background, and it intrigued her what stature Gu Sun held that warranted such deference. Perhaps she had stared too frequently. Suddenly, Chris tugged at her, whispering, Sister, his girlfriend is right there, so be cautious. Hu Miao Zhao replied, What have I done? I'm merely curious. At that moment, her phone on the table rang unexpectedly. Irritated, she glanced at the screen and promptly hung up. Chris leaned over to take a look. Li Hao. Sister, are you two really together? I don't like that pretty boy. He seems dubious. Before whom Miao Jiao could respond, her phone rang again, still Li Hao. Enraged, Chris snatched the phone and answered, Pretty boy, how many more times will you call? Stop disturbing my wife's sleep. After hanging up, he triumphantly raised his chin at Hu Miaojiao. What do you think? This tactic works wonders. Hu Miaojiao found herself both amused and exasperated. If Li Hao were so easily dissuaded, she wouldn't be in such a state of agitation. Xinguang Entertainment seemed intent on inciting Li Hao to pursue her while fabricating scandals. Such unsolicited attentiveness was undoubtedly suspicious. Yet, she found no means to rid herself of the clingy Li Hao. If only someone could instill fear in Xinguang Entertainment, perhaps the matter could be resolved. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly turned to Gu Senator Gu-san. You assisted my brother today. I haven't properly thanked you. My birthday party is tomorrow. You should come. She added, you can bring your girlfriend along. Gu-san, who was peeling shrimp for Li Chunchun, smirked at her words. I'm not going. Is this your way of expressing gratitude? You merely wish to trick me into gifting you something. Wang Jun burst into laughter. Gu Xiao, you're something else. That's the goddess sister of countless otaku, and you're not reconsidering? To him, women were like garments. He saw no issue in juggling multiple affairs. No. Gu-san offered the shrimp he had just peeled to Li Chunchun's mouth, then resumed his battle with another prawn. Hu Miaojiao felt a twinge of discontent and glanced at Li Chunchun again, struggling to comprehend the appeal of the frail girl, while Gu-san remained impervious to intoxication. Chris and Wang Jun had succumbed beneath the table. After parting ways, Gu-san found himself relegated to the front passenger seat, while Li Chunchun occupied the driver's seat. Gu-san's motion to summon a designated driver was halted. Inin, you're not actually going to drive, are you? Li Chunchun nodded affirmatively. I have a license. I just obtained it over the summer. Gu-san silently buckled his seatbelt. Life is precious, love even more so, yet. To risk it all before a home run is a tad disheartening for Gu Senator. The car emitted a roar once more, swiftly exiting the parking lot and making its way towards Namlin Garden. The journey was a whirlwind, yet remarkably steady. Chapter 32, spending over 1 million for him. The vehicle returned smoothly to Namlin Garden. Gu-san, reeking of alcohol, sprawled on the sofa, playfully tugging at Li Chunchun's small hand as if to feign a childish tantrum. Unbeknownst to her, Gu-san was impervious to intoxication. She believed he was genuinely tipsy. As she allowed Gu-san to fumble, she hastily searched on her phone for a recipe for a hangover remedy. Gu-san caught a glimpse of her search and stifled a chuckle. He snatched her phone away and tossed it onto the table before pulling her into his embrace and kissing her fervently. Although he was not truly drunk, the alcohol had nonetheless stimulated certain nerves. Gu-san became increasingly audacious. In this aspect, Li Chunchun was entirely unprepared, lacking any experience. The only thing she could do was to focus on her breathing. Just as her soft, pink lips found a moment to gasp for air, she was drawn into yet another round of their playful tussle. She was beginning to falter, letting out helpless little sounds akin to a kitten. Gu-san, driven by desire, was nearly beside himself, his hands recklessly tugging at her clothing, leaving it disheveled. Li Chunchun could no longer bear it, her tears spilling forth. Her small hands clutched the edges of her garment, her large eyes glistening with tears. Her lips were reddened, and her fair skin bore faint marks. She appeared so pitiful, yet she was utterly unaware of the profound visual impact her vulnerability had on him. Initially halted by her weeping, Gu-san's mind became consumed by a singular thought. Make her cry. Make her cry. He grasped her tiny hand, his rationality waning under the pressure, until Li Chunchun was sobbing uncontrollably. Gu-san held her tightly, soothing her for quite some time until she finally fell asleep. He proceeded with the aftermath, burdened by a heavy sense of guilt. Although he had not truly crossed the final threshold, the sensation lingered in his mind. Gu-san coughed softly a couple of times. Although no one was watching, he felt an overwhelming sense of wickedness. After a shower, he embraced the soft, delicate figure of Li Chunchun, sinking into a deep and restful slumber. The following morning, Gu-san successfully coaxed Li Chunchun with a delightful breakfast. The little girl, with a memory as fleeting as a goldfish, began affectionately calling him Brother Gu-san again, having entirely forgotten the previous day's turmoil. Are we going to school today? Gu-san asked, observing Li Chunchun as she nestled against him, engrossed in her reading. Yes, I'm going to see the principal, she replied earnestly. What do you intend to do? Gu-san inquired, intrigued. I want to cancel the attendance deductions from our credits. Amused, Gusun pinched her cheek. Are you really going to do that? Indeed, there's no need to waste time on attendance. Seeing her resolute, Gusun did not deter her. I'll accompany you. No need. Li Qinshin's rejection left Gusun with a sense of being dismissed. Why not? I'm quite capable too. Li Qinshin closed the book of literature. On the night of the freshman gala, I observed the principal's attitude towards you. It was an abuse of power, which is quite unbecoming. Gusun chuckled softly, finding her utterly amusing. Very well, I shall escort you to school. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call me. Nothing will happen. Li Qinshin rose from her lap, her petite figure radiating confidence. I never engage in ventures I lack assurance in. Gusun stifled his laughter. So, was last night also a matter of assurance? Li Qinshin's little face puffed up in indignation. I was referring to studying. Gusun leaned in to kiss her lips. Inin, that too pertains to studying. The little girl flared up instantly, but Gusun, despite their playful banter, refrained from any further antics. Once she had changed her attire, he drove her to school. After Li Qinshin ascended the stairs, Gusun departed, heading to the nearest stock exchange. It was slightly past 9, and many were already present. The large screen in the hall displayed a myriad of stocks scrolling by. Numerous individuals were accompanied by professional investors. Ding! A check-in location has been detected. Would you like to check in? Gusun's eyes gleamed. Check-in. Check-in successful. Reward. Ownership of High-End Securities Company. Intelligence increased by 10. Gusun smirked, feeling rather fortunate. He did not rush to leave, but chose to sit in the hall, observing stock trends with his extraordinary analytical skills, his thoughts exceptionally lucid. At that moment, a group entered through the door. The leading man donned a bespoke suit, embodying the essence of a wealthy heir, accompanied by a stunning girl. A cluster of bodyguards formed a dark wall at the entrance. Young Master Chu has arrived. Good day, young Master Chu. Which stock are you optimistic about today? I sold my house, eagerly awaiting to profit alongside you. I've bet my entire fortune. If I lose, I shall remain single, and if I win, I shall marry a wealthy beauty. Young Master Chu, the invincible in the stock market. Long live young Master Chu. Gusun thought to himself, is it truly this juvenile? Shouldn't those who navigate the stock market possess a more profound demeanor? Chu Wenbin waved his hand with an air of superiority, resembling a king surveying his domain, and then turned to the girl beside him. Xiao Xiao, today I shall show you another side of me. Qin Xiao Xiao wore a frosty expression. The Qin and Chu families were set to unite through marriage. As a sophomore, she was coerced into dating this second-generation heir. This person must be out of his mind. Instead of a park, he brings me to a stock exchange for a date, and he makes such a grand show of it. While she silently lamented, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Gusun, who stood out like a crane among chickens in the corner. Her eyes sparkled as she pointed towards him. Young Master Chu, that individual seems to hold a differing opinion of you. The last time she encountered Gusun was while attempting to escape a matchmaking banquet with Chu Wenbin, only to find that not only did he fail to assist her, but he also caused her to falter, leaving her with nothing but her pocket money spent on bubble tea. This rascal. Today she must make him aware of the harsh realities of society. Chu Wenbin immediately noticed Gusun, observing his strikingly handsome face, and couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Clearly a novice, pretending to remain composed while inevitably trailing behind to make a purchase. Gusun also spotted Qin Xiao Xiao, who pointed at him from a distance, and he instantly felt a pang of being schemed against. This woman is unhinged. Who knows if she will go mad at any moment? Best to leave this transaction and return to my brokerage firm for some peace. With this thought, he prepared to depart. However, Qin Xiao Xiao spoke up directly. Hey, after you plotted against me last time, now you see me and don't even greet me? Chu Wenbin, noticing their familiarity, immediately became wary. Xiao Xiao, who is he? Qin Xiao Xiao paused, then suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. He's my classmate, who has been pursuing me relentlessly. Gusun, taken aback, thought. Is this a calamity that has befallen me? This woman is not only unhinged, but profoundly so. Pursuing you? Just look at that emaciated figure and that face which could scare even a mirror. I might as well pursue a same-sex relationship. Qin Xiao Xiao initially intended for Chu Wenbin to teach Gusun a lesson, but unexpectedly, Gusun dismantled her with his biting remarks. Her face flushed with anger. Even if you were pursuing me, I would never accept you. I spent over $1 million on you, and I demand an apology. Spend over $1 million for him? What on earth did you two do? Chu Wenbin's face turned pale with disbelief. Chapter 33. Indeed, a madman. He had no aversion to this union, primarily because of Qin Xiaoxiao's youth. She must be a virgin. He could indulge with as many women as he wished, but the one he married had to be pure. However, things were clearly amiss. Qin Xiaoxiao merely sought to reprimand Gu Senator at this moment, seeing the green-tinted expression on Chu Wenbin's face. A sudden flash of inspiration struck her. She could easily use Gu Sun to extricate herself from the marriage arrangement with Chu Wenbin. Just as you think. He slept with me. Gu Sun nearly choked on his own blood. This woman must have escaped from a mental institution. Yet, Qin Xiaoxiao had already crafted her narrative. I spent over $1 million to book out a bar for him. We got drunk and ended up together. Young Master Gu, you cannot tolerate this, can you? Then let us call off our marriage. Chu Wenbin's face turned a shade of green, and he abruptly raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap across Qin Xiaoxiao's face. Shameless wretch. Qin Xiaoxiao, having been pampered since childhood, had never endured such humiliation. Chu Wenbin, how dare you strike me and still harbor thoughts of marrying me? Dream on. Chu Wenbin retorted, do you think I would want a second-hand item? His aristocratic facade shattered in an instant. He was a stock market deity, a revered figure in the eyes of many. Could he endure being cuckolded? He glared fiercely at Gu Senator. You dare to touch my woman. You are quite bold. Let us wager. If you win, she is yours, and I will not hinder you. If you lose. Gu Sun raised his hand. I concede. Do as you please with her. May I leave now? Qin Xiaoxiao and Chu Wenbin, along with the crowd, regarded him as a coward. One who dared to steal yet lacked the courage to admit it, far from being a man. Indeed, Chu Xiao, with his benevolence, had even promised to let the couple go. Yet this fellow remained oblivious to his fortune. It wasn't that he was unaware, rather, he was intimidated. Chu Xiao was a stock market deity. And what could he possibly compare? The woman, too, was foolish. Chu Xiao was the second largest shareholder of Wang's Electronics, worth billions, and yet she would settle for a pauper. Gu Sun had initially intended to ignore the situation, but suddenly found himself intrigued. Wang's Electronics, what a coincidence. Chu Wenbin, who had been seething with anger, could not help but feel a sense of triumph upon hearing the crowd's remarks. Casting a disdainful glance at Gu Senator, surrendering was acceptable, as long as he crawled through their legs. Gu Sun felt that the equity of Wang's Electronics was inconsequential. The humiliation of crawling through their legs was intolerable. Very well, Gu Sun declared, since Chu Xiao is interested, let us gamble. What are the terms? Chu Wenbin scoffed. It is simple. Choose any 3 stocks. Before the market closes at 4 in the afternoon, we will see who has made more profit points. 1 point equals 10 million. Are you brave enough? The crowd gasped. 1 point equating to 10 million meant, considering previous fluctuations, that a profit of 20 points was not out of the question, which could amount to 200 million. Were they truly playing for such stakes? Gu Sun calculated briefly, feeling quite pleased. No problem. Have the notary come over. Notaries were readily available at the exchange, and soon the paperwork was prepared. As Gu Sun prepared to sign, Chu Wenbin interjected, a minimum investment of 100 million is required. Do you have the funds? This individual seemed clearly destitute. Without money, he would have to concede defeat. Chu Wenbin denied Gu Sun any chance of winning, ensuring he would have to crawl out, regardless. Before Gu Sun could respond, Qin Xiaoxiao rushed over. Chu Wenbin, are you not intentionally making things difficult? You never mentioned the investment amount, only the profit points. Now you are going back on your word. Seeing Qin Xiaoxiao defend Gu Sun, Chu Wenbin's face turned a shade of green, followed by a feigned benevolent expression. Very well. Considering you were nearly my fiancée, I shall lower the standard. The investment will now be 10 million. If you cannot produce that, well, only 100 million? Chu Xiao is quite stingy. I thought the minimum would be at least 1 billion. Never mind, I shall accommodate you. Gu Sun made a phone call to Chang Yuanshan, transferring 200 million from the accounts of the Baida chain supermarket. After signing the notary documents, the funds were promptly allocated. As he observed the 100 million entering the account, Chu Wenbin's expression darkened considerably. Qin Xiaoxiao, with a blush on half her face, leaned closer to Gu Senator. You are actually a rich second generation. Gu Sun shifted sideways. Could you please keep your distance? Qin Xiaoxiao, frustrated, stomped her foot. This man, handsome and wealthy, might serve to silence her father. Yet, he was utterly clueless. How could a vibrant young woman be referred to as sister? Considering his willingness to stand up against Chu Wenbin on her behalf, Qin Xiaoxiao resolved to forgive him. She leaned closer to Gu Sun like a small wife, leaving him speechless as he shifted away. Qian Xiaoxiao followed suit, prompting Gu's son to speak up. I didn't make a bet for your sake. So spare me your misplaced affections. We share no relationship, and I reserve the right to sue you for defamation. My girlfriend disapproves of my interactions with other women. So do not overstep your bounds. The onlookers collectively gasped in disbelief at his callousness. Qian Xiaoxiao's face fell, yet she refused to depart, choosing instead to gaze longingly at Gu's son from a distance. Sensing her retreat, Gu Xin finally exhaled in relief. Chu Wenbin was engrossed in selecting stocks, with a throng of people following his lead. Meanwhile, only a few were gathered to observe Gu's senator according to the system's information. 3 stocks were set to launch today, just enough for his needs. Gu San swiftly completed his transactions and sought a quiet spot to open Li Chunshan's WeChat conversation. After a moment's hesitation, he opted not to disturb her and entered a group chat, only to be immediately tagged. Old 4, third brother, something big has happened. Old 4 promptly sent a web link. Gu San, not in a hurry to click, inquired, what is going on? Any gossip? Old 4 replied, this isn't gossip. It's a public lecture. Your little Chinchin is with the professor. Gu San exclaimed, no way, and swiftly opened the link. Indeed, it was a live broadcast from the university, an official stream. The situation was quite significant. Chinchin stood confidently at a high podium while the calculus professor, a stern and meticulous academic expert, posed questions. Gu San was aware of Li Chinchin's academic prowess, yet the calculus professor was a distinguished specialist. Anxiety gripped him. At that moment, Qian Xiaoxiao's voice drifted in. I thought you weren't nervous. Startled, Gu San retorted, get lost. Qian Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, replying, if you want me to go, then come home with me to meet my father and pretend to be my boyfriend. As long as he abandons the idea of a marriage alliance, You're out of your mind. I'm a man you cannot possess. And you want me to masquerade as your boyfriend to serve your purposes? Do I look like someone with a screw loose? What a lunatic. Gu San dismissed her, focusing intently on the video. In the video, the professor had reached the 3rd question, with a group of graduate students fervently jotting down notes. Below the stream, a flurry of onlookers was desperately searching for answers. The sight of Li Chunshan, her lips tightly pressed and her face etched with concentration, tugged at Gu San's heartstrings. Chapter 34. I lost Li Chunshan filled an entire blackboard with her problem-solving approach, and when she finally arrived at the answer, the audience erupted into applause. Old 4. From this day forth, little Chunshan is my goddess. I shall adorn my bedside with her picture and gaze upon her every night as I drift to sleep. Gu San interjected, she is my wife, your 3rd sister-in-law. Don't worry, 3rd brother, I'll take care of old 4 tonight. I'll pass you the knife. As the 4 individuals engaged in conversation while watching videos, a sudden wave of excitement washed over the seasoned teacher when Li Chunqing successfully solved the 6th problem. He approached her and grasped her hand with fervor. Gu San nearly hurled his phone in frustration. Where's my knife? He fumed, bombarding the comments section with furious messages. Sun Zai, release my wife. The previously boisterous barrage of comments fell into a hush, save for Gu San's blood-curdling 7 characters that continued to scroll. The principal nearly choked in disbelief, discreetly pulling out his phone to message Gu San. Is that you in the comments? Gu San quickly replied, insisting, hurry and separate us. The principal, drenched in sweat, muttered under his breath, good grief. A professor, over 50, is captivated by a mere sprout? Despite the complaints, the principal hastily took the stage, naturally intervening to separate the two and announce the results of the competition. The elderly professor was indifferent to the outcome. His sole desire was to take on an apprentice. The young girl before him was undoubtedly destined to become a luminary in the field of mathematics. Still brimming with excitement, the most authoritative professor from the physics department approached. Oh no, this is Professor Hua Qiming's mentor, rumored to be keen on nurturing him. Last time, this Li Chunxiang called Hua Qiming foolish. Is this for real? Is he here to redeem his accomplished student? This Professor Zhao has even won national accolades. Gu San felt his teeth clench in irritation. These rascals have no sense of fairness. Li Chunxiang is from the foreign languages department. Advanced mathematics is an essential subject, but physics is not. Are they intentionally making things difficult? Li Chunxiang was granted a 10-minute respite. She quietly sat in a corner of the podium, obediently sipping water from her thermos. Gu San immediately initiated a video call. Inin, let's not compete anymore. Leave the credit issue to me. Li Chunxing moistened her lips, looking irresistibly charming. Does Brother Gu not trust me? Gu-sin shook his head vehemently. I'm worried you'll tire yourself out. Not at all. My mind hasn't felt this invigorated in ages. But I must feast on meat tonight to replenish. No need to wait until evening. I'll have someone deliver it to you at noon. How many more rounds this afternoon? 2 rounds, focused on the major. Good luck. I'll be cheering for you. Gu-sun gazed at the confident, radiant girl on the screen. Her brilliance akin to the brightest star in the night sky. His heart brimmed with pride. Qin Xiaoxiao watched Gu-sin's indulgent demeanor towards his phone, feeling a pang of jealousy. He isn't even that good-looking. Does he really need to dote on her so? Truly, blind to the obvious. Gu-sun, unwilling to squander Li Qinqing's precious rest, exchanged a few more words before ending the call. He then messaged Wang Kun, instructing him to prepare meals for delivery to Donghai University. Just as he wrapped up, Chu Wenbin approached. Kid, your stocks have been plummeting. And you still have the time to play on your phone? What time is it? Gu-sun looked up at Chu Wenbin, who hesitated for a moment before glancing at his diamond-studded watch. It's 10:40. Gu-sun casually adjusted his wristwatch, revealing a custom Patek Philippe timepiece. Enjoy your final moments of bliss, he remarked. Upon catching sight of the bespoke watch, Chu Wenbin's expression shifted slightly, yet he quickly scoffed. What a fade. I wonder how long you can maintain this charade. Soon, the trading hall erupted in jubilant cheers as all 3 stocks chosen by Chu Wenbin soared in value. Chu Xiao is exceptional. Chu Xiao is indeed a living stock god. Investing alongside Chu Xiao guarantees profits. I must increase my stake. Gu-sun, however, had no time to engage with the crowd. He was intently watching a video by Li Qinqing. What kind of question is this old codger posing? He reached the doctoral level. Isn't this just bullying? With the aid of an encyclopedia, despite the obscure and convoluted nature of the questions, Gu-sun adeptly discerned the problem-solving approach, naturally identifying the source of these questions as well. Using doctoral-level questions on a freshman, how shameless. Gu-sun furiously typed comments, marking the origins of the questions. A gathering of graduate and doctoral students were also watching the competition, and some were already researching. Wow, a big shot just breezed by. I'm still reading the question, and this big shot already knows the source. Who is this big shot? Could it be a professor from the physics department? Perhaps on par with Professor Zhao? Is this an attempt to undermine him? Isn't the whole point to use doctoral questions to bully freshmen? The momentum began to shift. Gu-sin's fingers did not cease their rapid movement. He had several alternate accounts simultaneously bombarding the chat. Qin Xiaoxiao assumed he was engrossed in stock trading. But upon realizing he was watching a video, she rolled her eyes in frustration. What stocks are you even buying? They're stagnant, at this rate. You'll need a fortune to keep up. Gu-sin ignored her. However, his actions came to a halt as Li Qinqing, despite her furrowed brows, eventually solved the problem. Professor Zhao was equally astonished. At this moment, he no longer felt that Hu Qiming had been unjust. This young lady's intellect was clearly remarkable. He scrutinized Li Qinqing's problem-solving method and subsequently posed the final question. After Gu-sun read the question, he was utterly taken aback. This old rascal has developed quite the penchant for bullying. Just moments ago, he had tested Li Qinqing with doctoral-level questions. And now this was even more outrageous. It was a question from the latest International Physics Award evaluation. This is beyond what even an ordinary professor could solve. Gu-sun ground his teeth in frustration. The barrage of comments mentioning him grew. Big shot. Where does this question stem from? What the heck? Why can't I comprehend this question? Is there an error? I'm quite out of the loop. I recognize this question. It ranks 3rd in difficulty in this year's physics award. I've heard several senior professors failed to solve it. Professor Zhao is ruthless. He aims to pin this genius girl down. Li Qinqing, with her brows tightly knit, pondered for a long time. In the eager gaze of the onlookers, she finally picked up a piece of chalk. She wrote slowly, pausing frequently, and soon her small face puffed up. Gu-sun exited the live stream and created a post on the forum, rapidly typing up the answers and presenting a new question. Then he re-entered the live stream and shared the post link, starting a flurry of challenge notifications. Soon, everyone was captivated by the post and the challenges. Li Qinqing put down her chalk. I cannot solve this problem. She felt somewhat disheartened, her small face still puffy with frustration. Gu-sun directly called her. After admitting defeat, Li Qinqing was about to leave when she noticed Gu-sin's incoming call. She tapped to answer. Brother Gu-sun, I've lost. Chapter 35. Unashamedly persistent, Gu-sun gently coaxed her. Don't worry, Brother Gu-sun will help you regain your honor. Switch to speakerphone. Li Qinqing was unsure of Gu-sin's intentions, but switched to speakerphone nonetheless. Gu Sen's icy voice immediately resonated throughout the large classroom. Professor Zhao, do you not think it a bit disrespectful to challenge a freshman from the Foreign Languages Department with a question from the International Physics Award? The room erupted in murmurs. Professor Zhao retorted coldly, I am not challenging her. I merely wish to see where this girl's potential lies. Is that so? Then let us assess the breadth of our Professor Zhao's knowledge. I have posted a question on the campus forum. I await your response. Gu Sen declared. You have troubled Li Chunxin for half an hour. I shall give you 1 hour. If you can solve it, we concede. If not, you lose this round. Professor Zhao, upon hearing this, became irate. In the realm of physics, no one had dared to challenge him. Very well, if I lose. I want that girl to become my disciple and accompany me to the Physics Research Institute for intensive study. That's a separate matter. Let us not conflate issues. Gu Sen countered. Professor Zhao chose not to argue further. He was confident he could persuade Li Chunxin to follow him and prove his prowess to silence everyone. After addressing Professor Zhao's wager, Gu Sen instructed Li Chunxin to turn off the speakerphone. Be good, don't be upset. I will come back and explain that problem to you, all right? Li Chunxin responded with a soft I'm hungry. All right, head to the third cafeteria. I will send Lao Si to accompany you, and your meal will arrive shortly. After hanging up, Gu Sen sent a message to Lao Si and, after confirming Wang Kun's progress, kicked the nearby chair in frustration. This old fool not only bullies his wife, but also schemes to take her away. How can I tolerate this? Seeing him like this, Qin Xiaoxiao finally felt it was normal. You finally understand the urgency. All the stocks have turned red. Gu Sen cast a glance without concern and continued to monitor the forum, stirring public opinion in the process. His takeout also arrived. Looking at the milk tea, Qin Xiaoxiao felt nauseated and stamped her foot in irritation. Hey, I don't drink milk tea. Gu Sen paused momentarily. What does it matter to me whether you drink it or not? He took a sip of the milk tea and then popped a shrimp ball into his mouth, savoring the moment with a contented squint of his eyes. Qin Xiaoxiao, accompanying him in this precarious situation, couldn't help but feel a sense of indignation. This scoundrel didn't even offer her a morsel to eat. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Chu Wenbin, relishing a fine red wine, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. One of the stocks he had selected was inexplicably beginning to plummet. He immediately retrieved his phone to consult with his behind-the-scenes team. No matter how affluent he was, Chu Wenbin could not frivolously throw around billions for mere amusement. Since the stock selection, an entire investment team had been tirelessly engaged in their strategies. According to their projections, these 3 stocks were supposed to continue ascending, ideally surpassing a 9-point increase. Yet, how could they suddenly decline? Soon, he received a message stating that it was merely a normal fluctuation. Chu Wenbin exhaled a sigh of relief and turned his attention to the 3 stocks chosen by Gu Sen, discovering they were all in the green with considerable momentum. A number of investors had already begun to follow suit. Gu Sen was engrossed in the afternoon match when his phone rang unexpectedly. He answered promptly. Hello. This is Gu Sen. Good afternoon, Mr. Gu. This is Yu Bo, the general manager of Tianhai Securities Investment Company. There has been unusual activity in the market today, and we suspect that there may be a manipulative trader at play. I would like to inquire about your stance on this matter. Shall we take action? Gu Sen glanced at Chu Wenbin, his expression nonchalant. I will add you on WeChat. Follow my instructions. Soon, the friend request was accepted. Gu Sen sent Chu Wenbin's stock tickets to Yu Bo, instructing him to monitor closely and to ensnare the manipulator, allowing them to profit handsomely before executing a decisive strike. Subsequently, he forwarded the information regarding the 6 stocks he had acquired, directing Yu Bo to place bets as per his requirements. Before long, Chu Wenbin's 3 stocks began to exhibit erratic behavior, oscillating wildly and displaying unsettling instability. In contrast, Gu Sen stocks continued to ascend steadily. The trading floor buzzed with a cacophony of emotions. Some rejoiced while others lamented. By 3:30 in the afternoon, Chu Wenbin was drenched in sweat. The 3 stocks he had chosen had undergone meticulous scrutiny by professionals. How could such a predicament arise? Young Master Chu, it seems your luck is rather poor today. The losses are quite severe. I wonder if your allocated funds will suffice. Chu Wenbin felt a surge of anger, almost spitting blood. Yet, it was too late to change stocks now. Inwardly, he cursed his team vehemently, though he maintained a facade of composure. It's just a few billion. I won't let it bother me. No sooner had he spoken than his phone buzzed. It was a call from the head of the trading team, who had wagered $1 billion against Gu Senator today. The trading team had access to an additional 10 billion. With their expertise, making a few billion in profit should be straightforward. Chu Wenbin answered with pride, but moments later, his face turned as pale as a ghost. How could this happen? What on earth are you all doing? I've invested so much in you. This is the outcome I receive? I heed no excuses. Without this billion, both you and I shall face the wrath of my father. Continue to invest for me, so that we may recover our losses. Gu Sun gazed at Chu Wenbin with a smile, evidently aware that Chu had lost more than just a few billion. Enraged, Chu Wenbin felt an overwhelming urge to strike out. As the trading session concluded at 4 o'clock, Gu Sun's selected stocks yielded profits of 7%, 10%, and 9.5%, respectively. In stark contrast, Chu Wenbin's stocks plummeted to their limit. The cumulative loss amounted to 790 million. Qin Xiaoxiao leapt up, pretending to embrace Gu Sun, only for him to swiftly evade her. Hey, big oaf, look at the fortune I've earned for you today. It's evident how lucky I am for you. Why not reconsider? Gu Sun dismissed her completely and approached Chu Wenbin. Chu, debts must be repaid. Let us settle this account. Chu Wenbin was beside himself with fury, yet the notarization had been done, and his family could not afford such disgrace. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he reluctantly paid the sum, casting a menacing glare at Gu Senator. Be cautious as you walk. Keep an eye out for cars. Gu Sun returned his gaze with a gentle yet affectionate smile. You should also take care. Watch out for people. For today it appears you may find it difficult to exit the exchange. Chu Wenbin was perplexed. After Gu Sun departed, he intended to seek out his team to address the substantial losses incurred. However, he soon sensed something amiss. The investors trailing closely behind him were filled with fury. Chu Wenbin, you owe me money, one shouted, prompting a rush towards him. The bodyguards at the entrance immediately sprang into action to manage the crowd. Just as Gu Sun settled into his car, a passenger took the seat beside him, instantly darkening his expression. Get out. Qin Xiaoxiao, with a spoiled demeanor, retorted, No. I've spent the day with you. I'm hungry. You've won so much money. Take me out to eat. I'll say it once more, this afternoon. Gu Sun's demeanor shifted dramatically. Qin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. If I refuse to leave, what will you do? I warn you, if you lay a hand on me, I shall accuse you of harassment and insist you marry me. Chapter 36. Go as far as you can. Gu Sun studied Qin Xiaoxiao for a moment before suddenly retrieving his phone. What? Do you intend to summon someone to drag me away? If they dare come, I shall kiss you. Let us see who quakes in fear. She believed she had him under her control. Though she could not fathom the reason for their entanglement, she simply could not let him go. Through Chu Wenbin's investigation into Qin Xiaoxiao's background, it was a trivial matter. Within a minute, the information was laid bare before him. Gu Sun's voice turned icy, laced with an ominous intent. Qin Realty is mired in a fundraising crisis. All 4 of their projects have ground to a halt, desperately awaiting approval from Donghai Bank for loan disbursement. Qin Xiaoxiao was taken aback, astonished that Gu Sun could effortlessly uncover her family's hidden troubles. In the frigid depths of his gaze, a sense of trepidation began to creep into her heart. What do you mean? Last chance, leave now, or the Qin family will face bankruptcy. Miss Qin Xiaoxiao's temper flared, her assertiveness unprecedented, yet the man before her showed no trace of sympathy. If you possess the capability, let the Qin family crumble. If not, you shall return with me to meet my father. She refused to believe that anyone in Donghai City wielded such immense power. Gu Sun was thoroughly exasperated with Qin Xiaoxiao. Ever since she had brought Chu Wenbin to the exchange that day, she had been scheming against him. Without the aid of his system, he would have been forced to crawl away in disgrace under Chu Wenbin's pressure. Regardless of the rationale, a woman like her was not deserving of pity. Gu Sun's lips curled into a cold smirk as he dialed Fu Haitian's number. Mr. Gu, how may I assist you? Retract all investments from Qin Realty. Demand repayment for all approved loans, and deny any unapproved requests outright. Recently, Qin Realty's CEO, Qin Feng, had been attempting to curry favor by inviting him to dinner, ostensibly to secure a loan approval, which Gu Sun had consistently declined. The reputation of Qin Realty was tarnished, and the investment risks were escalating. Now that Mr. Gu had issued a direct command, Fu Haitian had no objections. Understood, Mr. Gu. I will inform Qin Feng immediately. Gu Sun added, tell Qin Feng that if he wishes to survive, he should ensure his daughter keeps her distance. With that, he hung up. Fu Haitian instantly grasped the situation and promptly contacted Qin Feng. Qin Xiaoxiao felt a wave of anxiety but stubbornly remained in the passenger seat, refusing to leave. Moments later, her phone rang insistently. She glanced at the caller ID, her complexion paling. "Dad, I am with Chu Wenbin. You wretched girl. No matter where you are or what you're doing, return immediately. Are you trying to ruin the Qin family?" His furious roar nearly shattered her eardrums. Trembling, Qin Xiaoxiao descended from the Pagani. "Who exactly are you?" Gu Xin showed no inclination to engage with her, accelerating away with panache. The afternoon's race unfolded without incident. However, Gu Xin found himself awaiting Professor Zhao's response on the forum to no avail. Li Qinshin's silent concession marked the culmination of her efforts. By the time Gu Xin arrived, Li Qinshin had completed her race and was surrounded by several professors in the lecture hall. Such talent was coveted by all, and there was no need to follow the usual protocols. They could directly recruit and nurture her future potential boundless. Li Qinshin, already reticent, appeared even more distressed at that moment. The fourth member of their group, eager to help but stuck outside, was about to call Gu Sun when he saw him burst through the door. "Excuse me," Gu Sun called, pushing through. One professor, growing impatient, snapped. "Can't you see I'm busy? Wait your turn. I am her guardian. I hold authority over all her decisions." This proclamation drew the attention of everyone present. With that, Gu Sun swiftly took Li Qinshin by the hand and exited the hall, debating with a group of rigid professors. How foolish. Li Qinshin ran faster than Gu Sun, clearly frightened by the entanglement. The two of them swiftly darted to the car, with Li Qinshin patting her small chest, still shaken. Why were they so terrifying? Gu Sun, having not embraced the little bean sprout all day, was now consumed by thoughts, and his large hand instinctively reached out, pulling her into his embrace and planting a few kisses on her. It is human nature to cherish talent, and one must understand that. Li Qinshin allowed him to hold her, nodding her small head. Then she added, "I read simply because I enjoy it. I never aspired to be the talent they speak of." Fortunately, it was only Gu Xin present. Had others overheard, it would have surely infuriated them. The realm of the academic elite, indeed, is not comprehensible to ordinary people. "After expending so many brain cells today, let's go. I shall take you home to indulge in some meat." Gu Sun playfully ruffled her hair a couple more times before releasing her. With Li Qinshin no longer required to attend school daily, she had regained her freedom. A significant portion of her day was spent nestled by the floor-to-ceiling window, engrossed in books. To enhance her comfort, Gu Sun transformed that area into a personal sanctuary. The bookshelf was filled with various books he had gathered over the past few days, and the floor was adorned with a plush carpet customized by Gu Sun, accompanied by an array of soft and cozy cushions. When Gu Sun was busy at work, he had Wang Kun deliver meals punctually. During his free time, he would snuggle with Li Qinshin, one engrossed in gaming while the other read, their companionship remarkably soothing. Although they never truly indulged to the fullest, Gu Sun ensured that every conceivable benefit was fully extracted. "Damn it, dead again. Come on, old four. Let's have a serious talk about how you managed to die and still remain immovable." Gu Sun, exasperated, was about to deliver a lesson in love to old four when the phone rang. "Hello, this is Gu Senator speak. Young Master Gu, I'm Wang Jun. Do you have some time to lend a hand? Finally facing divine retribution and about to be besieged? Where are you? I'll send someone to assist." Wang Jun was nearly in tears. He too was a victim of the situation with Yu Shuer. Who could he turn to for justice? Ultimately, he was at fault. And he quickly added, "Young Master Gu, I'm hosting a banquet tonight to apologize, even to the extent of bowing my head. But today's situation concerns the reputation of Donghai University. You must help." Gu Sun swiftly inquired about the details. The National College Basketball Championship was being held in Donghai this year, and as hosts, Donghai University was striving with all its might to secure a notable position. However, not only had they failed to reach the top three, but they were also being utterly humiliated by the defending champions, Linjiang University. Although Wang Jun was a second-generation heir, he possessed a spirited heart. He could endure and adapt, but the opposing side was simply too infuriating. It was as if they were brazenly mocking them. Who could tolerate such indignity? Gu Sun gently caressed Li Qinshin's petite face, softly coaxing her. "Darling, we haven't ventured out today. Staying cooped up reading is not good for your eyes. Shall I take you out for a bit? This evening, a foolish person is treating us to dinner." Wang Shithen's demeanor was rather unremarkable, yet as long as he could remedy the situation, he remained just that, an ordinary fool. It was unnecessary to speculate. It was evident that Gu Sun was once again indulging his little fairy at home, a fact that Wang Jun had grown accustomed to. Li Chunshun lifted her gaze from the thick tome of literature. Then buy me ice cream, she declared. Gusun hesitated momentarily. Did your relative leave? Chapter 37. Buddy, you truly are a dog. Yes, they left yesterday. Li Chunxin found it baffling. Gusun embraced her each night. How could he be unaware? In truth, Gusun was oblivious, for he had not dared to undress her in their intimacy, fearing he might lose control. Now, upon hearing her words, he felt even less inclined to venture out. Wang Jun, seasoned by numerous battles, immediately recognized the urgency and shouted into his phone, Dear grandmother, my beloved grandmother, I shall buy you ice cream. I know that tonight an international dessert master is hosting a banquet. Shall we go after the competition? Li Qinshin's eyes sparkled with delight. Gusun, irritated, spoke into the receiver. Send me the address. I shall await your arrival. Once he hung up, he regarded Li Qinshan with a predatory intensity. Is it true that if someone else offers you food, you'd leave with them? Li Qinshin's petite frame froze. Do you not like me anymore? Without her glasses, her clear eyes brimmed with tears, resembling a forsaken puppy. Gusun, flustered, quickly pulled her into his embrace, overwhelmed with guilt. Li Qinshin's emotional intelligence was low, or perhaps still undeveloped. It was akin to a newly hatched chick, seeing its first species, the dependency and affection ingrained deeply, difficult to alter. Even if she encountered a more alluring species in the future, it was improbable. Gusun resolved that he alone would nurture Li Qinshin. No one else could afford to do so. Thus, even if she eventually became more discerning, no man in the world would treat her better than he did, ensuring she would forever remain his tender sprout. In that moment, Gusun felt the imperative to earn money. He casually donned a set of athletic gear and dashed to Li Qinshin's bedroom, where the wardrobe stood ajar. Inside lay mostly coordinated, loose-fitting sportswear in rather drab colors. Tomorrow, I shall take you shopping for clothes, he announced. Li Qinshan, with modest demands for attire, nodded in agreement and began to undress before him. As she shed her loose homeware, a particularly mature undergarment was revealed. Gusun swallowed hard, his hand instinctively finding its way to her delicate waist. How soft and tender, he marveled, and today, he could both touch and indulge. He pondered what it would truly feel like to reach that stage of intimacy. His hand had now traversed to her rear. Previously, during his time with Yuxuer, he had not been overly captivated by such matters, yet with Li Qinshan, he found himself incessantly preoccupied with thoughts of her, unable to restrain himself. Inin, Gusen's arm had already entwined around her, halting Li Qinshan's attempts to dress, his fervent breath tenderly brushing against her fair neck. The phone rang insistently once more. For the first time, Gusun contemplated silencing Wang Jun. Despite the time constraints, he indulged in a kiss, playfully grasping Li Qinshan's delicate hand for a moment longer. Only then did he feel invigorated as he sped towards the Donghai City Sports Arena in his Pagani. The venue was bustling with spectators due to the grandeur of the National University League. Gusen's Pagani incited a wave of excitement. He unfastened his seatbelt and turned to glance at the pouting little dolphin beside him, suppressing a chuckle. Shall I carry you down? You're already weak in the knees before I've even done anything. Li Qinshin covered Gusen's mouth as she playfully scolded, You're a bad person. You're not allowed to touch me anymore. A faint blush graced her cheeks as she recalled that peculiar sensation, her legs still feeling somewhat unsteady. Gusun pulled her onto his lap for a kiss, his lips prying open hers, an overwhelming surge of passion sweeping over them. After a brief encounter, he tantalizingly whispered in her ear, Darling, you're timid even through your little underwear, yet I find your timid demeanor even more enticing. Li Qinshan, utterly defenseless, melted against Gusen's embrace, playfully chastising him once more. Brother Gusun is a bad person. Gusen's spirit soared. He opened the car door and escorted Li Qinshan out. Wang Jun was already waiting at the entrance and rushed over upon spotting Senator Gu Shao. You finally made it. We only have 10 minutes left. Come with me to the backstage to change and familiarize ourselves with the strategy. Gusun, unfazed, led Li Qinshan to the meeting area. There were 2 teams in Donghai City. Wang Jun was part of the second team, which also included Gao Qi, the captain of the Donghai University basketball team, and Lu Ping, the vice-captain. Both recognized Gusun and immediately greeted him, exclaiming, The sharpshooter has arrived. Our secret weapon is here. After a brief introduction of the players, Gao Qi began outlining their tactics. One player expressed reluctance upon hearing that Gusun would play as a guard. I've scored the most in the previous matches. I don't see the need for another scoring guard on the team. Gao Qi, taken aback, quickly responded, Lao Bai, Gu's son is exceptionally accurate with his three-pointers. He can catch opponents off guard. We can't afford another loss. Lu Ping concurred. Yes, I can vouch for that. Lao Bai remained unconvinced, arguing that it would diminish his scoring opportunities and complicate coordination since Gu's son was a newcomer, insisting, I still disagree. Gu's son, indifferent to the position, suggested, I could play center instead. The others exchanged glances, noting his height of 1.82 meters. The center, towering at 1.94 meters, stepped forward, kid. The center from Linjiang University is nearly 2 meters tall. He couldn't finish his sentence as Gu Xin suddenly leaped, effortlessly vaulting over his shoulder. A collective gasp echoed through the group. Is this even humanly possible? The center looked utterly deflated. Gu Sun declared, since we aim to catch them off guard, I shall play as a center in the first half, luring the enemy deeper, and in the second half, I will switch to defense, dazzling them with my prowess. Gao Qi, Lu Ping, and Lao Bai exchanged glances, acknowledging his brilliance. It was not that he rejected Gu Sun. Both Gao Qi and Lu Ping had praised Gu Sen's talent, leading him to accept the young man's potential in his heart. However, he believed Gu Sun should serve as a substitute for the time being rather than a core player. Now, having been subdued by Gu Sen's singular move, his doubts dissipated entirely. Wang Jun became a substitute, volunteering to look after Li Qinshan. Gu Sun wrapped an arm around Li Qinshan, watching Wang Jun as one would observe the neighbor's antics. Are you serious, Gu Xiao? You know the principle. One must not lay a hand on a friend's wife, he remarked, maintaining his integrity. Is that so? Gu Xin thought to himself, contemplating whether he had been too lenient with Wang Jun. Wang Jun, sensing the tension, quickly retorted. Gu Xiao, Yu Shuer is not like your sister-in-law. She is quite the flirt, actively enticing me, and she has been juggling several suitors behind your back, including Liang Chun. I assumed you were merely playing around. As he spoke, he realized Gu Sun's expression darkened. Gu Xiao, you can't possibly be serious about Yu Shuer, can you? Gu Sun felt a surge of frustration, questioning whether he was truly the kind of man who toyed with women's emotions. He decided against revisiting his troublesome past. Just as he prepared to hand Li Qinshan over to the basketball team manager, she suddenly spoke up. Who is Yu Shuer? Forgive my face blindness. I can remember complex terms effortlessly, yet I struggle with names and faces. Gu Sun and Wang Jun, realizing their blunder, scrambled to rectify the situation. My dear, what flavor of ice cream do you prefer? I've heard there's a colorful one that offers 9 distinct tastes. Instantly, Li Qinshan forgot about Yu Shuer. Without hesitation, Gu Sun kicked Wang Jun away with a swift motion. Chapter 38. Waiting for 0 points. Though Donghai University was the host, the moment Linjiang University stepped onto the court, an enthusiastic cheer erupted. Qin Chuan, I love you. I want to have your babies. Qin Chuan, defeat Donghai. Journalists were broadcasting live. Qin Chuan, do you have anything to say about the upcoming match? With a charming smirk, Qin Chuan exuded confidence. Control the score? Control the score? The reporter replied with a chuckle. Are you suggesting to keep the point difference minimal for the home team? No, I mean we will restrict their scoring to single digits. This declaration incited a wave of ecstatic screams. Qin Chuan is so dominant. I can't take it, my legs are weak. Rumor had it that Qin Chuan was being considered for the national team, and he certainly possessed the talent. It was set to become a showcase for Qin Chuan. Wang Jun, fuming, stomped his foot in frustration. This Qin Chuan is insufferable. Once the match concludes, I will definitely find someone to teach him a lesson. Gu Sun lifted the corners of his mouth. A single-digit score? He still dares to boast. I ensured he scored nothing in the first half. As he spoke, a reporter happened to approach, and his voice resonated throughout the entire arena. The commentators chuckled. Donghai University has introduced a fresh face, quite appealing, though he speaks without engaging his mind. Another commentator is local to Donghai. I find Donghai University's tenacity commendable. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. This league has proven to be intriguing. No matter how the matches are arranged, Donghai University consistently faces Linjiang University. This is the semi-final. Had they not encountered Linjiang, Donghai might have advanced to the finals. Gu Sen's words drew considerable attention. Qin Chuan shot him a cold glance, exuding an air of disdain akin to a sovereign. Ding! A sign-in location has been detected. Would you like to sign in? Gu Sun was momentarily taken aback. Typically, the system prompts sign in upon entering a new scene. Yet this time it was delayed. He pondered little and silently invoked the sign-in. Sign-in successful. Rewards include 60% equity in a special bean stock, a stamina boost of 10, and one lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw? Draw the reward is a custom-built Rolls-Royce Phantom, to be delivered to the host within 24 hours. Gu-sen's eyes crinkled with joy, a sixth addition to his garage. Look, the new addition from Donghai University is rather handsome. Someone remarked. He smiles like a star, though he's a bit short. I wonder how his skills measure up. Many girls frequently glanced at Gu-san, beginning to compare him to Qin Chuan. The match commenced swiftly. Gu-san positioned himself at center to participate in the jump ball, eliciting a wave of astonishment from the audience. The center from Linjiang University, resembling a gorilla, scoffed derisively. Little sprout, did Donghai University send you here to amuse us? The surrounding spectators buzzed with speculation. Look at that boy from Donghai University. He won't get torn apart by Linjiang's center, will he? Oh dear. He.s in peril. What tactics has Donghai University employed? Surely they don't believe they can win by resorting to such unexpected methods? The commentators expressed their views, their commentary lively yet laden with sarcasm and irreparable awkwardness. In response to it all, Gu-san remained unfazed. This was precisely the effect he desired. Soon, he would have everyone's faces scraping the ground in embarrassment. A whistle pierced the air. The Linjiang center sneered, not even leaping, merely waving his long arms as if he could seize the ball. Alas, a lightning-quick figure dashed past him, and by the time he registered the moment, the ball was already in Lao Bai's hands. He truly was an excellent guard, executing a perfect backward three-pointer. The Linjiang players had yet to react. Lao He, what are you doing? Qin Chuan shouted in anger. The center, Lao He, was equally bewildered, hastily retreating to defend. In a swift motion, the ball was intercepted by Qin Chuan, eliciting a jubilant cheer from the crowd in response to his remarkably graceful act. In an attempt to regain his stature, Qin Chuan executed a stunning reverse dunk. Just as he was poised to raise his hand in victory, a resounding smack echoed as a formidable block came crashing down. The arena fell into a profound silence. Gauchi immediately shouted for a counterattack. Old Bai and his teammates exhibited impeccable coordination, swiftly securing another 2 points. Oh my goodness! The center from Donghai University is so handsome. When he jumped, I caught a glimpse of his abdominal muscles. I saw it too. Goodness, 8-pack abs, absolutely stunning. That young man, Gu-san, is also rumored to have a beautiful singing voice. A treasure of a boy, let us go. Before long, the stadium erupted in chants of Gu-sen's name, rivaling the earlier cheers for Qin Chuan. The latter's face turned a shade of green. He quickly rallied his team for a counterstrike. Yet, whether through three-point shots or flamboyant dunks, every time the basketball neared the hoop, a fierce block would come crashing down. The players from Linjiang University grew increasingly frustrated, particularly as they struggled to defend against their opponents. By halftime, Donghai University had established a commanding lead, while Linjiang University was left scoreless. The crowd was fervently chanting Gu-sen's name. The local commentator from Donghai had lost his composure, using the past couple of days' pent-up frustration as an outlet, providing no opportunity for his co-commentator to interject. Li Qinshen handed Gu-sen a bottle of water. Are you tired? Brother Gu-san? Gu-san pulled her into an embrace and gave her a kiss. Not at all. After the game, I'll take you out for ice cream. Wang Jun was flushed with excitement. Wow, Gu Xiao, you're incredible. How do you manage to control your jumping ability so effortlessly? Old Bai was thoroughly impressed as well. Gu Xiao, I admit I was blind to your talents before. Please don't be upset. Gu-san waved goodbye, unfazed by the remark. Since he had joined the team, winning the championship was imperative. After today's match, we can advance to the finals, and there are still 2 games to go. Gu-san, will you be able to come? Gauchi sincerely hoped Gu-san would participate. Gu-san, who had a genuine fondness for basketball, checked the time. If circumstances permit, I will be there. Gauchi didn't press further and immediately began strategizing for the second half. They knew the opposing team would focus their defense on Gu-san as the center, so they decided to play chaotically, aiming to outscore their rivals in the latter half. He recalled the previous one-on-one match where Gu-san had dominated purely through scoring. With a lead from the first half, as long as they ensured shooting opportunities, victory was assured. Upon hearing the strategy, Gu-san chuckled. This approach is quite audacious. Old Bai grinned. The captain mentioned your three-point shooting is remarkable. I can't wait to see it in action. Gu-san shrugged. How has everyone's stamina? Do you need substitutes? Wang Jun, eager and energized, was ultimately turned down by the enthusiastic starters. Gu-san was drenched in sweat, having embraced Li Qinshan for a while before the second half commenced. Observing the imposing figures from Linjiang University, Gao Qi and his companions nearly burst into laughter. Each one resembled a mountain. But what were they attempting to prove? Was this a contest of height? This is a basketball court, not a place where mere stature can guard the hoop. In truth, the players from Linjiang University were equally distressed. They did not wish for this predicament, yet Gu Sen's defense was impenetrable, preventing them from scoring. In the second half, Qin Chuan refrained from taking the court, fearing that his performance would be even more dismal. As the second half began, several towering individuals prepared to guard Gu Sen, only to discover that he had ventured to the perimeter as a guard and shooter. Others soon realized this shift, igniting a flurry of discussion. Even the commentators were left bewildered by this unexpected maneuver. However, it wasn't too long before Gu Sen's flawless three-pointer ignited the arena once more. Gu Sen, I want to bear your children. Ah, Gu Sen, I love you. The frenzied screams caused Li Qinshan to frown in discomfort. The outcome of the match was utterly predictable. Fortunately, the defense from Donghai University was notably lax in the second half, sparing Linjiang University from a more crushing defeat. The jubilant cheers of victory resonated throughout the gymnasium, with local reporters and fans of Donghai City reveling in the triumph. After Gu Sen showered and changed back into his clothes, he emerged from the locker room to find Li Qinshan waiting patiently, cradling a thermos. Her small head was turned toward the throng outside, her expression a mixture of confusion and daze. The manager had blocked the frenzied fans from entering, allowing no one through. Gu Sen grasped Li Qinshan's small hand and inquired, "What are you looking at?" Li Qinshan pointed toward the door, her eyes reflecting bewilderment. "Have those people gone mad?" Gu Sen chuckled softly at her incredulous expression and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Do you think Gu Sen Gu is not charming on the basketball court?" Li Qinshan pondered seriously before responding with honesty. "He is quite handsome." Gu Sen leaned closer, his handsome face inches from hers. "Then are you not captivated by me? Do you not wish to bear my children? Do you not desire to playfully tease me on my abs? Wang Jun, Gu Xiao, consider me, I am right here. Are you trying to torture me?" Gu Sen showed no sign of embarrassment. "And you dare linger here? Shouldn't you quickly reveal where that foreign pastry chef is hosting a soiree? Can you even get in?" "I wouldn't forget what my little lady wants to eat," Wang Jun replied, shaking his phone. "I've already reached out. Once Gao Qi is out, we'll head over together. Tonight, I'll treat you all." Soon, they piled into several cars and made their way to Fengyuan Club. Gu Sen's Pagani stood out prominently, encircled by several sports cars, exuding an imperial aura. They opted not to wear formal attire and instead settled into a private room. Fengyuan Club was renowned within elite circles. Wang Jun seemed to frequent this place often, possessing a private room equipped with all manner of entertainment. He personally ventured out to bring a generous serving of colorful ice cream to Li Qinshan, who instantly lit up with joy, nestled comfortably on the sofa, savoring the treat with delightful charm. Gu Sen, witnessing her happiness, felt his spirits lift as he engaged in carefree banter with the others, creating a lively atmosphere. Just as the revelry reached its peak, the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Wang Jun was startled, ready to confront the intruder, but paused upon recognizing him. "Chu Wenbin, what brings you barging into my room, and why the hell did you kick down my door? Are you looking for a fight?" Chu Wenbin scanned the room, his gaze landing menacingly on Gu Senator. "So, you're here, huh? You lot, break his legs." In an instant, several bodyguards behind Chu Wenbin sprang into action. Wang Jun rushed to stand protectively in front of Gu Senator Chu Wenbin. "If you have grievances, address them properly. This is my territory, and you think I'll just stand by while you assault my people?" Chu Wenbin scoffed. "Wang Jun, this is a personal vendetta. Stay out of it. This brat colluded with height securities to set me up, costing me over 20 billion. I must make him pay." Chu Wenbin was utterly enraged. Unable to swallow the humiliation inflicted by his father's wrath, Gu Sen placed a reassuring hand on Wang Jun's shoulder, gently pulling him aside, and turned his attention to Chu Wenbin. "Your losses stem from your own folly. Did you truly believe that merely employing a few traders would secure your victory in the stock market? You manipulate public sentiment, enticing investors to follow you, thereby swaying market trends for your profit. Yet, you forget that those who walk by the river often get their shoes wet. I merely offered you a prelude to what societal retribution feels like." His admonishment unveiled all of Chu Wenbin's petty schemes, leaving him seething with rage. He immediately urged his bodyguards to act. Wang Jun whispered, "Gu Xiao, I didn't bring anyone with me. You should leave quickly while I hold them off. Chu Wenbin understood the implications of Wang Jun's background and dared not engage him directly. However, Gu Sun was a different matter. Observing Chu Wenbin's aggressive stance, it was clear he intended to inflict serious harm. Gu Sun felt a sense of admiration for Wang Jun's protectiveness. At least he wasn't a coward. Though he had his flaws in romantic relations, his essence remained commendable. Yet, being verbally berated without retaliating was entirely beneath the dignity of someone with his formidable presence. Leave. Do I appear to be a coward? Gu Sun forcefully pushed Wang Jun aside once more and suddenly launched a kick at one of the bodyguards, sending him crashing into the others behind him in a spectacular display of strength. The sight left Wang Jun and the others utterly astonished. No one had anticipated Gu Sun possessed such formidable prowess. Chu Wenbin was taken aback, immediately erupting in a tirade. You bunch of useless fools. Weren't you all so confident? Strike him down, or it will be your demise. He relied on the sheer number of his companions, his bravado unwavering. However, Gu Sun swiftly rendered his perceived advantage utterly trivial. A group of individuals collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Chu Wenbin, gripped by fear, gulped nervously and attempted to flee, but suddenly, an ashtray came crashing down upon him, striking him squarely in the back. With a pained exclamation, he fell to his knees but dared not pause, scrambling towards the exit with all his might. The arrogance he had just displayed was nowhere to be found. As the crowd pondered who had hurled the ashtray, they witnessed Li Chunshan darting out like the wind, bending down to retrieve the ashtray and unleashing a flurry of blows upon Chu Wenbin. Her grandiose movements, the unpredictable angles of her strikes, and the pitiful cries resonating in the air left the onlookers in shock, instinctively huddling together. This was an unrestrained display of ferocity from a petite girl. Chu Wenbin, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, could no longer endure and conceded, "Please, miss, spare me. I truly cannot withstand any more." Yet, Li Chunshan paid him no heed. Wang Jun quietly moved closer to Gu Sun, remarking, "Young Master Gu, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. Have you ever shared such a fate with your sister-in-law?" Gu Sun chuckled, playfully chastising him. "Get lost." Chu Wenbin quickly retreated with his entourage, while the others in the room, no longer astonished by Gu Sun's prowess, turned their gazes toward Li Chunshan with admiration. In an instant, she became the darling of the group. The enjoyable evening at the club concluded, and on the way back, it was Li Chunshan who drove. Gu Sun feigned inebriation, wrapping his arms around her and planting kisses upon her. Initially, he intended merely to tease her, but once he began, it spiraled into an uncontrollable wave of passion, and by the time he contemplated stopping, it seemed increasingly impractical. Chapter 40. A trip down memory lane. The following day, as noon approached, Li Chunshan, nestled in Gu Sun's embrace, gradually stirred from her slumber. Her beautiful eyes were still slightly puffy and red, reminiscent of a misty mountain at dawn. The sight evoked an overwhelming urge to tease her further. By this time, Gu Sun had completed 2 video conferences. Sensing her movement, he cast aside his laptop and gathered her closer, his tone laced with languor, revealing his exceptional delight. "Inin, you're awake? Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Big Brother Gu will prepare it for you." Li Chunshan, upon hearing this, adorably lifted her head. The evidence of her earlier distress still evident, prompting a wave of warmth in Gu Sun's heart. After a moment of realization, she comprehended that she was nestled in Gu Sun's arms, her mind swiftly recalling the events of the previous night, which had been excessively intense. She blinked her large eyes, tears welling up instantly. Though her demeanor appeared aloof, a sense of vulnerability and grievance lingered beneath the surface. Her mother had once told her that a girl's first experience holds great significance. She harbored no regrets, yet an undeniable sense of unease gnawed at her. Her lack of emotional intelligence made it difficult for her to articulate her feelings in this moment. Tears began to fall uncontrollably. Gu Sun's heart ached for her, and he quickly embraced her, attempting to console her with playful banter and an exceptionally lavish lunch, which ultimately coaxed a smile back to Li Chunshan's face. Although she appeared delicate and fragile, her physical resilience was remarkable. After a refreshing bath and a hearty meal, her complexion swiftly returned to normal. She tiptoed to the bookshelf, perusing the thick volumes, her waist curving alluringly. Gu Sun watched with a mix of longing and restraint. He sliced some fruit and brought over homemade yogurt, reminding her that the heavy meat from breakfast could lead to indigestion. He sounded like a nagging father. Li Chunshan responded with a half-hearted barely glancing in his direction. Gusen found himself both exasperated and amused. Once she immersed herself in a book, she became oblivious to the world around her, entirely unfazed by any commotion outside. He moved closer, pulling her into his embrace, offering her fruit with a small fork. The sweet scent of melon wafted to her, and she obediently opened her mouth, signaling for more. Nestling deeper into Gusen's arms, she settled into a comfortable position, prompting him to continue feeding her. With one hand offering fruit and the other gently massaging her waist, the atmosphere was warm and tender when suddenly, the phone rang. He glanced at the screen, noting an unfamiliar number. "Hello, this is Gu Senator. Who is this?" "Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Qian Hai, Vice President of Pinduoduo Group. I would like to know when you might be available to come to the company to sign your appointment papers." It then registered with Gu-san that this was regarding the new company he had acquired. The headquarters was located in Linjiang, but he had been so engrossed in competitions that he had neglected to pay attention. Upon returning, he was further distracted by his own affairs, making it easy to forget its existence. He was not well versed in the group's matters and pondered before responding, "I am in Donghai. I will send you an address shortly. You can bring the documents directly." On the other end, Qian Hai was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Gu, won't you come to the company to have a look? Is it really sufficient to just sign the documents for such a large corporation?" He felt a wave of uncertainty regarding his future employer. Gu-san fed Li Chunxin another piece of strawberry, using a tissue to wipe the juice from her lips, all while continuing the conversation. "No need. I can monitor the specifics online. We'll discuss it further when we meet." With that, he concluded the call. His exceptional hacking skills allowed him to breach firewalls and access internal documents with ease. He was also keen to ascertain whether any pests resided within the upper echelons of the new company and identify individuals worthy of promotion and utilization. With the support of a system, the enterprises under his name would flourish increasingly. He certainly lacks the time to personally oversee matters at each company. That would surely wear him out. Moreover, wouldn't it be more delightful to enjoy a carefree life with his beloved Enin? Living solely for the sake of money seems rather foolish. He hung up the phone, just as he was about to check on the situation with Pinduoduo. Another call came in. "This is Gu-san. Who is it?" He casually answered, handing the half-finished yogurt to Li Chunxin. Li Chunxin, not particularly fond of it, shyly turned her lips away. Gu-san glanced at the fruit platter, from which only 2 pieces remained, and decided against insisting she drink more. Instead, he brought it to his own lips and drank it all in one go. At that moment, his phone chimed with a respectful voice. "Hello, Mr. Gu. This is the head of the Rolls-Royce EC district. Your custom Phantom has been delivered outside the Nanlin Garden Villa. Are you available to sign for it?" Gusen's interest was piqued. This would be his second luxury vehicle. While the Pagani was indeed splendid, its space was somewhat cramped. In the future, when he took his little bean sprout out for adventures, there would be no room for playful activities within the car. He promptly responded, "Hold on. I'll be there shortly." "Certainly, Mr. Gu," came the respectful reply. He hung up, embraced Li Chunxin, and planted a kiss on her cheek, his tone brimming with excitement. "Enin, your brother Gusen has bought a new car. Would you accompany me for a drive?" Li Chunxin felt a bit lazy, primarily because she had yet to finish her book. She pouted slightly. "Can I bring my book?" Books are no match for a car's allure. Gu-san reached for the foreign book that had been in Li Chunxin's hands for quite some time, but she cradled it protectively. "If I can't bring it, then I want to go." She stubbornly pouted, embodying the notion that possessing a book was enough for her. Gu-san found her demeanor both amusing and exasperating. After pondering for a moment, he feigned indifference and waved his hand dismissively. "It seems Enin doesn't wish to see the new car. Well then, we shan't go." Li Chunxin tilted her head, looking at Gu-san with suspicion. He had been so excited just moments ago. Why the sudden change? She recalled her mother mentioning that boys never truly grow up and always require coaxing. The memory of her mother soothing her father flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. It seemed that coaxing was always quite exhausting. Her expression was unguarded, making Gu-san unable to suppress a laugh. He leaned in closer. "Enin, are you thinking about what happened last night?" Li Chunxin immediately bristled, her denial comically transparent. "No, I'm not." Gu-san, with a mischievous glint in his eye, leaned in again. "It appears my little Enin is quite satisfied. Shall we reminisce a bit more?" "No." Like a startled rabbit, Li Chunxin darted away, but Gu-san swiftly pulled her back. The two played around for a while before Gu-san finally carried Li Chunxin upstairs to change clothes. The wardrobe was already filled with a considerable amount of clothing. Li Qinshin has always preferred her previous outfits, never donning other accessories or bags. Gusun assumed she simply did not favor them and thought little of it. Li Qinshin opted for a loose-fitting ensemble that concealed every trace upon her body, to which Gusun had no objections. Good things are meant to be savored alone. Chapter 41. Out of reach, Li Qinshin had never been a match for Gusun, and now that she had ventured into new territory, she was even less so. Ultimately, she obediently allowed him to help her change clothes, and they strolled out of the villa hand in hand. A Rolls-Royce Phantom lay quietly at the entrance of the villa like a magnificent beast, attracting the attention of many onlookers. The Nanlin Garden was indeed an affluent area, yet such luxury vehicles were of a specific kind and rarely seen. Whispers filled the air as the crowd speculated about the owner of the car. Gusun led Li Qinshin toward it. The formalities were swiftly completed, and the attendant respectfully handed the keys to Gusun before bowing and departing. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. How could this young man afford such a car? Does his family own a mine? I've seen them. They are the young couple from Villa 1. Villa 1, the penthouse. No wonder. Amidst the murmurs, Gusun guided Li Qinshin around the vehicle, showcasing its striking design that exuded elegance and stability. Gusun appeared quite satisfied, and Li Qinshin seemed equally pleased, her large eyes sparkling with excitement behind her glasses. I want to try? She exclaimed. Gusun was somewhat taken aback. When he had previously offered her a ride in the Pagani, she hadn't shown such enthusiasm. You truly wish to drive? Li Qinshin nodded eagerly. Gusun chuckled. It wasn't just this million-dollar car. He would not bat an eye even if his beloved Enin wanted to dismantle the Pagani to examine its structure. As Gusun opened the door to lift Li Qinshin inside, a somewhat familiar voice interrupted. Gusun. The voice was laced with a seductive tone, tinged with an unsettling allure. Su Lili. Gusun felt a shiver run down his spine, preparing to escape in the car, but another voice interrupted him. Mr. Gu, I'm here for work. Gusun turned to see Zhao Hong, his robust figure drawing his attention. Without hesitation, Gusun yanked him forward to shield himself. Protect me. Zhao Hong, bewildered but instinctively defensive, responded as a fragrant breeze swept by. Su Lili lunged into Zhao Hong's arms, mistaking him for Gusun, wrapping herself around him and pouting for a kiss. Quickly, Gusun scooped up Li Qinshin and placed her in the driver's seat, then dove into the passenger side, fastening his seatbelt. Enin, let us go? Li Qinshin, confused yet compliant, started the car. However, the vehicle remained stationary. What is the matter? Gusun inquired as Li Qinshin's small face tightened in frustration before she turned to him with a defeated expression. With short legs, she was unable to reach. Gusun stifled a laugh, resolutely refusing to express amusement. She was his beloved, and her height was never a subject for mockery. However, he simply could not contain himself. How could his little Enin be so adorable? Gusun laughed until his stomach ached, prompting Li Qinshin to angrily crawl over and pinch his face. If you laugh again, I swear I'll hit you. Gusun exerted all his effort to suppress his laughter, his handsome face reddening. Ultimately, he could no longer hold back and swept her into his arms, erupting into another fit of laughter. Li Qinshin, fuming, pinched his waist in retaliation. She was short, and it frustrated her to no end, yet she simply could not grow taller. Gusun carried her out of the car and called out to Zhao Hong, who was still entangled with Su Lili, come over and drive. Zhao Hong promptly dismissed Su Lili and turned towards the driver's seat. Su Lili, unwilling to concede, cast a resentful glance at Gusun, only to find him tenderly kissing the little girl in his arms, half holding her as he coaxed her into the car. Frustrated, she stamped her foot. Onlookers who recognized her began to whisper and point. Su Lili's temper flared, and she shouted, "What are you all so envious and jealous of? He will eventually be my man." With that, she swayed away, though she knew she might never have the chance to taste Gusun's lips. Indulging in her fantasies was harmless. As the car started, Gusun had yet to decide their destination when a call from Fu Haitian interrupted his thoughts. Weekly meeting? Must I attend? All right, half an hour. Gusun relayed the address to Zhao Hong, who swiftly drove towards the headquarters of Donghai Bank. Has your daughter recovered? Gusun inquired. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Gu. The surgery was very successful. I've sent her to the countryside with my mother for recuperation, Zhao Hong replied. Gusun did not press for further details, merely responding, if you need anything, do not hesitate to speak. Zhao Hong felt a surge of gratitude, his resolve to stay by Gusun's side strengthening. Gusun playfully held Li Qinshin's small hand, occasionally teasing her, until they arrived at the Donghai Bank headquarters. He took Li Qinshin's hand, with Zhao Heng following closely behind, and they quickly entered the lobby, making their way to the top floor. Gu Sun initially intended to carry Li Qinshin into the conference room, but she was captivated by several books on the bookshelf in his office. "I want to read." "You go ahead and be busy," she waved him off, instantly abandoning him. Gu Sun glanced at the complex investment and financial books, his lips twitching. His little bean sprout was indeed satisfied as long as there were books around. He instructed Zhao Heng to guard the door, ensuring no one would disturb them, before leading Fu Haitian into the conference room. This marked Gu Sen's first appearance before all the senior executives. The moment he entered, he captured everyone's attention, and Fu Haitian's introduction left many astounded. Donghai Bank is fully under his control? What does that even mean? In a corner, Wang Nan was also stunned. Recalling her initial encounter with Gu Sun and the words she had spoken to him, her face flushing with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Gu Sun nodded lightly and greeted everyone, announcing the commencement of the meeting. Amidst the complex project data, varying investment return rates, and risk assessment criteria, even with the advantage of an encyclopedic mind and intelligence, he found himself overwhelmed. Indeed, managing such a vast enterprise was no mere task for an ordinary individual. The meeting persisted for over an hour. After astutely identifying several critical issues, Gu Sun refrained from excessive commentary, instead focusing on the reactions of his colleagues. Once the meeting concluded, he did not hasten to leave. Instead, he summoned Fu Haitian after everyone else had departed. Fu Haitian stood respectfully by Gu Sen's side, awaiting his instructions. Gu Sun handed over a list he had compiled. These individuals required further cultivation, as they possessed commendable perspectives. However, a stern reminder was in order. Just because he was not physically present in the company did not mean he was unaware of their actions. Should there be a recurrence, they would be dismissed without hesitation. Fu Haitian glanced at the list, visibly astonished. Gu Sun had managed to gather insights on the senior management team comprehensively. When had he accomplished this? How could he be so precise? Gu Sun paid no heed to Fu Haitian's surprise. "Are the projects previously approved by Wang's Electronics ready?" Fu Haitian nodded, stating, "I will retrieve them from my office immediately." "No need. I will accompany you." Gu Sun followed Fu Haitian to his office, and after thoroughly understanding the situation with Wang's Electronics, he inquired, "What is your opinion on Wang's newly initiated real estate project?" Fu Haitian, aware of Gu Sen's underlying concerns, contemplated before responding, "If we adhere to the proper approval procedures, there shouldn't be significant issues. After addressing the required corrections, it is not impossible to gain approval." However, he hesitated, seemingly reluctant to speak further. "Just say it plainly," Gu Sun urged, his demeanor calm. He harbored no illusions that Wang Yangtian would simply let matters rest, especially with the ongoing situation involving Chu Wenbin. The continued silence suggested he was biding his time for a significant move. Chapter 42. A personal venue. Fu Haitian ceased to conceal the truth. The Wang family had deep roots in Donghai, not only through the strength of Wang's Electronics, but also due to the second son of the Wang family being affiliated with the Tiana gang. Who exactly are the Tiana gang? Gu Sun pondered, but the mere mention of the name suggested they were certainly not benign individuals. "Mr. Gu, are you unfamiliar with the Tiana gang?" Fu Haitian queried, somewhat astonished, but quickly comprehended. "Given the recent stringent investigations, it is understandable that you may not be aware. To put it succinctly, a significant portion of the gray area in Donghai City falls under the influence of the Tiana gang." Gu Sun grasped the implications. No wonder Wang Yangtian displayed such audacity, daring to threaten him in front of so many witnesses. Yet, after the racing incident, why had Wang Yangtian remained inactive for so long? All loans involving Wang's Electronics were to be denied. He intended to confront this Tiana gang. Gu Sun's gaze turned steely, sending chills down Fu Haitian's spine, who dared not dissuade him. He sensed that this young man was not as gentle and humble as he appeared. After reviewing the documents, Gu Sun returned to his office. Before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Li Qinshin was nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a book. In his hands lay a thick tome on financial management, now halfway through. Gu Sun couldn't help but chuckle as he noticed her furrowing her brow in concentration. He leaned down to embrace her, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Inin, do you comprehend it?" Li Qinshin nestled against his chest, still perusing the pages. "Not entirely, but it's quite fascinating." Gu Sun observed that regardless of the genre, she was always engrossed in her reading, akin to how others might indulge in television or video games. With his encyclopedic knowledge enriching his understanding of previously unfamiliar domains, he too found certain subjects intriguing, yet none captivated him as much as they did her. What do you find interesting? Li Chunxin tilted her head, her expression remaining adorably blank. You seem interested as well. If anyone else had posed such a question with that demeanor, it might have been perceived as disdainful. Yet Gu Sun recognized her earnest curiosity. Her mind was as unblemished as a blank canvas. Indeed, whatever piques your interest also piques mine, he replied. Li Chunxin's eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and delight illuminating her face as she began to articulate her thoughts. The complex theories transformed into lively narratives through her words. Gu Sun realized that she had an impressive ability to distill crucial insights from intricate descriptions, revealing hidden information with ease. If she were to venture into investments, armed with adequate data, her chances of success would be remarkably high. Gu Sun contemplated introducing her to a securities firm for an exploratory visit. After a cozy exchange, he led Li Chunxin out of the office. As they departed, she reluctantly returned the book to its place, which almost elicited laughter from Gu Senator Yin. If you desire it, just say so. Li Chunxin immediately lifted her face, asserting, I want it. Gu Sun, with playful mischief, leaned closer. Yin, do you want me? Here? Might it be rather inappropriate? Realizing the implications of his words, her cheeks flushed crimson. Gu Sun Gij, you are such a rascal. Gu Sun encircled her waist, effectively cornering her against the bookshelf, the office desk looming behind them, creating an unexpectedly exhilarating atmosphere. Not only am I a rascal, but I am also a big bad wolf, and this wolf is quite famished. What shall we do, Yin? As he spoke, his hand gently caressed her waist. Li Chunxin, unable to withstand his advances, soon found herself shrinking into his embrace, trembling with a mix of vulnerability and allure. Gu Sun had no intention of truly indulging. Mindful that this was her first experience, he had already been somewhat indulgent the previous night, fearing that excessive frequency might genuinely hurt her. All right, enough of this jesting. Let us go shopping, he declared, taking her petite hand in his. Just then, Zhao Hong entered, retrieving a book from the shelf that matched the genre of Li Chunxin's current read. Seeing this, her spirits lifted, and she entwined her arm with Gu Sun's. Her cool voice softening as she playfully expressed, Gu Sun Gij is so wonderful. Gu Sun sighed, feeling a mix of exasperation and affection. He is indeed a wealthy individual. How is it that his own bean sprout seems to possess a singular affection for books? This leaves the domineering persona within him with nowhere to assert itself. The spacious interior of the Rolls-Royce was ample, yet Li Chunxin did not inquire about retrieving anything, choosing instead to nestle in Gu Sun's embrace, engrossed in her reading. Gu Sun provided an address, and Zhao Hong drove steadily, further satisfying Gu Sun with his performance. Tianyuan Road, the most opulent commercial street in Donghai City, boasts a plethora of renowned luxury brands from around the globe. As Gu Sun escorted Li Chunxin down, a sudden thought struck him, akin to a chime. A scene available for check-in has been detected. Would you like to proceed? Observing the luxurious surroundings, Gu Sun felt a flicker of anticipation. Check-in confirmed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in. Reward: a space on Tianyuan Road, an intelligence boost of 10, and a chance to participate in a lottery. Would you like to draw? Draw. Congratulations, you have won a limited-time cashback card, valid for 2 hours, with a cashback multiplier of 110. Begin promptly. Gu Sun was taken aback. This was akin to coercing him into a heist. He stretched his shoulders and turned to Zhao Hong, asking if he had visited this place before. Zhao Hong nodded, recalling a previous visit with Wang Yangtian. Do you know which floor houses the most expensive items? The third floor. A single bag can cost several $100,000. Zhao Hong had been deeply impacted by this reality. Gu Sun nodded, declaring their destination as the third floor, rolling up his sleeves to get to work. Mr. Gu, you could get arrested for stealing, Zhao Hong cautioned. Steal? I am a consumer, do you understand? Today, whatever catches my eye, we shall procure. Our sole objective is to buy. Li Chunxin tilted her head, pointing at an ice cream window at the corner, exclaiming, I want that one. Gu Sun replied, Yin, we desire the expensive one, the luxurious one. Nevertheless, he spent a few minutes purchasing a large, exquisite ice cream, which he presented to Li Chunxin. Be good. Spend lavishly for me later. Li Chunxin took a bite of her chocolate delight and nodded earnestly. Zhao Hong was left speechless, feeling as though he had followed an overly whimsical boss. Yet, compared to Wang Yangtian, He found this boss quite endearing. The trio ascended to the third floor like bandits. Zhao Heng pointed towards the Chanel counter, and Gu Sun promptly led Li Chunxing inside. The three were dressed casually. Gu Sun wore relaxed attire from a modest brand, costing less than 1,000. Li Chunxing's outfit appeared almost tailored, a complete gray sports suit resembling a school uniform. Zhao Heng donned all black, sporting a pair of vintage Liberation shoes. All eyes in the store turned towards them, some astonished, others disdainful, and a few merely curious. Gu Sun raised the card in his hand with flamboyance, declaring, "I want to reserve the entire place. Wrap everything up for me." An eerie silence enveloped the room. A pin drop could be heard. Not a single salesperson moved, gazing at Gu Sun as if he were a fool. Gu Sun, time is of the essence. He slammed his bank card onto the counter, demanding a balance check. 600,000. Go ahead and verify. Chapter 43. Escalating the situation, the clerk was momentarily taken aback, hastily checking the funds. Upon seeing the lengthy string of zeros, he nearly buckled at the knees. "Sir," he stammered. "Enough of the pleasantries. Just calculate the total. I want everything." All the sales associates sprang into action, the store manager treating him with utmost reverence. After all, he was akin to the god of wealth. This single transaction could sustain him for an entire year. Soon, the total was tallied. 130 million. The manager promptly exclaimed, "Sir, you are entitled to exclusive privileges. All purchases enjoy a 20% discount." Discount? Are you joking? Do I appear to be someone who is short on funds? The manager pondered if this was indeed the legendary type of person who was foolish yet affluent. Swiping his card for 130 million. Gu Sun's account swelled to an astonishing 1,300,000,000. Delighted, he tenderly wiped Li Chunxing's little mouth with a tissue and, after leaving the address for Nanlin Garden, whisked her off to the next boutique to continue their shopping spree. Those who had witnessed Gu Sun's earlier exploits at the Chanel store were left utterly astonished. He swept through 10 luxury boutiques over the course of 2 hours, finally collapsing onto the plush sofa in a milk tea shop, deeply aware of the exhaustion that shopping could bring. He nearly spent himself into nausea. Gu Sun instructed Zhao Heng to return to Nanlin Garden to collect their purchases, observing the petite girl across from him savoring her sweet potato balls. He contemplated how to spend quality time with her next. "Shall we watch a movie?" Gu Sun mused while sipping the milk tea, which, despite its price, did not quite satisfy his palate. Li Chunxing pointed towards a nearby establishment. "Brother Gu Sun, that place smells delicious." He glanced up to see a grilled fish restaurant, bustling with patrons and emanating an enticing aroma, clearly a culinary delight. Gu Sun inhaled deeply, his brow furrowing slightly. With his exceptional culinary skills, he could discern even the most subtle ingredients, and this particular dish was no exception. "Brother Gu Sun, I want to eat," Li Chunxing pouted, her eyes sparkling with desire. For a foodie, the temptation was nearly irresistible. Suppressing his emotions, Gu Sun pinched her cheek gently. "All right, let's queue up." He took her hand and moved to the back of the line, counting the number of people ahead before stepping to the front. "Everyone, a seat costs 100,000. May I cut in?" The crowd was taken aback. What kind of operation is this? The sum was inconsequential to them. After all, grilled fish was not an urgent matter. Gu Sun spent over 200,000 for 20 seats, promptly seated, and soon, the grilled fish was served. Just as Li Chunxing was about to dig in, Gu Sun halted her. "Inin, this dish is not for consumption." Li Chunxing was puzzled. "Why not?" Gu Sun, dipping his finger in the tea, inscribed a chemical structure on the table. "The substance in question is highly potent." Li Chunxing understood immediately. She silently set down her chopsticks, her expression clouded with displeasure. How could they behave in such a manner? Had they forgotten the painful lessons of history? Gu Sun sighed. This substance was addictive, yet its potency was meticulously controlled, ensuring that while it would not lead to overwhelming cravings, the desire to indulge would linger constantly. He glanced over the menu again. A serving of grilled fish for 2 cost over 600. Coupled with this addiction, it could yield exorbitant profits over time. Li Chunxing furrowed her brow. "What should we do?" Gu Sun gently patted her small hand in reassurance, saying, "Do not worry. The police have already been notified, and reporters are on their way." In this age of advanced technology, the truth can only be unveiled by escalating the matter. This was Tianyuan Road, a nexus of capital. A mere grilled fish eatery might seem insignificant, yet Gu Sun had discovered that this establishment boasted over 20 branches in Donghai City. When considered collectively, the daily revenue was indeed substantial. Neither Gu-sun nor Li Chunshin had touched their food, which puzzled the staff. They had witnessed Gu-sun purchasing a table, presuming he was eager to dine, only to find him abstaining from eating. Were they perhaps waiting for someone? Just as their curiosity piqued, the police arrived unexpectedly. Who called the police? Gu-sun slowly raised his hand, indicating it was him. The staff instantly grasped the situation. No wonder they hadn't eaten. It was a disturbance. Someone promptly contacted the manager to explain the circumstances. Gu-sun recounted the situation without downplaying it, making sure all the patrons heard, which caused them to cease their activities immediately. Was there indeed an illicit substance in the grilled fish? Could it be true? I realized that after several days without indulging in this grilled fish, I felt anxious and short of breath, even breaking into a cold sweat, craving the dish. I felt the same way. Could it truly be? Panic spread among the crowd as the manager rushed in, breathless, promptly presenting all food safety credentials. "Officer, this individual is deliberately causing a scene," he exclaimed. "My staff mentioned he spent millions just to secure a table for the fish." Gu-sun interrupted with a cold smile. "Are you suggesting I am so idle as to spend millions to create a disturbance?" The manager retorted furiously. "Aren't you the one always causing trouble, spouting nonsense? You haven't even tasted the fish, and yet you assert there is something amiss? Do you think we are fools?" The officer quickly ordered his arrest, declaring, "I will charge him with defamation." Gu-sun casually shrugged. "By all means, go ahead. I implore the officer to gather evidence for testing. We, the public, deserve an explanation." As he spoke, the officer's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, straightened his posture, and after listening to the instructions, he promptly agreed. Once the call ended, he beckoned to his colleagues and whispered a few words. Though they stood not far from Gu-sun and spoke softly, he still managed to hear them. "The affair concerning Wang Er-yi cannot be overlooked. It must be addressed." Wang Er-yi? The Tianhe gang? Gu-sun's heart grew increasingly cold. This Tianhe gang has presumably been established upon such shameless acts, which is utterly despicable. As Li Chunshin remarked, have we entirely forgotten the painful lessons and humiliations of history? Two police officers offered a few perfunctory remarks before preparing to depart. Suddenly, a multitude of live-streaming influencers surged into the entrance, their cameras brazenly directed into the establishment. Dear viewers, today I shall unveil the enduring secret behind the exorbitantly priced grilled fish on Tianyuan Road. A portion weighing 2 to 3 kilograms, accompanied by sides, costs over 600. This is indeed highway robbery. Do you not think that those who patronize this place are merely victims? Many diners here find themselves compelled to partake. The exorbitant prices conceal the high concentration of prohibited substances. Where's food safety? Where's the conscience? The live stream audience erupted with fervor, and outside, a throng recorded the unfolding events, impossible to contain. This was precisely the effect Gu-sun sought. "Officers, I did not consume this fish. I am certain it contains illegal substances. Please conduct a thorough investigation with the relevant departments. The public has the right to know." Chapter 44. Taking initiative. Gu-sun's words immediately sparked a vehement response from all the diners present. They were direct victims of this situation. The clamor of public dissent grew louder, and even the police officers began to feel the pressure. With the live broadcast amplifying the situation, the restaurant manager's expression soured. He approached Gu-sun and whispered, "Brother, this is not how one navigates such matters. Do you understand whom you have offended?" Gu-sun dismissed the manager's concerns with a loud retort. "Do not hide behind veiled threats. Simply tell everyone, who have I offended? I am merely defending the rights of consumers. Are you threatening me?" The camera immediately shifted to the manager, who was nearly incensed enough to smash the phone of the opposing party. At that moment, another wave of individuals entered, instantly inquiring, "Where are the prohibited items?" Gu-sun gestured, "Right here. Let the examination commence." The inspection team promptly collected evidence for preliminary testing, and results emerged swiftly. This was not merely crude ingredients tossed into the broth. It was a diluted concoction of refined, illicit substances. The team leader's face darkened. Who was the owner? The manager, now terrified, found his legs weak and felt an urge to flee, yet he lacked the strength and was promptly handcuffed. Gu-sun, having not partaken, was merely questioned and provided a statement, while the other diners were all taken away for inspection. The team leader obstructed Gu-sun and Li Chunshin as they prepared to leave. "Young man, how did you ascertain that there was something in the soup?" His name was Guo-fan, and after over a decade in this line of work, it was natural for him to harbor suspicions towards Gu Sr. Gu-sun pointed to his nose. I possess a keen sense of smell. I could detect an issue immediately, which is why I called you. It is the duty of a concerned citizen. Guofan gazed intently at Gu. Senator, do you know who established this shop? Who? Gu Sun feigned ignorance, fully aware of the answer. Yet, Guofan refrained from responding, instead handing him a business card. If you need anything, give me a call. Stay safe in the coming days. Gu Sun expressed his gratitude and tucked the card into his pocket, leading Li Chunxun by the hand as they made their way outside. Observing her slightly pursed lips, he playfully brushed his fingers against her delicate face. If you wish to have grilled fish, I can take you out to sea for fishing and prepare it right there for you. It will undoubtedly be far superior to what he offers. At the mention of this, Li Chunxun nodded in agreement. Then shall we dine at another place for meat? Gu Sun readily consented, escorting Li Chunxun to a lavish buffet where they indulged in a sumptuous meal costing $28.88. After their appetites were satisfied, they leisurely returned home. As Li Chunxun headed upstairs for a shower, Gu Sun settled into the sofa to make a phone call. Tianhe Gang, Gu Xiao. Has the Wang family employed them against you? Wang Jun's astonished voice echoed through the line. You indeed know that Tianhe Gang is affiliated with the Wang family. Why didn't you mention it during our last meal? Gu Sun replied coolly. Wang Jun hastily clarified. Gu Xiao, the squabbles among us wealthy second-generation individuals are overlooked by Wang Yangtian's father, and his uncle, who was expelled from the Wang family long ago, is even less likely to intervene. Gu Xiao, is Tianhe Gang genuinely targeting you? Are you unharmed? Gu Sun stated, the members of Tianhe Gang have yet to arrive. But I suspect it won't be long, as I have uncovered one of their profitable operations. Wang Jun, who was in the midst of drinking, nearly choked. Gu Xiao, why provoke them? The second heir of the Wang family is a madman. You should stay home for the next few days. I'll gather some intel and see if we can negotiate. They are profiting from illicit goods. There's no room for negotiation in this matter. Gu Sun recounted the situation at the grilled fish restaurant. Wang Jun's demeanor shifted to one of concern. The Wang family is involved with such things. This is rather alarming. Gu Xiao, what do you intend to do? Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. No need. Simply observe the movements of Tianhe Gang discreetly, and I will devise my own plans. Understood, Wang Jun replied promptly. Gu Sun added, be cautious. Avoid getting your head chopped off. Wang Jun chuckled before hanging up. He had nearly gathered all the information regarding Tianhe Gang, which extended far beyond mere gray areas. He compiled the data and anonymously sent it to Guofan. Today, Guofan had taken decisive action against the grilled fish restaurant, which left Gu Sun with a favorable impression. Offering some performance bonuses posed no issue. Lao Lin, having received orders from Gu Sun, had already acquired villas 2 and 3 at Nanlin Garden, where luxury goods had been accumulated and neatly organized. Zhao Heng entered the room. Mr. Gu, there is someone outside seeking an audience with you. They go by the name Qian Hai. Gu Sun recalled that he had indeed summoned the vice president of Pinduoduo. Let them in. By the way, you will be residing in Villa 2 from now on. I will call for you when necessary, and if your daughter wishes, she may come over as well. Zhao Heng's eyes momentarily glistened with emotion. As a grown man, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, quickly expressing his gratitude before rushing outside to greet the visitor. Li Chunxun had just taken a shower and donned a delicate camisole nightgown when she descended the stairs, nearly captivating Gu Sun's attention entirely. He swiftly draped a blanket over her shoulders, instructing, stay here and read. I must attend to some matters at Villa number 2. I shall return shortly. He was determined to prevent any prying eyes from beholding his beloved in such a manner. After receiving a few affectionate kisses from him, Li Chunxun disdainfully pushed him away. Gu Sun, after a fleeting caress around her waist, hastily exited. Zhao Heng was just about to escort Qian Hai into the courtyard when Gu Sun gestured. Let us head to Villa number 2. Zhao Heng did not inquire further, and the trio promptly adjusted their course. Villa number 2 was well equipped. Though the living room was cluttered with an array of extravagant decorations, each appearing costly, yet carelessly relegated to the corners, Qian Hai could only marvel in astonishment. Gu Sun surveyed the surroundings, pointed out several areas for renovation to Zhao Heng, and transferred 20 million to him. Hire a few efficient servants, ones with clean hands. If you have any capable comrades from your service, feel free to introduce them as bodyguards. You can set their wages and take charge of them. Zhao Heng took note of everything meticulously. Once these matters were settled, Gu Sun invited Qian Hai to take a seat on the sofa. Lacking servants, Zhao Heng poured the tea. Qianhai first handed over the employment documents for Gu Sen's signature before broaching the topic of salaries. Gu Sun listened attentively, occasionally interjecting a comment. After about an hour of discussion, the essential details were conveyed, aligning closely with what Gu Sun had already known. He found Qianhai to be a commendable individual. Having intentionally left him to converse with Zhao Hong, he noted no signs of impatience or disdain on Qianhai's face. According to his investigations, Qianhai's work ethic was not particularly extraordinary, yet he was diligent and earnest. I have no immediate plans to reside in Linjiang. I will merely hold a nominal position in the company. You shall continue to oversee all affairs, conducting a video conference once a month. Ping Daoda's assets exceed 500 billion, with a promising future ahead. Qianhai was taken aback by the young president's apparent indifference. He glanced at the pile of luxury items, suppressing his astonishment quietly. Very well, Mr. Gu, I am at your service for any tasks you require. He responded with increasing respect. However, Gu Sen's expression suddenly darkened. Indeed, I have a task for you. Qianhai felt a chill run down his spine. Inexplicably drenched in cold sweat, Gu Sun promptly handed him a list, continuing, I have just sent all evidence to your email. Upon receipt, do not hesitate to act accordingly. Those deserving of demotion shall not be spared from it. After reviewing the list and checking his email on his phone, Qianhai's perspiration intensified. Yes, Mr. Gu, I will attend to it immediately. He did not dare wipe the sweat from his brow, for the list contained the names of 2 of his relatives, individuals he had personally placed within the corporation. Gu Sun, however, did not press him further and instructed Zhao Hong to select 2 bags and 2 watches as gifts for their meeting. Qianhai gazed at the several millions worth of items, his heart racing with trepidation, and ultimately departed from Nanlin Courtyard with a heavy heart. Gu Sun personally selected a myriad of outfits and accessories for Li Chunxin, delivering over a dozen sets of clothing and numerous handbags to the entrance of Villa No. 1 before taking his leave. Li Chunxin remained engrossed in her book, albeit feeling somewhat drowsy, occasionally glancing towards the door, evidently awaiting Gu Sen's return. Upon his arrival, she immediately rushed into his embrace, exclaiming, Brother Gu Sun, hug. Gu Sun temporarily set the items down in the living room, then carried Li Chunxin to her bedroom, where she fell asleep before even reaching the bed. As he looked at the adorably sleepy Li Chunxin, Gu Sen's eyes brimmed with affection. This girl has become increasingly clingy. He leaned down to plant a few gentle kisses on her, stealthily withdrawing his arm, and proceeded to organize the items he had brought into Li Chunxin's room before quickly showering and slipping into bed beside her. Li Chunxin instinctively nestled closer to him. Gu Sun felt a surge of exhilaration, yet, glancing at the marks left behind, he merely stole a few kisses without overstepping boundaries. A peaceful night ensued. The following morning, Gu Sun rose early to engage in his morning exercise, only to find that Li Chunxin had also awakened, sleepily reaching out her arms towards him. Gu Sun pulled her into his embrace and kissed her, playfully coaxing, Aren't you going to sleep a little longer? Do you wish to sleep together? Or perhaps go for a run together? The environment of Nanlin Courtyard was delightful, as Gu Sun and Li Chunxin donned matching sports attire for a leisurely jog. After completing 2 laps, they began to stretch, just as Gu Sen's phone rang. Who is it? He inquired, slightly breathless. Is this Mr. Gu Sun? I am Sun Ping, the manager of Tianyuan Road Commercial Street. I wonder if you have time to come to the office today? There has been an incident involving contraband on the commercial street, which is quite significant. The voice on the other end hesitated, words lingering unspoken. Damn it, Gu Sun thought, momentarily forgetting that street belonged to him. Was this akin to shattering his own piggy bank? I will be there at 9, he replied curtly before hanging up, stuffing his phone into his pocket. Turning his head, he caught sight of Li Chunxin bending over, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her waist. Inin, how about we go tide pooling this afternoon? Li Chunxin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shall we have grilled fish? Yes, grilled fish. I'll ask Zhao Hong to rent a boat and bring along Lao Si and the others, all right? Li Chunxin readily agreed. After they returned home to freshen up and had breakfast, Gu Sun took Li Chunxin to the Tianyuan Road office building. Sun Ping was already waiting at the entrance. Observing Gu Sun coaxing a lovely young lady in his arms, which caused a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Gu, aren't you going to wear a mask? Gu Sun was taken aback. What would I need a mask for? Sun Ping rubbed his forehead. The contraband issue has made the news, and you were captured on camera. Images of enthusiastic citizens from the news broadcast flashed through Gu Sun's mind. It's fine. Even if my face isn't shown, I suspect someone will uncover it soon enough. Sun Ping paused, momentarily taken aback. Mr. Gu, are you aware of the ownership of that shop? Of course I am. By the way, all the businesses on Tianyuan Road will no longer collaborate with the Wang family. Those with existing rental agreements will not renew upon expiration. Sun Ping discerned that Mr. Gu harbored a dislike for the Wang family. Indeed, after his affirmation, he guided the two individuals to the top floor. The personnel required for the jurisdiction of the commercial street are not numerous, and most of this office building has already been leased out. Only the top 3 floors are designated as their office space. Sun Ping summoned everyone to the conference room. Li Chunshun lounged in his embrace, engrossed in her reading, oblivious to her surroundings. Gu San held her with one arm while perusing documents with the other. The expressions of those in the conference room varied, as the recent crackdown on contraband had severely impacted the customer flow of all dining establishments on Tianyuan Road. The tenants here differ from those on Nanhong Street. Even the most affordable shops command millions, while the office building where Gusen currently resides generates annual revenues exceeding 100 million. For such tenants, reputation and customer base are crucial, often specified in the contract. After listening to everyone's opinions, Gusan proposed transparency in food sourcing, an open kitchen, and visibility in the handling of all ingredients. He suggested drawing in higher-end industries to enhance appeal and leveraging publicity and celebrity influence to boost consumer traffic. He briefly outlined several feasible strategies and provided Sun Ping with the contact information of the head of Ningxuan Entertainment. He merely offered guidance, entrusting the execution to Sun Ping and the company personnel. As for the grilled fish restaurant and the Wang family, he reiterated his stance: no collaboration. Having attended to business affairs, Gu Sun prepared to return to school with Li Chenchen. Just as they entered the car, he received a call from Chris. Are you going out to see Gu? Why wasn't I invited? A few days ago was my sister's birthday, and you didn't attend her invitation. Are you planning to abandon me? Gu Sun was left speechless. How did you know I was going out to sea? Wang Jun mentioned it. His father has a yacht. I'm not sure if it can be borrowed, and if not, we can rent one. Gu Sun was indifferent. He had already assigned Zhao Heng to manage it, and if necessary, they could charter another boat and rendezvous at sea. After a brief conversation with Chris, Gu Sun hung up and began to rally the group in their chat. Guotian was the first to respond enthusiastically upon hearing that Li Chunshan was going. The fourth member immediately raised his hand to join, while Li Feng hesitated, eventually revealing that he had prior commitments for a social gathering. Gu Sun contemplated that a larger gathering would be more enjoyable and proposed a social event on a cruise ship. Considering there were 3 single friends in their dormitory, if any romances blossomed, it might liberate their hands. Li Feng, upon hearing this, eagerly set off to make arrangements and soon returned with news that everyone had agreed. A black Rolls-Royce parked in front of the office building, and Gu Sun, accompanied by Li Chunshan, proceeded directly to the principal's office. It was becoming increasingly untenable for him to take leaves and not attend school. The prospect of failing to graduate was rather embarrassing. The principal received him warmly, but upon learning that Gu Sun intended to follow in Li Chinchin's academic footsteps, he nearly faltered in surprise. Ultimately, under the principal's stern refusal, Gu Sun utilized his financial prowess to invest 5 million in purchasing teaching equipment. With a flourish of his hand, the principal granted Gu Sun the status of a student exempt from attendance. Before the two could exit the office, Professor Zhao from the physics department burst in, his excitement palpable upon seeing Li Chenchin. Chapter 46. Little Shovels and Little Rakes. Professor Zhao made a beeline for Li Chenchin, prompting Gu Sun to swiftly shield the bean sprouts behind him, his gaze icy as he regarded Zhao. What do you intend to do? Zhao was familiar with Gu Sun, a notable figure in the forum's question-setting circles. However, he harbored doubts about Gu Sun's capabilities. After all, without having posed questions in his presence, how could he ascertain their origin? This was not the case with Li Chunshan, who had demonstrated her genuine skills before him. Li Chunshan, there is a physics competition in the capital, and I wish for you to represent Donghai University, Zhao stated, revealing his intent. Gu Sun promptly declined, stating he would not participate. Damn it, after bullying the bean sprouts last time, he dares to extend an invitation? Zhao's expression darkened instantaneously. Gu Sun, I was addressing Li Chunshan. This is unrelated to you. Li Chunshan peered out from behind Gu Sun and reiterated, I won't go. Zhao nearly choked. Li Chunshan, you are unaware of the significance of this competition. A prize would not only come with substantial rewards, but also, I'm not interested, Li Chunxin interjected, her expression blank. She was genuinely disinterested and voiced it plainly. Zhao found himself at a loss for words once more. Embarking on a lengthy discourse about the honor of the university and the sense of duty students have to fight for their institution. Gu Sun rolled his eyes at him and, taking Li Chunxin by the hand, exited without a backward glance. Frustrated, Zhao turned to the principal, exclaiming, "Why do you remain silent? You know how crucial this competition is. With that girl on our team, we could secure a gold medal. And if she is unwilling, can I forcibly recruit her?" The principal had just received the investment and was basking in contentment, leisurely sipping tea on the sofa. You cannot force her, nor can you threaten her, right? Denying her diploma or deducting credits. Aren't these tactics you often employ? Gu Xin just invested 5 million in the school. You want me to penalize his girlfriend? Zhao nearly choked again. As Gu Sun exited the administrative building, he received a call from Zhao Heng. "Mr. Gu, the yacht cannot be rented. Is someone causing trouble?" Gu Xin's immediate assumption was not a lack of funds, but rather that someone was obstructing the process. As he suspected, Zhao Heng briefly outlined the situation. He had been ready to sign the rental agreement when suddenly, the other party received a call and declared that no yachts were available for rent, subsequently ushering Zhao Heng out. After finding a discreet spot to wait, Zhao Heng spotted Wang Yangtian and several wealthy heirs entering the rental company. "Is that a property of the Wang family?" Gu Xin pondered, somewhat taken aback. Zhao Heng Dao? "To my knowledge, the Wang family does not possess any relevant industry, though the Tianhe gang may be involved." Gu Sun instructed Zhao Heng to wait in place while he drove directly to meet Li Chunxin. The Tianhe gang should be in quite a predicament by now. Given the information he provided to Guofan, it should be sufficient for the Tianhe gang to face significant repercussions. Has Guofan not taken action? As he drove, he asked Li Chunxin to look up information on the Donghai Ferry Leasing Company. In the coastal region, although these leasing companies operate independently, they are all under the unified management of the Blue Ocean Group. Zhao Heng's claim that no boats could be rented clearly indicates that none of the affiliated leasing companies have availability. Such a unanimous decision must have been issued by the Blue Ocean Group. Li Chunxin's small hands busily scrolled through her phone, and Gu Sun occasionally glanced over, suddenly realizing that she could use coding. After a while, Li Chunxin looked up at Gu Senior. "There isn't any information on senior executives of the Blue Ocean Group bearing the surname Wang. Should we check them one by one? That would be rather cumbersome." As she spoke, her little brows furrowed adorably. Gu Sun did not allow her to continue. Instead, he inquired, "Have you studied programming?" Li Chunxin paused. "Are you referring to the method of searching for information online?" "Yes, your technique is quite fluid. In my second year of high school, a girl in our class was subjected to online harassment. I happened to know her. She had treated me to barbecue once, so I learned for 2 days to assist her." Gu Sun massaged his forehead. "You only learned for 2 days? However, I found it quite interesting and later sought out some books to study further. Do you want me to look it up? Give me some time, and I can find it." After Li Chunxiang explained her background, the focus returned to the research. Gu Sun observed her, sensing a mix of slight annoyance and eagerness, and smiled, nodding. "Then it shall be a task for you, Inin." Li Chunxiang, like a child praised, immediately got to work. The journey from the school to the beach took nearly an hour. As the car halted, Zhao Heng rushed over. Li Chunxiang was still busy searching, and Gu Sun, unhurried, stepped out to converse with Zhao Heng. Wang Yangtian had summoned several individuals. "Mr. Gu, shall we reschedule for another day? I have a few comrades still out of town and cannot make it now." Gu Sun waved his hand dismissively. With his formidable combat skills, it was uncertain who would prevail in a confrontation. "I promised my wife barbecue fish today. We must have barbecue fish today, no changes." At that moment, Li Chunxing exited the car, her face alight with excitement as she handed over her phone. "I found it. This woman is Wang Yangtian's aunt, Song Milan, a senior executive at Blue Ocean, oversees the leasing business." Gu Sun took the phone and affectionately ruffled Li Chunxing's hair. "Inin, you're amazing." She responded with a satisfied hum, then gazed towards the beach, displaying a newfound interest in matters beyond study and food. "Do you want to play?" Gu Sun asked. Li Chunxing nodded eagerly yes. Gu Sun instructed Zhao Heng to purchase a luxurious sand digging set, taking Li Chunxing's small hand as they returned to the beach. "Zhao Heng, are you still renting yachts? It seems that only children would engage in such frivolous activities with those tiny shovels and rakes." Watching the spirited youths chase and frolic, Zhao Heng is reminded of his lost youth. Li Chunxing is visiting the seaside for the first time. Both she and Gu's son hail from landlocked regions, where the sea is but a distant thought. Typically, she finds solace in books at home, yet now she has shed her inhibitions, even removing her glasses. Rolling up her trousers and dashing toward the waves, shrieking in delight as she escapes their playful embrace. Gusun finds her silly demeanor utterly endearing. Her delicate feet, glistening like exquisite jade, dance upon the soft sands. Gusun, come quickly and see, Li Chunqing suddenly exclaims, as if she has stumbled upon a new world. Gusun rushes over, his heart lightening at the sight. On the beach, a hermit crab struggles to fit itself into a new shell, its clumsy antics charmingly comical. Li Chunqing points at its formidable pincers. Can this be eaten? She inquires. Gusun bursts into laughter, amused by her earlier admiration, now turned to culinary curiosity. A classic line about eating rabbits flashes in his mind. As they exchange laughter and banter, an incongruous voice interrupts from above. Hey beautiful, can we be friends? Both Gusun and Li Chunqing glance up to discover a burly young man gazing at Li Chunqing with fervent eyes. Gusun instinctively stands, positioning himself protectively behind her, meticulously ensuring her attire is intact before coldly responding, my girlfriend does not wish to make new friends. Shorty, I'm talking to her, keep your mouth shut. Gusun sizes up the towering figure before him, ready to confront him, but Li Chunqing steps forward. I do not wish to be friends with you, she states earnestly, her delicate features resembling a porcelain doll, her long hair flowing gracefully, unaware of her own beauty. The hulking man's interest intensifies as he reaches out to grasp her. But suddenly, a strong hand restrains him by the shoulder. Brother, let us have a chat, Zhao Heng interjects, a smile that betrays his amusement emerging on his otherwise solemn face. He finally finds an opportunity to fulfill his role as a bodyguard. Mr. Gu, please continue, he says as he firmly leads the brute away. Gusun chuckles at how this heroic rescue had concluded before it even began. Just as he intends to guide Li Chunqing toward the sea, he suddenly cries out in pain, feeling a sharp sting in his toe. Both Gusun and Li Chunqing look down to discover a red crab, its claws firmly grasping his foot beneath the sand. Li Chunqing reacts swiftly, intent on crushing the offending creature. In her haste, she forgets they are on a beach, and the assailant is merely a crab. The crab remains unharmed, but it leaves a gash on Gusun's toe, blood flowing freely. Darling, are you contemplating the murder of your husband? Gusun felt a surge of despair. Just then, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Have you checked in at the designated location? Gusun was momentarily taken aback as he glanced down at his bloodied toe, a wave of frustration washing over him. After such a prolonged period without triggering the check-in task, it was only upon losing blood that a response occurred. Check-in. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Rewards include ownership of the Peninsula Dock, a 58% equity stake in the Blue Sea Group, and one lottery draw. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? Despite possessing the East Sea Bank, Gusun couldn't suppress his astonishment. Indeed, it seemed the price of blood bore rich rewards. Lottery. You have activated the premium fishing system. Would you like to activate it? Gusun was rendered speechless. What did this mean? Was there a subsystem? Did it imply that he could bind another system by spending money? The fishing system was an auxiliary to the main system. Each use required an expenditure of 10 million and could last for a week. The fishing system promised a 100-fold return on the value of the fish caught by the host, along with the chance to receive random rewards. This was compelling him to become a fisherman. Gusun found the prospect intriguing. Activate. A prompt soon appeared on his bank card, indicating a 10 million expenditure. Fishing system successfully activated. A beginner's gift package has been issued. To enhance the host's experience with the fishing system, the 10 million has been exchanged for a luxurious Century yacht, now docked at Point 9 of the Peninsula Dock, staffed with 6 crew members. Thus, renting a yacht was utterly unnecessary. Li Chunqing was still grappling with a crab, armed with a rock poised to strike. Gusun bent down effortlessly to assist her. Catching crabs requires finesse. You can't just smash them, or they'll grip tighter. Noticing the injury on Gusun's foot, Li Chunqing frowned. I'll carry you to the car, and then we can head to the hospital. After speaking, she half-squatted in front of Gusun, attempting to pull him up by the arm. Gusun, observing her petite stature, felt a warmth in his heart, resting one hand on her shoulder to alleviate some of the weight. No need to carry me. I'm not incapacitated. Just assist me over there. Zhao Heng approached midway, inquiring about the situation before retrieving a first aid kit from the trunk. Without requiring Li Chunqing's assistance, He swiftly tended to Gu Sen's wound. With a proud expression, he declared, "It's just a superficial injury. I often handled such matters in the military. It won't become infected." Noticing Gu Sen's apparent dissatisfaction, Zhao Hong was puzzled. "What's wrong? Did I mishandle it?" Gu San harbored serious doubts about how Zhao Hong could possibly have a daughter. Such a minor injury was, of course, an opportunity to foster romantic feelings. Hadn't he observed that Li Chunxian was already preparing the bandages? Just as he was musing, a video call from his mother came through. Gu San motioned for Zhao Hong to step aside before answering. "You little rascal, confess openly. Go on." Gu San felt a lump in his throat, gazing at the stern-faced woman on the screen and then at the adorably bewildered Li Chunxian before him. He was engulfed with a sense of guilt. "Mother, truly, I can elucidate. You are aware that young men and women often." The matron, however, burst into laughter. "It is no surprise that my son has made the news. Alas, the photograph does not do justice to his exquisite features." Gu San felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as passers-by glanced in his direction. "Mother, can we discuss matters appropriately?" he implored. "Oh, you are not at school? Where have you been? Out with your girlfriend, perhaps? You have been together for a year. Will you bring her home during the holiday?" Gu San had not concealed his relationship with Yu Xuer'er from his family, yet he had not found the moment to reveal their separation. "Mother, I must warn you. Do not be overly affectionate with your girlfriend. You must also care for Yin, understand?" Gu San was at a loss for words. When he returned home with his girlfriend, he intended to bring Yin along as well, so she would not feel lonely at school. Li Chunxian considered it necessary to clarify things with Aunt Gu. She leaned into the camera, sweetly addressing, "Aunt Gu, Gu San is very kind to me. I am not pitiful at all." Gu San couldn't help but chuckle at her earnest expression. Aunt Gu's maternal instincts surged, and she smiled warmly. Just as she was about to express her concern, her son's hand, almost instinctively, tucked a stray hair behind the little girl's ear. She was taken aback, feeling as though struck by lightning. Gu San's action was an unconscious reflex, not befitting the bond of brother and sister. "Gu San," a thunderous roar startled him. He instinctively pulled Li Chunxian into his embrace for protection, glancing warily around, only to realize the ire originated from the video. You. Aunt Gu's fury reached a boiling point. In such a short span, her son had brazenly crossed boundaries with his best friend's little girl. If his friend were to discover this, it could lead to dire consequences. "Mother, I can explain. Actually, I am still involved with Yu Xuer'er." Gu San hastily released Li Chunxian, instructing her to remain in the car, then stepped aside to rapidly relay the situation via his phone. "Mother, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Yin will be your daughter-in-law. I will bring her home during the holiday, and then you may ask whatever you wish. Is that agreeable?" Chapter 48. If you love the sea, stay here. Gu San finally managed to persuade his mother to quell her murderous thoughts. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Aunt Gu leaned into the camera with a mischievous glint. "Be honest with me, did you? With Yin?" Gu San nearly choked in disbelief. He was accustomed to his mother's eccentricities, as her imagination could be quite wild, yet she had never before so accurately predicted the truth. Gu San was in a state of utter panic. However, his mother, with a deep sigh, inquired whether he had seen Yin without her glasses. Gu San's anxiety intensified, as he began to suspect that his mother was monitoring him. Aunt Ouyang has always urged Yin to wear her glasses when going out, fearing that someone might harbor ill intentions towards her. Who would have thought that the one who plundered her family's prized melon would be you little scoundrel? Gu San thought to himself. Truly, this was his biological mother. After a prolonged admonition, Gu's mother insisted that he hand his phone over to Li Chunxian. Li Chunxian appeared utterly bewildered, nodding along to everything Gu's mother said, her innocent and charming demeanor prompting Gu's mother to silently scold Gu San once more in her heart. Once the call ended, Gu San exhaled deeply. Even a wealthy man could be intimidated by a mother's authority. It was in their nature. He took a moment to compose himself before instructing Zhao Hong to retrieve a few unopened sets from the Namlin garden. Li Chunxian's pant legs were dampened by seawater, and it would be uncomfortable for her if she didn't change. He grabbed some clothes and headed to dock number 9, where his yacht was anchored. Zhao Hong was puzzled. "Mr. Gu, have you already rented the yacht?" Gu San smiled and replied, "Not rented, I'm buying one." After Zhao Hong drove away, Gu San took Li Chunxian for a leisurely stroll along the beach. Unable to wade into the water due to an injury on his foot, he held Li Chunxian's small hand, watching her play with delight. As he observed her joy, his eyes were filled with affection. Does Ineen like the ocean? Yes, she does, Li Chunshan exclaimed, pointing at the boundless sea, which appeared mysterious and unfathomable. Gu Sen felt compelled to acquire a submarine, so he could take his beloved on underwater adventures to witness a different kind of beauty. At that moment, a sharply dressed man approached, casually distributing flyers. Longhu Bay properties are now on sale. Sign in to receive rice and eggs. Feel free to come take a look. Gu Sun glanced at the sales badge hanging from the man's chest. Is there a villa at Longhu Bay? He called out to the man. Ma Guobiao. The sales manager sized Gu Sun up, and upon noticing the diamond-encrusted Patek Philippe on his wrist, his face broke into a warm, professional smile. Sir, if you are interested in purchasing a villa, Longhu Bay has a phase dedicated to villa complexes, nestled against the mountains and by the sea, with excellent feng shui. If you're interested, I can take you to see them. Gu Sun checked the time. There were still 2 hours until the scheduled appointment. He nodded. Do you have a car? Ma Guobiao was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered someone inquiring about villas without a vehicle. He couldn't help but steal another glance at the exquisite timepiece before awkwardly leading Gu Sun to his Chevrolet. Let us head to dock number 9 at the peninsula. I need to sign some documents, Gu Sun said, settling into the back seat beside Li Chinchun. Ma Guobiao felt as though he was inadvertently giving a ride to someone. Nonetheless, he drove them to dock number 9, expecting Gu Sun to dismiss him immediately. To his surprise, Gu Sun instructed him to wait a moment. Intrigued, Ma Guobiao took a few steps forward. Gu Sun beheld his yacht, which, in comparison to the surrounding vessels, exuded an unparalleled opulence. Indeed, the product of the system was nothing short of exquisite. He ascended the deck first, aiding Li Chunshun with utmost care before engaging the crew in discussions. Shortly thereafter, the captain emerged from the helm. Mr. Gu, he greeted respectfully, presenting documents for Gu Sen's signature. After affixing his name, Gu San instructed him to prepare the culinary delights and beverages for the gathering before departing with Li Chinchun. Ma Guobiao observed this scene, his heart ignited with fervor. This was undoubtedly a figure of prominence. His enthusiasm surged even further. The most modest villa in Longhu Bay commanded a price of 80 million. Securing this deal would herald his success. Upon arriving at the sales office, Ma Guobiao promptly retrieved details of the unsold villas for Gu Sun to peruse. Gu Sun glanced through them and nodded at one particular option. I'll take this one. Ma Guobiao nearly collapsed in astonishment. Villa number 8. This young gentleman intended to purchase villa number 8. Had he lost his mind? That was the pinnacle property, valued at 600 million. What's the matter? Has someone reserved it? Gu Sun favored the villa's design, most importantly its prime location with an exquisite sea view. He was certainly Chinshan would be immensely pleased. No one has reserved it. It's just that the price is so astronomical that the down payment requires qualification verification. I will pay in full. Let us proceed with the paperwork. Once completed, I'll arrange for furniture to be purchased. Ma Guobiao was on the brink of madness. His performance this month had been non-existent, relying solely on escorting elderly patrons to the sales office for promotional presentations, just to secure his basic salary. To his astonishment, as the month drew to a close, he had struck gold. He hurried to the office to retrieve the contract for villa number 8. Inside the office, the top sales agent was imparting his successful strategies, basking in the adoration of his colleagues. Upon Ma Guobiao's entrance, the sales champion immediately spotted him and called out, Xiaoma, have you invited a few more grandmas for the zero-egg promotion today? The room erupted in laughter. Ma Guobiao raised his chin defiantly, declaring, I'm here for the contract for villa number 8. The room fell into silence, only to erupt again in laughter. Ma Guobiao, are you here to entertain us? You've come to collect the contract for villa number 8? Have you lost your senses over money? For the first time, Ma Guobiao felt a surge of pride. Indeed, the god of wealth has seen my desperation and graciously bestowed upon me a grand opportunity. The sales champion scoffed and beckoned others to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing Gu Sun and Li Chunshun, so youthful, the laughter intensified to the point of near collapse. Ma Guobiao, if you're going to stage a performance, at least find someone more credible than those grandmas who deceive with egg promotions. You must understand, Xiaoma has been here for 3 months without closing a single deal. If he doesn't put on a show, how will he survive? Putting on a show with villa number 8? That's an utterly bizarre line of thought. Gu Sun, uninterested in their banter, pulled Li Chunshun aside to fill out the necessary forms. Write my name? Li Chunshun appeared utterly bewildered. Ma Guobiao was equally astonished. 600 million. Simply given to his girlfriend? Was this not exceedingly reckless? What if they were to part ways? That money would be gone like water down the drain. However, Gu Sun harbored no such concerns. Come on, just sign. I want to sell you off, he reassured her. Ma Guobiao thought it absurd that he had to coax her into this decision. My dear, 600 million. Why hesitate? He nearly went over to press Li Chunshun into signing. Li Chunshun did not deliberate for long. She obediently signed her name. Her mind preoccupied with the sum in her bank account. Gu Sun had gifted her a watch, a house, and numerous books. It was only fitting that she reciprocate with a present for him. But what should she buy? She tilted her head, pondering for quite a while. Yet nothing came to mind. It seemed that Gu Sun wanted for nothing. Li Chunshun disliked getting entangled in such trivial matters, so she pulled out her phone, emptied her bank account, and transferred all her funds to Gu Senator Chapter 49. I want an annual package, just as Gu Sun successfully completed his card transaction. Leaving the crowd that had mocked Ma Guobiao utterly dumbfounded, he received a WeChat transfer notification. For a moment, he was at a loss. Glancing back at the bored girl on the sofa flipping through a magazine, feeling utterly perplexed. The formalities would take a while longer. So Gu Sun instructed Ma Guobiao to handle them while he returned to Li Chunshun, enveloping her in his embrace. Why did you transfer me money? It's an odd sum. Initially, he wondered if it was a numerical confession, yet the figure 34,621 bore no romantic significance whatsoever. Li Chunshun's small face was expressionless. It's my money. Your money? Even though Gu Sun was quite accustomed to Li Chunshun's mode of expression, he was still at a loss at this moment. All my money is for you, she declared once more. I want to choose a gift, buy whatever you like. Gu Sun was taken aback. Staring at the string of numbers, a wave of profound happiness washing over him, causing his nose to tingle. He was aware that Li Chunshun often live-streamed to discuss topics. But he had no idea how long she had been doing so, and among that amount, there was even 1,000 she had swindled from Hu Kuei at the school cafeteria. Li Chunshun had mentioned that after turning 18, Aunt Ouyang would no longer look after her, urging her to become self-reliant. This must have been all her savings, and she had given it all to him. Gu Sun held the little girl in his arms even tighter. Inin, you've given me all your money. What will you do? Li Chunshun leaned closer into his embrace. I'll earn more, she declared, then suddenly paused, looking up at him with wide eyes through her glasses. Are you not going to take care of me anymore? Unable to resist, Gu Sun leaned in and planted a kiss on her. Of course, I will take care of you for a lifetime. He then requested Li Chunshun's bank account details and directly transferred 5 million to her. The limitation on her card prevented her from transferring larger amounts. Li Chunshun gazed at the long string of zeros, her small hand trembling slightly. What are you planning to do? Gu Sun deliberately leaned in and nibbled her delicate earlobe. Bauer, I want an annual subscription. I want to sleep with you every day. Li Chunshun recalled that exceedingly brutal night and immediately grabbed her phone to cancel. Only to be restrained by Gu Senator. It's too late. Having accepted the payment means you've agreed. Next time I indulge, you mustn't interfere. Li Chunshun was on the verge of tears, yet a peculiar sensation coursed through her body, her fair complexion turning a rosy hue. If you say that again, I will truly hit you. After a prolonged moment of silence, Li Chunshun managed to utter a retort that nearly caused Gu Sun to burst into laughter. It wasn't mere bravado. He could easily take on 100 of such petite figures as hers. Ma Guobiao completed the necessary procedures and led Gu Sun and Li Chunshun to Villa number 8. After entering the password for authentication, Ma Guobiao did not follow them inside, but inquired if Gu Sun required transportation to the beach, considering the tycoon lacked a vehicle. Gu Sun waved his hand, signaling him to leave, and proceeded to call Zhao Hong. Soon, a distinctive Rolls-Royce Phantom arrived at the entrance of Villa number 8. Zhao Hong unloaded numerous bags and gazed at the villa, which was significantly larger than Namlin Garden, his lips twitching involuntarily. Gu Sun's previous revelation about purchasing a yacht had already left him astounded. Returning briefly to Namlin Garden, he found his employer had acquired yet another villa. Was this how casually the affluent indulged in their expenditures? Brother Gu Sun, I adore this place. The swimming pool on the 3rd floor is enormous. Li Chunshun's voice echoed intermittently, and at that moment, she exhibited a semblance of the youthful charm befitting an 18-year-old girl. Gu Sun felt an inexplicable sense of achievement swell within him. He was certain that he would nurture In to thrive splendidly. You need not accompany us on the outing. This villa comes with a butler and 6 servants. all of whom should be discreet and efficient. Additionally, arrange for a selection of furnishings in line with the aesthetic of Nanlin Garden. Money is no object. Everything must be of the finest quality. As he spoke, he transferred another 100 million to Zhao Heng's account. The cashback from previous purchases, coupled with profits from stock market investments, had propelled Gu Sen's bank balance to over 300 billion, not including dividends from banks and several other companies. Though the villa was valued at 600 million, the developer of Longhu Bay was Ningxian Real Estate, meaning a portion of that capital would ultimately find its way back to his account. Thus, to him, this sum was inconsequential. Zhao Hong, having received his instructions, did not linger and took the vehicle away. Villa number 8 was in close proximity to the Peninsula Wharf, making a walk perfectly feasible. Gu San sat at the staircase, messaging the quartet to meet him directly at the 9th point of the Peninsula Wharf, while also sending the address to Wang Jun and Chris. Guotian and Li Feng were already en route, claiming they would arrive in half an hour. Just as Gu San was about to summon Li Chunchen downstairs, he received a call from Wang Jun. Young Master Gu, where are you now? His voice was tinged with urgency. Gu San raised an eyebrow slightly. Speak plainly if there is something amiss. Wang Jun did not conceal the matter. Gu Shao, Wang Yangtian has summoned numerous individuals to the peninsula dock. Is he attempting to obstruct you? Gu San harbored no fear of such a privileged offspring as Wang Yangtian. Upon hearing this, he inquired, have the Tianhe gang made any moves? Recently, it appeared that the Tianhe gang had come under police scrutiny, and the information was tightly guarded. They should be too wary to brazenly follow Wang Yangtian into chaos. Gu San chuckled, then there is no cause for concern. Have you managed to secure a boat? Don't mention it, came the reply. My father, having heard rumors of my quarrel with Chu Wenbin, stubbornly refuses to lend me one. I've already arranged for a rental. You won't find one. Wang Yangtian's aunt oversees the leasing business at the Blue Ocean Group. None of us can rent a boat. Gu San did not believe Wang Yangtian was unaware of Wang Jun's current association with him. Damn, that Wang Yangtian is insane. We've not blamed him for his reckless behavior that could endanger lives, yet he continues to prance around. Wang Jun fumed. Gu Sen's gaze turned abruptly cold. Who says I don't blame him? Rest assured, the Wang family won't frolic for much longer. You need not rent a boat. Come aboard mine. Having relayed his instructions, Gu Sen ended the call. As the principal shareholder of the Blue Ocean Group, he published a personnel announcement on the company's bulletin board, directly relieving Song Milan of her duties. He intended to probe the depths of Blue Ocean's affairs. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. The upper echelons of Blue Ocean Group were thrown into disarray. Song Milan hastily made her way to the president's office, her slender waist entwined with the neck of the man within. Mr. He, what on earth are you doing? Yet, He forcefully pushed her away, his usual charm evaporating. Return for now. I will address this matter once I ascertain the facts. Song Milan pouted. Mr. He, you are the executive president of the group, possessing 40% of its shares. Does such a straightforward personnel decision truly require investigation? He Ning felt a pang of anxiety. Having recently squandered nearly 100 billion while at sea, he understood that he lacked the shares necessary to sustain his position. He had lived in trepidation. The moment he noticed Song Milan's personnel directive, the severity of the situation dawned on him. Could he truly be ousted so easily? He was unwilling to accept such a fate. Chapter 50. Unattainable Desires. Gu San, accompanied by Li Chunsheng, swiftly arrived at the peninsula dock. Within moments, they spotted Li Feng, Guotian, and Lao Si approaching, each accompanied by 4 women. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Gu San led his companions onto the yacht. Guotian gazed in awe at the opulent vessel, bewildered. Sanner, is this Wang Jun's yacht? This lad is indeed intriguing. You haven't been corrupted by wealth, have you? Gu San retorted with a laugh. Get lost. This is mine. That scoundrel Wang Jun was restricted by his father and couldn't borrow one. Guotian was even more astonished. Wait, this is yours? Sanner, could it be that you are a hidden super-rich heir? Gu San pondered for a moment. Indeed, that moniker was fitting. His family background was quite respectable, and it was not inaccurate to label him as a wealthy second generation. Upon entering university, he refrained from requesting financial support from his family, relying instead on his previously saved New Year's money. Though it amounted to less than $1 million, it sufficed for a comfortable 4-year academic journey. He envisioned using the remaining funds to venture into entrepreneurship post-graduation. He also contemplated a future alongside Yushware. Yet life's unpredictability thwarted his plans. Unable to elucidate the complexities of the situation, he resigned himself to acceptance. My father established a company that recently went public. He disclosed. Goodness, you are indeed a scion of wealth, exclaimed Guitiani, drawing the attention of others, particularly the four girls, whose gazes toward Gu Sun were imbued with both shyness and intrigue. Accepting Li Feng's invitation, their primary interest lay in Gu Sr. Rumors circulated throughout the campus that Gu San drove a Pagani and had caught the eye of Ningshan Entertainment. After all, a handsome and affluent man could afford to be a bit of a rogue. Old Fourth adjusted his glasses, observing the enthusiastic yet awkward Li Feng, and sensed that this social gathering would ultimately yield naught but disappointment. Gu Sun beckoned the crew to bring forth snacks, fruits, and beverages, transforming the spacious cabin into a luxurious lounge, with the refreshing sea breeze adding to the ambience. In addition to these provisions, the crew had also arranged games such as chess and dice. Gu Sun instructed Guitiani to entertain the guests while he settled beside Li Chinchun, retrieving his phone to contact Wang Jun and Chris. At that moment, a girl named Zhou Miao Miao suddenly turned her gaze towards Senator Gu Sun. I truly enjoyed the song you performed at the freshman gala. Would you be willing to sing it again? Gu Sun hesitated, lifting his head in curiosity. Zhou Miao Miao, the leader of the four girls, was quite attractive. He had noticed Li Feng blush during the introductions, likely smitten. How could he possibly overshadow the leader at such a moment? My voice is rather hoarse today, perhaps another time. He then added, you all enjoy the games. I'll take Yin to check if Wang Jun has arrived. With that, he gently took Li Chinchun's hand and exited. Zhou Miao Miao watched his retreating figure, her eyes reflecting a sense of unfulfilled desire. Li Feng, blissfully oblivious, promptly invited Zhou Miao Miao and the others to partake in a board game. Old Fourth, disinterested, withdrew to a corner, engrossed in his phone. A slender girl approached and seated herself beside him. Hello, I'm Huang Wan. I've heard you excel in advanced mathematics. May I seek your tutoring in the future? Old Fourth adjusted his glasses. 1 hour, he replied, initially considering a fee of 1,000, but reassessing his own capabilities. He amended it to 100, payment in advance. Huang Wan was taken aback by his directness. Did he truly intend to tutor her in mathematics? Observing her astonishment, Old Fourth wore an expression that suggested he had seen through their intentions. My brother is a man beyond your reach. Refrain from any tricks. His voice was low, and amidst the revelry of others, few paid heed to his words. Huang Wan merely pursed her lips. Others are others, but I am myself. I take pleasure in learning well. Is that not direct enough? The fourth brother looked at her with disdain. You actually harbor thoughts of Li Chinchun? Have you lost your mind? Do you believe my third brother could reduce you to 180 pieces? Huang Wan retorted, damn, I can't be provoked. Dejected, she returned to the crowd. Gu Sun and Li Chinchun enjoyed a moment of breeze on the deck before spotting Wang Jun and Chris's vehicles parked at the dock. Wang Jun had surprisingly brought 2 beautiful women. Along with Chris emerged a graceful figure adorned with sunglasses and a mask. Gu Sun recognized her instantly. An irritation welled within him. Why was a superstar so idle? Had the plan for the rising star been completed? It was only then he recalled that he was ostensibly the project leader. He wondered if the participants had been finalized. Perhaps he should inquire upon returning to school in a few days. At least it would be prudent to show his face. While he pondered, the group had already boarded the yacht. Ah, it seems my brother Gu has quite the clout to rent such a grand yacht, Chris remarked enviously. Wang Jun, however, exclaimed, Gu Xiao, this is the yacht you referred to as cramped? It is far too luxurious. Much better than my father's. Gu Sun merely smiled casually. As long as you all enjoy it. I will be sailing for the next few days. Feel free to join me anytime. Chris, puzzled, asked, Brother Gu, did you rent it for the month? Wang Jun playfully slapped him. Nonsense. This is Gu Xiao's yacht. Chris remained in shock when the captain approached respectfully. Mr. Gu, is everyone here? When shall we set sail? Once everyone has arrived, we shall depart. Find a suitable spot for fishing and anchor. Gu Sun instructed before leading Wang Jun and the others into the cabin. Hu Miao Miao's presence made the atmosphere exceptionally lively, showcasing Wang Jun's social prowess. He skillfully arranged the boys and girls, ensuring no one felt neglected. Gu Sun, too, enjoyed the revelry, engaging in the games while not forgetting to tend to Li Chinchun. He kept her seated on his lap, attentive to her emotions no matter the activity. Eventually, he even placed the playing cards into her small hands. Darling, you play for me. If we lose, it counts as my fault, but if we win, it's yours. Wang Jun chuckled at this. Gu Xiao, those are your words. Don't say we are bullying our little sister-in-law. Li Chinchun struggled with the cards, her tiny hands clumsily grasping them, clearly inexperienced. Her demeanor only invited further mischief from the others. Zhou Miao Miao promptly suggested, playing with sticky notes is rather dull. Why not have the losers agree to a condition from the winners, allowing them to ask for anything, much like truth or dare? Wang Jun cast a mischievous glance her way. Beauty, that is quite unkind to yourself. Zhou Miao Miao straightened her posture. I may not necessarily lose. Gu Sun, unfazed, replied. If you all are willing, I have no objections. Let us begin. Everyone was fully alert, with Li Chunxing becoming the focal point of attention. Even the fourth player felt a twinge of concern for her, while only Gu Sun leisurely offered her a piece of strawberry. Zhou Miao Miao gazed enviously, growing increasingly fierce in her play. Li Chunxing had barely revealed her cards when Zhou Miao Miao announced that only 2 cards remained. Li Chunxing had played only 2 cards in total. She stared blankly at Zhou Miao Miao, realizing that she could not let her escape. After uttering these words, she deftly produced a bomb card and threw it into the fray. Chapter 51. Secret Techniques, 1000. Are you interested? The others were taken aback that Li Chunxing had been holding onto a bomb all this time. Their previous aggressive play had left them with few cards, rendering them speechless. Zhou Miao Miao felt indignant, but found herself powerless. She had a pair of 10s, neither particularly strong nor weak. If only the players before her would play in her favor, victory would still be within her grasp. However, Li Chunxing began to play her cards, deviating entirely from the expected strategy. Although she could have played a triple, she chose to split her cards, keeping everyone guessing. It seemed as though she had calculated the cards in everyone else's hands, leaving them in a precarious position. Gu Sun struggled to suppress his laughter, finding it difficult to contain himself. He casually offered another strawberry piece to her. Li Chunxing eagerly accepted, smiling as she laid out her final sequence of cards. Before anyone could react, she discarded her last 3. Zhou Miao Miao exclaimed in frustration, urging them to intervene. The others shrugged their shoulders, genuinely unable to stop her. Li Chunxing nestled into Gu Sun's embrace, pouting her rosy lips. More, please. Gu Sun, with a look of indulgence, brought the entire platter of fruit closer, carefully selecting the finest pieces for her. The fourth player was the first to react. Li Chunxing, have you memorized all the cards? Li Chunxing squinted her eyes like a playful kitten, swallowing a piece of melon. It's not difficult, she replied, her large eyes glinting mischievously. Would you like to learn? The secret technique is 1000. Guotian and Li Feng could not contain their laughter, bursting out at her words. Gu Sun pulled her closer, unfazed by the glances from others, showering her with affectionate kisses. My darling is truly clever. Wang Jun felt a pang of jealousy. Gu, you are being excessive. Feeding dog food without consent is too much. Gu Sun raised an eyebrow, inviting him to continue his performance. Previously, Wang Jun would have seized 2 beauties for a deep discussion. Yet, for some reason, he always felt somewhat intimidated in Gu Sun's presence. Hu Miaoloa regarded Li Chunxing with newfound respect. She had never perceived what made this girl so deserving of Gu Sun's affection. However, she was beginning to recognize some admirable traits. Guotian egged them on. Hey, whoever loses should admit defeat quickly. Li Chunxing, feel free to decide how to punish them. I shall supervise. Guotian had not played this round, yet he was reveling in the moment. Li Chunxing was at a loss, so she tilted her head and glanced at Senator Gu Sun affectionately ruffled her hair and surveyed the surroundings. Those who had lost embraced their companions for a minute. Zhou Miao Miao and Li Feng's faces nearly turned crimson. After the punishment, Zhou Miao Miao proposed to play another game. But Gu Sun stood up and declared, you all enjoy yourselves. I shall go fishing. Chris immediately chimed in, I want to join, Gu. Shall we have a contest? Gu Sun shrugged nonchalantly. All right, the losers will be responsible for catching fish. Today, I aim to catch the finest fish for my dear Yin. Li Chunxing nodded excitedly. Yes, roasted fish. The crew soon delivered some fishing gear, and the yacht quickly found a suitable spot to anchor. Gu Sun wrapped his arm around Li Chunxing as he leisurely cast his line. Li Chunxing, petite as she was, nestled in his embrace as if the space were custom-made for her. Zhou Miao Miao and her companions looked on enviously but could do nothing but collaborate with Li Feng and Guotian. Huang Wan approached the fourth member once more. Bookworm, can you fish? No, he replied curtly. Huang Wan gritted her teeth. I can. I'll teach you. The fourth member thought to himself, this woman is quite cunning. She had just wanted to study advanced mathematics with him, but backed out due to tuition fees. Now, she was eagerly offering to teach him fishing. intending to use the fishing lesson fee as payment for her math tuition, an outright attempt to exploit him. Not learning, he retorted. You won't trick me. Huang Wan was so infuriated she nearly upended the fish bucket over his head. Chris sat beside Gu-san, while Hu Miao Miao initially intended to sit on Chris's other side. However, glancing at the space between them, she inexplicably settled down there instead. Gu-san cast a sidelong glance at her, but said nothing, merely adjusting his posture. Hu Miao Miao pouted. This person is such a blockhead. Yet the sea breeze was delightful. She intentionally stretched her long legs to ease her back, inadvertently showcasing her alluring figure. After this display, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Gu-san, only to find him tightening his outer garment, keeping the slender figure close to him. Hu Miao Miao felt a pang of jealousy and irritation. Gu-san, how is the selection for the new rising star going? The company wants to cast me in a new drama. If there are suitable candidates, please let me know. Gu-san looked puzzled. You should discuss this with the person in charge at Ningshan Entertainment. What use is it to bring it up with me? Isn't Mr. Liang expecting you to handle the selections? He just wants me to check in occasionally so I don't get bored. I've been quite busy. Hu Miao Miao was furious. Busy with what? You seem to be either playing with her or dining out. Where's the busyness in that? Gu-san gently tucked Li Qinshin's long hair behind her ear and replied, as if it were self-evident, spending time with my girlfriend is a serious matter. Hu Miao Miao was nearly beside herself with anger. Gu-san, however, had no time to concern himself with her. He felt increasingly guilty. Though he boldly proclaimed his intention to catch a large fish for his beloved In to feast upon, he had never fished before, let alone in the vast ocean. The thought of failing to catch anything and facing embarrassment weighed heavily on his mind. Just then, Chris suddenly shouted, I've got one. Even Li Qinshin was captivated. Her eyes wide as a fish weighing over a pound leaped from the water, its plump body enticing. Li Qinshin pouted in envy. Brother Gu, look. A fish. Gu-san felt an overwhelming urge to kick Chris overboard. Be good, we'll snatch it back shortly. Li Qinshin settled back down, reassured. Chris was becoming rather shameless. Soon. Wang Jun also had a catch, while Gu-san remained unresponsive. Hu Miaojiao couldn't help but tease. Young Master Gu, are you up to the task? With so many mouths to feed, can you handle the fish? No sooner had she spoken than Gu-sen's fishing rod finally stirred. Li Qinshin instantly became excited, her little hands scrambling to assist him. Before long, a large yellow croaker was pulled from the water, its golden body shimmering beautifully in the sunlight. This fish, with its delicate flesh, is highly nutritious, especially when wild, rare and sought after. At the moment it was caught, a message echoed in Gu-sen's mind. Detected host has caught a wild yellow croaker, weighing 2.5 pounds, valued at 10,000. Increased value withdrawable at 100,000. His phone vibrated with a notification of the deposit. Li Qinshin showed little interest in the 100,000. Her joyous clapping was his greatest achievement. The fishing continued, and soon more catches were made, the group reveling in their camaraderie, when suddenly a yacht intruded, sending white waves crashing and disturbing all surrounding fish. Chapter 52. A dog that can only bark. Gu-san glanced up to see Wang Yangtian, a beautiful woman standing on the deck beside him, flanked by several others. Gu-san, do you dare to compete again? Gu-san cast a cold glance at him. Wang, are you trying to bark like a dog again? Wang Yangtian's face flushed crimson, but he forced down his emotions. Just say whether you dare or not. If you're too afraid, kneel and apologize. I, being magnanimous, will accept you as my little brother. Wang Jun rolled his eyes. Wang Yangtian, although we've never been on the same page, we often cross paths in this circle. I advise you not to court disaster. Wang Yangtian smirked. Wang Jun, your backbone seems rather soft. I've heard you share a woman with Gu-san. No wonder you're willing to be his dog. He then glanced at Li Qinshin in Gu-sen's arms, clicking his tongue. Such a little Loli. Aren't you afraid of breaking her? Gu-sen's gaze turned icy, viewing Wang Yangtian as though he were already dead. What do you wish to compete in? Wang Yangtian smirked. Last time it was a car race. This time, how about a jet ski race? Do you dare? Before Gu-san could respond, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Random task triggered. Accept the jet ski competition. Circumnavigate the circular strait, and upon victory, unlock a mystery box. Do you accept? Accept. Within the circular strait, rocky formations and deep valleys awaited, with brief tidal surges posing potential risks. To assist the host in avoiding peril, a three-dimensional structural map of the circular strait was presented. Gu-san beheld the blue virtual image once more. With the aid of the encyclopedia, he meticulously analyzed the timing of the tides and the locations of maximum suction. The random task commenced, accompanied by a complimentary lesson in jet ski driving techniques. A surge of skills flooded into Gu Sen's mind. Seeing Gu Sen's silence, Wang Yangtian assumed he was intimidated and burst into laughter. If you're scared, just send over that little girl in your arms. Let us savor the experience too. The crowd echoed with indecent remarks. Although Li Chunchun was usually indifferent to such provocations, she grasped the implication and, in a huff, wished to retaliate. But the yacht's distance thwarted her efforts. Gu San gently patted her back in reassurance and addressed Wang Yangtian. Since we're competing, let us make it thrilling. We'll head to the circular strait. Whoever manages to circle back successfully will be deemed the victor. His words left everyone in stunned silence. Chris, an avid sea fisherman with extensive knowledge of the circular strait, immediately advised, Gu, don't act rashly. The circular strait is perilous. Even seasoned fishermen hesitate to enter. It can be deadly. Wang Jun added, Gu Xiao, we can always wait until we're ashore to settle this. There's no need to gamble with our lives. Li Chunxin clutched Gu Sen's shirt tightly, as if fearing he would abandon her. Ignoring the others, Gu Sun leaned down to look at Li Chunxin. Yin, do you remember what I said? Trust me, I will be fine. Her response was resolute. I want to go with you. Without hesitation, Gu Sen nodded. If you're not afraid, then we'll go together. Li Chunxin lifted her chin defiantly. I'm not afraid. Hu Miao Miao interjected urgently. Gu San, this isn't a joke. For a few idle words, Gu San abruptly interjected. Yin is my wife. If I say it's fine, no one should bully her. Hu Miao Miao felt a stir within, while the other girls gazed at Li Chunxin with envy, particularly Zhou Miao Miao, who could not fathom why Gu San was so fixated on someone she deemed unattractive and frail. Having calmed Li Chunxin, Gu San turned his attention back to Wang Yangtian. Are you afraid, Wang? I had thought the heir of Wang Electronics was formidable, leading a pack of wild dogs to bark aimlessly. It turns out they're just barking. Too cowardly to bite. A bunch of timid fools. Wang Yangtian had initially sought to dominate Gu San, confident in his credentials as a professional jet ski racer. However, the thought of entering the circular strait filled him with dread. However, if one simply concedes, what face will they have to maintain in the future? At that moment, someone beside him remarked, Wang Xiao, haven't you always wanted to eliminate him? This is indeed a splendid opportunity. It's easy for you to say. What if I end up perishing in there as well? Wang Yangtian responded, agitated. The person continued. One of my subordinates has a fisherman who was born and raised at the peninsula dock. You should take him along. Wang Yangtian was taken aback. Has he ever been through the circular strait? He has, and he mentioned there are plenty of valuable big fish inside. With a steely resolve, Wang Yangtian was about to suggest the fisherman compete on his behalf when Gu Sun leisurely interjected, Wang Xiao, you aren't thinking of using your racing tactics again, are you? Let me be clear. Today it's just the two of us competing. I'll bring my wife, and you may bring whoever you wish. But only 2 jet skis are permitted. He declared that anyone who concedes must kneel and call him grandpa upon their next encounter. Gu San had left no room for negotiation. Wang Yangtian's face turned a shade of green with fury. Gu San wasted no time allowing him to ponder or evade. He immediately instructed the captain to lower the jet skis and carefully help Li Chunxin put on a life jacket, neglecting to don one himself. He then directed the captain to place a telescopic fishing net on the jet ski, preparing to catch some fish during the tide to grill for his beloved Yin. Gu San, with Li Chunxin, circled around Wang Yangtian's yacht and then flashed him a friendly international gesture. How could he endure this? Wang Yangtian promptly ordered his crew to prepare life jackets and a jet ski, instructing the captain to anchor at the entrance of the strait for immediate rescue if necessary. Soon, Wang Yangtian joined the jet ski, accompanied by a slender, dark-skinned young man. Gu San scoffed. So, Wang Xiao has such peculiar tastes, I must admit. I can't compete with you there. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Li Chunxin's hair, saying, Yin, just hold on to my waist tightly and don't worry about anything. I will ensure your safe return. Li Chunxin's soft voice, intertwined with the sea breeze, reached Gu San's ears. As long as you are here, I am not afraid. In this tense moment, Gu San's thoughts wandered. He leaned in for a quick kiss, his voice laced with laughter. Yin, are you truly unafraid wherever I am? Then you must not push me next time. It could be quite harmful. His implication was clear, as he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. Li Chunxin recalled something. Her face flushed with indignation. The two exchanged playful banter just as the whistle sounded. Gu-sun immediately focused, twisting the throttle and racing forward. In an instant, two trails of white spray shot across the sky like meteors, speeding toward the strait. Neither yacht dared to delay, promptly following suit. Wang Jun and the others awaited anxiously, each face etched with concern, particularly Chris, who likely understood the true terror lurking within that strait. Once caught by the tidal forces, there would be no rescue. Chapter 53. A feast awaits. Will Gu-sun be all right? Hu Miao clutched the railing tightly, her teeth biting into her lip. Chris shook his head. Sister, I have no idea. As soon as he spoke, Hu Miao's nose began to tingle, and her eyes turned red. Guotian and Li Feng also lost interest in conversing with the girl, standing by the railing and gazing into the distance. Wang Jun cursed under his breath. Damn it. Wang Yangtian has brought along a little blackie. Could there be some ulterior motive at play? He recalled the incident on Huanshan Road. Chris spoke in a low voice. I have a feeling that little blackie is a fisherman. His remark made the others increasingly suspicious. Gu-sun had brought along the clueless Li Chenqing, while Wang Yangtian had brought someone familiar with the waters. This was undoubtedly a trap. As the jet ski approached the circular strait, the waves grew increasingly hostile. The throttle seemed to slip from their control. Wang Yangtian's face turned pale. Xiao Bei, are you sure we can get out smoothly? If there's any uncertainty, damn it. I'd rather call Gu-sun grandpa than risk my life here. If I die, everything is over. In comparison, what good is saving face? Don't worry, Wang Xiao, I am confident. Xiao Bei replied with unwavering determination. If they could help Wang Yangtian win this race, his future would surely be bright. Wang Yangtian felt a surge of confidence. He knew Gu-sun hailed from Fengcheng, a place with no sea, only a great river. Yet the dangers beneath the ocean were incomparable to those of a river. Gu-sun was surely doomed. He was lost in his pleasant thoughts, pressing the throttle to the maximum, and suddenly sped past Gu-sun, intentionally splashing a wave of water. Li Chenqing's clothes became soaked, and she took off her glasses, unable to see. Just as Wang Yangtian turned to give Gu-sun a friendly gesture, he saw Li Chenqing placing her glasses atop her head, revealing her stunning beauty, akin to a delicate flower. Wang Yangtian was momentarily stunned, and the jet ski lost control, swerving wildly as the waves propelled it forward. What the hell? What do I do? I can't control this. Wang Yangtian shouted, while Xiao Bei, equally frightened, tried to reach for the steering wheel, but her small arms were too short. The two of them, swerving uncontrollably, were headed straight for the rocks at the edge of the strait. Those on the yacht watched in disbelief. What was happening? Were they impatiently committing suicide? Hu Miao quickly tugged at Chris's arm. What is Wang Yangtian doing? Chris, with a contemplative expression, stroked his chin and concluded after a moment. It must be the tidal forces of the low valley in the strait pulling them in. Wang Yangtian watched helplessly as the jet ski collided with the rocks, and he and Xiao Bei were thrown off. They were violently struck by the jagged stones, causing blood to spew forth and their internal organs to shift. Wang Yangtian felt as if he might be dying. He glanced over at Xiao Bei, who lay nearby, and in a fit of anger, attempted to kick her. But after much effort, he found he could not lift his foot. He struggled to turn his head and beheld the peculiar curvature of his calf, clearly indicating a fracture. The excruciating pain, brought forth by the crashing waves, arrived with a sluggishness that heightened his suffering. When the sensation finally struck him, he erupted into a piercing scream that sent shivers down the spines of those nearby. Wang Jun clicked his tongue disapprovingly. Why would Wang Yangtian choose such a grim path? Is it merely because he fancied a little dark-skinned fellow? We harbor no disdain towards him. What compels such tragic devotion? The crowd was left in disbelief. Is this truly how you interpret the situation? Are you serious? Shouldn't we be calling for a rescue boat? Yet, none made a move. Wang Yangtian's yacht lay close by, but it seemed irrelevant to them. Chris stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking on Gu Ji's calm demeanor, remaining steadfast while awaiting the dissipating force. Anticipating that the danger would soon subside, a collective sigh of relief washed over the group, but then Gu-sun suddenly accelerated, darting forth like a swordfish. Chris exclaimed in shock, and everyone broke into a cold sweat, while Guotian, in his excitement, nearly bolted forward, only to be yanked back by Li Feng. Initially engulfed in despair, Wang Yangtian's spirits lifted when he noticed Gu-sun charging towards him. In that moment, his pain faded, and he even sought to adjust his position to witness Gu-sun's impending crash more dramatically. However, just as he anticipated a collision, the jet ski executed a graceful maneuver, sending a massive wave crashing behind it as it sped away. Wang Yantian was drenched and chilled to the bone. "You scoundrel," he fumed. Gu Xin must have done that on purpose. His frustration surged, but the myriad of wounds on his body, soaked by the salt water, sent waves of sharp agony coursing through him, nearly causing him to bite his own tongue. Meanwhile, Gu Sun had already rounded the bend, heading towards the exit. Wang Yantian resigned himself to the futility of the race. At least he was still alive. Yet suddenly, Gu Xin's jet ski encountered a malfunction, seemingly ensnared by a formidable undercurrent. Simultaneously, in the middle of the strait, a depression formed, causing the fish to thrash about. Xiao Bei, struggling to lift his head, witnessed this spectacle and grinned broadly. "Young Master Wang, this time you have triumphed again. With the tide's arrival, those two are certain to perish." Wang Yantian rejoiced, relieved he had refrained from shoving Xiao Bei into the sea moments ago. Li Chunsheng, unaware of the unfolding events, clung tightly to Gu Senator at this moment. Gu Sun was exhilarated. He spotted a shimmering school of fish and thought to himself that fishing was unnecessary. He would simply scoop them all up in a net. "This is my fortune. No, wait. Ying will have meat to eat. After feasting, I can." Gu Sun was in a state of euphoric anticipation as he seized the opportunity to cast his net. Just as Wang Yantian braced himself for Gu Sun's impending plunge into the abyss, the tide unexpectedly receded. Gu Sun had studied the tidal patterns of this strait, which followed a cycle of 3 long and 1 short. The data provided indicated that this particular tide would last a mere 13 seconds. Enduring it was entirely feasible. The jet ski lost its balance and tilted to one side due to the sudden disappearance of suction, but was swiftly pulled back into alignment by the tug of a net full of writhing fish. Gu Sun pressed the throttle and surged forward, trailing a sack of plump, lively fish behind him, creating an inexplicable scene of jubilation. The captain and crew immediately began to welcome him, while Kexley and the others rushed over. Soon, the fish were all pulled aboard. Gu Sun received a towel from the captain and wrapped it around the drenched Li Chunxin, carrying her directly to the cabin. "I'll take her to wash up. Chris, you lost. Remember to gut the fish." Gu Sun's cheerful voice was invigorating. Wang Jun looked a bit concerned. "Gu Xiao, what about Wang Yantian? Are we really going to let him die?" Gu Sun cast a sidelong glance at him. Wang Jun quickly clarified. "Whether he lives or dies is irrelevant, but he cannot perish during your competition. That would be troublesome." Gu Sun had likely seen the extent of Wang Yantian's injuries. His leg was certainly ruined. "Go inform the people on that yacht that there is still an hour until the next tide. If we can't retrieve him, he'll have to feed the sharks," he said, turning without a backward glance as he entered the cabin. He tossed the towel aside and fiercely kissed Li Chunxin, cradling her face in his hands. Chapter 54. The grilling of fish begins. Li Chunxin found herself slightly breathless from his kiss. After a while, Gu Sun's emotions gradually stabilized. It was his first time operating a jet ski. Although he trusted the system not to fail him, anxiety still surged within him, causing his heart to race. Moreover, Li Chunxin had steadfastly followed him through it all. The exhilarating sensation of facing life and death together was both thrilling and intoxicating. He released her, gazing at her slightly reddened eyes, their foreheads gently touching. "Ying, are you afraid? Were you scared to accompany me in the competition? To be drawn into the abyss with me?" His voice had taken on a husky tone from their recent kiss. Li Chunxin pondered seriously for a moment, her cold, expressionless face revealing little complexity. After a brief pause, she earnestly nodded. "I am afraid." Gu Sun's gaze deepened. Indeed, how could one not be afraid? Although they were together, their time spent together had been brief. Gu Sun's mood had been dampened by the recent events involving Yu Shuer, yet Li Chunxin had burst into his life, radiating purity. It is often said that the best way to forget a past romance is to embark on a new one. Gu Sun did not feel particularly haunted by memories of Yu Shuer. However, at that moment, having someone by his side with whom to share his affection felt immensely gratifying. Even he could not articulate his feelings for Li Chunxin, so how could he expect her to accompany him through life and death without fear? Just as he was about to reassure her, Li Chunxin spoke slowly once more. "I'm afraid you will die. I'm afraid I won't be able to save you." All emotions suddenly froze. Gu Sun felt his heart racing wildly. He stared blankly at Li Chunxin before succumbing to an overwhelming urge and kissing her deeply once more. He found it hard to believe. Li Chunxin's response was unexpectedly profound. It was not fear of dying together that troubled him, but rather the anxiety of being unable to secure a path to survival for his beloved in a moment of life and death. How can one's heart be so pure, so innocent that it feels almost sacrilege to taint it. Yet, the urge to possess such purity is irresistible. His beloved must solely belong to him. He cherished this purity immensely. It brought him ease and a profound sense of belonging. Gently, he brushed his hand against Li Qingqing's cheek. Her skin, moistened by the sea, carried a hint of salt. Even the slightest touch would leave a rosy imprint. Gu San felt a twinge of reluctance. How about a quick wash and change of clothes? Then I'll take you to grill some fish. Li Qingqing responded with a soft affirmation, but then playfully tapped Gu Sen's brow. Brother Gu, were you scared just now? Gu Sen chuckled lightly. Not at all, for I shall undoubtedly bring my dear Enin back safely. I would never allow my beloved Enin to accompany me in peril. He raised his hand in a gesture of solemn promise. I vow never. Li Qingqing's eyes sparkled with delight. After tidying up, as they stepped outside, Gu San carefully placed his glasses on her petite face, at least to shield her from the allure he had just bestowed upon her. Outside, everyone was bustling about. Chris, spotting Gu San, called out, Brother Gu, are we going to slaughter them? Can we even eat all this? After taking a glance, Gu San was taken aback. Goodness, there were not only fish and shrimp, but also crabs and several rare species of fish. He swiftly intervened, instructing everyone to release the rare fish and made sure to return several pregnant fish back to the sea. This should suffice. Hu Miao Miao, the eldest among them, had just noticed Li Qingqing's rosy lips. Having seen it all in the entertainment industry, she understood precisely what Gu San had just done. A pang of jealousy gripped her heart. Initially, she intended to ignore Gu San, but his actions compelled her to offer a compliment. You do have a kind heart. Gu San smiled and leaned down to tease Li Qingqing. It's for my dear Enin's blessings. Hu Miao Miao felt another wave of irritation. She truly did not wish to engage with Gu San any longer. He was exasperating. However, Gu San had no time to spare for her grievances. He instructed the captain to prepare the grill and selected 3 fish of the highest nutritional value, washing them before placing them on the grill. Just to be clear, the boys are responsible for the girls. You all find your partners. I will only grill for my dear Enin. The rest are not my concern. Just as he was about to join in on the feast, Old Four, the third brother, remarked, Love will fade away, right? Huang Wan, carrying a freshly prepared fish, playfully kicked him. Need help? There's meat to eat. Old Four adjusted his glasses, inquiring with utmost seriousness, Is there a fee? Huang Wan wished to thrust the raw fish directly into his mouth. Soon, 5 grills were set up. Gu San, with an air of leisure, possessed culinary skills of a divine caliber. Preparing grilled fish was utterly effortless for him. As he flipped the fish, he still had time to feed Li Qingqing some fruit. The other individuals, however, were in disarray. Aside from Gu San, only Li Feng displayed a certain fluidity in his movements, clearly having cooked at home before. Chris, enticed by the aroma of Gu Sen's grilled fish, was salivating uncontrollably. Brother Gu, please help me. I'm about to burn this. Wang Jun immediately chimed in. Help. I'll tell you this. If you ruin it, you'll have to eat it anyway. Anyone who refuses will be punished with 3 gin of liquor. 3 gin? Is that beer? Who's afraid? Whiskey or red wine? Your choice. Get lost. Are you trying to kill me? Chris erupted in frustration. Meanwhile, Wang Jun was in high spirits. The essence of such moments lay in participation. After all, the captain and crew had taken the other fish to prepare, and they could always eat what they made. Gu San suddenly recalled something. He pulled out his phone to check, only to discover that none of the numerous fish he had just caught had been credited to his account. System, are you asleep? What happened to the promised subsystems? Are you playing tricks on me for $1 million? Host, it seems you have misunderstood the term fishing. Gu San pondered. It can't be what I think, right? Yes. It is precisely what you think. The focus is on fishing, not merely catching. Gu San felt a wave of frustration. It appeared he had toiled in vain. Brother Gu, is the fish ready? Li Qingqing peered over with eager eyes. Gu San reached out to tousle her silky hair. Well, it wasn't entirely in vain. At least she would gain a little more meat from her bean sprouts. Almost. Would you like some grilled bananas? Can you really grill bananas? Li Qingqing looked adorably bewildered. Gu San smirked. Durian can be grilled as well. Li Qingqing scrunched her nose. That will smell terrible. She wasn't fond of durian, to be precise. She had never tried it. She found the scent off-putting. Gu San contemplated and asked the captain to send over a piece of durian flesh wrapped in foil, placing it in a corner. Li Qingqing pouted, clearly feeling that the durian tainted her grilled fish. Just take a bite. If it's not to your liking, spit it out, and I'll finish the rest, all right? Gu San coaxed, while swiftly flipping the fish again. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, mingling with the scent of grilled durian, creating a peculiar delight. Li Chunxin sniffed, her eyes brightening a few degrees, making Gu Sun feel an urge to kiss her. Chapter 55. The melon. After more than 40 minutes of rescue efforts, Wang Yantian was finally pulled from the water. Lying on the rescue boat, he overheard the cheerful laughter from above as he passed by Gu Sen's yacht, seething with resentment. He hadn't perished, yet his desires began to stir. His gaze fixated on Li Chunxin, as the fleeting glimpse he had caught earlier ignited a fervor within him. He never anticipated that the little girl, resembling a bean sprout, would turn out to be an extraordinary beauty. Although her figure left much to be desired, her exquisite face alone was enough to captivate him for months. He resolved to delight her for a few more days, and once he had recuperated from his injuries, he would indulge in the pleasure of her company right in front of her. Wang Yantian wore a chilling smile, but suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his leg. He let out a cry, cursing vehemently. "Damn it, can't you be gentler?" The male nurse shot him a glance, contemplating tossing him back into the sea. Gu Sun, however, remained indifferent to Wang Yantian's plight. His grilled fish was ready. He had the captain arrange a long table on the deck and place the grilled fish on a plate. Selecting the tenderest piece, he blew on it gently before offering it to Li Chunxin. She devoured it in one bite, her beauty causing her body to sway slightly. And then she nestled against Gu Sen's arm, purring, "Brother Gu Sun, it's so delicious, I want more." Gu Sun felt an unrelenting heat rising to his head. Unfortunately, with so many people around, he could do nothing but hold his little bean sprout in his lap, carefully picking out the fish bones and feeding her piece by piece. Li Chunxin was blissfully content in his embrace. Their interaction did not go unnoticed by Hum Yayuan, who felt a twinge of discomfort, yet could not bring herself to avert her gaze. Fortunately, the light was dimmer on her side, and Chris was preoccupied, leaving her unusual demeanor unobserved. As Li Chunxin continued to enjoy her meal, others began bringing their grilled fish to the table, and an array of peculiar aromas mingled in the air. Wang Jun, his face smudged with ash, rolled up his sleeves and began to shout. A new game was afoot, rock, paper, scissors with dice, where the loser had to either drink or take a substantial bite of the winner's grilled fish. He gestured with his fist. Chris, eyeing the charred fish in front of Wang Jun, swallowed hard, about to decline, when Wang Jun interjected, "No shame in surrendering. Just call me brother from now on. Get lost. Let's compete," Chris retorted, instantly hooked. The others joined in, the atmosphere growing lively. Everyone's attention turned to Gu Senator Li Chunxin's small face fell, her voice turning cold and clear. "Do you all think he is foolish?" The crowd fell silent. Gu Sun stifled a laugh, coaxing her to speak. "Inin, I don't understand." Li Chunxin pointed at the grilled fish before her, then disdainfully at the others. "They're letting you win. Each time, they get to eat a big bite while I get nothing." She raised her tiny fist, indignation evident. Gu Sun burst into laughter, pulling her into his embrace. "I heard that. We won to be fooled." The others wondered if they could still have fun. Yet Gu Sun poured himself a glass of wine from a nearby bottle. "How about this? I want to provide grilled fish, but I will drink." The atmosphere surged once more, though Li Chunxin appeared somewhat anxious. The events of that night had unfolded because Gu Sun had indulged in alcohol. She wished to advise him to drink less, yet recalled her mother's words about giving men face in social situations. As the words lingered on her lips, she swallowed them back. Gu Sun was busy picking on Li Chunxin while engaging in a spirited game of dice and drink, utterly unfazed. Just as the merriment reached its peak, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Random task completed. The blind box has been dispatched. Would you like to open it?" Gu Sun nearly choked on his drink. "You wretched machine, have you just returned from a prolonged absence? I've been waiting for ages with the fish grilled to perfection. And only now do you react?" Preparing the blind box, it replied. "Your overly human-like response sends shivers down my spine," he mused, conjuring an image of a virtual blue figure nestled among gifts, contemplating whether to send me a knife or a piece of candy. "I politely decline, thank you very much." After finishing his internal monologue, Gu Sun silently commanded, "Open." This time, however, there was no blue virtual screen, only emptiness before him. Yet, a crisp sound resonated. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired upgraded chip research technology. The blueprints have been dispatched to the bedside table in the Namlin Garden Villa." Information receiving. Gu Sun felt a torrent of novel coding rush into his mind. With the enhancement of his hacking skills, he quickly grasped the value these new abilities represented. The Wang Corporation had risen to prominence in Donghai due to their acquisition of chip technology from abroad a few years prior. This technology had enabled a series of subsequent product developments. Although domestic brands were striving to catch up, they remained a step behind. In this domain, Wang Corporation was undoubtedly the uncontested leader. Even if I were to seize Donghai Bank, it would only hinder their local capital should they attract other investments. They could rebound fully. But for now, he chuckled inwardly, relishing the thought of their impending downfall. Gu-san took a deep breath, affectionately ruffling Li Qinshin's hair, his eyes brimming with adoration. "Inin, are you full?" Li Qinshin nodded, her face radiating satisfaction, both obedient and adorable. Gu-san, with a mischievous glint, leaned in and whispered, "Inin, is the grilled durian delicious?" Li Qinshin's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a hint of lingering desire evident. "Yes, it's delicious, fragrant and pungent." Gu-san inched closer. "But I also want to taste it." Li Qinshin blinked in surprise. "Weren't you just saying you wouldn't eat it? What now?" His nose brushed against hers, his deep voice laced with allure. "I wish to see if my Inin's lips carry that fragrant yet pungent essence." Li Qinshin quickly covered her mouth. But Gu-san was quicker, stealing a peck. "No kissing." She pouted, attempting to retreat. The more she backed away, the closer he pressed, a roguish grin on his face. "Why is it that my Inin, despite being enveloped in the stench of durian, still exudes such sweetness? Truly, you are a delectable little melon." He teased her deliberately. Li Qinshan gazed intently at Gu-san's handsome visage for a moment, contemplating the necessity of reciprocating the compliment as a gesture of mutual respect. After a prolonged scrutiny, she suddenly lifted her hand and gently brushed her fingers across Gu-san's lips before bringing them to her own mouth to taste. Gu-san's flavor is delightful. Even after indulging in spicy liquor, he remains quite aromatic. This was undoubtedly an implicit hint. Gu-san swallowed hard, his voice barely above a whisper. "Inin, would you care to sample again?" Oblivious to the impending danger, Li Qinshin leaned in and pressed her lips against his. They were in close proximity, her long eyelashes fluttering softly. The yacht's lights shone brightly, as did the stars above. Yet none of it compared to what lay in Gu-san's eyes. Within the vastness of the world, only his beloved In was truly unique. "Hey, you two. Let us be reasonable. We're still here," someone interjected. "Shall we count those gleaming light bulbs?" Chapter 56. This belongs to him, though he yearned to dismiss the interruption. Gu-san found it impossible to ignore the multitude of light bulbs that surrounded them. Should he pursue this further, it would only lead to discomfort for himself. "How has your evening been? Are you preparing to leave?" Gu-san surveyed the group, noting that the food had nearly been consumed, and he promptly signaled for a wrap-up. Lao Si stuffed the last morsel of meat into his mouth. While Huang Wan could be somewhat treacherous, her culinary skills were passable, at least edible. He adjusted his glasses and inquired seriously, "Third brother, what time is it?" Gu-san, puzzled, glanced down. 9:10. Given the distance to the shore and the return to Donghai University from the peninsula dock, they would undoubtedly breach the curfew by 10 o'clock. "Is our first social gathering to last all night? Will that be permissible?" Gu-san observed the eager expressions of Li Feng and Guitian. "Oh, an all-nighter sounds quite fitting. Nothing invigorates the spirit like certain thoughts." Having consumed their fair share of alcohol, the atmosphere became more relaxed, prompting Gu-san to instruct the crew to tidy the deck. Wang Jun set up the sound system, ushering in the festivities. He was well versed in such gatherings. The captain expertly dimmed the lights, while Chris whistled and commenced an impressive dance. Gu-san wrapped an arm around Li Qinshin, joining in the revelry, and to his surprise, her dancing was quite commendable. Concerned that the lively atmosphere might overwhelm her, he leaned down to inquire if she wished to retreat inside for a moment. To his astonishment, her eyes sparkled with delight as she kept time with the music, seemingly open to new experiences. He leaned closer to her ear and asked, "Inin, have you never participated in such festivities before?" Li Qinshin nodded, her big eyes reflecting a hint of excitement amidst the shadows. "Mother forbade me from staying out late before I turned 18, from drinking, from visiting bars, from consuming outside food." Her small mouth flitted open and shut, recounting her restrictions. It was not a lamentation, but rather a straightforward exposition. Yet, Gu-san felt a sudden pang of sympathy. He could comprehend Aunt Ouyang's intentions. Li Qinshin resembled a pristine sheet of white paper, yet she possessed an unparalleled beauty that could captivate any heart. regardless of whether she had reached the age of 18. Once she stepped into the open, she would undoubtedly attract the gaze of countless admirers. However, at this moment, this one-of-kind Enin belonged solely to him. He found himself questioning why Aunt Ouyang would bestow Li Chunxun upon him. Was she deceived by his outwardly gentle demeanor? A flicker of insecurity crossed his mind, and he silently vowed to treat the delicate bean sprout with utmost care, cherishing her beyond measure. He gently cradled Li Chunxun's soft face and leaned in to bestow a tender kiss upon her lips, refraining from indulging in further exploration. Instead, he gazed into her eyes with unwavering resolve. Enin, from this day forth, whatever you wish to pursue, you need not consider anyone else. I shall accompany you, forever by your side. Li Chunxun stared blankly at Gu San, her pale fingertips resting on his brow, where a slight crease had formed, indicating her displeasure. I am not unhappy. In truth, when I first met you, I was quite frightened. This was the first time Gu San had heard Li Chunxun express her impression of him, and it piqued his interest. What were you afraid of? My mother said that if anything arises, I could seek you out. I was unsure how to interact with you, so I thought of giving you a good beating to ensure you would help me. Gu San was taken aback. So, Enin's initial encounter with him was not one of instant attraction or the overwhelming excitement of budding affection, but rather a plan to physically confront him? This was utterly unexpected. He couldn't help but recall Hu Kuei, who had been reduced to tears after a scuffle in the restaurant. What changed your mind? Gu San asked, struggling to articulate the question. Li Chunxun tilted her head, adorably innocent. Did you forget, brother Gu San? You said that in school, I could come to you for anything. Gu San was momentarily speechless. That had merely been a polite expression. The reason I thought of hitting you was to prompt you to say that. Now that you've already said it, why would I need to resort to violence? Gu San felt bewildered by the circular conversation. He suddenly wished to inquire why she had kissed him, but he sensed that the answer might be one he was reluctant to hear. Does Enin like me? He thought, holding her close. On this matter, he couldn't help but be concerned. Li Chunxun nodded, obedient and enchanting. I do. Gu San, feeling a reckless impulse, pressed further. Do you like meat, or do you like me? He swore that if the bean sprout dared to claim a preference for meat, he would make her cry that very night. Li Chunxun found herself in a quandary. Gu San was already brimming with excitement. He could take her back to the villa on his jet ski. The hour was still favorable for such an adventure. Li Chunxun furrowed her brow as she regarded him. Does brother Gu San not want me to eat meat? But my mother said that eating meat gives one strength. With strength, I can confront you, just as my mother does with my father. You said I could do that. Gu San pondered the nature of her inquiry. Was she truly questioning the act of confrontation? Wasn't this the moment for tender affection, leading to more intimate exchanges? Why do you want to hit him again? Li Chunxun, seeing Gu San's bewildered expression, raised her hand to grasp the sleeve of his shirt, her large eyes nearly brimming with tears. Gu San. The sudden shift in address made Gu San feel a pang of anxiety, prompting him to instinctively pull her closer into his embrace. Enin, do you not intend to marry me? As Li Chunxun posed this question, tears fell from her eyes. Gu San's heart felt as though it had been stabbed multiple times. What a foolish question. What a reckless act. Even if his beloved bean sprout harbored feelings for him that were not of that nature, what difference would it make? This was his. Who dared to seize it? He would eliminate anyone who tried. Gu San gently removed Li Chunxun's glasses and tenderly wiped her tears. His voice low and laced with uncontainable emotion. Enin, leave the proposal to me. Once you are a bit older, we shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and I will affix your name in the spouse column. As his words fell, he sealed it with a kiss, his fervent passion yearning for an outlet. Suddenly, he lifted Li Chunxun high into his arms and shouted towards the vibrant dancers, changed to something more exhilarating. He guided her to the center of the dance floor, protecting her while leading her in a dance, as if merging purity with the mundane, enveloped in the warmth of life, never to part again. Hu Miao Miao. Having indulged in drinks, strummed a guitar, and sang. Li Feng, gathering courage, reached for Zhou Miao Miao's hand, his palm clammy as he sensed her struggle. Yet, emboldened by the night, he firmly clasped it. Guitian sat beside two companions, observing Wang Jun, who was flanked by admirers, feeling a stir of excitement. Suddenly, he sensed someone caressing his backside. His heart leaped with joy. Could it be that the fingered maiden was finally stepping aside? But who could it be? Choosing one while discarding another seemed unwise. Just as he was engulfed in anticipation, the fourth brother leaned over, whispering, "Second brother, that woman has ill intentions. Please help me fend her off." Guetian turned to see the fourth brother, with a shifty gaze, groping him. He retaliated with a right hook, after training for so long. The fingered maiden finally found a new purpose. This was Li Qinshan's first experience at such an event, and she found it more exhausting than a physical altercation. After dancing for a while, she leaned against Gu Sun, unwilling to move any longer. Gu Sun leaned closer to her ear and inquired, "Shall we return to the villa? I had Zhao Heng purchase many books. Let us go." Li Qinshan immediately perked up, like a little rabbit eagerly leaping into a trap. Spicy braised dishes are delicious. Chapter 57. Let us do it. Gu Sun informed the group and then led Li Qinshan onto the jet ski. Upon arriving at the dock, Zhao Heng was already waiting. The two of them took a Rolls-Royce back to Villa Number 8 at Longhu Bay. The butler and servants stood at the entrance to greet them. Upon seeing the youthful Gu Sun, they were momentarily taken aback, and even more so upon noticing Li Qinshan in his arms, leaving them utterly speechless. This is the male and female master? Zhao Heng pondered whether the person he had hired was simply too inarticulate. At the very least, they should have greeted them. To alleviate the awkwardness, he took the initiative to introduce them. "This is Mr. Gu and the young lady." The butler quickly regained his composure and promptly bowed in greeting. Without waiting for them to speak, Gu Sun waved his hand dismissively. "There are no strict protocols here. Everyone should simply attend to their own duties. And your salaries and bonuses will remain unaffected. The only rule is to ensure that the young lady is not upset." The group responded in unison. Only then did Gu Sun lead Li Qinshan inside. Zhao Heng, well acquainted with the eccentricities of his boss, swiftly closed the door and sent everyone to the servants' quarters for rest. Li Qinshan's eyes lit up upon spotting a large, exquisite bookshelf, neatly filled with books. "Brother Gu Sun, you are so wonderful," she exclaimed, joyfully shaking his arm before abandoning him without a second thought. Gu Sun sighed internally, feeling a sense of helpless affection as he watched her tiptoe to reach for the books. This girl had no inkling of his struggles. Resigned, he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to head to the kitchen. "After such a hearty meal of grilled fish, your stomach might feel uneasy. I'll prepare some congee for you. You go take a shower. The books won't run away." Li Qinshan had already pulled down a thick English version of Muslim Funeral, completely absorbed in it, responding with murmurs while remaining still. She resembled a disobedient child, needing a parental figure to unleash a stern reprimand or wield a willow switch. Gu Sun possessed no other skills, but his prowess in the dragon claw technique was unparalleled. Li Qinshan immediately capitulated. He scooped her up and carried her to the bathroom. Leaning against the doorframe, he gazed at the large bathtub with a glimmer in his eyes. "Inin, join me. Didn't you say you would make me soup?" Li Qinshan's small hand paused at her zipper, her glasses already removed. Her previously flushed face, marked by emotional turmoil, now appeared adorably dazed. Gu Sun cursed under his breath. A man's word should be honored. Regretfully, he retreated from the bathroom, feeling a profound sense of melancholy as he returned to the kitchen. After preparing the ingredients for the soup and placing them in the pot, he hurried to another bathroom for a quick shower. The salty stickiness from the sea breeze vanished in an instant, leaving him refreshed. Glancing at the time, he settled onto the living room sofa and opened his tablet. The information on Blue Ocean Group was soon retrieved. Previously, he had investigated the Tianhe gang, but the pathways for smuggling contraband had remained elusive, resulting in an incomplete evidence chain handed over to Guofan. This might have been why Guofan had not taken decisive action. However, this time, the system rewarded him with shares of Blue Ocean Group, providing him with a new perspective. Thus, shortly after taking charge, he halted updates to the company's official website and suppressed the announcement of his appointment. Dismissing Song Milan was merely the second step in his cautious probing. If the Tianhe gang indeed transported contraband through the vessels of the Blue Ocean Group, it would undoubtedly be a severe blow to the latter. They certainly do not wish to inherit a wreck. After consulting the records, a fruitful discovery emerged. It turns out that Song Milan and the Group's president, He Ning, are entangled in a romantic liaison. TSK, the art of seduction is undoubtedly one of the most frequently employed and effective strategies among the 36 stratagems. Moreover, He Ning presents an intriguing character. Having incurred substantial losses for the group while Song Milan faced dismissal, it must have startled him like a snake. As for whether this will unravel a larger conspiracy, that hinges on whether He Ning's accounts for gambling on the high seas reveal any discrepancies. Gu Sun was preparing to investigate when he suddenly heard the bathroom door creak open. A sweet fragrance wafted out. "Brother Gu Senator," a cool, soft voice called out. almost taking his breath away. Gu-san immediately discarded his computer and rushed over. His little bean sprout emerged, fragrant from her bath, her big eyes misty with steam, wrapped in a towel and looking pitifully at him. "Ineen, are you inviting me? I haven't brought any clothes." The two voices nearly overlapped. Gu-san was almost choked by the rush of blood that surged to his head. Well, it seemed he had indeed overthought things. How could his Ineen possibly employ such alluring tactics? Clearly, it was better for him to take the initiative. Worrying that she might catch a chill, he refrained from lingering and quickly fetched a sleepwear set before dashing back. However, as he handed it over, he inadvertently stepped inside as well. He could not play the gentleman. He was merely an ordinary man. It was foolish to restrain himself in front of the girl he adored. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared. Gu-san was just a step away from his goal, nearly suffocating from the frustration. Damn it, this was the downside of smart kitchen appliances. If a pot burned, so be it. He could always cook again, but why did it have to incessantly shriek? All romantic tension dissipated. Infuriated, Gu-san dealt with the soup pot. And by the time he returned, Lee Chun-shun was curled up on the plush carpet, engrossed in a book. The opportunity slipped away in an instant. Gu-san had no choice but to endure. He decided to drink a bowl of soup first. As he approached, gently blowing on the broth, Lee Chun-shun remained fixated on her book, glancing at Gu-senator Ah. Gu-san quickly suppressed any inappropriate thoughts and spoon-fed her half a bowl. "No more, I'm full." Lee Chun-shun leaned into Gu-san's embrace, her little feet resting against his calves, lightly scratching him. It was enough to stir one's heart. Gu-san finished the remaining soup, returned the empty bowl to the kitchen for washing, and soon came back. "Aren't you tired? Would you like to sleep?" He sat beside Lee Chun-shun, gently brushing her cheek with his hand. She, completely absorbed in her reading, shook her head in response. "Not tired. This is very interesting." Gu-san, observing her demeanor, turned to retrieve the tablet from the table, with one arm encircling her slender waist and the other deftly maneuvering the device. He swiftly managed to track down the information. Upon scanning the details, a smile broke across his face. Wang Qishou. It truly was a surprising connection. Li Chunsheng, hearing his laughter, curiously leaned in to see. Gu-san, not one to conceal his enthusiasm, presumed her interest and was prepared to share more. However, Li Chunsheng promptly diverted her gaze, clearly uninterested. Gu-san, feeling somewhat deflated by her indifference, leaned in to plant a couple of soft kisses on her cheek. The second son of the Wang family, having been expelled for engaging in illicit activities, had altered his surname to Wang. He had initially employed his own sister in a schemes of seduction, subsequently orchestrating a plot to discredit He Ning. Had he not intervened, it was likely that Wang Qishou would have soon seized complete control of the Blue Ocean Group. At that point, the cargo would encompass far more than mere contraband. The potential damages to Donghai were simply incalculable. Gu-san compiled all the data and sent it to Guofan, identifying He Ning as the critical point. He required Guofan to join him in a well-rehearsed performance. A pot simmering together tastes more delightful. Chapter 58. The wealthy landlord. Once Gu-san had settled all matters, he placed the tablet down and, upon glancing down, discovered that Li Chunsheng had unknowingly nestled against him, fast asleep. Gu-san pondered the necessity of investigating that trivial account. The Blue Ocean Group was inconsequential. Its absence mattered little compared to the duty of combating all forms of malevolence. Gu-san endeavored to maintain his dignity, reluctantly coming to terms with his foolish choice. He cleared the tablet and books aside, gently cradling her and returning to their room, soothing her as she drowsily rinsed her mouth. A night of restful slumber ensued. The following morning, Gu-san took Li Chunsheng for a jog around Longhu Bay. The coastal boardwalk was exquisitely constructed, connecting several wooden pavilions. The weather was splendid, with gentle waves, making it ideal for fishing. Gu-san recalled his rather trivial subsystem. "What would you like for breakfast? How about pasta?" He turned to Li Chunsheng, who was engrossed in her reading. "All right. Whatever Brother Gu-san prepares, I shall eat," she replied, obedient as a rabbit awaiting its meal. Gu-san sighed softly, feeling a twinge of unfulfilled desire. Among the staff was a cook whom Gu-san had specifically instructed Zhao Hong to find, to ensure that his excursions would not delay the feeding of bean sprouts. However, while Gu-san was present, her services were unnecessary. Deciding to grant He Ning some time, Gu-san took Li Chunsheng aboard the yacht after breakfast. With the absence of others' raucous chatter, he instructed the captain to arrange a lounge chair and set up a sunshade for Li Chunsheng to relax and read. Nearby lay freshly cut fruits and pastries that Gu Sun had asked Zhao Hong to queue for early in the morning. Meanwhile, Gu Sun donned a hat and sunglasses, leaning against the railing to fish. The gentle breeze caressed him, the expansive sea stretched before him, and behind him was the girl he cherished. Gu Sun exuded a certain exuberance of a life well lived. Of course, it would have been even better if the fishing rod would stir. Goodness, over an hour has passed. It should have yielded results by now. Could it be that yesterday's haul has frightened all the fish away? Such a fine bait, yet they refuse to bite? What a vexation. He experienced a surge of frustration, propping the fishing rod against the chair, preparing to sneak a taste of the sweet melon from his home. Li Qinshan, engrossed in her reading, was caught off guard when Gu Sun embraced her tightly. What is the matter? No fish? She inquired, reluctantly tearing her gaze from her book. Gu Sun nuzzled his head against her neck, responding in a muffled voice, a bunch of foolish fish, unaware of the bait. Li Qinshan chuckled softly, lifting her hand to ruffle Gu Sun's fluffy hair, her tone soothing and gentle. They are not foolish. Being caught by you means they will be eaten. Indeed. Yet you were caught by me as well, and you are not being eaten, he lamented, leaning in to kiss her cheek. Li Qinshan felt a ticklish sensation and laughed, playfully dodging him, only to be pulled back into his embrace, momentarily indulging in the sweet affection. Just as they were lost in their joy, the fishing rod suddenly jerked with considerable force, being yanked downward. Both Gu Sun and Li Qinshan shouted in unison and dashed forward, joining forces to wrestle with the rod. A crew member, noticing their struggle, rushed over to assist, and together, the three managed to stabilize the tension. Gu Sun swiftly reeled in the line, and to his astonishment, the high-quality fishing rod bent dramatically under the strain. "Boss, this must be a big fish," Gu Sun exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he anticipated the identity of this first catch, when a flash of blue and white glided across the water and was pulled onto the deck. Everyone gasped in disbelief. It was a bluefin tuna. Goodness, is this fish really so naive? While others shy away from the bait, this one bit down so hard it tore its own mouth. Such a specimen was worth at least 500,000 and nearly impossible to procure. The captain could not help but give a thumbs up to Gu Senator yet. Gu Sun's lips twitched after more than an hour of effort. Was this truly considered good fortune? At that moment, a notification chimed on his phone, indicating a transfer of 80 million. Break even, not bad, he mused, retracting the fishing rod and instructing the captain to fetch ice. Mr. Gu isn't planning to eat it, is he? The captain inquired. Gu Sun nodded. The fish must be savored while fresh. But it's worth nearly 1 million. You're just going to eat it? The captain protested. But Gu Sun had already taken a knife, expertly preparing the fish. The sashimi was cut to perfection, accompanied by a special dipping sauce. Gu Sun picked up a piece and offered it to Li Qinshan, who found it deliciously succulent, melting in her mouth. The flavor was simply divine. Li Qinshan gleefully stomped her feet in delight. Brother Gu, this is so tasty. Gu Sun gazed at her with affectionate indulgence, offering another piece before inviting others to join in. After all, the fish was so large that they would never finish it alone. Gu Sun, while feeding Li Qinshan, engaged in lively conversation and drinking with several crew members. The captain, exhibiting a high level of professionalism, abstained from alcohol. Observing Gu Sun's approachable demeanor, the crew members soon relaxed. Upon learning that they had long frequented the peninsula dock, Gu Sun's eyes sparkled with interest. Please, enlighten me about the Blue Ocean Group. One crew member, upon hearing the name, scoffed. Gu Sun chuckled. Do you harbor an aversion to the Blue Ocean Group? The man, introducing himself as Cheng Gua, revealed that he had previously worked at the Blue Ocean Group as a rather ordinary member of the transportation team. Why did you leave? Was it the lack of benefits? Gu Sun jested. Cheng Gua shook his head. To put it bluntly, the Blue Ocean Group is akin to the landlords of ancient times. They hold absolute power at the peninsula dock, exuding an undeniable dominance. Could you elaborate? Gu Sun poured him another drink. Cheng Gua then opened up, passionately recounting numerous grievances, even slapping the table in indignation at times. Gu Sun gathered a wealth of information, realizing that such insights could not be found through online research alone. He took out his phone and sent a message to Zhao Hong, instructing him to investigate the leads Cheng Gua had mentioned. After some more conversation, the captain dismissed the crew. Once they left, the captain turned to Gu Sun and asked, Mr. Gu, do you have a vendetta against the Blue Ocean Group? Gu Sun considered that the captain was likely the most informed individual present. I intend to acquire it, hence my inquiries. The captain nearly dropped his jaw but, glancing at the fish on the table, concluded that it was not entirely implausible. You must tread carefully. The Blue Ocean Group is deeply entrenched. Is it due to the Tianhe gang? Gu Sen's gaze intensified as it rested on the captain's face. You are aware of the Tianhe gang? The captain's expression shifted to one of alarm, quickly suppressed. Mr. Gu, since you know of the Tianhe gang, I advise against pursuing the Blue Ocean Group. Does the Tianhe gang frequently conduct business with the Blue Ocean Group? Gu Sen pressed further. The captain laughed. The Blue Ocean Group is essentially the Tianhe gang's private garden. They use ships without incurring any costs. As suspected, Gu Sen engaged in further discourse with the captain, who remained notably cautious and somewhat vague in his responses. However, the conversation had sparked new leads, prompting Gu Sen to message Zhao Heng again, urging him to discreetly gather evidence. Once the captain returned to the cockpit, Gu Sen reclined on a lounge chair, drawing Li Chunxun into his embrace, enveloped in her warmth. Shall we rest for a while? Not going fishing anymore. Having recouped my losses, my interest has waned. Perhaps I shall try again in the afternoon. How splendid it would be to dive into the sea. To uncover a grand pearl, sell it for riches, and feast on meat. Li Chunxun nestled her little head against Gu Sen's chest, her eyelids drooping as she murmured sleepily. Gu Sen chuckled, gently pinching her small face and pulling her closer. Chapter 59. Deep affection for her at present. Gu Sen found it impractical to dive for grand pearls. However, fortuitously, the tide would recede at 3 in the afternoon, revealing several locations near the dock ideal for beachcombing. Gu Sen summoned the captain to fetch a new blanket, which he gently draped over Li Chunxun. Prepare 2 sets of tools for me by 2 o'clock. I intend to go clamming. The captain pressed his forehead in disbelief. Could this be the unpretentious life of a wealthy individual? Spending nearly $1 million without batting an eye, yet opting to jostle with a crowd of elderly folks to catch fish and shrimp? The sun over the sea was obscured by a parasol, casting a soft warmth akin to a spring breeze, devoid of any harsh glare. The boat was anchored perfectly. The waves were mild, creating a gentle rocking motion reminiscent of a cradle. Gu Sen tenderly caressed the soft bean sprouts in his arms and blissfully closed his eyes. With each breath, his chest rose and fell, and Li Chunxun's small face stirred slightly, her cheeks adorably puffed up. As the clock approached 2, Gu Sen was roused by an alarm. Glancing down with a suppressed chuckle, his little bean sprout was in a cute, sleepy state, her tiny mouth half open, and his shirt was dampened by her drool. He reached for a tissue and carefully wiped her mouth. Meanwhile, the captain was preparing to set sail, and the wind began to pick up. Gu Sen quickly lifted her and hurried into the cabin. Just as he settled onto the sofa and adjusted his position, Li Chunxun stirred awake, her voice soft. Gu Sen giggled. She nestled closer into his embrace, her disheveled hair brushing against his neck. You can hold me, kiss me, even nuzzle me, but please, no rough rubbing. Truly, he was not exaggerating. Under such testing circumstances, he would surrender in a heartbeat. Inin, if you wish to remain on the boat, I can accommodate you. His husky voice whispered in her ear. Li Chunxun's mind was still in a fog. She felt the wind and waves, and the nap had been too delightful. Then I won't get off. Gu Sen's eyes sparkled with delight. Was this truly what she meant? Just as he leaned down to kiss her, Li Chunxun abruptly pushed him away. Where's my book? She looked around in confusion, quickly scrambling out of his embrace and darting towards the deck. Gu Sen was left speechless when suddenly the boat jolted, evidently encountering a hidden current. Li Chunxun, bending over on the deck, stumbled unsteadily. Gu Sen broke into a cold sweat and dashed outside. Inin, hold on to the lounge chair. Li Chunxun reacted swiftly, gripping the armrests tightly. Her slight weight caused her to sway more during the turbulence, but the chair's heft finally steadied her. Thankfully, the roughness was brief. By the time Gu Sen reached her, the situation had calmed. He gathered her into his arms to check for injuries, relieved to find none. It's just an old book. If it's lost, I shall buy you another. Gu Sen glared at Li Chunxun. After the yacht set sail, her book had slipped from its original position, sliding down towards the railing. Had it not been for Li Chunxun's petite stature and the fact that she happened to bend down, the sudden jolt could have easily toppled her overboard. Beneath the surface, unseen currents swirled, leaving one to wonder where they might drag a person away. The more Gu Sen contemplated, the more trepidation gripped him. He raised his hand and gently but firmly tapped Li Chunxun. She let out a small yelp, shielding her face with her hand, glaring at him with a vexed expression. Feeling a rush of embarrassment. I'll hit you, she declared. Gu Sun found himself amused by her indignation. You nearly tossed me aside for the sake of a book. And I almost fell into the sea. Don't you think that warrants a reprimand? Li Chunxin puffed her cheeks and pondered for a moment before retorting. I haven't finished reading yet, and you 1T run away. Gu Sun pinched her little face. Am I perhaps too indulgent with you? How do you know I 1T run? If you ever cast me aside for a book again, I shall dispose of all my books. Li Chunxin flailed her tiny hands, attempting to rescue her face, but ultimately found it futile. She could only gaze at Gu Sun with her big, watery eyes, filled with a sense of grievance. The standoff lasted a mere 3 seconds, as it could not stretch any longer. Gu Sun, torn between irritation and helplessness, wished to teach the little sprout a lesson but quickly realized he could never bear to do so. This is maddening, he conceded, loosening his grip in surrender. Fine. I want to throw away your books. He pulled Li Chunxin to reclaim her books, releasing a deep sigh. In your heart. It seems that Brother Gu Sun will forever be overshadowed by books and food. Li Chunxin tilted her little head, studying Gu Sun, finally discerning that he was indeed upset, not solely because of the recent peril. Her mind raced as she devised a strategy. Moments later, her eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Just as Gu Sun prepared to lead her back to the cabin, Li Chunxin unexpectedly pressed down on his shoulder and stood atop the lounge chair. Gu Sun was taken aback and quickly reached to support her waist, but in the next instant, her hands enveloped his face, and a fervent kiss descended upon him. After a prolonged moment, she released him, lowering her gaze to meet his eyes. Can you not be angry anymore? She asked, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness, uncertain of the cause of his ire. The only method she could conceive to placate him was this. Gu Sun was momentarily stunned. Yet a wave of emotion washed over him. He had always believed that Li Chunxin was with him due to his care and kindness, coupled with her innocent nature, which naturally led to their bond. She had never expressed concern over his feelings. This was starkly different from the last time they had raced jet skis with Wang Yangtian. He could distinctly sense that Li Chunxin genuinely cared. She continued to cradle his face, her large eyes reflecting his image, as though he were the sole person in her world. Gu Sun's heart raced fiercely. The maddening sensation of affection surged forth, illuminating feelings he had long failed to recognize. As if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. Were you just trying to appease me because you feared I might be upset? He gently rubbed her ear with his hand. Li Chunxin nodded. Then why does Enin fear that I might be angry? He inquired. Gu Sun drew closer, gently brushing his nose against Li Chunxin's. Tell me, why are you afraid of making me angry? Li Chunxin, stirred by his actions, found herself unable to think clearly. Her small hand pointed delicately to her chest, her voice laden with a sense of grievance. It feels uncomfortable, distressing. Gu Sun gazed at her tender, pale fingertips, a smile gradually spreading across his lips. When he looked up, he saw Li Chunxin almost draped over him, her eyes clear and pure, filled with an unbreakable longing and dependence. Gu Sun felt foolish for pondering the nature of her feelings towards him, for being bothered by the intrusive books, and for disliking the interruptions. Yet, in this moment, he faced their relationship with sincerity for the first time. He was not merely keeping a docile pet, one that would never betray him, nor was he fulfilling his mother's wishes while seeking solace from loneliness. He truly, deeply liked her, and she felt the same. The connection of their souls was exquisite. Gu Sun raised his arms and held her tightly in his embrace, a sense of fulfillment washing over him as if he had embraced the entire world. Enin, I am not angry. I will never be angry with you. Chapter 60. The same competitors with the lingering questions in his mind finally resolved. Gu Sun relaxed completely. Just then, the yacht docked, and upon hearing they were going to the beach, Li Chunxin's previously somber mood brightened instantly. They both removed their shoes and placed them neatly aside, rushing barefoot into the crowd. It was their first time, trailing behind a group of elderly people, laughing like the foolish son of a landlord. Just as they were reveling in the joy of the moment, Gu Sun's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Fu Haitian. Cautioning Li Chunxin not to run off, he stepped away a few paces before answering. Speak. Fu Haitian's voice came through respectfully. Mr. Gu, the Wang family is hosting an investment conference tonight at 7 o'clock at the Jinghao Hotel, featuring all foreign capital. It is rumored they have developed a new electronic chip, and the event is quite grand. We have been withholding loan approvals, and the authorities have intervened. After all, Wang Electronics is a protected pillar industry, and they have issued a notice stating we must attend the conference and secure a bid successfully. They do not want the chips in the Wang family's hands to be snatched away by other cities. Gu Sun frowned. The system had provided new chip data. Yet the Wang family was developing a new chip at this moment. The likelihood seemed almost non-existent. Reply to the officials that Donghai Bank will attend on time. Extend invitations in the name of Donghai Bank to all domestic electronic companies in Donghai with assets exceeding 10 million. Fu Haitian paused, surprised. Are we also hosting an investment conference? Gu Sun smiled. Yes, the venue will be the same hall at Jinghao Hotel. But we can't just impose on Jinghao Hotel. Fu Haitian protested, overwhelmed. The Jinghao Hotel is mine, Gu Sun replied. Contact Wang Kun and inform him of my arrangements. The security will not stop you when the time comes. Fu Haitian was filled with an exhilarating sense of ambition. Mr. Gu, what are we bidding for? Chips. New domestic chips. Having witnessed Gu Sun's capabilities, Fu Haitian held no doubts and excitedly arranged everything after hanging up the phone. Gu Sun then called Zhao Hong, who arrived 10 minutes later. Gu Sun was watching Li Chunxun as she dug for clams, her joy palpable as she waved enthusiastically at him, clearly having a bountiful catch. With a smile brimming with indulgence, he listened to Zhao Heng's low report, the mirth in his gaze deepening. It appeared that they could wrap things up tonight. He instructed Zhao Hong to stay at the villa and ensure the chef prepared a splendid dinner. Zhao Hong eagerly suggested, Mr. Gu, let me accompany you. A few of my comrades have arrived, and I've shared the villa's location. They will ensure nothing happens to the young lady. Just then, Li Chunxun unearthed a sizable clam and joyfully called out, Brother Gu's son. He responded with a smile before adding, I don't need you to accompany me. She is familiar with you, and handing her over to a stranger would make her uncomfortable. Zhao Hong, well aware of Li Chunxun's importance to Gu's son, immediately ceased his insistence. Gu Sun sent all the evidence Zhao Hong had gathered to Guofan, simultaneously revealing his identity as the newly appointed president of Blue Ocean Group. He would not grant Guofan any more time. If they did not act tonight, he would have He Ning and Song Milan imprisoned on charges of embezzling company funds. The Tianhe gang would undoubtedly become alert, and since the teams and economic investigation department were distinct entities, there were too many potential loopholes in between. By the time all the procedures were completed and cases merged, the fish would have already slipped away. If Guofan wished to secure this case, he must follow Gu Sun's rhythm. Having concluded these matters, Gu Sun reached out to Qi Ming, the sideline vice president of Blue Ocean Group, a capable yet unremarkable individual. Gu Sun appreciated his tenacity. The trap had been set. Li Chunxun was thoroughly enjoying herself, lifting a small bucket of clams and looking up at Gu Sun, seeking praise. Aren't we impressive? Gu Sun affectionately ruffled her hair and briefly explained the plans for later. Li Chunxun did not press for details, but simply reminded him to stay safe. Gu Sun relished this light-hearted interaction. He accompanied Li Chunxun back to Villa number 8, and, while she took a bath, meticulously discussed her dietary preferences with the chef. By the time Li Chunxun emerged, Gu Sun had already changed into formal attire. At that moment, Zhao Heng's comrades arrived, 6 robust men standing tall like pines. Zhao Heng introduced them one by one. Gu Sun surveyed the group. Each man displayed unwavering determination, and he felt satisfied. Familiarize yourselves with the Donghai terrain quickly. There are 2 points to observe. First, loyalty. Second, protect the young lady. Understood. The 6 men responded in unison, their gazes intentionally not fixating on Li Chunxun. Having been briefed by Zhao Heng beforehand, the boss was easy to deal with. The only caution was not to provoke the young lady beside him. Gu Sun nodded and indicated 2 of the men to accompany him as they departed. He gently kissed Li Chunxun's little face before turning to get into the car. At Blue Ocean Group, the upper management was preparing for the latter half of the day when they received new instructions. A new CEO was set to arrive, and everyone was prohibited from leaving. He Ning's face showed a hint of panic as he coldly reprimanded Qi Ming. What nonsense are you spouting? There hasn't been any new appointment in the company. You don't mean to suggest that the new CEO is you, do you? Laughter erupted among the crowd. He Ning had originally climbed the ranks through genuine capability, but after becoming a major shareholder, he had directly seized several projects that were on the brink of completion. Moreover, he dismantled Qi Ming's team, reallocating them to menial positions in logistics, with some even being dismissed outright. It was clear to everyone that He Ning was targeting Qi Ming, and naturally, no one was willing to step forward to act as the scapegoat. Soon, Qi Ming became the laughingstock of the company. His authority reduced to that of a mere department manager. Despite holding 8% of the shares, He Ning aimed to force Qi Ming to withdraw his shares and leave through such tactics. Yet, Qi Ming, enduring the ridicule, stood his ground, even bizarrely issuing orders regarding the new CEO. The others dismissed him as delusional, preparing to leave the conference room. Qi Ming retrieved his phone and displayed the official notice. Tossing it onto the table, the new CEO holds 58% of the shares. Feel free to leave if you wish. His words reverberated like thunder in the conference room. Everyone immediately began to check. He Ning's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The crowd exchanged glances. The daily summary meeting had just concluded, and He Ning had signed off on several projects, with the finance department promptly transferring funds. The finance director felt his legs weaken. How could this have been posted yesterday? Why didn't I see it? Qi Ming sneered. Didn't President he say the website was under maintenance, causing delays in information? He Ning nearly spat blood in frustration. He had indeed used that excuse to delay Song Milan's departure. In a panic, he glanced toward the corner where Song Milan sat, only to find her engrossed in her phone. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Just as he was about to speak, the finance director rushed over. President He, this is fraud. You have no authority to approve funds. You must return the money. Otherwise, I'll end up in prison too. He was convinced that He Ning had prior knowledge of the situation. Gone was He Ning's usual bravado. Terrified, he tried to pry the finance director's hands away. But when that failed, he shouted toward Song Milan. When is your brother coming? He not coming. A cold voice interrupted, shattering all his illusions. Chapter 61. When he is ill, the conference room door swung open, and Gu Sun strode in. Two bodyguards followed closely behind, dragging He Ning down from the main seat. Who are you? I warn you, if you offend me, the Tianhe gang will not spare you. He Ning stammered, his courage shattered. He had burned his bridges, seeking to rely on the Tianhe gang as his backing. At this moment, driven by a desperate desire to find a scapegoat, she felt herself bound to the vessel of the Tianhe gang. Song Milan could hardly restrain her urge to slap him across the face. This man was not only lecherous, but also greedy and cowardly. Initially deemed easy to control, he unexpectedly became the first to expose himself when trouble arose. She glanced at her phone again, but her brother, Wang Qishou, had yet to respond. Anxiety crept into her heart. At this juncture, Qi Ming addressed Gu Sun, stating, President Gu, all the senior executives of the company are present. Though he had just caught a glimpse of the photograph on the official website, no one anticipated that the newly appointed president of the Blue Ocean Group would be so youthful. Speculation filled the air, yet no one dared to voice agreement. The Minister of Finance quickly gathered his wits and, clutching the documents in his hands, denounced He Ning's despicable actions, attempting to distance himself entirely from the situation. He Ning, in a bold display of defiance, revealed the Tianhe gang, embodying a reckless determination, no longer afraid of the consequences. He scoffed at the Minister of Finance, taunting, Do you believe that if I am captured, you will escape unscathed? The false accounts you have assisted me with over the years are safely tucked away in my vault. The Minister of Finance immediately turned on him, exclaiming, I was coerced. President Gu will surely uncover the truth. It became apparent to him that the new president was likely an heir from a prominent family, merely experiencing life outside the opulence, utterly oblivious to the intricacies at play, and thus easier to deceive. He hastily leaned closer to Gu Sun, whispering a litany of slander against He Ning. Gu Sun listened intently, nodding in agreement. Witnessing this scenario, the others felt compelled to protect themselves. He Ning was no longer the president, and his dwindling shares were insufficient to cover the losses. Now was the time to demonstrate loyalty. As Song Milan prepared to slip away through the back door while everyone surrounded Gu Sun, she was met with an unexpected sight. Upon opening the door, she found 5 uniformed men who swiftly unfurled an arrest warrant. Song Milan, you are suspected of using your position to smuggle contraband. You are hereby officially arrested. In an instant, Song Milan felt deflated, unable to maintain her footing. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Guofan hastened to He Ning's side, producing a similar arrest warrant. At the mention of contraband, everyone instinctively recoiled. A few exchanged furtive glances, clearly aware of more than they let on. Guofan's gaze shifted to Gu Sun, a peculiar emotion swirling in his eyes. It was a striking coincidence that after a report of grilled fish on Tianyuan Road, he now found himself transformed into the president of the group under investigation. Gu Sun flashed a smile at Guofan before turning to Qi Ming. The entire Blue Ocean Group will fully cooperate with Captain Gu's investigation. while simultaneously filing complaints against He Ning and Song Milan for abuse of power, demanding a thorough audit of the group's accounts. With these commands issued, panic swept through the crowd. Only those who had suffered under He Ning's tyranny felt a sense of vindication. Qi Ming, I will give you 2 days to reorganize the management. Do you believe you can accomplish this? Gu Sun inquired. President Gu, I will not let you down. Qi Ming assured him fervently. Qi Ming's eyes were filled with excitement, tinged with red. Gu Sun did not linger. Today, he must uproot the Wang family. He exited the conference room, with Guo Fan following closely behind. Guozong, do you have a moment to chat? Gu Sun smiled politely yet distantly. I have an engagement today, perhaps another time. Guo Fan watched Gu Sun's retreating figure, nearly convinced that the person providing him with so many clues was this young man. However, in this line of work, he understood that sometimes it is unnecessary to probe too deeply. Glancing at the time, Gu Sun realized he was just in time for the Jinghao Hotel. He reconfirmed the list of invited enterprises with Fu Haitian, then began to investigate the qualifications of these companies on his tablet. Despite having acquired chip information, Gu Sun knew little about the electronics market. The car drove steadily as he perused the materials, his eyes nearly straining from the effort. Suddenly, he felt a sense of lament. Inexplicably, he found the system somewhat burdensome. He was initially a laid-back individual whose dreams revolved around a family, a warm home, and a leisurely life. Yet, why had he signed up for this overwhelming task? Becoming busier than ever? Not only did he have to approve the monthly summaries of numerous companies, but he also had to toil over the future of domestic brands. What had he gotten himself into? Despite his grievances, Gu Sun was not one to give up halfway. By the time he stepped out of the car, he had regained his composure. Fu Haitian and Wang Kun awaited him at the entrance, greeting him with a bow. Wang Kun, not being from the electronics industry, exchanged a few pleasantries before taking his leave. Only then did Fu Haitian pull out the young girl who had been standing beside him. Guzong, it would be inappropriate for you to attend such an event without a companion. This is my niece, Fu Xiangxiang, a freshman and your schoolmate, studying financial management. Gu Sun cast a glance at the blushing girl, her fingers nearly twisted in embarrassment, and thought, what on earth? Am I ill? Why would I pursue someone so young? This man was treating everyone like his own bean sprouts. Gu Sun shot a cold glare at Fu Haitian. Has the bank's workload diminished to the point that you are resorting to this? Fu Haitian was taken aback. Is it mandatory to have a female companion? Gu Sun inquired again. If it were essential, he would have to summon his own beloved. Fu Haitian quickly realized he had made a misstep and shook his head fervently. No, it's not mandatory. Gu Sun nonchalantly acknowledged with a hum, proceeding inside with 2 bodyguards. Fu Xiangxiang immediately attempted to follow, but Fu Haitian swiftly pulled her back. You should return. But uncle, I volunteered. I didn't expect that the campus heartthrob from the freshman party would be the largest shareholder of Zhonghai Bank. Even if he has a girlfriend, I would still like to accompany him, she said, her face flushing once more. Fu Haitian was left speechless, recalling his last encounter with Li Chenchen. Believing Gu Sun had a penchant for such interests, he happened upon his niece infatuated with a photograph of Gu Sun, intending to do her a favor. Yet the flattery backfired. Xiangxiang, you must not disclose anything about Mr. Gu, do you hear? I understand. Wealth should remain discreet. My father taught me that a woman of character must know her place. Fu Haitian was nearly driven to madness. How did the conversation veer towards being someone else's woman? The crux of the matter is, he doesn't want you. Indeed, knowing one's place is paramount. So in such circumstances, do not entangle yourself. You should strategize gradually at school. After pondering, Fu Xiangxiang nodded. I comprehend. Uncle, rest assured, I will not disappoint you and father. She bowed to Fu Haitian and turned to leave. Fu Haitian felt a surge of frustration. What foolishness had he just engaged in? Gu Sun had already entered, and he dared not linger, promptly following inside, only to find Gu Sun seated among the corporate leaders he had invited, engrossed in lively conversation. Just as he prepared to approach, his phone vibrated. Chapter 62. A balanced diet. Fu Haitian noticed Gu Sun gently shaking his phone. He hurriedly pulled it out for a glance, his expression fracturing. Regardless of who bids, an additional 5 million is required to secure the Wang family's chips. Fu Haitian stared at the message, his mind buzzing. If bidding was to occur, why had they previously obstructed the loan approval? Was it due to governmental interference? If that were the case, why invite other competitors? He dared not draw closer, instead opting to sit in the front row. Although most attendees were not from Donghai, they recognized the president of Donghai Bank. Many approached to exchange pleasantries, while more inquired about the purpose of those seated in the temporary area. Fu Haitian maintained an aloof demeanor, internally rolling his eyes. Do not ask me. I have no idea. Soon, the Wang family arrived. Wang Qiong, president of Wang Electronics, was surrounded and took his seat at the head table, followed by two individuals resembling researchers. The investment promotion meeting commenced, with the researchers speaking animatedly, their slides transitioning rapidly. Gu Sun, possessing an extraordinary analytical eye, quickly lost interest and lowered his head to tease his beloved bean sprout. Babe, what did you have for dinner? Is the chef cooking well? Just tell them what you want. I've already settled the payment. Before long, Li Qinshan replied. Did you instruct them to cook stir-fried vegetable hearts for me? Gu Sun nearly burst into laughter, his shoulders shaking, fingers tapping rapidly. Just as he finished, another message from Li Qinshan arrived. Are they also making celery juice for me to drink? Unable to contain himself, Gu Sun rose and stepped into the corridor, initiating a video call. Soon, Li Qinshan's pouting face appeared on the screen, making Gu Sun yearn to kiss her. You must have a balanced diet, combining both meat and vegetables. Otherwise, you won't grow tall. Li Qinshan gazed at Gu Sun with a melancholic expression, and after a moment, she picked up the celery juice beside her and gulped it down. If you dare deceive me, be cautious of my wrath, she warned, playfully shaking her fist like a red bean bun. Gu Sun burst into laughter, recognizing that her height was indeed Li Qinshan's greatest vulnerability. Have you eaten meat? He inquired. And Li Qinshan's large eyes immediately sparkled with delight. Yes, the sweet and sour pork is absolutely delicious. Observing her charmingly cheerful demeanor, Gu Sun realized that the servants had indeed put in some effort. I had Zhao Heng purchase a plethora of fruits. I will have someone cut them for you shortly. And I'll bring you milk tea when I return tonight. Li Qinshan nodded enthusiastically, adding, I also want to eat lobster balls and sweet fermented rice, as well as those honey-glazed chicken wings from that barbecue place we visited last time. Gu Sun took note of her requests and, after ending the call, sent a message to Zhao Heng, prepare the fruits and have someone deliver them. That girl becomes so engrossed in her reading that she forgets to drink unless the water is brought to her lips. After their conversation, Gu Sun felt his mind considerably clearer. Upon returning to the venue, he found that the bidding had already commenced, having reached 52 billion. Quite valuable indeed. He murmured to himself. A gaunt man in glasses slammed his chair in frustration. Wang's Electronics is utterly shameless. Gu Sun raised an eyebrow, recognizing the man. It was Zheng Xiang, the chief engineer of Guiyun Electronics, who had been rather reticent during their earlier conversation, but spoke with piercing insight. Gu Sun quietly inquired. Engineer Zheng seems to have strong opinions about Wang's Electronics. Zheng Xiang was genuinely incensed at that moment. The new chip from Wang's Electronics was nothing more than a half-finished product, merely modified from a foundational design. Others might not see through it, but he was acutely aware. However, the chip's intricacies had led him to continually search for a substitute without success. Now, Wang's Electronics was leveraging its momentum to attract funding, creating a second-generation gimmick to deceive the masses. Meanwhile, everyone continued to extol its virtues, which only deepened his disillusionment. A foreign-introduced chip had dominated the Donghai electronics industry for so many years, which felt like a slap in the face to engineers like him. This investment conference was less of a slap and more akin to grinding their faces into the dirt. Seeing Zheng Xiang attempt to storm off in anger, Gu Sun quickly restrained him. I heard someone will be bidding on domestically produced chips. Won't you take a look? Really? Could it be Donghai Bank? Before he could finish his sentence, Fei Haitian raised his bidding paddle. The host immediately announced, Donghai Bank bids 146 billion and 5 million. Gu Sun's lips twitched as he observed Zheng Xiang's reaction. It was a seriously absurd claim. It's from an obscure researcher, Zheng Xiang remarked, suddenly intrigued, incessantly questioning Gu Sr. Gu Sun divulged a smattering of information, causing Zheng Xiang to become flushed with excitement, gripping Gu Sun's hand tightly. That clammy grip left Gu Sun feeling exasperated. He regretted not bringing Li Qinshan with him. He vowed that henceforth, regardless of how tedious the task, he would always bring his beloved along. At the very least, it serves as a defense against wolves. Soon, the bidding concluded, and Donghai Bank secured the chip for a staggering 200 billion and 6 million. Wang Qiong was exceedingly pleased. He orchestrated today's investment conference to compel Donghai Bank to concede. While Wang's Electronics could not rival Donghai Bank in terms of assets, the chip he possessed represented the dignity of the Donghai government, a face that money simply could not buy. Wang Qiong rose, ready to shake hands with Fu Haitian, when a voice unexpectedly interrupted. Donghai Bank demanded to see the complete picture of the competing products. Wang Qiong's expression instantly changed, just as he turned to identify the speaker. Zheng Xiang stood up. Mr. Wang, those superficial, gaudy items are merely deceiving. They lack true quality. Wang Qiong did not recognize Zheng Xiang, but a researcher beside him whispered a few words. A look of disdain crossed Wang Qiong's face. So, it was the national project's chief engineer. What was he doing here? Having lost to Wang's electronics for 3 consecutive years, was he now attempting to steal ideas? He wanted to see the full array of competing products? Was this a blatant attempt at plagiarism? If he wished to see, it was no trouble. Let Donghai Bank's representatives agree, and he would gladly oblige. A murmur spread among the crowd, and the comments were less than flattering. Zheng Xiang's face flushed with anger. Gu Sun chuckled softly, since that is the case. Let us see. Wang Qiong squinted. Although his son was often irresponsible and stirred up trouble, it did not imply that he, as a father, was unaware when someone harmed his son. Initially, he thought Gu Sun was merely an inconsequential rich heir. However, seeing him standing alongside Zheng Xiang, he suddenly realized, so you are with the national project, first harming my son, and now brazenly attempting to usurp the patents of Wang's electronics. Do you think the law holds no weight for you? Gu Sun cast a sidelong glance at him, then turned to Fu Haitian. Bank President Fu, I wish to see it. Is that permissible? Fu Haitian remained perplexed about Gu Sun's intentions. Was he truly going to expose something worth 200 billion to everyone? That seemed utterly reckless. Most importantly, how could he justify this to the authorities? But he was the boss, and he had no right to refute. With a stiff resolve, Fu Haitian replied, since Mr. Gu has taken an interest, let us proceed. Upon hearing this, everyone was struck dumb. Were they really going to make public something valued at 200 billion? Almost in unison, the attendees pulled out their phones and activated the video function. Wang Qiong was left gaping, then incredulously turned to Fu Haitian. President Fu, have you lost your mind? Fu Haitian shrugged. I have no choice. I must obey my boss's orders. Your boss? Wang Qiong was utterly bewildered. He wanted to point at Gu Sun and mock him, and to chastise Fu Haitian for his insanity. Yet, he vaguely sensed that perhaps this was the only explanation that made sense. The loan they had previously agreed upon had suddenly changed course. Once again, he has deliberately fallen into his trap, spending over 20 billion to secure the chips, yet demanding immediate inspection without a moment's respite. Could it be that he is aware of the chip's flaws? This seems implausible. Wang Qiong scoffed, asserting that even if you are the shadowy major shareholder of Donghai Bank, we retain the right to refuse collaboration. The recent auction is null and void. Everyone in Donghai will witness how Mr. Gu Sun has sabotaged Wang's electronics due to a personal vendetta against Xiao Air. The pressure from capital is insurmountable for our Wang family, yet we can evade it. This auction did not invite the press. However, whether invited by Wang Qiong or Fu Haitian, all attendees are distinguished figures in the electronics sector. His words not only thoroughly tarnished Gu Sun's reputation, but also irrevocably damaged Donghai Bank's standing. The authorities cannot conceal this, and Donghai Bank's future appears bleak. As Wang Qiong rejected Donghai Bank, other businesses began extending olive branches. Wang Qiong regarded Gu Sun with the demeanor of a victor, his face alight with triumph. Gu Sun slowly rose and strode toward the podium. Esteemed experts of the electronics industry, why not consider another auction item before making a decision? Another competing product? Could it be that other companies have developed chips as well? This seems improbable. Guiyun Electronics is the most renowned, yet has consistently lost to Wang's electronics, leaving no room for comparison with other firms. Let us take a look. I believe there are some issues with the recently presented chips from Wang's electronics. The attendees are not fools. Though they may have noticed the problems, they remain silent, focusing instead on the potential of the initial generation. After all, there have been no alternatives in recent years, but that does not imply that there will never be. Wang Qiong's expression shifted, his concern about losing control mounting, when suddenly the door to the venue swung open. Personnel from the Donghai Municipal Bureau entered. He was immediately elated and rushed to greet them. Director Chiu, what an unexpected honor to see you here. However, Director Chiu bypassed him and seized Gu Sun's hand. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. The computer science department of Donghai University has nurtured such an outstanding individual as Gu. It is indeed a testament to our university's prestige. Your proposal for the SAMA chip research and development has astounded us all. President Fu, allow me to introduce you to this remarkable young man. The assembly. including Fu Haitian and director Chiu, lauded Gu-sun and urged Fu Haitian to fully support his technological research and expedite the project. At this moment, it became clear to everyone that Gu-sun possessed a patented domestic chip that far surpassed the others. Observing the situation, Gu-sun realized there was no longer a need for a presentation. Nothing is more concrete than the endorsement of the authorities. 3 days later, Wang's Electronics found itself ensnared in a financial quagmire, with the Tianhe gang under thorough investigation, resulting in far-reaching implications. Although Wang Qiong outwardly appeared unrelated to Wang Qishou, numerous secret financial transactions made it impossible to extricate himself from the situation. Countless speculations arose regarding which formidable figures these two giants had offended, leading to their rapid dismantling. The individual who stirred the murky waters of Donghai City was leisurely wandering through the zoo with his bean sprouts in tow. Zhao Heng maintained a vigilant watch around them, while Gu-sun deliberately kept a distance to ensure that Li Chunxin could enjoy her rare outing without disturbance. Inin, do taste this red bean ice powder. It's quite delightful. Gu-sun offered with an exceptionally warm smile. He had indulged a bit too much the previous night, and despite his attempts at coaxing, Li Chunxin remained nestled in his embrace, pouting with a sulky expression. It was hardly his fault. He had merely gone to inspect the progress of technological development for national fortune, only to return to find a mermaid in the swimming pool. He had tried his utmost to maintain composure, but ultimately failed. Watching Li Chunxin delicately savoring her ice powder, Gu-sun wished he could envelop her entirely within himself, his heart brimming with affection that had nowhere to be placed. Many onlookers observed the handsome young man doting on his petite and adorable girlfriend, some with envy and others with nostalgia. The zoo attracted numerous couples, and the vendors had set up various sweet and romantic items to entice patrons, most of which were adorned in shades of pink, so garish that even Gu-sun found it hard to bear. He suppressed a shudder as he inquired if Li Chunxin liked such things. If his beloved bean sprout enjoyed this sort of ambience, he could endure it. Are you referring to that flower shaped like a heart? Li Chunxin gazed at him with a rather clueless expression. Are you planning to buy it so that I have to carry it all the way? Gu-sun conceded that it did sound rather foolish. Just as he was about to offer to hold it for her, Li Chunxin interjected, that would only delay me from eating. Gu-sun realized he had overthought the situation. Aside from food and books, his bean sprout's greatest affection was reserved for him, rendering flowers and plants utterly incomparable. After consuming another couple of bites of her ice powder, Li Chunxin suddenly grasped Gu-sun, who was scanning the surroundings for gifts. You promised, no gifts for 3 days. Yes, I promised. I absolutely keep my word. You can trust me, Gu-sun asserted, putting on a sincere expression, though his hidden excitement was evident. Li Chunxin scrutinized him for a moment before relaxing. Her irritation was more about her discomfort with her past self, feeling anxious and fearful, grappling with circumstances beyond her control. She often felt lost and powerless, even unable to confront him. This reflection stirred a sense of resentment within her as she glanced at Gu Sr. It was perplexing that she could easily make others cry, yet she found herself perpetually under his sway. Why could she not retaliate? After contemplating the possibilities, Li Chunxin concluded it was due to her lack of experience. Under the intensity of her gaze, Gu-sun felt parched and hastily took a sip of ice water. Next time, I want to be atop the entire time. With a sudden burst, Gu-sun inadvertently sprayed Li Chunxin with water. He hurriedly wiped her face, removing his glasses and carelessly stuffing them into his pocket. Once he had cleaned her delicate visage, he incredulously cradled her face and asked, Inin, what did you just say? Li Chunxin, with her large eyes filled with unwavering determination, solemnly reiterated, I want to take control of the situation. Goodness! Gu-sun exclaimed in astonishment. Has his little sprout ventured into uncharted territories? Could it be that his exceptional skills have rendered her addicted? Would she thus indulge in a life devoid of shame alongside him? Noticing the mischievous grin that crept onto Gu-sun's lips, Li Chunxin narrowed her eyes in warning. She resolved that before launching her counterattack, she would first bind him. Chapter 64. No one can intervene. Gu-sun stifled his laughter as he leaned closer, gazing at the flushed little face of his darling sprout, his fingers tenderly brushing against her soft cheeks. Inin, though your request has caught me off guard, I promise to wholeheartedly support you. Are you certain you want to wait 3 days before executing your plan? He smiled like a cunning wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood. Li Chunxin latched onto the phrase wholeheartedly support and immediately sought to pull Gu-sun back for a decisive confrontation. Gu Sun let out a hearty laugh, enveloping her in his embrace and planting several kisses on her, playfully nibbling her jelly-like, rosy lips. His voice was slightly hoarse from the allure. In fact, the car or the outdoors would also be quite delightful. Li Chunxin paused, suddenly lifting her head from Gu Sun's embrace, her expression blank yet filled with disdain. Do you think I'm foolish? In the wild? How could I bind someone? If I cannot launch a counterattack, I would merely be bullied. That is absolutely unacceptable. Gu Sun's laughter reverberated through his chest, and he immediately leaned down to steal another kiss. Gu Sun, a sudden, cheerful voice interrupted the sweet moment shared between them. Gu Sun, drawing Li Chunxin closer, finally turned to see who had arrived. It was none other than Li Feng and Zhou Miao Miao. The one who had called out to Gu Sun was Zhou Miao Miao, who today wore a lake blue dress that accentuated her elegance and grace. Gu Sun casually glanced at them and waved at Li Feng. Boss, you're here for a date too? How is it going? Li Feng's face flushed. Yet he could not hide his excitement. This was his first love, and after their encounter at the mixer, he had persistently pursued Zhou Miao Miao. However, she had remained indifferent toward him. This morning, upon seeing the zoo photos that Gu Sun had posted, he was filled with longing and decided to invite Zhou Miao Miao again. To his surprise, she had agreed today. Li Feng felt that it was his unwavering spirit that had moved her, and now, teased by Gu Sun, he felt both happy and bashful. Zhou Miao Miao's gaze remained fixed on Gu Sun, noticing that aside from a polite nod at their initial meeting, he had not looked her way again. A sense of grievance and bitterness crept into her heart. Li Feng liked her, yet she neither rejected nor accepted him. She merely wished to draw closer to Gu Sun through this relationship. Today, I overheard Li Feng mentioning that Gu Sun had arrived at the zoo. After meticulously adorning herself, she anticipated his attention, only to find herself overlooked entirely. Her makeup was undeniably exquisite. Even her dormitory mates remarked that any man would be smitten by her beauty. Yet, feeling disheartened, she sought out Li Chunxin, only to be utterly astonished. How could that frail, sprightly figure possess such a stunning visage? She had never fathomed that a mere pair of spectacles could transform someone so dramatically. Previously, aboard the yacht, Li Chunxin had kept her glasses on throughout, only removing them when she was almost entirely cradled in Gu Sun's embrace. Moreover, Zhou Miao Miao had never truly regarded Li Chunxin with scrutiny, and this stark comparison proved to be a severe blow to her. Gu Sun had no intention of disrupting Li Feng's rendezvous. More importantly, he wished to avoid any interruptions during his time with the delicate figure. Just as he was about to suggest they part ways, a piercing cry resonated from ahead. Please, save my son. Xiao Bao, Xiao Bao. A woman's desperate pleas echoed, drawing a crowd. Gu Sun quickly grasped Li Chunxin's hand and approached the commotion, where they found a woman in her 30s, accompanied by two children, one large and one small. The child's face was turning a ghastly shade of blue, clearly indicating a choking hazard. In a bid to attract patrons, the zoo had numerous snack and toy vendors, and it seemed the child had carelessly ingested something. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Quick, perform the Heimlich maneuver." This is a piece of knowledge familiar to many, yet few can execute it correctly. The woman, evidently having seen similar videos, immediately scooped up Xiao Bao and attempted the procedure, but her efforts were misguided, and the child's complexion worsened, nearly losing consciousness. Li Chunxin stepped forward, but Gu Sun restrained her. "Inin, let me handle this." This was not the moment for heroism, given the child's condition. It was uncertain how long he had been choking, and failure to save him could lead to dire consequences. Gu Sun swiftly took the child from the woman, kneeling to position the boy over his thigh and delivering precise thrusts to his back. All eyes were riveted on this scene when Zhou Miao Miao suddenly noticed a figure beside her retrieving a spring-loaded knife. Just as she was about to cry out, she realized the individual aimed at Gu Sun, who was in the midst of administering aid. Panic surged through her mind. If she were to get injured while rescuing Gu Sun, he would surely be profoundly touched by her selfless bravery. Beauty may fade, but a sincere heart is truly precious. Men like Gu Sun, born into wealth, are surrounded by countless beauties, leaving no lasting impression. Yet, it is those willing to risk their lives for him who can truly unlock his heart. Sweat poured down her body as she fixated on the assailant's movements. In a split second, seizing the opportunity, she closed her eyes and flung herself forward, arms outstretched, ready to confront whatever peril awaited her. In that moment, she envisioned herself lying breathlessly in Gu Sun's embrace. With a feeble tremor, She raised her hand to caress his handsome visage, her confession barely a whisper. Gu-sun would undoubtedly be moved to tears, embracing her with a promise of a lifetime. Yet, the anticipated pain did not manifest. Instead, she felt a fierce wind rush past, followed by a resounding bang. Just as an assailant attempted to harm Gu-sun, Li Qinshan, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. Swiftly, she seized a nearby ring-toss prize, a statue of Guanyin, and began smashing it down with a cacophony of noise. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, intermingled with the man's cries of agony. Zhao Heng had already arrived with a group of burly men, effectively shielding Li Qinshan from view as they dealt with the situation. Calmly, Zhao Heng handed 5 red bills to the ring-toss vendor, standing resolutely before the 4 men, exuding an air of authority that suggested no one else would be of any use. Zhou Miaomiao stood frozen in shock, while Li Feng had dashed to Gu Sen's side, vigilant of their surroundings. With a wail, the life-threatening ordeal came to an end, as Gu San passed the child to the woman and raised his hand to halt her gesture of gratitude. The moment had felt prolonged, and it was best to seek medical attention. The woman left, overwhelmed with gratitude, allowing Gu San to finally turn away. He had sensed danger moments before, but the threat dissipated in an instant after Li Qinshan intervened. Initially, he had feared that she might get hurt while trying to save him, leading them into a melodramatic scenario of life and death. That would have been truly unfortunate. However, his beloved's unconventional thinking made her direct approach far more effective than any foolish act of self-sacrifice. Gu San patted Li Feng on the shoulder, reassuring him, "I am fine. You should go on your date." He offered no further explanation as he quickly made his way to Zhao Heng. Zhou Miaomiao, unwilling to relent, expressed her concern. "Gu San, are you all right? This is far too dangerous. Should I call the police?" As she attempted to follow, Li Feng restrained her. Infuriated, Zhou Miaomiao forcefully pushed him away. "What are you doing?" Yet, Li Feng pulled her back once more, dragging her away until they reached a secluded corner before releasing her. To his surprise, before he could speak, Zhou Miaomiao slapped him hard across the face. Chapter 65. This plot seems off. Stunned by the blow, Li Feng stood speechless. Zhou Miaomiao, however, displayed none of her previous gentleness. "Li Feng, I truly misjudged you. After what happened to Gu San, you chose to save yourself rather than help him. Don't you think that's rather outrageous? I will not abandon him." With that, Zhou Miaomiao turned to seek out Gu San once more. Li Feng suddenly laughed, tears brimming in his eyes. "You agreed to go on a date with me today, just to run into Gu San, didn't you?" After their social gathering, the 4th member of their group had mentioned that Zhou Miaomiao was enamored with Gu San and was using him for her own ends. For the first time, Li Feng felt a rush of emotion, his mind ablaze. Moreover, on the yacht, Zhou Miaomiao had even taken his hand. It was only natural for girls to be drawn to someone as handsome and wealthy as Gu Senator Li Feng believed that Zhou Miaomiao harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, why would she permit him to hold her hand? Zhou Miaomiao was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. Since her plan had been uncovered, there was no need to continue entangling herself with Li Feng. After all, she possessed all of Gu Sen's contact information. "Li Feng, I do not harbor any feelings for you. Please do not pursue me any further." Li Feng watched as she walked away without so much as a backward glance, tears streaming down his face, a heavy stone weighing on his heart while feeling utterly bewildered. Gu San pulled the distressed girl into his embrace, gently soothing her with tender pats. Yet, his gaze was icy as he looked down at the person on the ground grimacing in pain, nearing unconsciousness. "Zhao Heng, find a suitable place to take care of him." Zhao Heng complied, lifting the individual with the care of a small chick. Gu San seated Li Qinshan on a nearby bench, squatting down to meticulously wipe her small hands with a wet tissue. Fortunately, her skin was unbroken. "Zhao Heng and his team are my hired bodyguards. Such matters can be entrusted to them. You needn't involve yourself directly." After thoroughly cleaning both tiny hands, Gu San pressed a gentle kiss upon them, his gaze deep and somber. "Inin, that person had a knife. Aren't you afraid?" Li Qinshan withdrew her hand and cupped Gu Sen's face, her fair brows knitting together in concern. "Why would he resort to violence against you?" Gu San had an inkling of who it might be and explained, "Perhaps it is because I interfered with their affairs. You sneaked a bite without me?" Li Qinshan's words nearly caused Gu San to choke. "Inin, that statement is ambiguous." He sat beside her, briefly recounting the events. Li Qinshan's eyes darkened. Although she did not comprehend the intricacies of the business world, She had overheard her father discussing how to drag a family into despair without shedding blood. She detested such machinations. However, if Gu-sun were to be ensnared in such a fate, she could not stand idly by. Wait a moment. Li Chinxian retrieved her phone. Gu-sun was puzzled by her intentions until he saw her delicate fingers tapping on the screen. Then she shouted towards it, "Dad." Gu-sun was taken aback. What on earth is happening? How did I suddenly meet the father-in-law? I'm unprepared. Panic coursed through him as he contemplated fleeing, but Li Chunxin had already lifted her hand, directing the phone towards him. Across the screen, their gazes locked. A refined middle-aged man in the video adjusted his glasses and blandly inquired, "Are you Gu-sun?" The aura of menace was palpable. Gu-sun felt beads of sweat trickle down his back, forcing himself to remain calm. "Hello, uncle." The atmosphere grew tense once more as Gu-sun endured the man's scrutinizing gaze, feeling the hairs on his neck prickling. Li Chinxian seemed dissatisfied with the current progress and poked Gu-sun's cheek. "My mother says my father is a cunning old fox. No one has ever outsmarted him. I asked him to help eliminate those villains." The delicate and fragile voice echoed in Gu-sun's ears like a death knell. "Inin, it's our first encounter. And this is your husband's initial meeting with his father-in-law. Is it appropriate for you to say such a thing? Are you not afraid that I might be the first one he wants to eliminate?" Gu-sun felt an overwhelming sense of despair. However, with the arrow already on the string, he could not falter. Once he did, he would be forever timid. He gently handed his wallet to Li Chinxian. "Inin, could you please help your brother Gu-sun buy a bottle of water?" Li Chinxian, with her endearing innocence, nodded and took the wallet, not forgetting to remind the person in the video, "Dad, you must be diligent." Beads of sweat formed on Gu-sun's forehead. As soon as Li Chinxian left, Li Mu's voice resonated once more. "Are you pursuing my daughter?" Gu-sun nearly stumbled to the ground. Is it customary for fathers-in-law to be so straightforward with their sons-in-law? "Uncle Li, you somehow haven't been beaten to death by my daughter?" Li Mu interrupted Gu-sun's explanation, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Gu-sun, unsure of the man's intentions, could only maintain his stance. "I will take good care of her. Please rest assured, uncle." Yet Li Mu remained remarkably composed. "I am very reassured. Just don't get beaten to death." Gu-sun was utterly perplexed. Li Mu no longer focused on the camera but turned the pages of the book in hand, his tone remarkably nonchalant. "I recall you are in your second year of university. At this age to start a business is quite commendable." Gu-sun was taken aback. Although he had been overly shocked at the prospect of meeting his future father-in-law, he had listened intently. Li Chinxian had not mentioned anything about the chip, nor had she spoken of his business endeavors. How did Li Mu know? "Uncle, are you investigating me?" Gu-sun narrowed his eyes slightly. Ever since Li Chunxin began her studies, they had been indifferent. Had they secretly been following her? If so, why hadn't Li Mu's people intervened when he took Li Chunxin to the villa? He was utterly bewildered. Li Mu, however, clarified. "Inin is a genius in many respects, yet utterly clueless when it comes to business. She sought my assistance solely for this matter." Having evidently been triggered by some past experience, he seemed to be animated, his words flowing freely. "If you wish to pursue my daughter, you must earn a substantial income. Otherwise, when she graduates and becomes as fervent about investments as her mother, you will understand that money is never enough." He let out a long sigh, lost in some rather unpleasant memories. Just then, the landline on the table rang suddenly. He gestured for Gu-sun to remain silent, and then switched to speaker mode. Almost immediately, rapid-fire English filled the air. Gu-sun once again realized that his intellect had the potential for further development. "That wasteful woman, stop her. That land cannot be invested in." Li Mu abruptly changed from his previous scholarly demeanor, angrily hanging up the phone. As he gazed at the suddenly blank screen of the video, Gu-sun felt a wave of profound emotion. He understood that last remark perfectly. The father-in-law is truly a quintessential representative of Northeast China, and the familiar aroma of corn husks evokes an inexplicable sense of warmth. He let out a long sigh and turned his gaze towards Li Chunxin, who was contentedly perched nearby, one arm clutching a bottle of mineral water while delicately savoring an ice cream, not daring to intrude. "Inin, come. Let us have a serious discussion regarding the matter of meeting the parents." Chapter 66. The little girl's heart, Gu-sun beckoned, and Li Chunxin obediently approached. Handing him the water, she then tilted her small face up and asked, "Is my dad really super impressive?" Her eyes sparkled with admiration, as if he were an omnipotent Iron Man. Though he was her father-in-law, Gu-sun felt a twinge of jealousy. He pulled Li Chunxin into his embrace, playfully pinching her waist. Are you so certain that I cannot resolve this matter? Li Chunshan paused, then countered, do you enjoy doing such things? Gu Sen's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he understood why Li Chunshan had called Li Mu. Since her enrollment, he had never seen her take the initiative to contact her family. It seemed she had been adhering to her mother's advice. At 18, one must be independent. Yet today, she had unhesitatingly video-called Li Mu, merely to address trivialities in the business world. Li Mu had mentioned that Li Chunshan was utterly oblivious to commercial affairs. But Gu Sen disagreed. She simply disliked them. Thus, she assumed he did as well. This little girl had always been loving and protective of him in her own way. Gu Sen's heart warmed to the point of nearly melting. How could his silly girl be so pure, so beautiful? How could he not cherish her? Isn't it merely about making money? Even if, in the future, Li Chunshan were to transform into an investment zealot like Aunt Ouyang, as long as his business empire flourished. What would there be to fear? Just as he was about to steal a kiss, Zhao Heng strode over with purpose. Mr. Gu, I have relayed the information. The members of the Tianhe gang are mere lackeys. With their dissolution, they harbor grievances. However, it has come to light that the Wang family has considerable connections in the capital and is purportedly leveraging these ties. Gu Sen chuckled softly. Send the video of my recent assassination attempt along with that individual to the police station. Zhao Heng pondered, Mr. Gu. If it is merely an intention to harm without any masterminds behind it, I fear it may not bear significant consequences. Gu Sen cast him a fleeting glance. Indeed, a new affluent figure from Donghai and a future luminary of the electronic industry, am being threatened with my life under the jurisdiction of Donghai. Do you not think the municipal bureau should provide me with an explanation? Zhao Heng immediately understood and respectfully withdrew. Gu Sen took out his phone and sent a message to Director Chiu, simultaneously instructing Guiyun Electronics to release a conceptual advertisement for their chips. Once the bait was cast, public opinion would be impossible to suppress. Should Director Chiu fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, Gu Sen and his chips, along with the funding from Zhonghai Bank, would completely withdraw from the Donghai market. It would not be difficult for the municipal bureau to discern what was of greater importance. Having resolved the issue, Gu Sen led Li Chunshan to leisurely explore the zoo. In the wild animal section, Li Chunshan exhibited a profound fascination for the majestic lion, to the extent that the tour bus driver, pressing the accelerator to its limit, shouted fervently against provoking the formidable beast. However, the excitement of the passengers was palpable, as they waved small flags and joined in the raucous cheer. After the exhilaration subsided, Li Chunshan suddenly slumped softly against the armrest. Had its teeth truly been worn down? This was the first time Gu Sen witnessed his little sprout in such a melancholic state, his mind brimming with words of comfort. Yet, Li Chunshan remarked, isn't it exhausting to eat meat? Gu Sen's heartfelt sentiments were ultimately misplaced. Brother Gu Sen, I'm hungry. Li Chunshan tilted her head towards him, devoid of any trace of sorrow. Unable to restrain himself, Gu Sen inquired, doesn't Inin think it's pitiful for it to be trapped here with its teeth worn down? Li Chunshan's gaze became vacant. In the vast forest, one must confront the harsh reality of survival of the fittest. Here, although devoid of freedom, one is spared the constant threat of life and death. Who do you think is more pitiable, Brother Gu Sen? The caged bird or the cherished pet? The deer that meets a tragic end in the wild, or the stray dogs beneath the overpass, struggling for mere subsistence? It is merely a matter of differing fates and choices. Gu Sen gently pinched Li Chunshan's little face, remaining silent, yet his heart was imbued with tranquility. He vowed to protect his little girl, to ensure that their destinies would forever rest in his hands. As their outing drew to a close, dusk began to set in. Gu Sen was perusing the latest culinary delights when the group chat erupted with fervor. Second brother, where are you? Hurry back. Fourth brother, where are you? Don't you dare return. Second brother, are you pretending I don't exist? Fourth brother, do you think it's appropriate for third brother to return at this time? What is inappropriate about it? The explosive drama of big sister-in-law cheating with little uncle. If you don't come back and clarify, I want to be able to sleep tonight. Fourth brother, just a reminder, even little Tutu might show up. The second brother retracted his message. Gu Sen, do you think I'm blind? Gu Sen quickly interjected, what on earth is going on? I still need to take my little Tutu out for a meal. Second brother, third brother is drowning his sorrows over a breakup. Why don't you come over? Just don't bring little Tutu. Gu Sen was utterly bewildered. A breakup? Weren't we just on a date? Whereas Gu Sen, Guo Tian immediately shared a location, a small restaurant on Nanhong Street. After having his bodyguards escort him and Li Qinshan there, he instructed them to head back to Longhu Bay. Li Feng, already quite inebriated, was red-faced, clutching a bottle and rambling incessantly. Just as Gu Sun entered with Li Qinshan's small hand in his, a bottle came hurling towards them. He instinctively shielded Li Qinshan in his embrace, sidestepping the incoming projectile. The wine bottle shattered abruptly at the spot where he had stood, sending shards of glass mingling with beer across the floor. Gu Sen's gaze turned slightly frosty. However, Li Qinshan had already pushed him aside, her slender arm dragging a nearby chair, preparing to confront someone. Lao Si, frightened, immediately raised his hand to shield himself. "My dear lady, there is a reason for this." "Truly a reason," he stammered, pointing at the red-eyed Li Feng inside. "What is the reason?" Lao Si and Guitian exchanged glances, while Gu Sen stepped forward but did not deter Li Qinshan. Instead, he stood beside her. "I too am eager to hear," he remarked. Among the four in the dormitory, Lao Si was the weakest and came from the most modest means. Although Li Feng's family was not as affluent as Guitian's, his monthly allowance was still ample. Typically, the four would boast and bicker, yet this was the first time it had escalated to physical confrontation. Gu Sun questioned himself, having done nothing to wrong them. Li Feng continued to glare fiercely at Gu Sun, and many diners were watching the spectacle. The boss, wishing to avoid trouble, approached to signal them to leave. Gu Sun cast a glance at the crowd. "I have reserved the entire venue for tonight," he declared. The boss's demeanor instantly brightened as he communicated with the diners, swiftly clearing the place. "Do you think wealth makes you exceptional?" Li Feng spat, his eyes filled with scorn. Gu Sun chuckled lightly. "In the past, it mattered little, but now I find wealth indeed has its merits." "Is your anger rooted in this?" The nonchalance of Gu Sun sent Li Feng into a complete frenzy. "Do you know that Zhou Miao Miao was my first love?" "My first love," Gu Sun replied. "Zhou Miao Miao? What relevance does that have to me? If she was your first love, pursue her. Don't take your frustrations out on me." Lao Si timidly interjected. "Zhou Miao Miao has been using the boss as a pawn to get closer to you." Chapter 67. "You have no right to speak to me." Gu Sun was utterly bewildered. What a ludicrous plot twist. Zhou Miao Miao harbored feelings for him. Hadn't he scarcely exchanged a word with her? This was absurd. Yet, the situation was undeniably frustrating. Even with his eloquence, Gu Sun found himself at a loss for words. Li Qinshan paused, tilting her head to look at Gu Senator. "Who is Zhou Miao Miao?" The others were silent, and Lao Si, noticing the murderous intent dissipating from her, cautiously removed the chair from her grasp. "Why don't we sit down and talk? We are all brothers here. There's no need to let a woman with questionable intentions ruin our camaraderie." Guitian quickly chimed in. "Exactly. A woman who would manipulate our boss's feelings is clearly not trustworthy. Even if she isn't unfaithful now, she will be in the future." Lao Si, exasperated, felt like covering his mouth. "Second brother, perhaps you should just drink." Gu Sun observed Li Feng sulking as he took a seat. Yet he did not pull Li Qinshan down alongside him. His voice grew somber. "I assure you, I have never contacted her, my relationship with her," before he could finish. His phone suddenly rang with a video call. He assumed there was something urgent. After all, only a handful of people would send him video messages. When he pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen, his expression shattered in an instant. Damn, why was it showing Zhou Miao Miao? He suddenly recalled that Li Feng had given his WeChat information to her, specifically instructing him to add her. Reluctantly, he had agreed, not wanting to offend Li Feng. In the past few days, he hadn't seen this woman message him. Why was she video calling him at this moment? Was it all a calculated move? If he hung up now, it would only complicate matters further. Gu Sun simply tossed his phone onto the table and answered the call. Zhou Miao Miao's bashful face instantly appeared on the screen, though all he could see was the dark ceiling above. "Gu Sun, where are you?" Zhou Miao Miao's voice rang out, prompting Li Feng to leap up from his chair, bellowing at the top of his lungs. "You claim you haven't been in contact with her privately? Gu Sun, is this how you treat your brother?" Gu Sun could barely contain his anger, ready to retort, when Zhou Miao Miao began to scold Li Feng. "Li Feng, are you out of your mind? I've told you I don't like you. Why are you making things difficult for Gu Sun? Can't you be a little more magnanimous? With your demeanor, you'll never measure up to Gu Senator. I'm telling you, from now on. We're not even friends. If you dare bully Gu Sun again, I won't let this go." Li Feng's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance, nearly spilling over. But he swallowed his shame, unable to utter a word. Zhou Miao Miao, believing she had gained favor in Gu Sun's eyes, softened her tone. "Gu Sun, where are you? I'll come to pick you up. Trust me, I will never let Li Feng harm you." Li Feng glared at Gu Sun as if he were a mortal enemy. Gu Sun took a deep breath, his voice icy and devoid of emotion, suppressing his overwhelming fury. You are Zhou Miao Miao, correct? Zhou Miao Miao froze. Ah, yes. I heard you like me. Joy surged through her, knowing that other methods to deal with the rich second generation were futile. Only sincerity could truly touch the heart. Gu Sun, I have liked you since the moment I saw you on stage. Will you accept me? She coyly twisted on her bed. But all she heard was Gu Sun's cold, emotionless voice. I want tea. It felt as if a bucket of ice-cold water had doused her. Zhou Miao Miao struggled to believe it. Is it because Li Feng likes me that you're bothered? This woman was truly asking for trouble. Gu Sun's anger surged to its peak. Who the hell would endure such unwarranted calamity? I don't know what has given you such blind confidence. But I can tell you unequivocally, I do not like you. It has nothing to do with anyone else. It's simply that I do not like you. What kind of trash takes advantage of others' feelings without a shred of remorse, instead reveling in their own self-satisfaction? Who gave you the confidence to think I would ever like you? Despite knowing that I have a girlfriend, you shamelessly approach me. Your distorted values do nothing but enhance your ugliness and bestow no worth upon you. Therefore, keep your distance. Do not come near me. Gu Sun vented his frustrations vehemently, preparing to end the video call. Yet, Zhou Miao Miao burst into tears. Gu Sun, how could you treat me this way? Everything I did was because I have feelings for you. I can endure humiliation from the world, but not from you. Gu Sun was utterly speechless. Is this a moral coercion? Apologies, but for someone of your moral failings, I have no morals to bind. He swiftly ended the call and promptly blocked her. After completing his actions, he turned to Li Feng. The truth remains, believe it or not. I cannot be bothered to explain further. He then took Li Qinshin's hand and said, this meal cannot be enjoyed. You all can accompany him. Although Lao Si wished to keep him, he had already taken Li Qinshin and left quickly. As they stepped out of the restaurant, Li Feng's drunken howls echoed behind them. He sighed deeply. Damn it. I'm seething with anger and have no outlet for it. Who can I reason with? Li Qinshin tilted her head, observing him for a while, her rosy lips pursed. That foolish giant, his mind is troubled. Gu Sun paused for a moment and then burst into laughter. Has his little bean sprout suddenly developed emotional intelligence? She has begun to comment on the heartbroken. Feeling slightly more at ease, he reached out and ruffled Li Qinshin's little head. Matters of the heart are complex. What seems absurd to us may be insurmountable for those directly involved. Li Qinshin, half understanding, did not concern herself with Li Feng. To her, these individuals were merely Gu Sun's acquaintances and held little significance for her. However, she sensed Gu Sun's discontent, which weighed heavily on her heart. Although she found the notion that a drink could dissolve all sorrows rather unscientific, she recalled her elder brother saying that in this world, no distress could not be resolved by a meal of wine. If there were, then 2 meals would suffice. Yet, her second brother claimed that nothing could not be remedied by a hot pot feast. So, which is it, wine or hot pot? After a brief contemplation, Li Qinshin cheerfully suggested, let us have hot pot, then drink some wine. Gu Sun assumed she was hungry and remembered a genuine copper hot pot restaurant on Nanhong Street, which was not far away. The two of them arrived after a 10-minute walk. He reserved a private room and ordered extra meat. Just as he handed over the menu, he saw Li Qinshin returning from the restroom, struggling to carry 2 cases of wine. Her petite frame rendered her head invisible. He was perplexed as to how she managed to enter with them. Gu Sun quickly rushed over to help her, amused by the sight. Are we really going to drink? Yes, I'll drink with you. Gu Sun, indeed feeling a sense of discontent, did not refuse, thinking he would let Li Qinshin have just a taste. Little did he expect, Li Qinshin drank even more vigorously than he did. Almost entirely silent, her delicate, rosy lips were painted with an enchanting sheen. Her eyes remained as clear as ever, devoid of any hint of intoxication, yet her expression bore a blankness that was animated by a vibrant smile, reminiscent of a full moon in the sky or stars scattered across the heavens. Brother Gu Sun, Yin is here with you. Please do not be unhappy. Beneath her silly grin, her soft voice captivated one's very soul. Chapter 68. The feeling of happiness. The meal stretched over 2 hours, and Gu Sun had long forgotten whether he had truly enjoyed his drink. For the soft little bean sprout nestled in his arms had dispelled all of his discontent. Her bright, star-like eyes gazed at him with affection. Gu Sun, entranced by her beauty, felt an overwhelming sense of happiness envelop him, further intensified by her tender and fragrant presence. Yin, thank you. He gently kissed Li Qinshin's little face, calming his breath as he held her tightly. Are you full? Shall I take you home? Li Qinshin peeked out from Gu Sen's embrace, gazing intently into his eyes for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. Although her two older brothers were somewhat unreliable, their words still held weight. Indeed, after a drink, Brother Gu Sun had transformed into a figure of immense joy. Gu Sun released her, yet Li Qinshan continued to cling to his neck. What's wrong? Do you not want to leave? How about we continue this at home? Gu Sun coaxed softly, his husky voice remarkably alluring. Li Qinshan pouted, her cool, delicate voice adorably protesting. Brother Gu Sun, my legs feel weak. I can't stand. Gu Sun chuckled softly, leaning in to plant a couple of kisses on her, indulgently suggesting, Then shall I carry you home? He shifted slightly, positioning the petite Li Qinshin upon his back. With the support of the system enhancing his physical abilities, her slight weight was inconsequential to him. After settling the bill, the two exited the establishment. As it was not the weekend, many shops along Nanhong Street had already closed by 10 o'clock, and the streets were nearly deserted. The streetlights cast elongated shadows of the two as Gu Sun chose not to hail a cab, instead carrying Li Qinshan towards Nanlin Yuan. The distance was not far, and he decided to stay there for the night. Li Qinshin's soft little face rested against his neck, occasionally nuzzling affectionately, revealing her dependence on him. For half an hour, they walked in silence, while Gu Sun's mind wandered through countless reflections. Raised in a well-off family with loving parents and an elder sister who, despite her occasional teasing, always looked out for him, his upbringing had fostered an open-hearted nature. Even after activating the system, he could not morph into a merciless, violent figure. However, today, as he reminisced about recent events, his perspective on the future transformed. This was merely the beginning in Donghai, setting aside matters of wealth. A mere statement from the authorities could render him powerless. He could feign indifference towards money, but he was not alone. He bore the responsibility of caring for a little bean sprout. If today's Zhou Miao Miao possessed substantial capital and power, this matter would not easily reach a conclusion. He could resolutely refuse to marry someone he does not love, yet his family, including Duya's family, would inevitably be implicated in this affair. His beloved Enin would be disheartened, leaving him feeling constrained. This was not a scenario he could accept. He recalled Li Qinshin's soft promise to accompany him and bring him joy. Likewise, he wished to be by her side forever, allowing her to live free from worries. Strength was the only path forward. Gu Sen's gaze swiftly transformed into one of sharp determination, and his entire aura underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. Ding! The system detected a refinement in the host's character, granting a reward of 1 lottery draw. Would the host like to proceed? Gu Sun paused momentarily. To his astonishment, there was an unexpected gain. He chose to draw. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a future business opportunity. After the National Day holiday, the renovation of Metro Line 8 on Phoenix Road in the capital will commence, covering the relevant area. Before his eyes, a blue virtual screen reappeared, displaying the new route map for the metro renovation. Investing in land appreciation was a lucrative venture. Indeed, a business that promised effortless profits and a notably brief investment cycle. Gu Sun felt elated. Since signing with Donghai Bank, this was the first time he felt such exhilaration. With purposeful strides, he soon arrived at Villa No. 1 in Namlin Garden. The servants were preparing to rest, but upon seeing his return, they immediately sprang into action. Gu Sun raised his hand for silence, urging everyone to disperse. Li Qinshin had already fallen asleep on his back. He carefully transferred her to the bed and fetched warm water to gently wipe her face. Having indulged in wine, she was deeply asleep and stirred uncomfortably, swatting at him in an attempt to brush him away. After much coaxing, he managed to help her rinse her mouth before allowing her to drift back into slumber. Though he himself was drenched in sweat, the initial fervor of desire had waned, replaced by a profound sense of romantic love, a steadfast commitment to spend a lifetime together. Enveloped in the sweet embrace of happiness, after a casual shower, he sent a message to Zhao Hong and began to search for information regarding Metro Line 8. Following his research, he messaged Wang Kun to contact the manager of the Jinghao Hotel in the capital, as he intended to visit the following day. Having settled all matters, it was nearing midnight. He stretched his body before carefully climbing into bed, embracing the peacefully sleeping Duya, and soon fell asleep. The next day, Li Qinshin surprisingly found herself with a blackout. Although she had not appeared intoxicated the previous night, she had lost a significant portion of her memory. With her tousled hair, She sat on the bed in a daze for several minutes. When Gu-sun entered to call her for breakfast, witnessing her adorably bewildered expression melted his heart, prompting him to lean in for a gentle kiss. You should refrain from drinking in the future. It might dull your mind, and those profound books may become incomprehensible. Li Chunxun obediently nodded, allowing Gu-sun to guide her to wash up. As the water splashed against her face, she suddenly snapped back to reality. In a moment of chaotic thoughts, clarity returned to her mind. Did I successfully counterattack yesterday? Gu-sun was applying skincare cream on her, and upon hearing this, he froze in surprise. What did he just hear? A counterattack? Was it the one he was thinking of? Not receiving a response from Gu-sun, Li Chunxun began to tug at his clothes. The consequences of teasing in the early morning were evident. With some time left before boarding, Gu-sun didn't make too much of a fuss, especially since he was nursing a hangover and Li Chunxun hadn't had breakfast yet. With an empty stomach, she must be feeling quite uncomfortable. After tidying her up, he comfortably held her in his arms and descended the stairs. The sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows was just right. Gu-sun handed Li Chunxun the book she hadn't finished reading yesterday, chuckling at her pouting expression. Did Yin want to continue? Li Chunxun, annoyed, kicked him. Gu-sun intentionally let himself be kicked, feigning injury and leaning beside her. Oh no. My bones are broken. Yin, have you forgotten you are a strong woman? I am but an ordinary man. His exaggerated expression left Li Chunxun looking doubtful. Is it really painful? It truly is. Gu-sun continued his antics. What if I end up disabled? Would Yin despise me? Would she abandon me? He pitifully leaned his handsome face closer. Li Chunxun, initially a bit concerned, rolled her eyes adorably in exasperation. Brother Gu-sun, your acting is quite poor. Gu-sun chuckled but refused to give up, rubbing his head against her shoulder. Yin, you still haven't answered me? Li Chunxun looked at him silently with her bright eyes. Yet, her gaze was unmistakable. All right, this is quite childish. Gu-sun conceded defeat in an instant. Chapter 69. Racing against time after teasing Li Chunxun for a while. Gu-sun rose to head to the kitchen. He brought out the bird's nest porridge he had prepared earlier and kept warm. Yin, you drank too much last night. I thought it would warm your stomach. Li Chunxun, engrossed in her book, caught a whiff of the sweet porridge and felt her stomach growl with hunger. Rarely did she set down her book and obediently accepted the bowl from him. This time, without needing Gu-sun to feed her, she finished it all. Not satisfied, she handed the bowl back and added, Can I have some meat? Gu-sun, with eyes full of affection, playfully booped her nose, a mischievous grin on his face. No problem. I'm still craving what we discussed earlier. After you finish eating, we shall continue. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Zhao Heng drove to Nanlin Garden. Gu-sun had already packed his luggage and, glancing at the bean sprout reading by the floor-to-ceiling window, Cuteness suppressed the smile on his lips. A man of his word. When he said to continue, he meant it. He entrusted his luggage to Zhao Heng and then scooped her into his arms. Yin, are you really not coming with me? I will be staying for several days this time. Li Chunxun's small face was puffed up in annoyance. Her lips pressed together in defiance. Gu-sun stifled a laugh and deliberately sighed with feigned sorrow. It is said that the capital is replete with delectable delicacies. I spent the entire night devising a strategy, only to find it utterly futile. As he spoke, he released Li Chunxun, making a show of rising, but was promptly restrained by her. Li Chunxun glared at him with her doe-like eyes, resembling a fierce little tiger trying to appear menacing. The mottled marks on her neck accentuated her porcelain skin. Gu-sun's large hand rested on her waist, and this time, his words were sincere. Brother Gu-sun truly wishes to share experiences with you. Eating, playing, sleeping, through both the joyous and the challenging moments, all together. Yin, would that be agreeable? Li Chunxun stared at Gu-sun, her small face suddenly unable to maintain its seriousness. She let out a giggle and nestled into his embrace, playfully acting coy. Brother Gu-sun is a fool. Though she was annoyed at being consistently bullied by him, she yearned to turn the tables. Yet, torn between wanting to hit him and lacking alternative means, she could only oppose him. Yet, witnessing his anxious attempts to placate her, she found it sweeter than honey, rendering her unable to remain angry. Gu-sun paused, suddenly realizing that his emotionally naive little bean sprout was deliberately teasing him. Yet, the softness of her affection was music to his ears. The fleeting charm of her playful demeanor was both rare and special, a unique expression of emotion meant solely for him. An inexplicable sense of accomplishment surged within him. He scooped her up and swiftly made his way to the car. The journey commenced smoothly, and Li Chunxun, feeling no inclination to change her position, nestled further into his embrace to continue reading. In the unfamiliar city, Gu-san invited Zhao Heng to accompany them. Upon arriving at the airport, a system notification prompted a check-in task. Observing his surroundings, Gu-san was suddenly struck by a peculiar premonition and silently recited, "Check-in. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Reward: 1 private jet, currently stationed at the exclusive terminal. Equipped with 1 captain and 2 crew members. Intelligence reward: 10. Lottery reward: 1 chance. Would you like to draw? Draw reward: 10-fold cash back, limited to 2 hours." Gu-san was taken aback, muttering, "What on earth? The flight from Donghai to the capital would take at least an hour. Exiting the airport to search for a mall would mean they would miss the time limit. What a waste." Just as he contemplated heading to scour the nearest real estate or shopping center, a middle-aged man approached him. "Good day, are you Mr. Gu-san? I am your dedicated pilot, Fan Raoshan. Everything is prepared, we can take off at any moment." Gu-san and Zhao Heng exchanged glances, realizing their employer was indeed rather eccentric. Despite having a private jet, he still had to scramble for a business-class seat. Was it a test of his personal capabilities? Neither dared to question it. Should he cancel the ticket? Gu-san felt somewhat vexed. But he had already arranged a meeting with Wang Kun and the person in charge of the capital, making it inappropriate to back out. "Let us go." Reluctantly relinquishing the opportunity for a rebate, he boarded the private jet with Li Chunxing and Zhao Heng. 2 elegantly poised flight attendants approached to offer their services, startling Zhao Heng, who immediately intervened, insisting that all services must pass through him first. It was no jest. Their little mistress could strike with lethal precision at any moment. Furthermore, the flight attendants' alluring figures made it seem as though they were casting their petite mistress as a mere sprout in comparison. Should their somewhat unpredictable boss develop a wandering heart, would he intervene or stand aside? And if this wayward affection led to a clash between the boss and the little mistress, whom would he support? Zhao Heng's inner turmoil went unnoticed by Gu-san, who was preoccupied with coaxing their little darling back to sleep. Upon noticing that Li Chunxiang had finally succumbed to slumber, Zhao Heng breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously edged closer to Gu-Senator. "Mr. Gu, there are also male flight attendants, you know." Gu-san, puzzled, noticed Zhao Heng's peculiar expression and glanced over. The flight attendant, with her alluringly curvaceous figure clad in a form-fitting black uniform, indeed captured attention, which explained Zhao Heng's sudden infatuation. "Do you have a wife?" Gu-san inquired after a moment's contemplation. Zhao Heng promptly shook his head. "And a daughter?" "That is the child of my deceased comrade. I have adopted her." Zhao Heng's smile was somewhat foolish. Gu-san could not help but admire him, soon realizing that he was merely an aging bachelor, hence his susceptibility to beauty's allure. "Which one catches your eye? If you like her, pursue her. But if it's merely a fleeting fancy, refrain from courting those close to home. I would rather not have you wound her heart, leading to a vengeful act that could ruin us both." Gu-san adjusted his hold on Li Chunxiang and settled down for a brief rest. Zhao Heng stood bewildered, his mind in disarray. Once he deciphered the implications of Gu-san's words, his face flushed crimson. He wished to clarify, but found himself at a loss, fearing that he might awaken Li Chunxiang and incite Gu-san's ire. After a moment of anxious fidgeting, he quietly retreated into a corner, feeling somewhat withdrawn. The journey was smooth, and upon landing, Ouyang, the head of the Jinghao Hotel headquarters, awaited them outside. He warmly extended his hand to Gu-san, but his pleasantries were cut short. "Have you driven? Are you aware of the most expensive property available? How long will it take to get there?" Ouyang was momentarily taken aback, but responded, "Di Long Ting. It will take approximately half an hour by car." Glancing at the time, Gu-san's eyes brightened instantly. "Take me there immediately." In a flurry, they rushed into the sales office of Di Long Ting. On the way, Gu-san instructed Ouyang to contact the sales manager. After a video conference, Gu-san secured the most luxurious cluster of villas. With full payment, he signed and processed the transaction just 3 minutes before the deadline. With a swipe of his card for a staggering 16 billion, he was rewarded with a rebate of 1.6 billion. As Gu-san observed the notification of funds deposited into his account, his spirits soared. Ouyang had initially intended to cautiously assess this unexpectedly prominent shareholder. After all, being from a small town, if he dared to meddle in the headquarters' affairs, he would surely contact the other shareholders to give him a stern warning. Yet now, he watched Gu-san without blinking as he casually spent over 10 billion, leaving him utterly bewildered. Even in the capital, It is rare for individuals of high stature to squander such a substantial sum so frivolously. Most notably, Gusun would not be residing in the capital for long. Spending over 10 billion on a temporary residence? Was he out of his mind? Chapter 70. Soon to be tied up, the services in the capital are significantly superior to those in Donghai. The butler, servants, and gardeners were all present. Gusun did not seek another location. Instead, he took Ouyang to the main villa's drawing room to discuss work. Zhao Heng brought in the boxes filled with books. Li Chunxin quickly selected a reading spot, nestling in a wooden hanging basket and gently swinging her legs. Gusun cast her a tender glance, his eyes radiating warmth. Zhao Heng, go inform the staff downstairs about the rules, and then procure some of the young madam's favorite snacks and daily necessities. As for clothing, arrange to have the smallest sizes from Nan Linyuan's brand sent over, all neatly coordinated. Also, purchase a car, not too expensive, around 10 million, but spacious. After he finished, he waved his hand dismissively for Zhao Heng to proceed. Zhao Heng felt despondent. As a retired Special Forces soldier, he was accustomed to a life of excitement and challenge. Serving someone like Gusun, who was so detached from the traditional hierarchy, felt suffocating. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of satisfaction that came with the paternal affection he felt. It was all rather perplexing. Ouyang observed Gusun's actions, wiping the sweat from his forehead and pondering how to communicate effectively. This young man seemed utterly devoid of decorum, completely disregarding protocol, launching a significant move that left Ouyang's head spinning. However, Gusun's gaze shifted towards him. Is CEO Ouyang feeling warm? No. It was merely a sign of middle age catching up with him. Ouyang smiled awkwardly, his lips twitching. Gusun scrutinized him closely. His complexion did appear somewhat pale. Exercise more, drink goji berries instead of alcohol, and maintain a regular sleep schedule. Thank you very much, and my best wishes to your family, Ouyang replied sarcastically. I appreciate Mr. Gu's concern. Regarding matters related to the Jinghao Hotel headquarters, feel free to discuss any questions with me. I am here to report to you. Gusun raised his hand to halt Ouyang's lengthy explanation, as he was already well versed in the hotel affairs. At 9 tomorrow, notify all senior management to gather in the conference room. We will address specific issues on the spot. Ouyang was momentarily taken aback. So, was his presence merely to pick him up? Doubt began to creep into his mind. Despite Wang Kun's grandiose praise of the new boss, without a thorough assessment, he felt he lacked the authority to comment. He truly did not believe Gusun would achieve anything remarkable by tomorrow. In his eyes, he was merely a wealthy playboy, prone to extravagant spending. The tension and respect on his face had considerably diminished. At this moment, Gusun unfurled a map of the capital on the table, gently tapping it with his fingers. Hearing from Wang Kun that you were a native of the capital, he inquired about the development prospects of Phoenix Road. Ouyang had just relaxed his tense back, intending to lean back on the sofa for a moment of respite. Upon hearing the question, he straightened up again. Mr. Gu, are you considering investing in Phoenix Road? Is it because of the Line 8 subway project? Gusun nodded, intrigued. What suggestions do you have? Ouyang shook his head, his expression clouded with concern. My advice is to refrain from investing. Although the Line 8 subway appears to be a lucrative opportunity, it is not something everyone can partake in. Many prominent families in the capital are already eyeing it. As a newcomer, it would be wise to tread carefully. His words were subtle, yet their meaning was clear. This opportunity was not for the taking. Gusun maintained a calm demeanor. That is true. But since I have come to the capital, I wish to broaden my horizons. Please keep me informed about developments regarding Phoenix Road. Noticing that he was not impulsive, Ouyang felt a slight relief. As long as the young master remained composed and did not cause trouble, spending a little money would not pose a significant issue. Mr. Gu, if you wish to learn, there are plenty of opportunities. Tomorrow night, there will be a charity auction gala attended by numerous prominent figures. I have an invitation in my office, and I will bring it to you tomorrow. Gusun was indifferent to such galas, yet he recognized that it was an excellent opportunity to gain insight into the upper echelons of the capital. Very well, he agreed, then suddenly asked, do you wish to bring a female companion? Ouyang, not fully understanding, glanced at the small figure swaying in the hanging basket and lowered his voice deliberately to inquire. What type does Mr. Gu prefer? I can assist with arrangements. Gusun thought to himself, what on earth? He had merely asked out of curiosity, as he had never attended such events before. His parents had indeed tried multiple times to take him to social gatherings for exposure, but Gusun, engrossed in gaming, had stubbornly refused, eventually leading his parents to give up on him. One must realize that to become a wealthy elite in the future, one must cultivate a certain air of sophistication. Gu-sun pondered this for a moment, then decided not to engage further with Oh-young, allowing him to depart. He then went to the hanging basket and lifted the little girl out, taking her hand as they strolled through the villa complex. While the scenery was pleasant, the artificial traces were quite evident. He preferred the views of Longhu Bay much more. Li Chunxun, however, expressed her disdain for the oversized mushroom clouds shaped by the gardener's pruning. Gu-sun found her pouting face amusing and leaned down to give her a kiss. We'll only stay a few days this time, but when I return, I'll have someone redesign it into a manor. Next time we come, you'll surely love it. Li Chunxun was indifferent about where they stayed, as long as the bed was large enough. I'm hungry. Where's the good food? She looked up with a face reminiscent of a begging kitten, which stirred Gu-sen's heart. He called Zhao Heng to inquire about his progress and learned that he was still shopping at the supermarket. By the time he returned, their little bean sprout would surely be quite hungry. Gu-sun did not hesitate any longer. He draped a coat over Li Chunxun and prepared to take her for a stroll through the vibrant night market of the capital. However, upon stepping outside, Gu-sun was abruptly taken aback. After disembarking from the plane, he had been preoccupied with matters of reimbursement, failing to notice that Dilongting was situated halfway up a hill, far removed from the bustling city center. How on earth were they to find sustenance? Regret washed over him for not having instructed Oh-young to leave the car behind. At that moment, the manager of the sales office was preparing to close for the day and, upon spotting his esteemed client, a broad grin spread across his face. Mr. Gu, out for a stroll? Gu-sin caught sight of the car keys in the manager's hand. Is it possible to catch a ride? The manager, despite his eloquence and ability to make the dead seem lively, found himself momentarily speechless. Was this an indication that the illustrious gentleman had indulged in impulsive spending and found himself financially strapped? Would he, in the next moment, resort to selling property? Handing the keys over to him would undoubtedly earn the manager a hefty commission. As he drove, he was buoyed by the prospect. In the back seat, Li Chunxun discreetly tugged at Gu-sen's arm, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear, "You attract the attention of that rotund fellow, and I will take care of him." Gu-sun was struck with alarm. What do you mean? What mischief was his little bean sprout contemplating? Li Chunxun squinted her eyes, well aware of the frenzied, calculating glint that accompanied such excitement. At the tender age of 6, she had been abducted by someone with that very same gaze, who had demanded a ransom of 5 million. Though she had ultimately triumphed, she had narrowly escaped with her life, missing the opportune moment. She would not permit such a harrowing experience to repeat itself after reaching adulthood. It would be the utmost affront to her intelligence and strength. Li Chunxun signaled to Gu-sun with her eyes. Gu-sun, now sweating, wondered what was happening. What is it? Speak up. I can't decipher your intentions. He pondered stiffly whether, should the bean sprout wish to harm someone, he ought to offer a knife or a rope. Chapter 71. He swore it was just a detour. After a brief internal struggle, Gu-sun resolved to embrace his seemingly unhinged little bean sprout. Their beautiful lives had only just begun. Impulsivity was not an option. This time, however, Li Chunxun did not comply. Her body was stiff with tension. Gu-sun soon realized that her agitation was not merely a sudden surge of malice. Just as he intended to inquire further, the vehicle came to a halt. Mr. Gu, here we are, Sanli Road, the most bustling night market in the capital, where delights and entertainment abound. The manager looked at Gu-sun with eagerness, and even as Gu-sun thanked him and exited the vehicle, the manager refrained from mentioning the prospect of selling property, instead slipping him 2 red bills for fare. Ignoring the manager, Gu-sun took hold of the still tense Li Chunxun and led her to a secluded corner. Ineen, what's wrong? Li Chunxun struggled to process her thoughts. The man's gaze had so closely mirrored that of the individual she had encountered at 6 years of age. Why had he not drawn a weapon or driven into a secluded alley? Ineen, Gu-sun, with a furrowed brow, lifted her small head, her voice soft and gentle. Could you tell me, Gu-sun Gij, why you need to bind that manager? Do you know him? Li Chunxun shook her head, recounting her speculations, only to frown again. Could it be that my demeanor was too obvious, and he discerned my intentions, thus refraining from taking action? Gu-sun abruptly realized that he knew nothing about Li Chunxun's past. Li Chunxun spoke nonchalantly of her abduction at the age of 6, her expression remaining adorably vacant, devoid of any sign of terror or fear. Yet just moments ago, her entire body had been taut, like a bow drawn to its limit. A pang of anguish filled Gu Sen's heart as he held her close. "Inine, it's all right now," he murmured softly. Li Qinshin's body tensed momentarily before gradually relaxing in the familiar warmth of his presence. Gu Sen understood that she was afraid, yet she seemed oblivious to how to express these emotions, hiding them exceptionally well, even plotting to strike first. However, the instincts of the body cannot be deceived. What could this girl have endured over the past 18 years to shape her into such a character? At times, she appeared as pure as water, at others. She burned with fervor like fire, seemingly indifferent to everything, yet captivating in her delicate allure within his embrace. Gu Sen inhaled deeply at her soft neck, but refrained from probing further. Regardless of whether the scars still lingered, he would never allow new wounds to manifest under his watch. "Inine, shall I take you to enjoy some meat?" he gently coaxed, attempting to disperse the tension and chill within Li Qinshin's heart. The mention of food instantly brightened Li Qinshin's spirits. She peeked out from Gu Sen's arms, scanning the surroundings before pointing at a vibrantly adorned storefront. "I want to eat that first." Gu Sen readily indulged her whim. 3 miles of bustling night market street, renowned for its vibrant atmosphere, food reviews, and the convergence of stylish youths, was far more lively than Donghai. Gu Sen shielded Li Qinshin while assisting her with snacks, watching her delightfully munch with puffed cheeks, his eyes brimming with affection. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. Gu Sen paused, gazing down the long street, feeling an illusion of embarking on a grand conquest. Random task issued. Experience street vendor culture. Earn 1,000 coins. Reward. Upgrade to divine analytical vision mode. It wasn't a sign-in task. He found himself dissatisfied with the system's stinginess. He had anticipated seizing control of this trendy street, envisioning his little darling indulging in whatever she desired. System, why not retract the 1,600 billion just earned? Gu Sen pondered, suddenly feeling an urge to set up a stall. But damn it, who could tell him what he was supposed to sell? The only companion he brought along was his family's bean sprouts, which was not meant to coerce him into unsavory actions. That term was indeed misplaced. He was undoubtedly a performer who sold his art, not his body. At that moment, someone had set up a microphone and sound system along the long street. And after tuning the guitar, a melodious song began to resonate. Gu Sen recalled the divine, singing voice rewarded by the system. The path of performance was not without its merits. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed Gu Sen's mind as he turned to Li Qinshin. "Inine, I have run out of money." Li Qinshin was just about to take a bite of a crispy chicken fillet, eating like an adorable squirrel, unfazed by his words. She chewed slowly before responding. "No need to worry. I have some. What you gave me, I haven't spent." Gu Sen had forgotten this detail. As he saw Li Qinshin pulling out her phone to transfer some funds, he swiftly raised his hand to stop her. "Brother Gu Sen will play a game with you. Let us see who earns more money tonight. The winner gets to be on top." Li Qinshin was about to agree when she suddenly recalled the unfortunate events from the morning, shaking her head vigorously like a rattle drum. "Brother Gu Sen is deceiving me. I want to play with you." Seeing that the bean sprouts were not easily fooled, Gu Sen's mischievousness only deepened. "Then let us change the stakes. Whoever wins must unconditionally obey the other for 3 requests." Li Qinshin pondered this with suspicion, and after a brief analysis, she found it plausible. The next time she found herself being bullied, if Gu Sen refused to relent, she could invoke the command of absolute obedience to compel him to stop. Thus, she would not be governed by that peculiar sensation any longer. Li Qinshin instantly felt invigorated. Brother Gu Sen must keep his word. Gu Sen stifled a laugh. What wickedness could he possibly possess? He simply wished to tease his dear bean sprouts and, incidentally, gain some benefits. He vowed it was merely incidental. "All right, I will keep my word, but the money-making must be lawful and conducted through street vending. Do you accept?" Li Qinshin tilted her head, her bright eyes gleaming with confidence. "Brother Gu Sen, you will suffer a crushing defeat. I sold goods when I was 14. The smile on Gu Sen's lips faltered momentarily. Why did Inine take to vending? Because she was bored. Gu Sen conceded that perhaps he had overthought the situation. The two began to search for targets and locations independently. Lacking tools, Gu Sen noticed numerous street performers and found a slightly secluded spot to chat with someone. Before long, they reached a mutual agreement, splitting the profits 50-50. After confirming his side, he intended to check on Li Qinshin's situation, but to his astonishment, he was met with an unexpected sight. Li Qinshin's petite frame was crouched on the roadside, beside an elderly blind man who mournfully played a decrepit eru. In front of them lay a tattered cardboard box, reminiscent of a grandfather and his helpless granddaughter begging on the street. The corners of Gu Sen's mouth twitched violently. Could it be that his dear bean sprouts vending experience was of this nature? Little Li Chunchun was swiftly tapping on her phone, and after a moment, she turned the screen outward and placed it on her lap. It displayed portraits, 10 yuan each, photos allowed but not taken away. Gu Sun did not comprehend this, nor did the passers-by. Soon, someone curiously approached to inquire. Concerned for the well-being of the sprightly girl, Gu Sun hurried over. Li Chunchun collected the money and, picking up a piece of reclaimed cement, began to sketch on the ground. In no time, a vivid portrait emerged. Each feature was distinct yet remarkably similar. The customer was quite pleased and promptly took a photo before leaving. Gu Sun couldn't help but chuckle. His little bean sprout certainly possessed a myriad of talents. Relieved, he returned to his own stall, adjusted his tone, and began to sing softly. Chapter 72. The Upgrade of the Divine Analytical I Finding the Sun in a Windless Place. Being the warm sun in your cold surroundings, amidst the complexities of life, you remain blissfully naive. For the rest of my days, all I desire is you. The divine vocal prowess optimized Gu Sen's voice to perfection. The play of light and shadow danced across his face. In that moment, he became the center of the universe. The young man's voice was enchanting. His singing made me yearn for love. Do you have a girlfriend, young man? I can pose in any way. The crowd grew increasingly larger, blocking Gu Sun's view of Li Chunchun. Only the melodious sound of the eru could be heard during the intervals of his songs. He found himself slightly distracted. After a few continuous performances, the original stall owner's live stream had gained immense popularity, with donations and song requests pouring in. Gu Sun did not linger for too long, calculating it was time to settle accounts, and return the microphone and stage. The system quickly sent a notification indicating the completion of the task. Congratulations, host. Random task completed. Upgrade of the Divine Analytical Eye successful. Gu Sun blinked, feeling no apparent change. The original stall owner, reluctant to part ways, warmly shook hands with Gu Sun, expressing the joy of their collaboration. At the moment their hands touched, a familiar blue virtual screen appeared before Gu Senator. The screen displayed the original stall owner's basic information, followed by a cryptic document after the personal history. A prompt indicated the amount required to unlock it, 9,800. Below it, another section was inscribed in crimson font with the word future. The amount needed to unlock it was marked as 179,600. What did future signify? Could it reveal the events that would transpire in this person's life? How far into the future? 3 days? If so, could he set up a stall for fortune-telling? However, the price to unlock the future was indeed steep. It was unlikely anyone would be willing to spend such an amount for him to predict their fate. Unable to contain his curiosity, Gu Sun directly clicked to unlock it. After paying the 179,600, the emblem resembling a treasure chest beside future slowly opened. Lu Yi, a star of the future, endowed with a red physique. A steed awaiting a discerning rider. Gu Sun was taken aback, realizing that what lay ahead was not merely a sequence of events, but rather a future filled with accomplishments. Could this be the result of his upgraded analytical prowess? He felt a surge of exhilaration. The investment was indeed worthwhile. Lu Yi was startled by Gu Sen's increasingly tight grip and his overly bright eyes, prompting him to instinctively retreat, resembling a lamb coerced into submission. Please let go of me, he stammered, his cheeks flushed as he gazed at Gu Sen's handsome visage, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Though he was not averse to the idea of having a boyfriend, the suddenness of it all was overwhelming. The viewers in the live stream were already in a frenzy upon witnessing this scene. Get together. Get together. My dear E is blushing. How adorable. The height difference only added to the excitement. Gu Sun quickly regained his composure, releasing Lu Yi and pulling out his phone. Let us become friends. Then I can assist you. Lu Yi instinctively stepped back. I won't add you. We aren't familiar enough. I'm not that easygoing. Gu Sun, puzzled by Lu Yi's crimson face, realized he couldn't let his hefty investment of 170,000 go to waste without reaping benefits. Such promising talent should undoubtedly be signed and brought to Ningxuan Entertainment to cultivate its potential. I don't just sign anyone. Are you willing to develop your career at Donghai Ningxuan Entertainment? I can offer you a grander stage. Lu Yi was taken aback. It seemed the situation was not as he had envisioned. Gu Sun again extended his phone. Add me as a friend, and I'll introduce you to the head of Ningxuan Entertainment. By the way, Hu Miaojiao is preparing for a new play. I can arrange an audition for you. Instantly, Lu Yi was electrified, seizing Gu Sen's hand. You know Goddess Miaojiao? Gu Sun raised an eyebrow. Are you a fan of hers? Yes, I am. Are you truly an agent at Ningxian Entertainment? Lu Yi had completely forgotten his earlier discomfort, now bubbling with excitement. The camera angle in the live stream was somewhat distant, and due to the earlier revenue-sharing discussion, they had muted the microphones, leaving the audience to observe the unfolding drama silently. As they witnessed the interaction between the two, the excitement in the chat reached a fever pitch. Oblivious to the fervor, Gu Sun added Lu Yi on WeChat and made a brief introduction to the head of Ningxian Entertainment, yet he refrained from sharing Hu Miaojiao's contact details, keeping personal matters separate. Once it was confirmed that Lu Yi would report to Donghai the following day, Gu Sun turned away, navigating through the crowd in search of his own companion. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted Li Chunshan across the street, surrounded by 5 or 6 young men, and the atmosphere appeared tense. Without hesitation, Gu Sun rolled up his sleeves and dashed over. Little sister, look at your hands. They're all dirty. Why don't you come play with your big brother? I'll give you 10,000. The place I'm taking you to has food, drinks, and games that are incredibly fun. Plus, I can let you paint on my abs. A group of individuals began to laugh maliciously. Li Chunshan, surrounded and expressionless, gazed at them with her unglassed, youthful visage, pure yet alluring. Her voice was chilling, and her enchanting, watery eyes captivated all who beheld her. The artwork is complete. Now, the payment. The group grew increasingly restless, their desire palpable. What a stunning little girl. Who could possibly resist? Cooing, the instigator, smirked wickedly. You're so cruel, Cooing. Look. You've made the lovely maiden cry. Cooing stroked his chin with a lewd grin. I revel in her tears. The more she cries, the more exhilarated I become. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Li Chunshan. Little sister, your tears wound my heart. Come, let me wipe them away. Yet, before his hand could reach her face, it froze in midair. Before the bystanders could comprehend the situation, Cooing was suddenly hurled into the air, crashing to the ground like a rag doll. A series of sickening cracks echoed, accompanied by his agonizing screams, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. The onlookers snapped back to reality, witnessing Cooing sprawled on the ground, his limbs dislocated and lifeless. Fear gripped them, causing them to step back in unison. Gu Sun looked down at Cooing with a deceptively benign smile. I too delight in witnessing your tears, particularly those of despair. Cooing, unable to move, glared with bloodshot eyes, cursing. How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? With a swift motion, Gu Sun dislocated Cooing's jaw. Earlier, he had glimpsed Cooing's basic information but lacked the inclination to scrutinize it further. His sole desire was to incapacitate him. Now it's quiet. Look at you. Your tears reveal no joy. Is the pain too much? Have I been too harsh? Just wait. I will restore you. A series of cracks resonated as, in less than a minute, Gu Sun repositioned Cooing's joints. The excruciating pain nearly overwhelmed him. As Cooing felt his limbs regain mobility, he attempted to rise and retaliate. Yet, Gu Sun struck again with blinding speed, dislocating him once more. Cooing's eyes rolled back in agony, his face smeared with drool, tears, and snot. His pants became soiled. The others, witnessing this, dared not approach. One pointed at Gu Sun, shouting, You're in serious trouble. Do you know who Cooing is? Gu Sun turned to him with a smile, causing the man to immediately fall silent. In that moment, it became evident that this audacious individual was the true tyrant. In front of the gathered crowd, Gu Sun methodically dislocated and then repositioned Cooing's joints until the latter was driven to the brink of emotional collapse, truly crying out for his parents. Li Chunshan crouched down, displaying her mobile payment code. Please make the payment. Cooing, devoid of strength even to curse, had one of his subordinates assist him in scanning the code to complete the transaction, after which they fled in disarray. Turning to Gu Sun, Li Chunshan observed him standing tall, effortlessly handsome, with arms wide open. In a moment of heroic rescue, how could Yi not immediately leap into his embrace, showering him with affection and kisses? Brother Gu, you've scared away my potential clients. Li Chunshan frowned, just as she was engrossed in her artwork. A crowd had gathered around her, eagerly waiting. She had calculated that she could earn several hundred, but now, Gu Sun, in a fit of anger, pinched her delicate little face. The beautiful scene of ripples she had crafted was utterly shattered by her words. leaving him devoid of any benefits from his perfect display of sophistication. Thus, with a mischievous glint, he proclaimed, "Ineen, the game is over." Li Qinshan was momentarily stunned. Over. It dawned on her suddenly. Gu Sun had not specified an end time when the game commenced. Brother Gu is being unfair. She huffed, resembling a pufferfish in her indignation. Yet, refusing to concede defeat, she opened her WeChat ledger to showcase her balance. "I earned 260. Let me see yours." At that moment, she felt confident she would not lose. However, upon witnessing Gu San's earnings of 1,300, her spirit deflated entirely. "Brother Gu, you are so impressive," she praised softly, her large eyes brimming with disappointment. Why was she unable to retaliate or earn? Her intellect had taken a significant blow. She had once been quite adept. Leaning in closely, Gu San's lips nearly brushed against Li Qinshan's ear. "Ineen, 3 times. First, I want you to change every instance of crying to I want more." Li Qinshan, biting her lip and on the verge of tears from the teasing, nodded earnestly. "All right." Gu Sen's heart raced with youthful excitement, and he raised his hand to ruffle her hair. Just as he was about to lean in for a kiss, Louis, having gathered his belongings, approached briskly. "Gu San," he called, confusion etched on his face. "The person you just played against, I know him. His family is not to be trifled with. You should leave quickly," along with he glanced at Li Qinshan, uncertain of their relationship. "You both should make your exit before you're cornered." Gu Sun smiled gratefully. Louis did not linger, quickly departing on his electric tricycle. Finally, Gu Sun leaned in to kiss Li Qinshan's waist. At that moment, her basic information appeared before him. Behind her shared experiences was a document, marked with a staggering price of 463,000. Gu San's lips twitched. He couldn't shake the feeling that after upgrading his analytical skills, the system was creatively attempting to extract money from him. He intended to unlock the document later that evening. But then he caught sight of the price attached to Li Qinshan's future treasure chest, over 90 billion. "What on earth?" he exclaimed, utterly astonished. Even though he currently possesses several companies, including Donghai Bank, and has packaged and sold off all his assets, he remains unable to unlock Li Qinshan's future treasure chest. "System, reveal yourself. What on earth is happening?" Gu Sun fumed. His intention was not to pry, but rather the exorbitant price left him not only astonished, but also somewhat irritable, feeling as though he were being toyed with. "Host, the pricing of the future treasure chest has been determined through extensive data analysis by the system. It is entirely fair and just." Gu Sun was at a loss for words. Did a higher price signify greater achievements? If that were the case, wouldn't his beloved Ineen be destined for greatness? That is not entirely accurate. While a higher price does reflect greater accomplishments, it simultaneously warns of increased uncertainties. Gu San's expression darkened instantly. Uncertainties? Did that imply danger? Was there a way to avoid it? The current level of the system cannot provide a specific analysis. Please, host, earnestly engage in tasks and accumulate wealth. Gu San felt an overwhelming urge to extract this seemingly cold and mechanical entity from his mind and give it a sound thrashing. "Brother Gu San, what is the second matter?" Li Qinshan tugged at Gu San's arm, her expression dazed. Gu San snapped back to reality, gazing down at the soft, delicate figure beside him, his eyes quickly transforming into a steadfast gentleness. He refused to believe it. As a wealthy individual endowed with a system, could he not protect a fragile being? Whoever dared to challenge him would meet their demise. "Once I recall, I'll tell Ineen. How about we go get some sweet grass jelly and steamed pork?" Li Qinshan's eyes sparkled, and she tiptoed to plant a kiss on Gu San's cheek. "Brother Gu San, you're so wonderful. From now on, all the money I earn will be yours." She remembered his earlier lament about lacking funds and promptly emptied her balance. Gu San watched the sum being transferred. His heart warmed yet pained. He enveloped her small hand with his large one and continued their leisurely stroll. They had scarcely taken a few steps when Zhao Heng's call came through. "Mr. Gu, everything has been taken care of. Where are you now? Do you need a vehicle?" Indeed, Gu's son required transportation, so he sent Zhao Heng his location. Upon checking the distance, he realized it would take Zhao Heng at least 40 minutes to arrive. Gu Sun hung up and resumed his outing with Li Chunqing. Li Chunqing showed little interest in the typical trinkets that fascinated most girls. Gu Sun intended to take her to a bookstore, only to discover that this bustling street was devoid of any legitimate bookstores, yet boasted a stall selling goods by weight. He marveled at the prevalence of street vendor culture today. Li Chunqing was unperturbed by her surroundings, enthusiastically sifting through books beneath the glow of several large lights. Her long hair occasionally fell into her face, becoming a slight hindrance. Gu-sun glanced at the stall across from them, spent 5 yuan on a hair tie, and clumsily fashioned a ponytail for Li Chenqing. She tilted her head and smiled at him. Brother Gu-sun can style hair? Gu-sun was taken aback, reminiscing about his childhood under the influence of his older sister, who was 6 years his senior. The little dress, the tiny braids, the delicate ring, and the petite bag. These are the scenes of utmost embarrassment that must never be revealed to my precious little bean sprout. Ah, it is quite simple. He speaks with the utmost seriousness, spouting nonsense. Li Chuncheng raises her hand to touch her braids. Does Brother Gusin prefer Yin with long hair? Without hesitation. Gusin nods. Very much so. Li Chuncheng's hair is extraordinarily fine, dark and lustrous, and feels incredibly soft to the touch. Moreover, every time her long hair dances in the air with his movements, it is truly breathtaking. She dismisses the thought of cutting it short again. Mother had once said that girls should keep their hair long for the boys they fancy. Since Brother Gusun likes it, she shall keep it. Will Brother Gusun braid my hair in the future? Gusun wonders why he needs to buy hair ties, why he should braid it, and why it should be so simple. He gazes at the crooked braids atop Li Chenqing's head and nods with great difficulty. A man must never say no. No matter the circumstance. Even if he genuinely cannot, there is always the internet. There is no need to be timid. Chapter 74. The strange relationship. Just as Gu-sun was about to take the books chosen by Li Chuncheng to the cashier, a dozen individuals wielding iron rods charged towards them. Chi Kuan sat in a wheelchair. He was not disabled. He was simply in excruciating pain, though he appeared somewhat shorter. His aura was formidable. The men broke my legs, and the women took me away. Li Chuncheng peeked from behind. Gu Senator, you've paid, and I've permitted you to take my picture. If you wish to settle scores later, that would be unreasonable. If you are unreasonable, I shall make you pay. Chi Kuan laughed heartily. You little brat, once I deal with him, I will use my special whip until you beg for mercy. Li Chuncheng glanced around, unable to spot a whip on him, only to have Gu-sun cover her wide eyes. Be good, sit on a small stool and read. It will be over soon. Li Chuncheng pondered for a moment and advised, if you can't handle it, remember to call me. Gu-sun chuckled softly. His little bean sprout was utterly oblivious to his combat prowess. It seems that restraining himself out of concern for her safety was a mistake. He must find an opportunity to let her truly experience the formidable strength that the system had bestowed upon him. Li Chuncheng obediently sat down and genuinely began to read. The sight of her with the crooked braids was both adorable and endearing, yet her small face remained cold and expressionless, giving her an air of naivete. Gu-sun turned away, the tenderness in his gaze vanishing, his handsome face breaking into a smile, causing Chi Kuan to shudder in fear. Let us go all out. If we end up in trouble, I shall take responsibility. Gu-sun once again allowed Chi Kuan to hear the familiar crack. He did not harm anyone nor spill blood. He merely dislocated limbs and jaws, rendering his opponents incapable of screaming. Soon, the company personnel lay sprawled on the ground. Gu-sun, smiling, leaned on the wheelchair. Kuan Xiao, shall we continue playing? Chi Kuan had never encountered such a disregard for martial ethics. Gu-sun was poised to treat Chi Kuan to a lavish feast when he suddenly heard a similar cracking sound emanating from behind him. However, it was not the sound of dislocated joints, but rather that of assembly. Cries of agony and curses began to resonate as someone turned to charge at Li Chuncheng, intending to capture the woman before having their way with Gu Senator. Little did he know, before his hand could even reach her, a small stool came crashing down upon him. The cacophony of chaos lasted a minute, leaving him in utter disbelief. Chi Kuan gulped nervously, suddenly relieved that he hadn't truly abducted the little girl. Had his pants been torn off and he been assaulted, he would have surely been finished. All the large arms were now reattached. Gu-sun had also returned to Li Chuncheng's side, with danger receding. Chi Kuan looked at the middle-aged man emerging from the throng of large hands, immediately feeling aggrieved. Fifth uncle, this scoundrel is bullying me. You must deal with him. Xiao Wu, exuding an air of profound seriousness, cast a hawkish gaze over Gu Senator. Young man, though you are not large, your strikes are quite ruthless. Gu-sun maintained a nonchalant demeanor. The setting is inappropriate. Thus, I had no choice but to act as such. Xiao Wu scoffed coldly. If the situation were more fitting, would you truly seek to kill them? Gu-sun replied with a derisive smile. I am not legally ignorant. It is hardly worth it to kill a few worthless trash. However, If you dislocate too many joints, one might question your ability to care for yourself in the future. Qiu Wu's eyes suddenly narrowed. You are right. It is indeed not worth shedding blood over a piece of refuse. I shall not make things difficult for you. Just come over, bow to my young master an apology, and personally present the young lady beside you, and I shall spare your life. Li Qinshin tightened her grip on the stool, her beautiful eyes narrowing with a dangerous glint as she prepared to charge forward. Gu Sun raised a hand to stop her, his gaze still smiling as he looked at Qiu Wu. You can spare my life, and I thank you for your ancestors, but regrettably, I have no intention of sparing you. Qiu Wu's face turned a shade of green with anger. Unappreciative, then do not blame me for using my strength against you. He stepped forward, unleashing a fierce gust of wind as he swung his fist at Gu Sun, only to be abruptly kicked away mid-strike. Off balance. He stumbled several steps before turning in astonishment to see Zhao Heng. Gu Sun too was taken aback. The two were acquainted? He envisioned a dramatic scene of long-standing enemies meeting with intense animosity. Qiu Wu, how dare you harm my boss? Do you wish to see me dead? Qiu Wu retorted. How was I to know he was your boss? After cursing, Zhao Heng turned to Gu Senator. Mr. Gu, allow me to have a word with him. Gu Sun had initially anticipated a fierce confrontation, but now saw it was unnecessary. Go ahead. Be gentle. Do not kill him. That would be troublesome. Zhao Heng and Qiu Wu were a bunch of unyielding beings, yet he knew full well he could not match them in combat. Just moments ago, the seemingly invincible Qiu Wu was taken away by Zhao Heng, who had his arm draped around his shoulders. Gu Sun smiled brightly and tilted his head towards Qi Kuan. Shall we continue, my friend? Qi Kuan cursed inwardly, abandoning his wheelchair and sprinting away, shouting as he did so, You wait here. I'll go gather more people. The others exchanged glances, still feeling the residual pain in their joints. Suddenly, Li Qinshin dropped a small stool onto the ground with a sharp clap. The individual who had been beaten and was questioning his existence immediately fell to his knees. I yield. I was wrong. I deserve this. I will return home and reflect on my errors. After hastily uttering these words, he scrambled to his feet and fled. The others were astonished. Is this really possible? It indeed seemed to be the case. With the initial example set, the rest proceeded with surprising ease. A chorus of kneeling followed, and then they fled like startled birds. Li Qinshin's hand gripped the long iron rod that supported the books. The stool was too small and short, making it cumbersome to wield. Faced with so many opponents, a longer weapon would be more effective. But why had they run? Gu Sun noticed her dazed grip on the iron rod, ready to swing it. And he couldn't help but chuckle. Inin is a fierce little tiger. Look at how terrified they are. Li Qinshan released her grip and raised her hand in front of Gu Senator. It's dirty. Her delicate palm was smeared with dust and rust, indeed soiled. Gu Sun found the situation both amusing and endearing. He quickly retrieved a wet wipe to clean her hands. Just as he finished, Zhao Heng returned, looking invigorated, which sparked a sense of doubt in Gu Senator. It seemed Zhao Heng hadn't gone to fight, but rather engaged in some ineffable emotional exchange. It hadn't been a straightforward brawl, but rather a refreshing encounter. Zhao Heng appeared pleased, while Gu Sun felt a pang of anxiety. Why did he sense something was off about him? What happened? Gu Sun managed to ask. Zhao Heng assumed Gu Sun was worried he had harmed someone and waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. He left feeling quite satisfied. Gu Sun thought to himself. Shouldn't he consider hiring a different bodyguard? Then Zhao Heng added, By the way, Mr. Gu, Qiu Wu warned me before he left that the Qi family is protective. So be cautious. It was evident that genuine feelings could lead to swift betrayal. Gu Sun felt a pang of sorrow. However, if they were protective, then he too would be vigilant. Chapter 75. The schemes of the dog system. Just as the scene settled, a flurry of cameras suddenly surged forth from nowhere. Hello, handsome. I'm Xiaokai, a streamer from Huyao Live. Your skills were astonishing. Are you truly the rumored descendant of ancient martial arts? Yes, indeed. Please share with us about the world of ancient martial arts. Can you walk on water? Can you strike a cow from across the mountain? By the way, do you possess inner strength? A crowd of admirers seemed eager to devour Gu Senator. Gu Sun tightly embraced the tender bean sprouts in his arms. Jokingly, he remarked that with such a crowd, a stampede could occur at any moment. With the diminutive stature of his bean sprouts, he was undoubtedly at the forefront of danger. Zhao Heng valiantly positioned himself in front, yet the throng continued to swell. Gu Sun felt overwhelmed. At that moment, a sudden chime resonated in his mind. Detected a sign-in location. Would you like to sign in? Gu Sun surveyed the surrounding figures, a terrifying array of shapes and sizes, and instinctively clutched the soft, fragrant bean sprouts closer. Damn it. Should I sign in or not? What if the reward is a horde of women? Wouldn't I end up having to manage an entire ocean of them? Yet, his only desire was to explore the pathway of the bean sprouts. System host. You're overthinking it. Stop dawdling and make your selection. What on earth? Why the sudden aggression? Is an unexpected visitor arriving? The mechanical, emotionless tone that conveyed irritation was startlingly discordant. Gusun resolved to take a chance, if all else failed. His beloved bean sprouts would surely lead him through a sea of beauty. Sign in. Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in. Rewards: 60 equity in Tiger Tooth technology, 10 points of mental strength, and a lottery draw. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? To his dismay, there were no beauties among the rewards. A decisive thumbs up. Lottery. Thank you for your patronage. Damn it, can't you give me another chance? I could win something worth your demise. However, what exactly was mental strength? Why did he feel absolutely no reaction? The current situation was hardly conducive to contemplation. Gusun, with one hand cradling Li Qinshan, raised his other hand high. Everyone, step back. I'm about to showcase my prowess. The crowd retreated a couple of steps, yet Zhao Heng remained dumbfounded in place. Suddenly, under Zhao Heng's astonished gaze, Gusun bowed deeply. Master, it seems your abilities can no longer be concealed. Just now, I intentionally performed the bone-splitting technique, hoping you would take on more disciples and promote our ancient martial arts school. Everyone, why not hasten to pay your respects to the master? He nudged Zhao Heng at the opportune moment, and as all eyes were drawn to him, he seized the chance to escape with the bean sprouts. Zhao Heng and the crowd exclaimed in unison, "Ah, I want to be your disciple." Someone shouted, and the masses surged forward. Tiger Tooth's live stream erupted with several trending videos. An ancient martial arts heir appears on the 3-mile road, mastering the bone-splitting technique with remarkable skill. The ancient martial arts school opens its doors, and the standards for disciples are fearfully high. The bone-splitting technique manual, not 9,800, not 998. Come to my live stream for just 199, delivered to your doorstep. As Zhao Heng was nearly torn apart by the crowd, Gusun leisurely bought Li Qinshan a warm milk treasure, watching her eat with sweetness and gentleness. Brother Gusun, do you think there really are ancient martial arts schools in this world? Gusun was in the process of messaging Zhao Heng to purchase the stack of books Li Qinshan had selected. Upon hearing this, he chuckled casually. It is hard to say. It might genuinely exist, but it bears little relevance to us. However, a glimmer of yearning flickered in Li Qinshan's eyes. How wonderful it would be if I could become an unparalleled master. In the future, as a diplomat, if anyone dares to chatter nonsensically, I would simply obliterate them. Gusun nearly burst into laughter. Inin, are you certain you're going to negotiate rather than incite chaos? In diplomatic relations, one does not harm envoys. That is the rule. Li Qinshan, taking a bite of cream, earnestly explained, if I don't manage to kill them, it doesn't count as harming. Gusun found her reasoning surprisingly compelling. After Li Qinshan finished an entire hot milk treasure, Zhao Heng approached, cradling a stack of books, casting a mournful glance at Gu Senior. Gusun felt a bit uneasy but caught sight of the lipstick marks on Zhao Heng's face and neck, which made him unable to contain his amusement. The springtime of a lifelong bachelor is remarkably vibrant. Gusun played with Li Qinshan until past 9 before they hopped into the car to return to Dilongting. The new Kuliman? Quite impressive, spacious, and durable. Gusun was very pleased with Zhao Heng's new vehicle. Zhao Heng, a car enthusiast, had also somewhat deciphered Gusun's temperament. As long as he did not cross his bottom line, this boss could certainly be treated as a brother. The two engaged in animated conversation about cars, while Li Qinshan, feeling drowsy, had already nestled in Gusun's embrace, fast asleep. Upon returning to Dilongting, Gusun skillfully helped Li Qinshan with her nightly routine before wrapping her in his arms and opening his laptop. Having just acquired Tiger Tooth technology, he needed to thoroughly understand the specifics, as well as begin preparations regarding the Qi family affairs. After perusing materials for over 2 hours, Gusun suddenly realized he felt utterly unexhausted, his mind neither foggy nor swollen. Could this be the effect of mental fortitude? His thoughts became clearer, and both his memory and analytical capabilities were significantly enhanced. The details regarding the Qi family were already etched in his mind. Gusun closed his laptop and meditated for a moment. He had a general direction in mind. Although not fatigued, he still held Li Qinshan close and prepared to sleep. 10 minutes, half an hour. Damn it, Sleep eluded him. This was immensely frustrating. Was he destined to be deprived of sleep henceforth? This wretched system must think he wasn't utilizing his daytime hours sufficiently, wanting him to work around the clock. What a ridiculous notion. Gu-sun initially considered rousing Li Chunshin for some exercise, but seeing her sleeping so adorably, he couldn't bring himself to disturb her. Instead, he got up, changed his clothes, and went for a night run. The scenery within Dilong Ting was somewhat lacking, yet outside was quite splendid. The mountains stretched endlessly, the air was fresh, imbued with the scent of pine amidst the humidity. As he ran, he felt invigorated, just as he was about to return and collapse into sleep when suddenly a commotion arose from the forest. Gu-sun halted in an instant, a thrill of curiosity coursing through him. In the dark of night, amidst the shadowy woods, one certainly ought to embrace a bit of wildness. Yet, something about that sound seemed amiss. Was it a blend of pain and pleasure? Help! In the crevice of the tree fork, a trembling hand reached out. The scene resembled that of midnight, where one finds themselves alone before a computer, watching a horror film. The image caused goosebumps to rise all over Gu-sun's body, compelling him to flee. The hand grasped the tree branch and crawled forward with great effort, followed by the emergence of a large head. The moment flashed by, and the beads of sweat glistening on the head sparkled under the moonlight. Ah, it sweats. It seems to be a living person. Gu-sun halted his steps, squatted in front of the large head, and stared intently. Have you come to the mountaintop to transcend? The head stiffened momentarily before erupting in rage. I am here to observe the stars. Do you understand? Gu-sun stood up and prepared to leave. Take your time. Hey, come back. I sprained my ankle. You need to carry me down the mountain. Chapter 76. The peculiar old man Gu-sun was at a loss for words. This old man had come to the mountain in the dead of night to stargaze. Were it not for Gu-sun's boldness, he might have thought he encountered a ghost. Throughout the descent, the old man incessantly chattered, seemingly intent on redeeming his image after the earlier embarrassment. One cannot entirely blame him. A once-in-a-century meteor shower would inspire even the most ardent astronomy enthusiast to venture out, regardless of the hour. However, Gu-sun paid him no heed, still caught in a state of astonishment. His enhanced analytical vision had upgraded, allowing him to interpret others' basic information upon contact, and he could spend to unlock treasures of the past and future. Yet, at this moment, the blue screen before him exhibited something different. The documents he had previously unlocked remained unchanged, but behind the future marker appeared a continuous chain of tasks. He could unlock them sequentially to eventually access the final treasure chest. Each task represented a different monetary value, some even shrouded in mystery. He was uncertain if this applied solely to the old man or to all individuals. A sudden urge to return and test this with Do Yao Kai surged within him. If he could unlock in tears, perhaps he could circumvent any variables. His spirits inexplicably lifted. He hastened his pace, the wind whipping the old man's beard and hair into disarray. As he descended, he did not inquire about the old man's residence. It was late, and he had no time to escort anyone. With so many rooms in the villa complex, even 10 old men could find accommodation. He headed straight for the Dilong Ting, but just as he approached the gate, unfriendly grunts echoed from behind him. Fearing he might inadvertently harm the old man, he slowed down and casually remarked, "If you feel nauseous, do let me know. This garment is rather expensive." The old man grunted again. "Young fellow, are you stalking me? Waiting for me to tumble down the mountain into your hands? I never mentioned where I live, yet you brought me straight to Dilong Ting. You've revealed yourself. Haven to you?" Gu-sun nearly tossed him aside in exasperation. Contemplating the perennial debate of whether to assist or refrain, he ultimately resolved to remain silent. At that moment, the security guard at the entrance spotted the two and promptly approached them with courtesy. "Mr. Huang, what seems to be the matter?" "Mr. Gu, do you require assistance?" "Yes." Both voices echoed simultaneously. Yet, Mr. Huang clung tightly to Gu-sun's neck and inquired of the guard, "Is he also a resident here?" "Mr. Huang, you may not be aware, but Mr. Gu has just acquired the last row of interconnected villas, a significant owner indeed." Gu-sun felt as if his neck were being choked. He seized the guard's arm, intending to throw him aside. However, Mr. Huang stubbornly held on, refusing to let go. "Xiao Wang, as a security officer, you must maintain your post. How can you leave your station? I do not require your escort. This young man will suffice." "Villa no. 6, thank you." Gu-sun thought, what on earth? Is this old man unwell? Just moments ago, he had suspected ulterior motives, yet now he was being sent off. Could it be senility, where one forgets what was just said. Never mind. The sooner he was dispatched, the better. Villa number 6 was centrally located within the estate, making it easy to find. As Gusun turned the corner with Mr. Huang on his back, a flurry of people rushed out from inside. Bodyguards and servants swarmed around him, led by a striking woman clad in a black silk nightgown. Gusun couldn't help but marvel at the old man. Despite his age, he had managed to marry a young beauty. "Grandfather, what has happened to you?" Huang Yingying hurried over, taking Mr. Huang's pulse, a wave of floral fragrance enveloping Gu Sr. He nearly kicked her away, feeling uncomfortable, especially since none of the surrounding people offered assistance, treating him as if he were a fool. "What are you all standing around for? Help him." By this time, Huang Yingying had already released her hold, directing the bodyguards to assist while apologizing. "I sincerely apologize. May I ask where you found my grandfather?" "On the mountaintop. He was observing the stars and rolled down, getting stuck in a tree branch. It was quite unfortunate." Gu Sen's words nearly caused Mr. Huang to choke with rage. His dignity had been painstakingly preserved, only to be completely undermined. Huang Yingying's face turned frosty with anger. "Grandfather, I told you not to go out to watch the meteor shower tonight. Are you not aware of your own age?" Mr. Huang pursed his lips. Casting a reluctant glare at Senator Gu Sun rolled his eyes in response and turned to leave. Huang Yingying quickly followed a few steps. "Sir, you saved my grandfather. Please feel free to state any reward you desire." Gu Sun waved his hand dismissively, continuing on without pause. Huang Yingying could not catch up, watching helplessly as he vanished from sight. With a sigh, she turned back to her grandfather, a look of exasperation on her face. "Grandfather, although you have stepped back, your connections in the capital run deep. Many who approach you do so with impure intentions. Could you not take care of yourself? Your younger sister has arranged for you to stay in the villa she constructed herself, precisely to shield you from disturbances. You can simply instruct the guard at the entrance to escort you here. Any form of gratitude you wish to express is entirely at your discretion. And there is no need to bring anything back. The family physician is currently attending to the sprained ankle of Elder Huang, having tidied his beard and regained his former dignity. Please investigate this young man. I require all pertinent information." Huang Yingying furrowed her brow. "Grandfather, what are you planning to do? I find him quite intriguing." Elder Huang mused while stroking his beard, his expression inscrutable. Huang Yingying rolled her eyes. Who would have imagined that the former chief commander of the special forces would now resemble an old rascal, unable to descend from the branches after rolling down the mountain? "Very well, I shall look into it. You should settle down and get some rest," she replied, her head throbbing as she twisted her brow. Elder Huang nodded in satisfaction, but then suddenly inquired, "By the way, is the physics competition organized by your second uncle taking place tomorrow? Are you planning to attend?" Huang Yingying was not particularly surprised. Aside from his interest in astronomy, the old gentleman was also fascinated by physical apparatus. "No need to notify your second uncle. I shall simply attend as an observer. If any talent emerges, we can send them to the Special Forces Research Institute for further training." He had dedicated his life to serving the nation, and even in retirement, his original intentions remained unchanged. Gusin quickly returned to his villa, only to be met with a sudden punch as he entered. Reacting swiftly, he evaded the blow while simultaneously launching a counterattack with a kick, prepared to teach a lesson to the audacious intruder who dared to trespass into his home. However, he was met with Zhao Heng's bewildered expression. Gu Sun hastily withdrew his hand. "Can you see clearly before striking? Be cautious. If you injure me, no one will pay your salary." He waved his hand in exasperation, ignoring Zhao Heng as he hurried into the main villa. Zhao Heng, still in shock, was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Generally, he held back, knowing the significant disparity between ordinary individuals and their kind, causing serious harm could lead to complications. Yet, in that moment of urgency, he had unleashed a punch at about 70% of his strength, and yet his foolish boss had managed to evade it and counterattack in such a brief interval. Moreover, the force of that kick had left his arm still tingling. Chapter 77. Even the fool must play along. Gu Sin stealthily climbed into bed after taking a shower, first warming the quilt for a while before pulling Li Chuncheng into his embrace. The blue screen illuminated once more, revealing that Li Chuncheng's future treasure chest still displayed over 90 trillion, showing no signs of change. Gu San felt a surge of frustration. "System, please commence your explanation." The host's mental strength has broken through zero, establishing a closer connection with the system, and the understanding of big data will gradually improve. Currently, You can control lower-level variables. Gusen understood. Elder Huang was aging, but the variables that could occur were not many nor significant, allowing him to clearly perceive the entirety of his future chain. In contrast, the intricacies of Li Qingqing's future were evidently beyond his current level of comprehension. Gusen's anxiety deepened. Yet he was acutely aware that there was nothing he could do at present. As he attempted to calm his tumultuous thoughts, he suddenly realized a pressing concern. What does it mean that his mental strength has broken through zero? Was it previously a negative value? It evokes a peculiar sadness, akin to being pointed at and called a fool, with no means of rebuttal. Fortunately, after some tumult, he finally drifted into slumber. The next morning, Gusen surprisingly awakened even before Li Qingqing. He harbored serious doubts that the mental strength of the little bean sprout might also be a negative value. Observing her sleeping innocently, he couldn't resist the urge to pinch her cheek and, feeling somewhat enchanted, pressed a gentle kiss to her lips. Li Qingqing, still in a drowsy haze, let out a few discontented murmurs, attempting to push Gusen away. Yet, the gradually resurfacing memories reminded her of the promise she had made. She was a person of her word. A loss was a loss. She couldn't be cowardly or resort to dishonest tactics, and thus, feeling somewhat aggrieved, she wrapped her arms around Gusen's neck. "Brother Gusen," she said, and with her own little bean sprout expressing such sentiments, how could he not take action? At 9 o'clock, in front of the headquarters of Jinghao Hotel, the impressive Cullinan came to a smooth halt. Zhao Heng respectfully opened the rear door, standing rigidly with a dark, imposing expression that radiated authority. Ouyang, accompanied by a cadre of senior executives, awaited outside, all eyes fixed in anticipation of the new boss's arrival. Gusen, clad in a sleek black suit, stepped out but did not acknowledge the crowd. Instead, he swiftly turned to glance into the car, his expression tinged with caution. Ouyang raised his hand, and just as everyone prepared to applaud and welcome, Zhao Heng suddenly made a silencing gesture. The formidable aura of intimidation rendered everyone perplexed. Their hands were suspended mid-applause, as if time itself had been abruptly halted. What was happening? Questions raced through their minds, and all eyes instinctively turned towards Gusen, holding their breaths in suspense. At that moment, Gusen leaned into the car and gently lifted the drowsy Li Qingqing into his arms, his voice low and tender. "Be good, sleep." The slight furrow in her brow relaxed at his words. With a sense of ease, Gusen nodded slightly at Ouyang, signaling him to lead the way. Ouyang's mind buzzed with confusion, mechanically gesturing for them to proceed, his smile nearly frozen in place. In truth, he was somewhat at ease, having met Li Qingqing the day prior. However, the others were far less composed. What was the meaning of this? Was he starting his tenure while cradling a young wife? Was he indeed the legendary pampering husband? Zhao Heng, observing the utterly dazed expressions of the crowd, maintained a serious demeanor as he explained. "My young lady hasn't fully awakened yet. The boss is concerned about leaving her alone in the villa. Please, everyone, try to remain quiet." As Zhao Heng straightened his back and followed inside, his mind was on the verge of conjuring a second personality. What on earth was going on? He truly was a special forces operative, the kind of person whose reputation sounded almost fantastical when recounted by ordinary folk. Although he has retired, why does he choose to follow this eccentric boss, enacting the cliché drama of a domineering CEO and his delicate wife? The absurdity of the plot, the unpredictable manner of entrance, and the excruciatingly embarrassing dialogue. Why does he embrace it with such delight? He is a stoic bodyguard, incapable of laughter unless he cannot restrain himself. In an effort to maintain his composure, he struggles to divert his gaze from Goose Senator. As long as he averts his eyes, laughter will remain at bay. Yet, upon turning his head, he is met with a cadre of executives sporting expressions of distress. Goodness, he can no longer contain himself. Ha ha ha, finally, someone else is enduring the torment of this foolish boss alongside him. Zhao Heng. Suddenly, a sinister voice interrupts. Zhao Heng snaps back to reality, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably from stifled laughter. "Are you laughing at me?" "No, absolutely not." Zhao Heng nearly swore an oath. Gusen was enveloped in a cloud of frustration. He knew this was rather foolish, yet what could he do? He had momentarily lost control, indulging a bit too much. On their way here, Li Qingqing had initially nestled in his arms reading, but soon enough, she had succumbed to slumber, adorably and sweetly. He could hardly rouse her. The folly he created must be endured, no matter how ridiculous it seemed. After all, the The books declare that a single glance from a domineering CEO can instill fear. Regardless of the posture, one must master the aura seamlessly. Fortunately, Gu-san had a dedicated office that had already been tidied. He gently laid her on the bed in the inner room, leaving a note before proceeding to the adjacent conference room. Zhao Heng wisely stationed himself at the office door, keeping watch. The morning meeting transitioned into a routine state, with Gu-san seated at the head, listening to the departmental summary reports while casually flipping through the documents sent by Secretary Ouyang. The occupancy rate at Jinghao Hotel had been commendable, yet recent complaints had surged. Previously, a well-known streamer from Huya had masqueraded as an ordinary guest to secretly film within the hotel, subsequently editing the footage maliciously for traffic, which had considerably tarnished the hotel's reputation. This individual was experienced, having concealed all identifying marks of Jinghao Hotel, rendering any legal action futile. Once all reports were concluded, Gu-san pointedly addressed the head of the Public Relations Department. Regarding the influencer's livestream incident, how do you intend to handle it? Mr. Gu, our department has truly exerted every effort. We have scrutinized that video countless times and found no flaws. We cannot take legal action against him. Gu-san offered a cold smile. Why do you think he seeks to defame Jinghao? The public relations head's expression reflected a hint of impatience. He had just explained this matter, and it was evident that the new boss had not paid it much heed. Indeed, how could someone who brought his wife to work truly dedicate himself to his job? The hotel's future, resting in such hands, appeared bleak. He sighed internally but proceeded to reiterate his explanation once more. I have already verified that the influencer has no connection with our competitors, and those hotels are indeed vigilant against such covert filming. Given that it has been established that the rival is not the perpetrator, one must wonder why he has chosen to target Jinghao. Gu-san's gaze had turned icy. The head of the Public Relations Department was momentarily speechless. Sensing that Gu-san was deliberately singling him out, his tone laced with indignation. An influencer, of course, seeks attention and traffic. What else could their motives be? Thus you, as the minister, are incapable of managing a mere clown, whom you disdain. Chapter 78. A display of grandeur. Gu-san's words rendered the room silent. The public relations minister's face turned pale. Most present were part of the team led by Ouyang. Witnessing this, he hastily sought to ease the tension. Does President Gu have a plan? Gu-san cast a casual glance at Ouyang, aware that this individual aimed to protect the public relations department. He did not intend to resort to drastic measures, yet authority must be established. If that person craves traffic, why not provide it? Have someone draft a dramatic reversal, using the hotel as a backdrop to shoot a series of microfilms, generating sustained interest. Do you think he would refuse? The final outcome could be a fade of criticism while secretly praising. Is that so difficult? The public relations minister was momentarily taken aback. At 40, he harbored a deep disdain for those influencers on Huya, who recklessly pursued traffic at the cost of their values. In all his reasoning, he had never considered the path of reverse traffic collaboration. Hearing Gu-san's words, he could not refute them, yet he still expressed his reluctance. President Gu, isn't your approach merely fostering the abominable behavior of these individuals? It is likely they will become even more outrageous in the future. Gu-san lightly tapped the table. Collaboration is the first step. Do you think the group's lawyers are inept? Can't they find evidence of counteraction within 3 episodes? At this, the crowd fell into complete silence. Ouyang looked at Gu-san in surprise, his expression of respect now genuinely earnest. The public relations minister lost his temper, his voice softening. President Gu, I will contact the other party immediately after the meeting. Gu-san fixed him with a gaze for a moment before tapping the table again. We are in the digital age. Do not confine yourself in your approach. The public relations minister nodded obediently, eager to learn. Yet, Gu-san shifted the conversation. However, I wholeheartedly agree with your concerns regarding the encouragement of unethical practices. I have already contacted the person in charge at Huya, offering them 2 options: to clarify the truth and apologize, or to withdraw from the scene forever. The public relations minister appeared dazed. We have also reached out to Huya. They too are driven by traffic. How could they possibly agree to such terms? The others wore expressions of confusion. Gu-san felt satisfied with his performance. I have just acquired Huya technology. As the behind-the-scenes owner, they are inclined to grant me this favor. The crowd was astounded. Is this the resolution to our dilemma? This is a decisive blow. This is extravagance beyond measure. Following such a boss, the prospects are undoubtedly boundless. However, they have also discerned a cautionary signal. Gu-sun did not directly reveal his identity as the new owner of Huya. Instead, he posed questions to address issues, subtly indicating to everyone that he was not merely a wealthy dilettante to be trifled with in future endeavors. Ouyang's astonishment surpassed that of the others. He had witnessed Gu-sun purchasing a temporary residence for over 10 billion, and now he was acquiring Huya. To his knowledge, only a handful of reclusive families possessed such financial might. He dared not ponder further, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his mind racing with the realization of his own insignificance. Gu-sun cast a glance at the reactions of those present, feeling a surge of confidence. This wave of profit-making subordinates seemed to pose no issue. He briefly outlined a few requirements, adjusted the principles of rewards and penalties, and then dismissed everyone. Ouyang respectfully escorted Gu-sun to his office, presenting him with the tickets for the charity gala. "Mr. Gu, do you truly wish to invest in Fenghuang Road? Do you believe I jest out of boredom?" Gu-sun replied, casually fiddling with the tickets, a congenial smile gracing his face. Ouyang, however, broke out in a cold sweat. "Mr. Gu, the project planning for Subway Line 8 has been in constant flux, and the specific proposal remains unconfirmed. Many are vying for this lucrative opportunity, yet it is also a gamble. Unless someone possesses the financial means to acquire the entire prospective area, it is simply unrealistic. I believe a more prudent investment approach would be advisable." Gu-sun nodded thoughtfully. "I am aware. In the hotel, you will continue as the executive president. I shall not intervene excessively. Submit a summary report monthly, and feel free to contact me in case of emergencies." "Understood, Mr. Gu." Ouyang promptly adjusted his address, his demeanor more reverent than before. As Gu-sun prepared to leave, he suddenly noticed several books on hotel management adorning Ouyang's bookshelf. Knowledge is never burdensome. "Take these books with you." Watching Gu-sun depart with a satisfied expression after emptying his bookshelf, Ouyang couldn't help but feel that the Gu-sun who had descended from the heights of the Kuli Nan was still the same cool and charismatic figure, which was oddly comforting. This abrupt transformation left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Returning to his office, Gu-sun found Li Chunshin still asleep. He began to reflect deeply on whether his visits had become too frequent. Yet, holding his beloved girl without any desire to act upon it would render him a mere eunuch. Ultimately, it was the allure of her presence that was irresistible. He could not be blamed for his primal instincts. However, mere indulgence without nourishment would not suffice, so Gu-sun quietly leaned against the bedside, searching for nearby culinary delights. It was no surprise that this was the most bustling commercial street. Even an ordinary small establishment had an average expenditure exceeding 1,000. Without hesitation, Gu-sun ordered the most expensive item on the menu. Li Chunshin awoke less than half an hour later, soft and cozy, snuggling into Gu-sun's embrace before springing back to life. Upon seeing the pile of books Gu-sun had brought, her joy multiplied as she playfully called out, "Brother Gu." The little figure was exceedingly alluring, stirring the shadows of Gu-sun's heart once more. Look, he was not a beast after all. At that moment, Li Chunshin's stomach let out a series of protestations, shattering the momentary tranquility of the room. "Hungry? Come, I shall take you to feast on meat." Gu-sun swept her into his embrace with a robust gesture, striding forward with confidence. Along the way, numerous individuals bowed and addressed him as President Gu, which felt strangely fitting. Zhao Heng stifled a laugh as he followed behind, courteously opening the car door, his mind occupied with some rather discordant thoughts. Gu-sun had reserved a table at a century-old roast duck establishment, reminiscent of a royal palace, adorned with winding paths, stone pavilions, and flowing water, truly a sight to behold. Li Chunshin gazed at a beautiful waitress for an extended period. Noticing her interest, Gu-sun glanced over as well, only to be met with the sight of two ample curves that threatened to burst from their confines. This was certainly not something his delicate bean sprout could compare to. Gu-sun understood. It appeared that under his diligent nurturing, the bean sprout's emotional intelligence had finally begun to awaken, allowing her to notice other women in comparison to herself. He believed he should provide her with ample security to prevent any feelings of inadequacy regarding her own physique, just as he prepared to lean down and tenderly assure her. "In my eyes, you are the most beautiful. No one can rival you." Li Chunshin leaned in simultaneously, her soft voice brushing against his ear. "Brother Gu-sun, her attire does not match the era of this building, and her hairstyle and hairpins are all wrong." Gu-sun nearly choked on the words he wished to utter but could not articulate. The dishes arrived swiftly, each one a delicate piece of artistry, equally scant in quantity. resembling exquisite creations meant for admiration rather than satiation. Goodness, even 10 tables would not suffice. How frustrating. Fortunately, the final serving of roast duck was a whole bird, accompanied by 8 treasure sticky rice and blood swallow porridge, barely enough to satiate their appetites. The manager eagerly presented a feedback card, hoping for a review from Gusun and Li Chunsheng regarding their dining experience. Li Chunsheng unhesitatingly accepted the pen and began to write extensively, causing the manager's smile to stiffen awkwardly. Brother Gusun, this paper is too small. It is insufficient. Gusun fought to suppress his laughter, waving his hand grandly, declaring, Manager, bring 10 of these. Chapter 79. A problem emerged. Gusun did not visit the Tiger Tooth platform, opting instead for a video call with the person in charge. It was impractical to completely cleanse the business model of this area. Profit could only be made with traffic. Gusun disliked it, yet did not wish to overly engage, merely instructing the manager to push a few positive videos to trending status daily. After their meal, the apology video from the Tiger Tooth internet celebrity had already gone viral. Gusun glanced at it casually before dismissing it entirely. Li Chunsheng, now well fed, resumed her previous position nestled in his embrace, engrossed in her book. Gusun adjusted his posture to make her more comfortable, while simultaneously instructing Zhao Hong to drive to Phoenix Road. As they passed a hotel, however, they unexpectedly spotted someone brandishing a Donghai University flag, engaged in a rather unpleasant negotiation at the entrance. Zhao Hong, pull over by the roadside. At this moment, Li Chunxin also caught sight of the East Sea University flag, causing her to sit up straight and lean against the car window, her large eyes narrowing slightly. Brother Gusun, it seems they are preparing to fight. Gusun affectionately ruffled her hair and led her out of the car. Let us first ascertain the situation. We must prioritize courtesy before conflict. Li Chunxin nodded in agreement. Based on her knowledge from the book, she surmised that courtesy might prove futile. To save time, a direct approach could be more effective. Zhao Hong cracked his knuckles while Li Chunxin's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Gusun suddenly felt himself appearing remarkably refined and gentle by comparison. As they approached, they overheard an angry inquiry. We reserved a room, so why are you denying us entry? The speaker was Hu Qiming. The surrounding voices chimed in, their chattering allowing Gusun to grasp the unfolding situation. Professor Zhao had arrived in the capital this morning with his team for the physics competition, intending to rest before the evening's event. However, they encountered an unexpected issue with their accommodation. Despite having made a reservation, the hotel claimed they had not received the order, and consequently, they were denied entry as the hotel was fully booked. Professor Zhao immediately instructed the others to contact nearby hotels, only to discover they were all at capacity. This hotel was the closest to the competition venue, and having flown in, the organizers had not provided them with a dedicated vehicle. A short walk to the venue was planned to avoid any mishaps due to the capital's notorious traffic. Everything had been meticulously arranged, yet they found themselves without a place to stay. Professor Zhao was in a state of distress, perspiration beading on his forehead. The hotel security had begun to forcibly remove them, and Hu Qiming and the others struggled to protect Professor Zhao, nearly toppling over in the process. Meanwhile, Gusun was contacting Ouyang to dispatch a vehicle. At that moment, another car pulled up outside the hotel, adorned with a banner for Capital University, clearly there for the competition as well. A group disembarked, each member strutting confidently toward the hotel. The leader, of a similar age to Professor Zhao, clearly recognized him and deliberately paused at the entrance to gloat. Isn't this Professor Zhao, a member of the National Institute of Physics? What brings you to be so unceremoniously ejected? Shin Chonglin, are you behind this? Professor Zhao had sensed something amiss. In such a vast area and large hotel, it was unfathomable for every room to be occupied. Even during peak tourist seasons, such a scenario seemed improbable. Indeed, they had been outmaneuvered. Shin Chonglin derisively replied, Zhao Kuo. 3 years ago, my promising student was studying abroad, allowing you to seize the opportunity. This time, do not expect to claim even half a prize. With a grand gesture, he led his entourage into the hotel. The hotel manager personally welcomed them while the security continued to shoo Professor Zhao and his group away like bothersome flies. The East Sea University flag lay discarded on the ground. Gusun had just finished his call. Although he harbored little fondness for Professor Zhao and even less for Hu Qiming, as a member of Donghai University, he could not help but feel a surge of indignation upon witnessing the scene unfold. He swiftly urged Li Chunxin to follow him as he bent down to retrieve the school flag. Zhao Heng had already dispatched the security guard, shielding Professor Zhao and the others. Upon seeing a formidable opponent, the hotel security immediately activated their walkie-talkies, summoning a dozen more personnel, all of whom eyed the situation menacingly. The manager approached, pointing at Gu Sun and his companions, sneering, "Country bumpkins, daring to cause a ruckus in the capital. Are you tired of living?" With a firm grip, Gu Sun lifted the Donghai University flag slightly. "Since you have branded us troublemakers, if we do not escalate the matter, it would only make us appear cowardly. When the police and reporters arrive, they can investigate why the hotel denied our booking. Zhao Heng, take action." "Understood." Zhao Heng cracked his joints and charged forward like a tiger descending a mountain, swiftly incapacitating the security personnel, who writhed in pain. Zhao Heng turned to Gu Sun with a grin. "Mr. Gu, my bone-breaking techniques are rather commendable, wouldn't you agree?" Gu Sun felt a wave of frustration. How could a perfectly decent veteran soldier become so reckless in just a few days under his watch? The hotel manager, trembling, fumbled for his phone to call the police. Though Professor Zhao was infuriated, he recognized that they were not in Donghai. Fearing the repercussions that could jeopardize their competition eligibility, he shouted, "Gu Sun, stop this madness. This competition is crucial for your seniors. Do not let a trivial matter ruin everything. Apologize at once." Hua Qiming hastily chimed in, "Gu Sun, you must refrain from acting impulsively. We represent Donghai University here to bring honor, not disgrace. Indeed, we have waited long for this competition. We cannot afford to jeopardize our chances over such trivialities. The Special Zone Research Institute is a place I have long aspired to join. Professor Zhao, let us leave promptly." Everyone appeared to be adopting a posture of retreat, which only fueled Gu Sun's inner turmoil. Did he truly cause the trouble? Observing the situation, the hotel manager became emboldened. "You all kneel and apologize to me. Otherwise, none of you shall leave today." Professor Zhao, in a panic, rebuked Gu Sun again. "One must take responsibility for their actions. Go apologize at once." Hua Qiming stepped forward, snatching the flag from Gu Sun's grasp, his eyes glinting with warning. "Gu Sun, you previously rejected Professor Zhao's invitation for your girlfriend to participate. Now that you realize this competition is for selecting talent for the Special Zone Research Institute, you regret your decision and follow us, hoping to seize an opportunity? Let me tell you, your girlfriend has no chance now." He then turned to the manager, asserting, "We do not know him." Everyone sided with Hua Qiming. Li Chunxuan, her sleeves rolled up, was ready to strike. Gu Sun, on the verge of laughter from sheer exasperation, restrained the fuming Li Chunxuan, casting a cold glance at the crowd. As the old saying goes, those who evoke pity often possess qualities that incite disdain. This bunch of scoundrels should not have meddled in affairs that did not concern them. Gesturing for Li Chunxuan to wait in place, Gu Sun strode directly towards the hotel manager and, without warning, delivered a swift kick to his knee. The manager, taken aback by the sudden pain, collapsed to the ground. Gu Sun squatted before him, extracted his phone, and infiltrated the hotel's system, retrieving the order information for Donghai Hotel. "Tell me, if I were to hand these details over to a popular streamer from Huya, crafting a serialized narrative and producing several episodes, do you think you could still maintain your position as manager?" The manager was utterly baffled by how Gu Sun had obtained the information, especially since he had already deleted it. Should this incident come to light, the hotel's reputation would undoubtedly suffer, and his boss would not hesitate to terminate him. If a hotel as substantial as Jinghao could not withstand the slander from an influencer, how could they? It's possible that our system encountered a glitch. There's no need to escalate this matter, is there? The manager suggested, feigning innocence as Gu Sun regarded him with an almost playful smile. "But you just demanded that I kneel." The manager, realizing the gravity of the situation, straightened his back, kneeling with a stiff formality. "I am already kneeling, you see? It's all a misunderstanding. I'm merely an employee and lack the authority to make decisions. Perhaps I could recommend a nearby hotel for your accommodation. The competition is of utmost importance." The manager's awkward proposal was met with immediate agreement from Professor Zhao. "Gu Sun, since they are willing to overlook this, let us not waste time and have him contact another hotel. Indeed, once we settle in, we must further examine the competition's regulations. We cannot afford to be sidetracked by such trivial matters." The others echoed, seemingly placing all blame upon Gu Sr. Gu Sun turned to Zhao and the others with a chilling smile, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Are you addressing me? I am afraid I do not know any of you." The group fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. The hotel manager, witnessing the shift in dynamics, felt a surge of delight. He had intentionally barred the Donghai University contingent from entry after accepting a bribe. If he could leverage his connections to secure them alternative lodging, he feared it would offend the wrong people. He chose to remain silent and observe, hoping the young man would refrain from exposing the information on his phone. Once the competition concluded, no one would be able to trace anything back to him. Seeing Professor Zhao in distress, Hua Qiming stepped forward. Gu-san, you are at least a representative of Donghai University. How can you stand by while outsiders bully your professor? Before he could finish his sentence, Li Chunxin delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling. Professor Zhao, his face flushed with anger at both Li Chunxin and Gu-san's lack of support, was at a loss. Just then, a luxurious bus came to a smooth halt by the roadside, emblazoned with the name of Jinghao Hotel. Upon receiving Gu-san's message, Ouyang had come personally to escort them. He did not notice Gu-san in the distance, but immediately spotted the Donghai University banner, approaching with enthusiasm. Is this the team from Donghai University? I am Ouyang, the executive president of Jinghao Hotel, and I extend a warm welcome to all of you staying with us. Professor Zhao appeared utterly bewildered, while the others radiated excitement. Jinghao Hotel, a prestigious chain of five-star establishments nationwide, and the fact that its executive president has personally come to receive them is indeed a remarkable honor. Professor Zhao, it must be your esteemed reputation that has drawn them here. They even prepared the rooms in advance. Had we known this would happen, we could have avoided this humiliation and saved our precious time. Hua Qiming, having risen from the ground, was about to reprimand Li Chunxin. However, upon seeing her elegantly rolled-up sleeves and her icy, exquisite visage, he hesitated, biting his lip and instinctively taking a couple of steps back. No matter how impressive you are, can you truly compare to our professor? Humph, brutish thugs who only know how to brawl will never enjoy the privileges we possess. As Professor Zhao was preparing to board the vehicle, Gu-san proclaimed loudly, Ouyang, they claim not to know me. I see no need to extend my hospitality. Drive the car away. Instantly, the warmth on Ouyang's face evaporated. The car door swung open, only to close abruptly. Professor Zhao was on the verge of exploding with fury. Gu-san, what on earth are you trying to achieve? Do you realize how crucial this competition is for us? If this continues, I swear I will ensure you do not graduate. At that moment, Ouyang respectfully bowed to Gu Senator Mr. Gu. I shall take the car away immediately. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me. After he spoke, he was seized by a student. Since you can pick us up, it indicates the hotel has available rooms. We are willing to pay. As long as you guarantee transportation for tonight's race, we are more than willing. Professor Zhao and the others nodded in agreement. Ouyang, however, smiled warmly. I apologize, but Jinghao Hotel belongs to Mr. Gu. Since you have insulted our owner, I will notify hotels nationwide to blacklist you, permanently refusing service. With a resounding slam, he shut the car door, and the vehicle sped off into the distance. The group stood in stunned silence, still grappling with the revelation that Gu's son was the owner of Jinghao Hotel, when another business vehicle screeched to a halt. A plump young man, drenched in sweat, dashed out and rushed to Gu's Senator Mr. Gu. I have brought the most professional team from High-Tech, ready to follow your orders. Gu's son shared a screenshot of the proof with him. Lu Mao, select a few streamers to accurately report the incident regarding Jinyuan Hotel's refusal of the competing teams. The public has a right to know whether this is a matter of hotel policy or an exclusionary practice in the competition. Lu Mao instantly understood. Yes, Mr. Gu. Gu-san paid no further attention to the group, turning instead to take Li Qinshin's hand. Zhao Heng had already parked the Cullinan by the roadside. Once the two were inside the vehicle, it executed a graceful drift and vanished from sight. The hotel manager, observing the cameras already set up, looked ashen. This is it. It's all over. Professor Zhao and his companions exchanged glances, each remaining silent, standing dejectedly by the roadside. After a considerable period of silence, someone finally murmured, "Have we misunderstood Junior Gu-san?" No one dared to respond. Moments later, Hua Qiming indignantly remarked, "Even if we have misunderstood him, he should not have truly abandoned us here. He displays no respect for his teachers and the virtues that come with them. Even if he has become a millionaire, it is all in vain." Professor Zhao, feeling irritable, interrupted him. Enough of that. Let us find a nearby inn, even if the conditions are subpar. He then turned to Hua Qiming, fold the flag, and put it away. The group, dejected, followed Professor Zhao, while Hua Qiming begrudgingly folded the flag and stuffed it into his backpack. Once I secure the award and gain entry into the Special Zone Research Institute, I shall avenge today's humiliation. Meanwhile, old Huang was engrossed in the materials handed to him by Huang Yingying. Are you certain this problem was posed by that young man named Gusen? He pointed to a screenshot from a forum displaying a physics problem that remained unsolved. Grandfather, my information is accurate. However, this problem is quite intriguing. I consulted an elderly professor at a research institute, and even he could not solve it. Old Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement. East Sea University. That young man must be here for the competition. Do we have the list of participants? Ask your second uncle for it. Upon seeing this problem, I had a thought, but unfortunately, he is not on the list of competitors this time. Huang Yingying handed the list to old Huang. He glanced over it and remarked, Zhao Kuo, I have seen this fellow twice, but his judgment in selecting candidates is rather poor. Huang Yingying chuckled and extracted another screenshot from a pile of documents. It's not that his judgment is lacking. He has offended Gu Sen's girlfriend, and they are at odds. Old Huang scoffed, petty-minded. Have someone contact Zhao Kuo and request that he add Gu Sen's name to the list. Chapter 81. A delightful meal. Phoenix Road, located near the outskirts of the capital, is not particularly pleasant, featuring a large area of previously constructed urban villages with narrow streets. Gu San instructed Zhao Hong to find a spacious spot to park the car, and the three of them proceeded on foot. Gu San vigilantly watched over, concerned that Li Chunxun might twist her ankle. After walking a short distance, Li Chunxun suddenly tugged at his arm, her adorable nose wrinkling in delight. Brother Gu San, it smells so good. At her prompting, Gu San and Zhao Hong also caught a whiff of an unusual, tantalizing aroma. It seemed to be roasted chicken, albeit with a distinct twist. Zhao Hong mimicked Li Chunxun, sniffing the air. Which direction is it coming from? He raised his hand to point. Li Chunxun immediately grasped Gu Sen's hand and dashed towards that direction. Gu San, hurrying to keep pace, cautioned her, watch your step. If you twist your ankle, you won't be able to move for days. Li Chunxun reverted to her mischievous, disobedient self, acknowledging with a couple of mms, yet her pace showed no signs of slowing. Gu Sen shook his head in exasperation, though his face bore a fond and indulgent smile as he maintained his speed to protect her from any mishaps. In the urban village, the presence of alleyways was quite prominent. As Gu San and Li Chunxun cautiously peered out from the entrance of an alley, they were unexpectedly struck by a basin of glowing charcoal. Quick-witted, Gu San swiftly pulled Li Chunxun into his embrace, while Zhao Heng instantly positioned himself in front of them, adopting a defensive stance. However, aside from the fiery basin, no assailants emerged. He immediately dashed out to assess the situation, while Gu San anxiously checked if Li Chunxun had sustained any injuries. Does anything hurt? He inquired. Though he noticed no visible wounds, his concern lingered. Li Chunxun shook her head, seemingly unfazed by the sudden incident, her mind solely focused on the pursuit of delicious food. Brother Gu San, it's right here. There's something tasty. Her exquisite little face bore little expression, yet her eyes sparkled brightly, as if they contained a multitude of stars, captivating anyone who beheld her, making them yearn to kiss her. However, the surrounding environment was unsuitable for such affection. Gu Sen merely affectionately brushed his hand against her delicate cheek. The food won't run away, why the rush? You're not usually this eager when it's my turn to treat you, he teased, eliciting a pouting glare from Li Chunxun. She pretended to bite him, but hesitated when Gu San leaned in closer, unable to bring herself to actually do it. Amused by her adorable demeanor, Gu San burst into laughter, wrapping his arm around her waist and pulling her closer, affectionately rubbing his nose against hers. You can bite me all you want when we get home. Zhao Hong, having assessed the situation, was about to report back when he stumbled upon this intimate scene. His mind struggled to comprehend what had triggered such an impulsive display from his usually capricious boss. Could it be the warmth of the charcoal that had ignited such fervor? He pondered whether he should find a curtain to shield them, knowing his boss well enough to anticipate that once he began, it would likely last for a considerable while. What is going on, Zhao Hong? Gu Sen asked, gently pecking Li Chunxun's rosy lips before releasing her, taking her small hand as they walked over. Did it finish already? Zhao Hong blurted out, his tongue slipping. Finish what? Has the food sold out? Li Chunxun's large eyes widened with urgency. Zhao Hong cleared his throat, his ears turning crimson. No, it's just that someone is causing a disturbance. He quickly shifted the conversation. Yet Gu Sen couldn't shake the feeling that Zhao Hong had just envisioned something rather inappropriate. What happened? Did someone steal my food? Li Chunshun began rolling up her sleeves again. Gu-san hastily urged her to lower them, recalling how intensely the charcoal had burned. There might still be embers within. He knew his little lady could become quite fiery over books and food, and he would not allow any nonsense to interfere. If someone took it, we can simply ask the vendor to prepare more. If that doesn't work, I'll invite them back to cook for you. Zhao Heng had become accustomed to this. His little lady could erupt at any moment over her passions, and Gu-san, in turn, always displayed an overwhelming domineering aura to prevent such outbursts. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within, followed by a barrage of curses. Didn't I tell you it's forbidden to sell food here? Are you too senile to understand? You think you can hang a sign and charge shop prices? You're living in a fantasy. The threat continued. Hurry up and sign the notice, and swiftly vacate, or I swear I'll come here every day to smash things. As Gu-san and his companions turned the corner, they encountered a trio of thuggish young men, with one sporting dyed yellow hair, who emerged from a nearby bungalow, cursing loudly. Upon encountering the trio of unfamiliar faces, the thugs paused, momentarily taken aback, only to be instantly captivated by Li Qinshin's exquisite visage, their mouths watering at the sight. Damn, what a stunning little girl. Hey, little sister, let me take you. This time, it was not Zhao Heng nor Gu-san who struck first, but Li Qinshin. She executed the technique known as splitting tendons and dislocating bones with precision. The joints snapped audibly, echoing in the air. Li Qinshin leaned slightly, peering down at the three men on the ground, her expression still impassive. Does it hurt? The trio was already in tears, snot running down their faces. Suddenly, Li Qinshin flashed a smile that was breathtakingly beautiful, yet it instilled a chilling fear in the three men. I can help you reattach them. Next time, I can be even quicker. The thugs, their faces twisted in agony, began to writhe on the ground, as if seeking escape. Gu-san restrained the impulsive Li Qinshin. Inin, let Zhao Heng handle this. He is tough enough to endure it. Just look at your delicate hands. They're dirty. Gu-san pulled out a tissue and meticulously wiped Li Qinshin's hands. Zhao Heng, rugged and resilient, resignedly dragged the three men away. Ask them who they're working for. Then teach one a lesson so that he can't take care of himself. Gu-san directed lightly, before tossing the tissue effortlessly into a nearby trash bin. Gazing at her pristine fingers, a mischievous glint sparked in Gu-san's eyes. However, Li Qinshin suddenly pulled her hand away and led him into a nearby room. The tantalizing aroma once again filled the air. This one, Brother Gu-san, I want to eat it. She pointed at a roasted chicken that had gathered a layer of dust on the ground. Gu-san exclaimed, this is inedible, it's all charred. He noticed something peculiar about the chicken, squatting down to examine it, pondering how to prepare it for his own bean sprouts later. Li Qinshin immediately squatted beside him, her big eyes twinkling. If we peel off the skin, it won't be dirty anymore. Do we still have to pay? A slightly weary voice interrupted them. Food that has fallen on the ground can't be eaten. If you like it, I can make you another one, but you'll have to wait a while. Both Gu-san and Li Qinshin turned to see a woman in her 50s, holding a broom in one hand and a dustpan in the other, clearly intending to sweep the chicken away. Li Qinshin promptly replied, we can wait. The elderly woman was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in admiration, my dear, you are truly beautiful. Resembling the little princess from the animated series my granddaughter watches. Gu-san stepped back half a pace, allowing the woman to clean up, and casually inquired, Auntie, the honey you apply on the chicken is your own special blend, isn't it? Chapter 82, Fivefold Price. Gu-san had only just leaned in to ascertain the ingredients and felt a curious interest in the seemingly simple attire of the elderly lady. The exquisite way she harmonized traditional Chinese medicine with honey to achieve such a perfect balance was a skill not possessed by all. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! A sign-in scene has been detected. Would you like to sign in? Gu-san's eyes brightened. He had been pondering how to acquire this street, and the system's reward had arrived. However, given the system's recent stinginess, he doubted the likelihood of receiving the entire street as a reward. Sign in. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. Reward. Mastery of Xianmen medicine, 10 points of mental strength. And 1 lottery draw. Would you like to draw? Xianmen medicine? That sounds impressive. Gu-san temporarily set aside the influx of traditional Chinese medical techniques flooding his mind and silently thought, draw congratulations, host. You have received a healing experience card. Valid for 1 week, which can be activated any day. Once activated, It cannot be interrupted and must treat 13 patients within a single day to complete the experience. If the experience card remains unfulfilled, the mastery of Xinmen medicine is temporary. Gu Sun found himself bewildered. He had aspired to be an extravagant and flamboyant figure. Yet the system seemed intent on elevating him to a lofty persona. Young man, you study traditional Chinese medicine, don't you? The elderly woman had finished tidying up and was smilingly scrutinizing Gu. Senator Li Chunshun obediently replied, Grandma, he studies computer science. Gu Sun mused, Enin. Why do you call me auntie while you call her grandma? Do you secretly wish to call me Uncle Gu Sun? A rather inappropriate image flickered through his mind. A little girl, teary-eyed, clinging to his neck, sobbing, Uncle Gu Sun, I want more. Gu Sun quickly suppressed his excitement and added, with utmost seriousness, I have read quite a few books on traditional Chinese medicine, purely as a personal interest. Li Chunxin tilted her head, her face a mask of skepticism. Gu Sun pinched her cheek lightly, raising an eyebrow, making his intentions clear. Be careful, or you might find yourself in trouble. Li Qinshan didn't grasp the danger, but understood the need for cooperation. Nodding in perfect sync, she stated in a clear, commanding voice, Grandma, Brother Gu Sun loves reading very much. The elderly woman regarded the two with a look of deep appreciation. How wonderful to be young. Just wait. I'll prepare roasted chicken for you. She moved swiftly as she handled the chicken, just as Zhao Heng walked in from outside. Mr. Gu inquired further and confirmed that it was indeed the Qi family. Gu Sun was momentarily taken aback. Had the Qi family set their sights on this street? That seemed implausible, as the planning map provided by the system was classified. He had also investigated the situation regarding Metro Line 8. The external rumors were rampant. Yet none had a favorable outlook for this street. Could it be that the head of the Qi family possessed a discerning eye for opportunity? The few delinquents were merely following orders and were not privy to much information. They only divulged that the sum offered by the Qi family was considerably lower than the standard relocation compensation. Zhao Heng took a sip of water and continued to explain. However, several establishments on this street had begun to waver, having heard that their section would not be affected by Metro Line 8. Yet, once the project commenced, this street would become uninhabitable, and the likelihood of its transformation into a commercial zone would be exceedingly slim. The area was already plagued by disorder, and once the subway was completed, stringent measures would inevitably follow. At that point, trade would likely dwindle, and many illegal structures would face demolition. The remaining land, even if property values appreciated, would not yield compensation comparable to what was being offered now. Gu Sun quickly grasped the situation, a cold smile creeping into his heart. The Qi family had calculated astutely, planning to acquire the entire street at a low price, and, at most, wait 2 years before retendering. Currently, several financially robust entities in the capital were eyeing the potentially lucrative areas earmarked for Metro Line 8, yet this street remained unclaimed. Just then, an elderly woman emerged, evidently having overheard their conversation. What are you here for? She asked, her earlier warmth replaced by a palpable wariness. Gu Sun did not conceal his intentions. I primarily came to enjoy some food and, incidentally, to acquire this street. You have likely lived here for quite some time and know the locals well. If you could help me spread the word, I would offer 5 times the amount that the Qi family is proposing. The elderly woman gazed at him in astonishment, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Do you have any idea how many households are on this street? 5 times the price would amount to a considerable sum. Gu Sun smiled, exuding warmth and friendliness. Rest assured, once the contract is signed, the payment will be promptly transferred, tangible and visible. The woman instantly grew excited. 5 times the price. That would be nearly equivalent to the demolition compensation. Are you truly serious about buying? She asked again, uncertain. Gu Sun pondered for a moment, realizing that words could not compare to decisive action. Let's start with you. I will draft the contract immediately. The woman, named Li Tsuefang, retreated to her backyard to retrieve the property deed, while Gu Sun composed the contract on his phone. Although an electronic signature would suffice, she insisted on a paper contract due to her age. Gu Sun instructed Zhao Heng to print it out and called Oh Yang to summon the legal team from Jinghao Hotel, also bringing along a printer. When everyone arrived, the honey-glazed crispy roasted chicken was freshly prepared. Gu Sun coordinated the tasks while attentively deboning the chicken for Li Qinshan. He wore gloves and worked meticulously, waiting until Li Tsuefang signed the document before removing his gloves and immediately processing the payment. Upon seeing the funds credited to her bank account, Li Tsuefang's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly went outside to call the neighbors over. Gu-sun instructed Zhao Heng to accompany him, to avoid any potential encounters with the Chi family. With a team of lawyers at his disposal, Gu-sun only needed to handle the final signatures and transfers. The rest of the time was naturally devoted to nurturing his own little bean sprout. Take your time. There's no one here to snatch it from you. Gu-sun chuckled as he watched Li Qinshin's cheeks puff out with food, her mouth never seeming to pause. He leaned in and planted a kiss on her cheek, preparing to tackle the second dish. Others in the vicinity discreetly averted their gazes. In just half a day, the entire headquarters had become aware of the new boss's peculiarities. Not only was he infatuated with younger women, but he was also a devoted husband, always embracing and pampering her wherever he went. The whispers among the women in the company stirred feelings of infatuation. What girl wouldn't desire a man who treats her like a cherished baby, especially one with considerable wealth? Witnessing it firsthand, they could only conclude that the reality exceeded the rumors. I'm thirsty. Li Qinshan, with oily hands grasping a chicken leg, pouted at Gu Sr. He quickly removed one of his gloves and poured a cup of barley tea, bringing it to her lips. Be careful not to choke. After finishing the cup, Li Qinshan licked her lips, still yearning for more, leaning in closer. Gu-san, I want more. A wave of warmth coursed through Gu-sen's body instinctively as he beheld her plump little face nearing his mouth. Unable to resist, he leaned in and playfully bit her cheek. Chapter 83. Bringing in bodyguards. Gu-sen's acquisition was progressing vigorously. The Chi family soon received word of it. Chi Bin, the head of the Chi family, was utterly perplexed. 5 times the price. Where did this audacious youth come from? The compensation for the 8th subway project wouldn't even match such a price. What profit could he possibly gain? Was he truly willing to squander money frivolously? Who exactly was this Gu-sun? Did he possess some insider knowledge? Chi Kuan quietly raised his hand. Dad, this guy might just be seeking revenge against me. Chi Bin looked at him as if he were a fool. With that much money, he could simply buy your life. Why not just kill you outright? Chi Kuan felt aggrieved. Dad, I'm your own son. Can't you hope for something good for me? Chi Bin was already aware of the events that transpired 3 miles away. However, he knew his son's character well enough. He couldn't be bothered with his son's penchant for brawls. Yet, this Gu-sun had encroached upon his territory, and the price he offered was alarmingly high, causing him great unease. The acquisition budget for a single street was 300 million, and 5 times that amounted to 1.5 billion. For someone so young to be so generous, he couldn't help but contemplate the man's background. Chi Kuan, however, thought simply, Dad, this scoundrel Gu-sun has already taken advantage of us. We cannot cower. If he enjoys competing, let us spread the word that we're acquiring nearby streets. Let him pay 5 times the price and trap him. Chi Bin looked at Chi Kuan, astonished. Unexpectedly, there came a day when your mind, once solely occupied with thoughts of women, could actually conceive a serious idea. Chi Kuan was elated at the compliment. Father, I have been studying Sun Tzu's art of war recently, and I have made considerable progress. They say a tiger father begets no dog son. You can rest assured to entrust the Chi family to my care. Chi Bin delivered a swift kick in response. You insolent brat, I am still alive. Get lost. Despite Chi Kuan's irritating demeanor, his words ignited a spark of inspiration within Chi Bin. It presented an opportunity. By disseminating the news of Gu-sen's high-priced acquisition of urban village land and creating a buzz around the initiation of the Metro Line 8 project in that area, the inflated prices of other parcels of land would surely plummet. He could then capitalize on the situation and bid on the properties, ensuring a substantial profit. Chi Bin was instantly invigorated. Within the dimly lit and suggestive confines of a themed hotel, Professor Zhao's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Shinchonglin, this time, I will ensure that the University of the capital forever faces defeat at the hands of Donghai. This wretched situation had forced him, a dignified professor, to lodge with his students in such a place. It was a humiliation, without a doubt, the greatest disgrace of his life. From the adjacent room, raucous sounds of indulgence echoed, rising in intensity. All the students, their faces flushed, hastily donned their headphones. Yet their thoughts were ensnared by certain matters far beyond their immediate surroundings. Just then, Professor Zhao's phone rang. Irritated, he pulled it out, and, upon seeing the caller ID, his expression transformed into one of delight. Minister Ku, long time no see. Yes, I am in the capital preparing for the competition. As for the participants, I have already submitted the list. Is there an issue? Gu-sun, how do you know him? The physics problems on the Donghai campus forum? Yes, he authored them. But, At that moment, all eyes were riveted on Professor Zhao. They had heard of Minister Ku from him, a minor leader from the Special Zone Research Institute. The fact that he was personally calling Professor Zhao sent waves of excitement through the students. Let him participate? Professor Zhao's countenance darkened immediately. After all the unpleasantness that had transpired, was he now to lower himself and plead with Gu's son? As he hesitated, the raucous revelry from the adjacent room reached a fever pitch, the cries like blows to his face. All of this was inextricably linked to Gu Sr. Allow him to participate? Not a chance. I apologize, Minister Ku, but the competition roster has been submitted, and there is no provision for substitutions. Making an exception could adversely affect the event organizers. I personally selected the participants. I have faith in my students. Please, Minister Ku, wait and see. Professor Zhao's tone was resolute, and after exchanging pleasantries, he ended the call. At last, the commotion next door subsided with a final resounding cry. Hua Qiming was filled with fervor, yet urgently questioned. Professor Zhao, Gu's son is utterly repugnant. Does he truly believe that wealth can buy influence? He thinks he can participate just because he wants to? The others echoed his indignation. The opportunity they had so painstakingly secured was at risk. If Gu's son were to join, one of them would have to be cast aside. No one wished to forfeit this chance. Professor Zhao, however, was burdened with an unusual weight of anxiety. Despite his resolute refusal, a sense of unease crept into his heart. Listen carefully, we must give our all in this competition. Do you understand? The group exchanged glances, quickly grasping the gravity of the situation, and their animosity towards Gu's son intensified. After Ku Suijun hung up from Zhao Qua, he immediately contacted Huang Yingying to relay a brief account of the situation. Huang Yingying, on speakerphone, allowed Elder Huang to hear every word clearly, and he glared with fury, his eyes bulging. If he won't join, then so be it, he fumed. But this Zhao Qua has the audacity to label me as undermining the integrity of the competition. Is he slapping my face? Observing her grandfather's expression, Huang Yingying couldn't help but twitch her lips. Grandpa, I have no time to play house with you. I'm leaving. Please refrain from further antics. Elder Huang stared at the problem for a long while before suddenly chuckling to himself. If I cannot participate, can I not at least be a special guest? Butler. Butler. The butler rushed in hastily. Go guard the last row of the attached villas. If you see Gu's son, drag him over here, no matter what. The butler, perplexed, pondered aloud. Should I bring 2 bodyguards along? Elder Huang raised an eyebrow, recalling the previous night's revelation by Gu's son, which brought him amusement. Yes, indeed. Bring more bodyguards. Gu's son, feeling overwhelmed by expenses, sneezed several times in succession. Li Chensheng, having eaten her fill, playfully tugged at his shirt collar out of boredom. Brother Gu's son, are you catching a cold? Do you need an injection? I'll accompany you. She straightened up, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. Gu's son, both amused and exasperated, playfully pinched her cheek. Why are you so happy at the thought of me getting an injection? Are you truly bored? Li Chensheng sincerely nodded, and then nestled back into Gu Sen's embrace. Her small hands beginning to poke around, clearly indicating her restlessness. Gu Sen, feeling his eyes grow weary from transferring funds, contemplated and summoned the chief lawyer and Zhao Heng to handle the acquisition matters. He pulled out a map and pointed. After completing this street, let us also acquire these 2 nearby as well. Have the price. If they wish to sell, let them, but if not, we shall not force them. With over 1,000 billion in funds, this investment was more than sufficient. The other streets could later be rebid for either commercial or residential development, both of which held great potential. Zhao Heng was accustomed to such discussions, while the chief lawyer swallowed hard, mentally calculating the immense costs involved. After issuing his instructions, Gu Sen stretched lazily and took Li Chunxing up to the colonnade. Shall we head home or take a stroll? As Gu Sen leaned over in the driver's seat to fasten her seatbelt, he seized the opportunity for a quick kiss. Let's go home and read. Li Chunxing tilted her neck slightly to facilitate his kiss, her voice sweetly teasing as she expressed her desire. Chapter 84. The crotchety old man who deceives children. Gu Sen's heart softened as he gazed at her, gently cupping her chin and bestowing kiss after kiss before finally releasing her. As he looked into the enchanting, shimmering eyes of the little bean sprout, his heart brimmed with an overwhelming sense of happiness. All right, let us return home to read, my dear Yin. As he drove back to the Imperial Dragon Court, he had barely exited the vehicle and was about to open the door for Li Chunxun when he found himself encircled by 6 bodyguards, leaving no room for escape. The butler, who had served the old man Huang for many years, exuded an air of authority. Mr. Gu-san, we. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud bang resonated through the air. A baseball bat suddenly swung towards him. Huang's bodyguards were no ordinary men. They reacted with remarkable speed, deflecting the blow while simultaneously delivering a fierce kick. Gu-san was taken aback. Stop! Before his angry shout could fade, he had already darted in front of Li Chen, pulling the agitated little bean sprout into his embrace. With a graceful sidestep, he perfectly evaded the bodyguard's assault. Inin, they are not here to bully me. Gu-san recognized the butler from the previous night and understood that these were the old man's people. However, Li Chen remained unaware of this. Seeing Gu-san cornered upon his arrival had understandably alarmed her. Ignoring the bodyguards, Gu-san bent down to gently reassure her, briefly explaining the situation. Li Chen tilted her head, furrowing her brow, her petite frame radiating an indomitable spirit. Does thanking someone warrant sending so many people to block you? That kick you just delivered was quite impressive. Though skilled, Li Chen was no match for an ordinary bodyguard. Her small stature and weight meant she had to rely on precision and technique to prevail. In a direct confrontation with someone like Zhao Hong, defeat was inevitable. Gu-san, who had just experienced a cold sweat, felt relieved when he saw that she was unharmed and unafraid. He turned to face the newcomers, his expression chillingly stern. I care not for your intentions. You are unwelcome in my home. Please leave. The butler was momentarily taken aback, then shot a glare at the bodyguard who had acted rashly. The bodyguard, feeling somewhat aggrieved, realized he had merely acted on instinct. Yet, confronted by the sight of Li Chen wielding a bat, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame. It was utterly inappropriate for a strong man like him to treat such a delightful little girl with such severity. Struggling to present a friendly smile, he addressed her. Little sister, I was merely reacting out of reflex. I hope I haven't harmed you. Gu-san's face darkened. Do you take me for a fool? Who is your sister? Retract your gaze. The bodyguard fell into a state of silent despair. Whether he apologized or not, he felt he had erred. He stepped back, his honest face flushed with embarrassment. Observing his demeanor and awkwardness, Gu-san found it strangely familiar. Was he reminiscent of Zhao Hong? However, the man appeared much younger than Zhao Hong, casting doubt on that notion. The atmosphere was rather dismal when the butler approached with an unusually warm smile. Mr. Gu, Elder Huang has requested your presence. Would you care to join us? Gu-san flatly declined, pulling Li Chen along as he prepared to leave. Just as the butler contemplated instructing the bodyguards to intervene, Elder Huang, seated in his wheelchair and rushed along by others, appeared in a hurry. The butler swiftly greeted him. Elder Huang, Mr. Gu has declined your invitation. Elder Huang waved his hand dismissively. No matter, if he chooses not to come, I can still go in. You all stay at the door, and you, butler, push me inside. Yes. The butler complied, propelling Elder Huang forward in pursuit of Senator Gu-san, exasperated. Turned and glared at him. What do you want? I am quite busy. He had intended to spend time with his beloved Li Chen, and the old man intruding was quite irksome. Focus on your matters. I merely wish to take a look around, Elder Huang replied, making himself at home as he proceeded inside. Gu-san abruptly placed his hand on the wheelchair, his gaze suddenly darkening. Elder Huang, we are not acquainted. Elder Huang felt a chill run down his spine. Gu-san's penetrating gaze reminded him of his younger self, defiant and unyielding. The elder found himself increasingly intrigued, chuckling. No worries. We will become familiar over time. Would you like to learn more about me? Ask away. I shall share everything. Gu-san couldn't help but think that if this were a woman, he would suspect she harbored a secret affection for him. Anything can be asked? Li Chen suddenly peeked from behind Gu. Senator Elder Huang recognized her as Gu-san's young girlfriend and was taken aback by her striking beauty, surpassing even that of his own granddaughter. His smile widened. Indeed, you may inquire about anything. Li Chen pointed towards the bodyguards standing outside. What martial arts do they practice? Can they teach me? I am willing to pay. Gu-san interjected. Ah, my dear, the most formidable practitioner here is none other than your husband. Have you not witnessed my impressive skills? My evasive maneuvers are both graceful and striking. Why would you learn from others? The best part is, my teachings are complementary. I can instruct you in all forms of martial arts, any venue of your choosing, ensuring you master every technique. Elder Huang paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, reminiscent of a character from a film who tricks children. I can teach you without charge, young lady. I possess several exceptional martial arts manuals at home. Would you care to take a look? It's free, of course. Li Chunshin furrowed her brow, her mind racing. While she found the elder's tone somewhat familiar, she acknowledged the impressive skills of the bodyguard. Most importantly, it was free. After half a minute of contemplation, she looked up at Gu Sen and her brother Gu. I want to see. Gu Sen sighed, resolved that this evening, he would ensure his beloved understood the full extent of his abilities. My dear, are you not concerned that this old man might deceive you? Li Chunshin shook her head, her small face expressionless yet her gaze resolute. I have just calculated that those bodyguards are indeed formidable, but our chances of leveraging the Emperor's authority to command the Lord stand at a staggering 80%. The odds of success are evident. It is worth a try. If we succeed, I will become even more powerful in the future and be able to protect you. Gu Sun felt a jolt in his heart, a sweet yet painful sensation. His affectionate gaze settled on Li Chunshin's delicate features, and he gently ruffled her hair. Ineen, you need not protect me. However, I shall accompany you in any endeavor you wish to pursue. Huanglun, feeling like the target of a hostage situation, sensed a flock of crows cawing over his head. This girl was undoubtedly the first to scheme against him right in front of his eyes. Did he not hold the esteemed position of the highest commander of the Special Operations Unit? Did he not possess the ability to turn the tides in an instant? Grandfather, let's go, Li Chunshin sweetly called to him. All right, Huang replied, although he couldn't help but wonder if he was truly the one speaking. His formidable blade, that 40-meter-long weapon, was it not the source of his authority? Nevertheless, the way this little girl called him grandfather was rather endearing. Gu Sen was also curious about the old man's intentions in entangling him. Upon arriving at Villa number 6, Gu Sen suddenly spoke up. That one. Yes, you. Let us spar. The bodyguard, who had been silent throughout the journey, stared at him in bewilderment, utterly perplexed as to why Gu Sen had delayed avenging his girlfriend for so long. Should he fight back or concede defeat? Surrendering outright seemed rather disingenuous. This young man was clearly a distinguished guest of the elder. When should he appropriately lose? The sixth move? That seemed plausible. Perhaps he could feign a fall to make it appear more convincing. Having devised a flawless plan, he stepped forward, clasped his hands in salute, and initiated the first move. Bang, bang, bang. By the sixth move, his pretense of falling was rendered moot, as Gu Sen sent him flying nearly 10 meters with a single kick. What the hell? What a farce. Chapter 85. No one bows to anyone. Li Chunshin stared at the scene in astonishment and suddenly dashed into Gu Sen's embrace. Brother Gu Sen, you are amazing. She had witnessed Gu Sen in fights before, but in her eyes, he had only dealt with adversaries she believed she could handle as well. Therefore, she did not consider his skills particularly remarkable. However, the bodyguard whom Gu Sen had just dispatched was clearly someone she could not contend with. Yet Gu Sen had effortlessly triumphed over him, his prowess far exceeding hers, making her feel as if she were gazing up at an insurmountable mountain. Gu Sen looked down at the adoring girl in his arms, and a surge of pride welled within him. His precious one had finally realized who the strongest man in the world truly was. It is merely a matter of learning martial arts. How could I allow any other man to enter my darling's sight? From now on, if Ineen wishes to learn anything, Brother Gu Sen will personally teach you, all right? Li Chunshin nodded vigorously, her unfiltered admiration and affection igniting a fervor within Gu Sen's heart. Elder Huang gazed at Gu Sen, utterly astonished. His bodyguards were meticulously selected, possessing exceptional skills, yet they had been so easily defeated? What secrets could this young man possibly conceal? His curiosity intensified. Meanwhile, Gu Sen had already taken Li Chunshin by the hand, leading her outside. Such a splendid moment, brimming with passion, surely warranted a return to engage in a spirited bout with his beloved, imparting the art of martial prowess through direct experience. Little girl, Elder Huang suddenly remarked, his voice laced with concern. Aren't you worried about how formidable he is? What if he escapes and you cannot capture him? Do you truly not wish to learn my secret techniques? Gu Sen, I wouldn't trust you for a moment, you sly old man, he retorted. Ineen, I swear I will never leave you. Uffed. A man's words are but deceitful phantoms. Elder Huang continued to undermine him. Gu Sen rolled up his sleeves. Come, let us spar. Elder Huang matched his gesture, ready for a bout, neither willing to back down. The butler, sensing the escalating tension, interjected, Master, you are 71 this year. What of 71? Elder Huang exclaimed, swatting the butler. Am I to fear a sprightly lad who hasn't even grown all his hair? Better to have a sprout, yet to bloom than one that has lost all its vigor. Gu Sen was resolute not to cede any ground. Elder Huang, incensed, nearly rose from his wheelchair. Yet, amidst the palpable tension, Li Chunxin chirped in with youthful candor. Mommy says if a man misbehaves, I should beat him mercilessly. But how can I do that if I can't win? This won't do at all. Ms. Ouyang, do you even know how to raise a child? Would it be too much to retire early? I can take care of my own wife. I have no trouble starting from scratch, Gu Sun quipped, bemused by the predicament. Elder Huang, reveling in the unfolding scene, had transformed into a cunning fox, instantly recognizing that Li Chunxin was a simple-minded girl, effortlessly ensnaring Gu Sun in her innocence. With a few clever words, he led Li Chunxin into the living room, then turned to Gu Sun, raising his chin with an air of triumph. His mustache nearly lifting into the air. Resigned, Gu Sun followed him in, only to be greeted by the sight of an enormous five-tiered bookshelf, which filled him with an ominous premonition. He pondered whether it would be feasible to stuff his beloved bean sprouts into a sack and make a swift escape. Li Chunxin, akin to a child entering a wonderland, had completely forgotten the purpose of their visit and the company she was with. She eagerly scanned the shelves, quickly identifying a desired book, tiptoeing to retrieve it, and nestled in a corner to begin reading. Gu Sun let out a deep sigh, casting a look at Elder Huang reminiscent of a forlorn concubine. Do you have any fruit at home? The abrupt shift in topic caught the butler off guard. Yet he promptly replied, Mr. Gu, please let me know what you require, and I shall have the servants prepare it. Gu Sun listed several fruits that Li Chunxin adored, requesting them to be cut and served with little forks. The butler immediately departed to fulfill the request. Only then did Gu Sun turn his attention back to Elder Huang. Do you sell those books? Old Huang inquired. What is wrong with this kid? Just a moment ago, he seemed quite clever, but now his words are disjointed. Nonetheless, Old Huang clearly expressed his intent. These are books I have cherished my entire life. I shall not part with them. Gu Sun suddenly felt that the old man was quite the trickster. Then you should purchase some delectable treats to prepare. Old Huang abruptly glanced towards the corner where Li Chunxin was oblivious to the world outside, and instantly understood. Does that girl enjoy reading? Gu Sun propped his chin on his hand. She adores it even more than I do. Old Huang couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. She can come over any time to read. Coincidentally, I have matters to discuss with you. Gu Sun realized the old man was scheming against him, so he extended both hands. 10 books, huh? Old Huang looked utterly bewildered. You sought me out for a reason. If I help you, you must allow her to choose 10 books without refusal. Old Huang was momentarily speechless. This rascal was even more calculating than he. After contemplating, he pulled out a forum screenshot from beneath the coffee table and laid it on the desk. Did you formulate this question? Gu Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. Old man, are you investigating me? Indeed. Without thorough investigation, my door is not one that can be entered lightly. Old Huang replied candidly. Gu Sun felt no malice in his words. After a moment's thought, he pointed to the question. Do you wish to know the algorithm for this problem? Just as Old Huang was about to nod, he hesitated, a wary look crossing his face. Are you asking for extra books? Gu Sun reiterated. 10 books. Get lost. I am not a physics professor. I do not wish to learn problems. Gu Sun scoffed. That's not an issue. Then why are you trying to trick me into coming here? You must be aware of the physics competition held in the capital. Your professor is preventing you from participating. Isn't that frustrating? I have a way to get you in. Old Huang appeared quite smug. Gu Sun chuckled lightly as the butler approached with a platter of fruits. He accepted it, stood up, and moved to Li Chunxin's side, placing the fruits on the low table and feeding her a piece. Don't focus solely on your books. You just consumed so much meat. It needs to be digested. He sat there coaxing the little girl to eat, completely ignoring Old Huang's presence. The old man was exasperated, scratching his head. Do you realize that if you were selected for this competition, you could gain entry to the Special Zone Research Institute? Gu Sun stuffed the strawberry, which Li Chunxin disliked, into his own mouth without raising his head, replying, I have no interest in becoming a scientist. My aspiration is, ding. A random task has been issued. Participate in the physics competition and dominate the capital university with prowess to receive a mysterious blind box. Gu Sun continued. What was that you just said, old man? Entry to the Special Zone Research Institute? No, the previous statement. You can get me in? Deal. Gu Sun clapped his hands and gently said, In, you may choose any 10 books to take with you. Are you happy? Huang Lao felt a peculiar sense of loss, akin to the feeling of having removed one's trousers only to let out a mere fart. An emptiness lingered. Li Chunxin blinked her large eyes, exuding an air of innocent vulnerability. Is it only 10? There are many books here that I cannot purchase. She tugged at Gu-san's clothing, resembling a child pleading for a gift. Chapter 86. Temporary price increase in an instant. Gu-san's heroic spirit surged. Old man, quickly tell me what else you need me to do. 10 tasks or 8. I can manage. Just a moment. He leaned down to ask Li Chinchun, Yin, how many books are you unable to buy? About 50 or 60. They are all unique pieces, Li Chinchun replied, her eyes shimmering with desire. A gaze so captivating it rendered one senseless. For every 10 books, I will assist you with 5 additional tasks. Speak up. Gu-sen displayed a certain foolish bravado. Huang Lao glanced at the books and then at Gu-senator, though he felt somewhat reluctant. He recognized that uncovering Gu-sen's worth made it worthwhile. No problem. Let us commence with the first task tonight. Accompany me to the competition venue. Gu-san had no objections and leaned down to remind Li Chinchun. I will be out for a while. You must wait here obediently for my return. Li Chinchun's eyes remained glued to the books, and she murmured her understanding. Gu-san pinched her little face, chiding playfully, You heartless little one, I am being sold off by you, and you show no concern for me. Li Chinchun scrunched her features in response to his pinch, momentarily diverting her attention from the books, and leaned over to kiss Gu-san's cheek. A rather perfunctory gesture of reassurance. Brother Gu-san is the best. Gu-san glared at the bookshelf with an intensity reminiscent of a man seeking vengeance against a sworn enemy. Huang Lao, amused, burst into laughter once more. Steward, relay this. Take good care of this little girl, allow her to do as she pleases, just ensure her safety. His words were also meant to reassure Gu Sr. The two soon departed from the Dilong court and headed to the competition venue. Gu-san initially expected to encounter the participating teams, but to his surprise, as soon as the vehicle came to a halt, dozens of bodyguards formed a human wall, escorting him and Huang Lao directly backstage. Gu-san had perused Huang Lao's basic information, which included age, place of origin, height, and weight, but did not delve into his profession. However, he refrained from opening the personal history document, as he had no inclination to invade another's privacy. Gu-san had anticipated a heated debate, believing he would have to showcase his skills to achieve his desires. Yet, all issues dissipated with the organizer's simple address of Dad. Goodness, this backdoor entry feels so shameful. Gu-san and Huang Lao took their seats in the front row, where a throng of people rushed over to greet Huang Lao. The numerous utterances of chief made Gu-san feel somewhat uneasy. This old man was, in fact, a chief? He quietly accessed the virtual screen to view Huang Lao's personal history document, expending 5,300,000. The lengthy resume ignited a fervor within Gu Sr. Every boy may harbor a dream of military service, and Gu-san was no exception. His respect for the elderly man, who was struggling to navigate the situation, grew considerably. The competition commenced shortly thereafter, with teams entering the arena. Upon the introduction of special guests, the representatives from Donghai University immediately recognized Gu-san seated in the front row. They were left utterly astonished, and upon hearing the title Special Zone Researcher Gu-san, their spirits were shattered. The competition comprised 2 segments, theory and practice. Donghai University was evidently off their game, suffering a crushing defeat at the hands of the team from Daijing University right from the outset. Professor Zhao, overwhelmed with frustration, felt utterly powerless. He deeply regretted not heeding Kusui-jun's advice to submit Gu-sen's name. Otherwise, the situation would not have spiraled so out of control. Standing just a few paces away from Professor Zhao, Xin Chonglin wore a smug smile, relishing the moment. Zhao Kuo, is this the extent of Donghai's prowess? Zhao Kuo, feeling the weight of despair, retorted in anger. Do you have any idea who sits beside Elder Huang? My student, Gu-san from Donghai University. Xin Chonglin's expression shifted dramatically. Zhao Kuo, have you lost your mind? To my knowledge, there has never been a student from Donghai University at the Special Zone Research Institute. You are woefully uninformed. Professor Zhao promptly accessed the school's intranet to retrieve Gu-sen's profile, gleefully waving it before Xin Chonglin. Even if Donghai University were to lose today, what of it? The special guests had the authority to evaluate the participants. In other words, despite the fierce competition from Daijing University, they required the input of someone from Donghai University. This alone was enough to infuriate Xin Chonglin. The frustration that had been building within Zhao Kuo dissipated in an instant. Xin Chonglin's face darkened to a shade reminiscent of a tarnished pot, as he furiously pulled out his phone to call an acquaintance at the Special Zone Research Institute. Soon, the theoretical competition concluded, and the host first invited Elder Huang to provide commentary. Although Elder Huang had an interest in physics, it was primarily limited to mechanical constructs. The intricate questions presented nearly lulled him to sleep. He immediately gestured for Gu-san to take the floor. "He will speak on my behalf," Elder Huang declared. The host promptly handed the microphone to Gu-senator suddenly. A discordant voice echoed through the venue. "Excuse me, host, by what authority does Mr. Gu-san evaluate the participants? Is he merely a sophomore in computer science?" The audience fell silent, and the host momentarily struggled to comprehend the situation. This seemed like a live broadcast mishap. The host hurried to regain control, but before he could respond, Gu-san's student ID photo was projected onto the large screen. "Does Donghai University not have an explanation? Did you think that by fabricating a false identity for a technically adept individual, you could deceive us all? Do you truly believe us to be fools?" Elder Huang felt as though he was being insulted to his face. He glanced at Gu-san, intending for him to showcase his talents and awe the audience, only to find Gu-san nodding in agreement. The old man exclaimed, "Why choose the identity of a special zone researcher? Now you've been exposed." Huang was infuriated. "Who on earth are you?" 10 books, he reminded through gritted teeth. Gu-san chuckled, extending 2 fingers. 20 books. How can you demand such an exorbitant price? You never mentioned I couldn't." Huang clutched his chest, nearly spitting blood, and managed to squeeze out 2 words from between clenched teeth. "Deal." With a beaming smile, Gu-san activated the microphone. "I just received an invitation from the Special Zone Research Institute. I have yet to decide whether to attend. However, I believe the question posed by this audience member is misguided. Who says that a computer science major cannot comprehend physics?" Gasps filled the room. "You still contemplate attending after receiving an invitation? Isn't this audacious?" Gu-san, amidst the astonished gazes, continued speaking. "Initially, I held great interest in this physics competition, but now," he scoffed, "it appears that the Imperial Capital University had prior access to the questions, didn't they?" The representatives from Imperial Capital University erupted in outrage. Shin Chonglin stepped forward. "This student, you are tarnishing the reputation of Imperial Capital University. Regardless of your status as a special zone researcher, do not expect me to be courteous." Gu-san remained unfazed by their indignation. Regarding the 4th question of the competition, Imperial Capital University buzzed in successfully, yet the computer screen experienced a 1-second delay. The question, consisting of 173 characters, required at least 3 seconds to read. However, I articulated my answer in 2.5 seconds, deducting the 1-second delay, which means I answered in merely 1.5 seconds. Truly a prodigy. Chapter 87. A dazzling scene. The audience began to murmur. The representatives from Imperial Capital University could no longer sit still, their faces flushed as they rushed to clarify. "Our professor covered this question previously. Is it wrong for me to be quick on the uptake? Indeed, in such competitions, time and thought are in a race. 1.5 seconds is already quite slow. What do you know to act so arrogantly here? A sophomore in computer science dares to speak so boldly." The members of Donghai University felt humiliated, their pride wounded. Though they had lost face, they felt a sense of honor compared to the fabrication of a researcher identity. Huang coughed lightly and stood up. "Little Gu is someone I personally selected. Questioning him is tantamount to questioning my integrity. Although I have retired, I still have my dignity. If no one is convinced, let us compete. To be fair, each side will pose 10 questions to the other. If Little Gu answers even 1 incorrectly, he loses. And if you answer 3 incorrectly, that counts as his defeat. How does that sound?" As Huang's words echoed, silence fell across the venue. Gu-san cast a glance at Huang, curious about the source of his confidence. Was it merely due to the question he posed on the forum? Did he not find it overly presumptuous? Huang's reasoning was simple. In any contest, as long as there is a 3% chance of victory, he would dare to fight. He would contend with heaven, fate, and himself. His tumultuous life has known defeat, but never surrender. Shin Chonglin was elated. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Huang Lao's esteemed position was undeniable, and even in retirement, he commanded respect. The head of the Special Zone Research Institute was none other than Huang Lao's eldest son. If the Imperial Capital University were to triumph over Huang Lao's chosen researcher, it would send a clear message. The caliber of their competitors was undoubtedly suitable for employment at the institute. Otherwise, Huang Lao would be left with a tarnished reputation. "Very well, we at Imperial Capital University accept Huang Lao's challenge," Xin Chonglin declared with fervor. The competitors from Imperial Capital University were all postgraduates, far too accomplished to regard Gu-san with any seriousness. Upon hearing Xin Chonglin's acceptance, the atmosphere surged with excitement. Gu-san casually stretched his shoulders and turned to Huang Lao, gesturing nonchalantly. Seeing Gu-san's confidence, Huang Lao felt an immense relief wash over him, only to be taken aback by Gu-san's seemingly innocuous remark, 30 books. Huang Lao nearly collapsed in disbelief. What a cunning merchant he was. For the first time, Huang Lao felt as if he had lost without even stepping into the fray. As the battle commenced, Gu-san advanced with relentless momentum, flawlessly answering each question in under a minute. The presence of numerous physics professors ensured that no answers could be fabricated, and with both sides generating questions on site, the possibility of oversight was non-existent. Gradually, Imperial Capital University began to falter, each participant drenched in sweat, while Gu-san remained calm and composed. He had answered all 10 questions correctly, securing an invulnerable position, while Imperial Capital University managed to answer only 2 questions, the second one barely passing. All eyes turned to Gu-san as he faced the 10th question. He focused intently on the screen, a faint smile appearing as he presented a question he had posted on the Donghai forum. As expected, Imperial Capital University failed to provide an answer. Just as the host was about to announce the results, Xin Chonglin interjected, claiming that Gu-san had cheated and that the competition was unfair because he had plagiarized the question. An esteemed elderly professor in the audience adjusted his glasses, stating, "I recognize this question. It seems someone posted it on a forum, and it has remained unsolved." Xin Chonglin seized the moment, exclaiming, "Did you all hear that? We agreed before the competition to create original questions. You have outright copied." As he reveled in his triumph, the original post and the author's personal information were projected on the big screen. The name Gu-san shone brightly, blinding Xin Chonglin with its clarity. "Young man, you are the one who posed this question?" The elderly professor exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as he began to engage Gu-san in discussion regarding his problem-solving approach. With his extraordinary analytical skills, bolstered by his intelligence and encyclopedic knowledge, Gu-san's insights were unparalleled. Several professors expressed their delight at the new connections Gu-san introduced, proclaiming that their attendance was well worth it. Xin Chonglin and the representatives of Imperial Capital University fell utterly silent. As the practical competition unfolded, they were soundly defeated by Donghai University. Gu-san found the proceedings dull, a mechanical voice echoing in his mind. "Ding! The random task has been completed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a mysterious blind box. Would you like to open it?" Gu-san's eyes glimmered with interest. He chose to open it. Before him, a virtual image materialized, a small box shimmering with iridescent light, slowly unveiling its contents. The schematics for a new type of CNC machine have been dispatched, representing cutting-edge technological advancements. The host must promptly receive the relevant information. Instantly, a torrent of unfamiliar knowledge flooded Gu-san's mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host's intellect has reached its absorption limit. Intelligence reward of 10 has been granted. This announcement repeated 6 times before it ceased. Although Gu-san's head no longer throbbed, he felt considerably refreshed. Yet, an inexplicable sense of humiliation lingered within him. It was akin to having insufficient computer memory forcibly augmented. When the memory was added, the technician would disdainfully inform you, "Your computer version is too outdated. Even with additional memory, it won't run any faster." Thus, was he merely a low-end version? Wasn't his intelligence rated as superior? Could it be that superior merely indicated the minimum standard? Had he, in essence, been? Gu-san pondered whether he should voice his thoughts. At that moment, within the residence of the D-Long Court No. 6, all the bodyguards were poised, the atmosphere palpably tense. "Second miss, you cannot approach that girl." "Why not? She dared to hug my soft pillow, sit on my sofa, and drink my homemade yogurt. I shall throw her out." Huang Yi resembled a puffed-up little lion. Who could have imagined she was the renowned aloof female CEO of the capital? The butler was unfazed by her fiery demeanor. The master had instructed that everyone must cater to her whims. Nothing she did could be obstructed. And what else? Huang Yi glared frostily at the butler. "You must honestly tell me, is that girl my grandfather's illegitimate child?" The butler, visibly distressed, made a concerted effort to remind her. "The master is already 71. Then could she be my father's?" The butler struggled to regain his composure. "You cannot obstruct her not only because it was the master's directive, but primarily because you are no match for her. If you get beaten, we cannot assist." Upon hearing this, Huang Yi rolled up her sleeves and charged in. The butler silently turned away, feigning ignorance. Soon, sounds of distress echoed from within, escalating in intensity. The butler gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, burdened by the sorrow of youthful folly. Gu Sun declined the invitations of a group of elderly professors and swiftly returned to the Dilong court. As he pushed open the gate, he heard discordant sounds emanating from the living room. Gu Sen's face darkened instantly. He hastened inside, nearly blinded by the sight before him. His petite companion was wielding a vine to strike someone. With her diminutive face still expressionless, her voice carried an unexpectedly cold authority. "Elevate it by 15 degrees. No, wrong. Slap. Do it again." Suddenly, a peculiar image emerged in Gu Sen's mind, ultimately crystallizing into 3 words: Queen Attack. Chapter 88. Targeting one individual. Elder Huang was also pushed in by the butler. "Yi, what are you doing?" Huang Yi maintained an odd posture, tilting her head to regard Elder Huang. "Grandfather, I am practicing martial arts." Elder Huang watched as Li Qinshin's rattan stick fell once more. Huang Yi promptly corrected her stance. Gu Sun stifled a laugh as he approached, pulling his little bean sprout into his embrace. "Inin, what are you doing?" Li Qinshin lifted her face, her tone remaining cool and composed. "Brother Gu Sun, I am making money, 100,000 an hour. Please wait. I have 5 more minutes until class is over." As she spoke, she pushed Gu Sun aside and turned back to Huang Yi, flipping through the Wudong Bagua palm in her hands. Elder Huang exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you really teaching her this on the fly? Using books from my own shelf to educate his granddaughter, then profiting from it? Is there anything more shameless?" With a serious tone, Elder Huang advised, "Yi, is it possible that this girl is just pulling your leg?" Huang Yi shook her head vigorously. "Impossible. Did you not see? She easily dismantled my military boxing and pinned me to the ground. The martial arts you personally taught me. If she weren't a master, how could she accomplish such feats?" Elder Huang felt a deep sorrow. His 2 beloved granddaughters, one obsessed with research, confined to the laboratory, and the other fixated on martial arts, yet lacking coordination, though possessing a decent business acumen to scrape by. To spare Huang Yi from feeling inferior, Elder Huang had painstakingly deceived her for 24 years, only to have Li Qinshin exploit this vulnerability in an instant. His heart was heavy with unspoken grief. Gu Sun resolutely pushed Elder Huang aside. "Do not interrupt my wife's teaching." Elder Huang rolled his eyes. "You two are the true schemers, leaving me to bear the brunt." Elder Huang's statement was erroneous. Did he not forget that it was he who had coerced and lured them into this predicament? Elder Huang nearly choked on his words. Li Qinshin soon concluded her lesson, her eyes sparkling as she hurried over to transfer the money directly to Gu's senator. Her small face was expressionless, yet her large eyes gleamed with yearning. Gu Sun affectionately ruffled her little face, unabashedly praising her. "Our Yin is truly remarkable." Li Qinshin's beautiful eyes shone even brighter. Upon hearing that Gu Sun had won her 30 books, she immediately stood on tiptoe to kiss him, then turned back to the bookshelf, dragging a stool over to search for her treasures. Huang Yi wiped her sweat, chasing after her, calling out "Master." This spectacle made Elder Huang's head throb. "Gu kid, accompany me to the research institute tomorrow." Before Gu Sun could respond, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the villa, followed by the sounds of fists and feet clashing. Elder Huang's gaze darkened. "Let us see who dares to be reckless." The butler promptly exited, with Li Qinshin still present. Gu Sun felt a sense of urgency and quickly followed, only to witness Zhao Heng being besieged by several individuals. In a remarkable display of skill, Zhao Heng effortlessly faced off against 6 opponents, leaving Gu Sun somewhat astonished. Huang Lao's bodyguards were handpicked from the military, demonstrating commendable prowess, and all were younger than Zhao Heng. It was unexpected that Zhao Heng would not falter. Such a feat was beyond the capability of an ordinary veteran. As Zhao Heng ceased his actions, he quickly withdrew upon noticing Gu's senator. The housekeeper, intrigued, inquired if Zhao Heng was one of his men. Gu Sun nodded and gestured for Zhao Heng to approach. However, one of Huang Lao's bodyguards abruptly obstructed Zhao Heng's path. Irritated, Zhao Heng glared and challenged him, asking if he wished to spar one-on-one. "Are you truly Zhao Heng, the legendary warrior of Team 1? The guard remarked, his tone incredulous. Zhao Heng hadn't anticipated that anyone would recognize him. His expression darkened momentarily, yet he chose to disregard the comment and continued towards Gu's senator at that moment. Huang Lao emerged from his wheelchair, and their eyes met. Zhao Heng immediately stood at attention and saluted with a precise military gesture. "Greetings, Chief," Zhao Heng exclaimed. "Oh, it is indeed you, my boy." Huang Lao responded with a hearty laugh, his eyes gleaming with delight. "I had no idea you had become Gu Sen's bodyguard after leaving the military. You've been quite elusive." Zhao Heng promptly replied, "Chief, my employer is a good man. If he has offended you in any way, I will take responsibility on his behalf. Please do not hold it against him. Get out of here. Do you think I am the type to bully others?" Huang Lao retorted playfully, though inwardly he felt a surge of indignation, recognizing that he was the one being wronged. Yet he had no one to voice his grievances to. Reunited with an old friend, Huang Lao was filled with joy and promptly instructed the kitchen to prepare a late-night meal, while he enthusiastically invited Zhao Heng and Gu Sun to join him for drinks. At this juncture, Huang Yi leaned in, offering a warning. "Grandfather, if my sister finds out you're drinking, you're in trouble." Huang Lao shot her a glare. "Who would know if you hadn't said anything?" With a pout, Huang Yi suddenly extended her hand. "5 books." Huang Lao was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Give me 5 books to keep me quiet. I want to appease my little master." Gu Sun nearly burst out laughing, realizing the potential in the young girl, and immediately seized the opportunity to offer guidance. "You should aim higher. It should be at least 10 books. Huang Yi, unimpressed, shot back. "Are you my little master's man? You have hands and feet, yet you expect my little master to support you. Don't you feel ashamed?" Zhao Heng suddenly recalled that he had yet to report on the acquisition and hurriedly produced the summarized brief. "Mr. Gu, there are 13 households on 5 streets that have not signed. The total transfer amounts to 109.76 billion plus 538,000. Huang Yi gasped, "How much? Over 100 billion? He possesses over 100 billion? Huang Lao remained relatively composed. "The interconnected villa complex that you have been unable to sell is the one Gu Sun has purchased." Huang Yi was momentarily speechless. She was aware that the villa complex had been sold, but had not paid attention to who the buyer was. In her view, those who could afford to purchase that cluster of villas were merely affluent individuals with too much money and nowhere to spend it. After all, the gaudy design had been criticized by many. Gu Sun was somewhat taken aback. "Are you the head of the Dilong Ting development project?" "Coincidentally, I am planning to transform the villa cluster into an estate. Would you be interested in taking on this project?" Huang Yi felt the need for a drink to steady her nerves. After downing a substantial glass, she exclaimed with a hint of excitement, "You admire my design? The villa cluster was designed by you?" Gu Sun instantly regretted his words, feeling as though he had been struck. Before he could utter the phrase "forget it," Huang Yi had already slammed her hand on the table. "Considering you are the man of my little master, I shall offer you an 80% discount on this project. Feel free to state any conditions. I want to change the designer." Gu Sen's response was swift and decisive, as if delivering a slap to Huang Yi's face, leaving her spirit momentarily crushed. "I will provide the design sketches, and your company will oversee the construction." After saying this, he called out to Li Chunsheng, who was by the bookshelf, "Yin, come over. I have your favorite sweet and sour ribs." Oh. Li Chunsheng rushed over and nestled into Gu Sen's embrace, ready to eat. "You need to wash your hands first." Gu San enveloped her small hands in his large one, leading her to the restroom to wash up before returning to the table. Huang Yi had already regained her composure, reverting to her aloof, presidential demeanor. "Mr. Gu, are you investing in Phoenix Road? Those streets are highly regarded by the Chief family. You have encroached upon their business, and logically, they should retaliate. However, I have received news that the Chief family is currently raising funds to bid on the land in District 18. You might be falling into their trap." Chapter 89. A stir of emotion. Gu Sen's eyes brightened. The Chief family has new movements? District 18, he recalled, was indeed the most coveted land for the Line 8 subway project. It was rumored that internal sources indicated Line 8 would most likely pass through District 18. Tonight, the news of his and Huang Lao's attendance at the physics competition would likely spread throughout the capital swiftly. His acquisition of several streets in the urban village would surely mislead others eyeing the Line 8 project into believing he had insider information from Huang Lao. Consequently, District 18 would be sidelined, and they would redirect their investments to the nearby urban village. The Chief family would also withdraw their funds. A cold smile crept across Gu Sen's face. With the funds prepared, how could he not set a trap for them? He immediately contacted Ouyang, instructing him to send a trusted associate to secretly bid on District 18, ensuring that any bid would be at least 10 million higher. Once the bidding reached the 50 billion cap, they would withdraw immediately. He had researched the Qi family and knew that this was the extent of their financial capacity. Simultaneously, he directed Lu Mao from Huya to discreetly promote the video of him and Ouyang outside the Jinyuan Hotel for a few minutes to create a buzz. If the Qi family intended to exploit his urban village purchase to seize District 18, he would ensure they became thoroughly entangled in their own schemes. Having handled these matters, Gusen began to focus on feeding Li Chunsheng, ensuring she consumed more than just meat. By the time the late-night meal concluded, it was nearing midnight. Li Chunsheng had long succumbed to slumber, nestled comfortably in Gusen's embrace, her demeanor radiating an endearing sense of dependence that stirred a warmth within him. He instructed Zhao Hong to ensure the books chosen by Li Chunsheng were taken care of, and the trio returned to the villa complex. Gusen halted Zhao Hong, who was about to depart, requesting him to wait in the courtyard before he carried Li Chunsheng into their room. After carefully assisting the delicate girl with her simple grooming, Gusen tenderly pressed a soft kiss upon her lips, tucked her in snugly, and stepped outside. "Is there something you wish to convey, Mr. Gu?" Zhao Hong promptly approached him. Gusen, straightforward in his approach, delved into the matter. "It seems, according to Elder Huang, your discharge from the service was not conducted through standard procedures." During dinner, Elder Huang, somewhat inebriated, rambled on about various subjects. Although Gusen refrained from interjecting, he listened intently. Since Zhao Hong was under his wing, it was prudent to clarify certain matters. Zhao Hong's expression grew somber. "Rest assured, Mr. Gu, my personal affairs will not interfere with my duties." Gusen waved his hand dismissively. "That is not my concern. Elder Huang holds considerable influence in the capital. Should you wish to remain, I shall not impede your decision." Given Gusen's current capabilities, he felt powerless to assist, nor did he desire to meddle in military affairs. It was evident that Elder Huang held Zhao Hong in high regard. Should he choose to stay, perhaps the irregularities surrounding his discharge could be resolved. Zhao Hong immediately shook his head. "I am bound by my commitment. As long as I have pledged to be your bodyguard, I shall not depart unless I breathe my last." He stood tall and resolute, akin to an unyielding spear. Gusen felt a surge of emotion, followed by a light-hearted laugh. "Very well, I merely feared you might hesitate to express your thoughts. Since you have made your decision, I have no objections. Now, go and rest." With that, Gusen turned and returned to his room. Zhao Hong, however, found himself in a state of lingering unrest. The memories of all that had transpired since joining the Iron Rule squad surged through his mind, culminating in the haunting image of the suddenly exploded island where many of his comrades had perished. If only there were a chance, he let out a bitter smile. Shaking his head, and quietly retreated to the villa beside Gu. Senator Gusen did not rush to bed. Instead, he meticulously examined the machine tool blueprints provided by the system in the living room. The machine tool is the foundation of industry, and this particular blueprint could enhance precision several-fold. The potential benefits for the entire industrial empire were incalculable. After a moment of contemplation, he secured the blueprints and retired to bed. Just as he lay down, Li Chunsheng, drawn by his scent, nestled into his arms. Gusen chuckled softly, drawing her closer. The events concerning Zhao Hong had deeply moved him. A warrior, having faced life and death, bears an ironclad resolve, yet often finds himself burdened by unspoken suffering. He even finds himself stooping low for the sake of a child's medical expenses. The more power and wealth one accumulates, the more fragile the seemingly solid foundations appear. Yet, these external possessions often become the ultimate pursuits for countless individuals throughout their lives. Ultimately, for what purpose should one live? He furrowed his brow slightly, lost in thought. At that moment, Li Chunsheng's soft visage nestled against his neck, exuding an enchanting fragrance. She sought the most comfortable position and murmured dreamily, "Brother Gusen." All of Gusen's confusion seemed to dissipate in an instant. The purpose of existence lost its significance. What he held in his arms, the tangible sensations he experienced, were the essence of reality. Protecting these treasures was the only way to justify his life. He leaned down and kissed Li Chunsheng's forehead, then peacefully closed his eyes. Lu Mao and Ouyang exhibited remarkable synergy. The already highly publicized No. 8 subway project stirred up yet another tempest due to Gusen's involvement. He had anticipated this and did not fixate on his phone for updates. Instead, he was in the kitchen, preparing a simple yet fragrant congee with vegetables and lean meat. In another pot, bird's nest soup simmered gently. He deftly crafted soup dumplings filled with crab roe, shrimp, and and minced meat, preparing several varieties. Outside, Zhao Heng practiced diligently, nearly salivating at the enticing aromas wafting through the air. However, he knew these delicacies were intended for Li Chunsheng, and he consoled himself with the fact that the cook's skills were commendable. Just as the soup dumplings reached perfection, Li Chunsheng, drawn by the aroma, sleepily emerged. Upon spotting Gu-san, she immediately opened her arms. Brother Gu-san, she instinctively sought to embrace him upon waking. Gu-san's heart swelled with tenderness as he quickly approached her, enveloping her in his arms and bestowing a gentle kiss on her forehead. Good morning, Inin. Good morning. Brother Gu-senator, I'm so hungry, Li Chunsheng replied, wrapping her arms around his waist, her voice soft and endearing from her slumber. Gu-san placed her on a stool by the sink, offering her warm water and freshly squeezed toothpaste before picking up a comb to tidy her hair. He took a moment to study various hairstyles for girls, and with his intellectual prowess and determination, he learned swiftly. However, his mind and hands struggled to coordinate. While he understood the concept, executing it proved challenging. He managed to braid 2 small plaits on either side of Li Chunsheng's face, allowing the rest of her hair to cascade down her back. Without bangs to obscure her features, her exquisite visage became fully visible. The dark braids accentuated her porcelain-like complexion, and Gu-san instantly regretted his handiwork. Such a captivating appearance would surely draw attention if she ventured outside. He hastily prepared to undo his efforts. But Li Chunsheng tilted her head and sincerely complimented, Brother Gu-san, you're amazing. I love it. Gu-san conceded. All right, I suppose I won't let her go out. He took her small hand and led her to the dining room. Just as the steaming soup dumplings were served, Zhao Heng's voice echoed from outside. Hello, Chief. Gu-san guessed the old man's intent and chose not to respond, instead cautioning Li Chunsheng about the heat of the food. Chapter 90. The Rescue of Li Chunsheng. Oh, how delightful the aroma is. Gu-san, where did you find such a remarkable chef? The flavors are simply exquisite. Make sure they prepare a portion for me as well, exclaimed old Huang, his voice resonating through the room, only to be interrupted by Huang Yi's retort. Grandfather, you have already dined. With your penchant for indulgence, 5 books would scarcely suffice. Scram. Whose side are you on, anyway? Of course, I stand with my little master. Huang Yi, upon spotting Li Chunsheng, hurried over, only to catch sight of the marks on her arm. Her eyes narrowed at Gu-san with the intensity of a foe. Having experienced romance herself, she was all too familiar with such love bites. How dare this scoundrel lay his lips upon her little master? Gu-san paid no mind to anyone, feeding the blood swallow before lifting a bowl of vegetable porridge. Have another half bowl of this. No, I won't. I refuse to eat green vegetables. Li Chunsheng tossed a fresh meat bun into her mouth, her eyes sparkling with delight, and immediately offered one to Gu Sr. Brother Gu-san, this is utterly delicious. Gu-san accepted the morsel from her small hand, and just as she was about to swallow, he slyly shoved a spoonful of vegetable porridge into her mouth. Li Chunsheng scrunched her face in distaste, prompting Gu-san to tease her with a crab roe bun, coaxing her with a smile. As for Huang Yi and old Huang, they were baffled by their presence. Why must they endure the tantalizing scent of breakfast without partaking in it, only to be force-fed such canine affection? Even old Huang, who had witnessed countless scenes, found his lips twitching in irritation. Was it truly necessary to pamper this little girl to such an extent? It was almost absurd. Once Li Chunsheng had her fill, Gu-san meticulously cleared the table, leaving not a trace behind. Let's stretch a bit before diving into books, otherwise, your stomach may protest. Oh right, Li Chunsheng replied, making her way toward the bookshelf, only then noticing Huang Yi's presence. What brings you here again? The books are at your grandfather's house. I can't teach you here. Huang Yi's enthusiasm suddenly froze, as she belatedly realized the discrepancy in their conversation. But Li Chunsheng abruptly halted, tilting her face upward to gaze at her. I possess a manual on the art of joint manipulation. Would you like to learn? It's a mere 100,000. Huang Yi's face instantly brightened, her excitement palpable. I want to learn. It sounds incredibly impressive. Old Huang, intrigued, leaned in to listen for a moment, only to have his expression morph into a kaleidoscope of emotions. Gu-san had already summoned the servants to tidy up and had prepared a plate of fruit, placing it before Li Chunsheng. Watching her as she paced while discussing human joints with Huang Yi, he chuckled quietly, choosing not to interrupt. He simply reminded her to return to the sofa in the living room after she finished eating. Gu boy, that girl is trying to deceive my granddaughter again. Old Huang grumbled. Gusan merely chuckled lightly. That's quite all right. Otherwise, she would sit there all day, buried in her books. Old Huang huffed in frustration, his indignation evident. You little rascal, what do you take my granddaughter for? Gusin chose not to dwell on that topic. Has the Special Zone Research Institute engaged in any machine tool development? Elder Huang was taken aback when the young man proactively brought up the matter, instantly revitalizing his spirit. Young lad, you possess considerable talent. Do you wish to contribute to the future of the military? Gusan, observing his expression, could surmise the underlying thoughts. The Special Zone Research Institute must have a segment dedicated to weaponry supplies, with the precision of machinery, aircraft, tanks, and military vehicles being of paramount importance. Can Elder Huang meet with the head of the Research Institute? I have a business proposition to discuss with him. Elder Huang had anticipated a fervent declaration of ideals from Gusan, yet was instead met with a proposal for business. He was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Are you in dire need of funds? Indeed, Gusan replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Elder Huang nearly choked in disbelief. How can someone who casually spends hundreds of billions be short on cash? He felt an urgent desire to reshape the young man's values. However, Gusan continued. I can enhance the precision of your existing machinery by at least tenfold. Elder Huang swiftly swallowed the lengthy discourse he had intended to deliver. Young Gu, are you certain you're not deceiving me? Gusan pondered for a moment and shared a portion of the new machine-S structure with Elder Huang. With his extensive knowledge of physics and mechanics, Elder Huang immediately recognized its significance. Come, I shall take you to the Special Operations Department. He abandoned his wheelchair, limping slightly as he pulled Gusan along. Wait a moment. Gusan extricated his hand and approached Li Qinshan. Inin, I am heading to the Special Operations Department. Would you care to join me? Before Li Qinshan could respond, Huang Yi seized her arm. Today, I have reserved the entire venue. The little master is mine. If you desire him, you shall wait in line. Gusan fixed his gaze on her, grasping Li Qinshan's arm, his eyes narrowing slightly. Suddenly, Huang Yi felt an ominous aura envelop her. Instinctively, she released her grip. Do not lay hands on her. After issuing his warning, Gusan turned to Li Qinshan, his tone softening. Are you truly not coming? Li Qinshan contemplated for a moment and shook her head. She had overheard Elder Huang and Zhao Heng's conversation while nestled in Gusan's embrace during dinner the night before. She held little interest in those matters, merely offering a calm reminder. Gusan, be cautious. If anyone bullies you, retaliate fiercely. Gusan chuckled, leaning down to meet her gaze, his fingers gently brushing her cheek. Inin, stay at home. I shall return swiftly. In a couple of days, I will take you back to Fengcheng. Li Qinshan nodded in agreement, displaying no signs of shyness about meeting her in-laws. Gusan surmised that his little bean sprout was blissfully unaware of the implications, and he refrained from pointing it out. He leaned in and kissed her before departing. Initially, he had intended for Zhao Heng to remain, but with Elder Huang eager to show him the Special Operations Department, Gusan felt it inappropriate to insist. He arranged for 6 bodyguards to stand watch outside the villa, just in case. Observing their departure alongside the presence of several bodyguards in the courtyard, Huang Yi pouted. Little master, is Gusan attempting to keep you caged? Such a lack of freedom is truly excessive. Li Qinshan had been engrossed in her book, completely oblivious to her surroundings. However, to Huang Yi, this only intensified her sense of injustice and pity. Wasn't this akin to treating Li Qinshan like a pet? Confined indoors, awaiting the return of a man. Her sole purpose reduced to warming his bed. Huang Yi, a staunch advocate for women's freedom, found this utterly unacceptable. Little master, let me take you out for some fun. She proposed. I don't want to go, Li Qinshan replied, merely flipping a page. At that moment, Huang Yi's phone rang, a call from her secretary. Upon answering, her tone instantly shifted to one of cool detachment. Hasn't the project proposal been submitted anew? Are they still dissatisfied? Are they toying with me? Just wait. I will handle it. After hanging up, her expression darkened. An 80 million project, under negotiation for a month, plagued by incessant revisions and demands. This was sheer bullying. As she rolled up her sleeves to leave, she hesitated, gazing at Li Qinshan for a moment before crouching down with a beaming smile. Little master, a new bookstore has opened next to our company, boasting a collection of 1 million volumes. They are hosting a riddle competition today, and the champion will receive a mysterious rare edition. Li Qinshan's eyes sparkled with interest, her previously impassive features suddenly animated. Huang Yi felt a surge of accomplishment. This was the essence of a young woman, vibrant, yearning for freedom, and embracing all possibilities rather than languishing in the shadow of a man.